Born as the heir to a low-ranking noble family, Raven Vanter was charged with plotting a rebellion against the royal family. To earn a pardon, he was sent to fight monsters alongside the most wretched legion in the kingdom. If he could survive for 10 years, he would be set free. But almost everyone knew this was just another way of sentencing him to death, because no one could survive there for 10 years. And yet somehow, Raven had managed to stay alive until now. Just as freedom was finally within reach in his final battle, he encountered the heir of that family, Duke Pendragon, Elin Pendragon. And from here, the real tragedy began. The story opens with Raven slaughtering monsters one after another. His blade swept through them, blood spraying in a thin line. With sharp, precise sword intent, he cut down the beast in a single stroke, drawing from it a low, muffled howl. Then a giant eagle swooped down like lightning, its eyes blood-red, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at the tall figure. His face was crisscrossed with scars, his gaze filled with coldness. Lowering his body, he swung decisively. The sharp tip of his sword split the giant eagle apart with ease. He casually flicked the blade, surrounded by the corpses of countless kinds of monsters. A goblin stared up at him, body trembling, speaking in a heavy voice. He defeated that many goblins all by himself. Unbelievable. Raven Vanter. Raven's cold gaze fell upon its head. The goblin gritted its teeth. A fearsome guard dog of the demons. Raven lowered his eyes in silence, and his silver pupils flashed with a beautiful light. He raised his sword high into the air, the moonlight illuminating its edge. One strike came down. The goblin widened its eyes in shock. Blood splattered everywhere. A foul stench spread at once. His thin lips let out a soft breath. Looking up at the bright moon, Raven's black cloak fluttered in the cold wind, his voice seeming to blend into it. I've come this far already. His sharp features suddenly grew heavy with emotion. Only 10 more days. If I can survive, then at last I'll be able to take back my freedom. I'll get out of here. Raven's words were firm and steady, not vanishing into nothingness, but witnessed by the moonlight. Then time slowly passed, and his light footsteps pressed down on the dusty ground. Returning to the demon camp, the first rays of dawn glimmered behind the mountains, casting a golden light over rows upon rows of tents. He stood above, looking down. In one corner, the warriors of the demon corps were sprawled about, drunk and reveling in wine. In another corner, prisoners sat slumped in silence. Raven's thoughts drifted. Looking back over the past 10 years, those days truly had been hell. The demon corps. Those sent here had been condemned to fight demons in an endless power struggle. This was the cruelest treatment one could receive in the kingdom. Almost all of them were criminals and slaves. He walked calmly past them, the worst of the worst. Those people didn't care about their lives or whether they would live to see tomorrow. Behind him, a few men sneered and gossiped about him. Hey, look, seems that bastard Raven killed off all his subordinates again and came back alone. Even if he used to be nobility, he's still tough as hell. Huh? Raven kept his calm bearing, walking on without a care, not paying them any mind. Then someone who couldn't stand the sight of him blocked his path. Well, look what we have here. The fat man glared mockingly and snarled. Ignoring me again? Got anything you want to say to me? Raven clicked his tongue in irritation. His face showed ridicule and contempt as he shot back. Looks like you want to die. The man's expression twisted in shock. Wah, before he could say another word. Raven drove his knee hard into the fat man's bloated stomach. Then he swiftly gripped his sword hilt, coldly pressing the blade against the neck of the sycophant standing behind him. He stared straight down at him, as if on purpose. Raven drew a thin line across the man's throat, and blood immediately welled out. Turning, he walked over to deal with the last one. Raven slowly raised his hand. The man saw his cold face and shrank back in fear. Raven lightly grabbed his head, and the man's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Raven didn't hesitate for even a moment. He immediately forced the man's head backward and slammed it heavily into the ground. Once he was done, he stepped back leisurely. The fat man was still staggering on all fours, whispering curses at him. Bastard. Right after that, a sword stabbed into the ground beside the man's face. Raven bent down, his indifferent eyes brimming with killing intent as he glanced at him, his tone light. If you want to die before being eaten alive by demons, you can always count on me. With that, he turned and walked away at once, leaving the man behind to seethe in hatred and rage. Damn it, I'll remember this. A fallen former noble. People said I wouldn't survive even 1 year. Yet I became a monster who managed to survive 10 years in this core. Those lies about me were spread around by my so-called comrades. Raven walked straight toward the tent ahead, and those words were completely true. The Vanner family. It wasn't a particularly prestigious or famous house, but our family truly did exist within the royal nobility. I should have been able to live a life of wealth and luxury, but everything collapsed, and we lost it all. His gaze deepened, heavy as he sank into memory. The young Raven stared in stunned disbelief at the scene before him. About 10 years ago, the entire great mansion was swallowed in a sea of blazing fire. A voice rang out before that magnificent scene, arms spread wide. Foolish Vanna family. For plotting rebellion against the royal family with such stupidity, don't you deserve death? He shouted, you're wrong. Even though chains held him tightly in place, Raven still raised his voice in protest. Our family would never do such a thing. Ru Talon curled his lips in pity as he looked at him. You really are a fool, unable to recognize your own family's crime. Raven remained steadfast, his voice bursting with fury. It's all a misunderstanding. The other families were the ones plotting everything. We were only dragged into this. The man reached out and seized Raven by the hair. Ru Talon spoke lightly. Both your father and mother have already been purged. Why don't I just turn you into ashes along with these rooms? He paused, then added, but I'll give you another choice. Raven ground his teeth in hatred. Talon leaned his face close and hissed with disdain. Fight demons for 10 years in their core. If you do that, then at least I'll let you live. Raven glared at him, too full of hatred to speak. The onlookers gathered around immediately smiled with mocking pity when they heard it. Oh my, the demon core? Their whispers stabbed into the young Raven's heart. Isn't that the worst core in the kingdom? That place full of savages and criminals. For someone from the royal nobility to be sent there. This is probably the end of the Vanna family. Grinding his teeth in hatred, Raven finally sounded almost resigned. If I fight demons for 10 years, can I live? Ru Talon turned away and answered carelessly with a shrug. If you can, then afterward you'll be free to do whatever you want. Raven parted his lips. I understand. Then his voice rang out, sharp and resolute. I will survive. And then I will rebuild the Vanna family. I swear it. The blazing flames swallowed everything. Raven knelt there, kneeling before the place that would become nothing more than a trace in the flow of history. Breaking free from that painful memory, his hand lightly touched the tent flap. His voice softened a little as he comforted himself. These days of living in humiliation will end soon. Raven lowered his eyes. Ever since the day I was dragged here, I've fought monsters without training or any experience at all. He leapt onto a beast's back and drove his sword down hard. But I've struggled to survive until now. The youthful face from those early days had once been full of excitement and extraordinary determination. What had once been just a child had spent 10 years as a member of the demon-slaying corps. His figure then and now were completely different. Raven's face was firm and resolute. The next large-scale demon extermination will be my final battle. He lifted the curtain. Just one final step remains before I'm free and can restore my family. Meanwhile, in Pendragon territory, in the forest of Ancona, the wild and majestic landscape was still submerged in darkness. Blue eyes opened wide, the bridge of his nose trembling faintly. Beneath the full moon and shooting stars, an enormous dragon appeared before the young man. The dragon whispered, "Oh, my knight, the time to fulfill our oath is drawing near." The youth lifted his gem-like eyes, staring in a daze. A dragon, majestic and imposing in form, a being more powerful than any monster, perhaps the strongest living creature ever to walk the earth. Only one family had ever been able to make such a beast submit, the ducal house of Pendragon. The white dragon, clad in golden armor, lowered its head and let the descendant of the Pendragon family stroke it at will. Because of their ability to tame dragons, they held immense influence in the kingdom and were one of its most noble houses. Days remaining until Raven Vanner's pardon and release. 13. That night, in the command tent of the Demon Corps, Raven walked leisurely toward it. He raised a hand, pulled aside the curtain, and entered. Lowering his eyes coolly, he said, "I'm back." Tovan Bantai was sitting on the platform, leisurely gnawing on meat, with slave attendants on either side. Bantai spoke inan I sapataton. Looks like you came back alone again, Reaper Raven Vanter. So what about the scout report? Raven's face darkened coldly. He answered flatly, "The number of demons in the vanguard is extremely large. If they meet our main force, our chances of victory are close to zero." Bantai tilted his head lazily. "Ho ho, so you're saying you can't beat them, HM?" He lowered his face, his eyes flashing slyly. "If it's just us, we'll definitely lose." Raven couldn't be bothered to react. Then Bantai chuckled to himself and added, "However, tomorrow it seems the Pendragon family will be helping us." Raven frowned and listened, and it looks like they're bringing the strongest creature of all. They're bringing a dragon. Not far away stood a white tent, the banner of the Pendragon family fluttering. Raven jerked his chin up in disbelief. "What? You're saying that mysterious creature is going to fight alongside us?" Tobin Bantai grew serious again. "I know it sounds hard to believe, but apparently the Pendragon family has been taming them for generations. The white dragon will fight the demons for us." Raven lowered his eyes and thought. The ducal house of Pendragon. They are one of the most influential families in the kingdom, and royal blood runs through their veins. I don't know if that's really true or not. I thought it was just a legend. Who would have the honor of being served by a dragon? He touched his chin. "I've spent 10 years of my life fighting demons, and I've never seen a dragon even once. I can't believe Bantai would buy into fairy tales like that. Has he gone crazy?" Besides, Raven concluded, "I heard the previous head of that family died, so over the past few years they've lost some of their influence." He stood with one hand on his hip, coolly saying, "I can't believe this information." Hearing that, Bantai pointed at him and said bluntly, "You don't have the right to refuse. This is an order, but tomorrow you won't need to go to the front line." Raven didn't understand and showed his irritation. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" The man sneered and said, "Since we've got a dragon, we can just leave all the monsters to it. Smart, right? Even so, you have to look after that Pendragon brat." Raven had no objections. "If it's only that much, fine." Bantai grinned again and continued, "Never leave his side." Raven lowered his head in silence, then replied shortly, "Understood." His silver eyes were indifferent. "I'll do as you say." Bantai immediately laughed heartily and clapped his hands. "Good, good. Now go introduce yourself to the future Count. I'm counting on you tomorrow. Now then, let's continue the party. Bring more wine here." Raven did not stay long and left at once. He headed straight for the Pendragon family's tent, the white dragon banner fluttering high above. Raven looked up at it in silence. He really came. "I don't understand why a royal-blooded noble would bother coming to a dump like this to help us." Then he thought back. Bantai called him a brat, so I have to wipe the ass of some pampered little noble boy. Raven tiredly ran a hand through the back of his hair. "Whatever. Whether we win or lose tomorrow, as long as I survive, I'll finally be free. That's all that matters." He raised a hand to the tent flap. Pulling it aside, he stepped in and said flatly, "Excuse the interruption, young master." From behind the inner curtain came a deep, heavy voice. "Who are you?" It did not sound human at all. Raven immediately felt a chill run down his spine and was startled. He thought suspiciously, "What kind of voice is that? It doesn't sound like a human voice at all." He let out a quiet breath. Kneeling in greeting, Raven replied, "Forgive me for disturbing you without notice. May I speak with the young master of the Pendragon family?" The voice behind the curtain remained just as deep and heavy. "Speak. I am of the Pendragon family. State your name and rank." Raven answered calmly, "Commander of the 12th Demon Corps. I am called Raven Vanter. I was ordered to protect the young master in tomorrow's battle, so I came to inform you." The voice behind the curtain replied, "That won't be necessary. You only need to be ready for tomorrow. Go and rest." Raven lowered his head in silence, then fell into thought. The person behind the curtain seemed to sense it and asked leisurely, "Do you still have something to say?" Raven lifted his face, his posture serious. "Might it be that you did not bring the white dragon, young master? The white dragon's firepower is essential for tomorrow's battle." From behind the curtain came a certain, reassuring answer. "Be at ease. Tomorrow, the white dragon will definitely be there to help. Now please leave." Raven lowered his head and obeyed. "I understand." Then he silently stepped out of the tent. As he lifted the flap to leave, Raven paused slightly and looked back, his heart filled with doubt. Is he really just a kid? That unnatural calm. A member of a ducal house coming alone to a place like this was something I'd never heard of. His gaze dropped, and he came to a conclusion. But it doesn't matter. After tomorrow, I'll never see him again anyway. With that thought, he left, the corner of the banner swaying behind him. Bright and early the next morning, all the members of the Demon Corps had already lined up neatly in dense formation before the tent of the young master of the great ducal house of Pendragon. Tovin Bantai stood on a stone platform before the entrance, putting on a grand and spirited display as he shouted, "The young master of the Pendragon family is about to appear." After that, silence fell completely. Only the wind could be heard as it made the white dragon banner flap before them. Feeling as though cold water had been poured over him, Bantai frowned irritably and clicked his tongue, his eyes full of disgust. Raven also looked at the tent in confusion as the man opened his mouth and shouted, "Pendragon!" But before he could finish, a violent boom cut him off. The Pendragon family's tent exploded right before everyone's eyes. Splintered wood flew in every direction, and white dust billowed through the air. Raven frowned and crossed his arms before his face against the storm of smoke and dust, staring blankly. What the hell? As the white dust gradually thinned, a sharp, clear sky blue eye was revealed inside, along with gleaming golden armor. Raven raised his head to look, his eyes widening in astonishment. That is, dragon horns emerged in a sharp dragon's jaw. The enormous dragon spread its wings and rose from the collapsed remains of the tent, its pure white body blocking out the sky itself, its golden armor glittering under the sunlight, ornate and magnificent. The dragon lowered its head slightly, its gaze falling down upon all living things. Raven stared in a daze, rooted to the spot. A name slowly slipped from his lips in a murmur. The White Dragon. As the white smoke cleared, long golden hair flew wildly, and a red cloak fluttered as well. The White Dragon landed steadily atop the rubble, and on its back stood the figure of a valiant warrior. The finely crafted silver helmet tilted downward, and Raven, who had been staring the whole time, looked up at him. The wind blew fiercely as the figure lifted his visor slightly. A clear voice rang out. "My name is Elin Pendragon." The young man's handsome face was revealed, still retaining a trace of youthful softness. Under the brilliant sunlight, his complexion looked all the rosier. He continued, "Then let's not waste any more time. Let us begin this campaign against the monsters." Elin removed his helmet and looked down as he introduced himself. "My name is Elin Pendragon. I won't keep you waiting any longer. Let's begin this campaign to conquer the monsters at once." According to the Demon Corps, this large-scale monster purge would receive support from the Pendragon family. With the White Dragon's help, the monsters would be wiped out in an instant. By then, the monsters were already eyeing the two men like meat laid out on a table. The demon-slaying battlefield. Without turning his head, Raven only reminded him, "Young master, I'm not used to fighting while protecting someone else." At that moment, the two of them stood alone, facing a swarm of monsters encircling them. "So please keep your movements to a minimum if possible." Raven gripped his sword tightly, searching for a way out. "While the White Dragon handles the monsters in the air, I'll deal with the ones down here myself." He smiled excitedly and looked on. "Come at me, you dogs." The monsters leapt forward, closing in with clear malice. Raven only smiled as he charged without the slightest fear. With a single well-honed stroke, he pierced one straight through. He twisted the blade and flicked off the blood clinging to it. Raven tilted his head toward the sky, watching the White Dragon soar and weave through the air. The White Dragon looked at the black specks in the sky and quickly gathered power into a sphere before it. The instant it was released, the sphere exploded in all directions. The monsters in the air were struck, burst into flames, and fell in panic. The White Dragon spewed wave after wave of blue fire, sweeping across the entire sky. Raven looked up and watched in inward shock. How terrifying! He gripped his sword and stood protectively before Elin. Who would have thought the White Dragon truly existed? Turning to look back at Elin, he said, "No matter what kind of monster it is, nothing can compare to a dragon. I used to think it was only a rumor, but it seems it really is true. There are a lot of monsters here." Raven stared at the flames and the monster corpses left by the White Dragon and couldn't help sighing in awe. But that dragon alone can handle almost all of them. Raven smiled, relaxing as he savored it for himself. Up until now, this battle has been as easy as a passing breeze thanks to that dragon. Victory is practically in our hands. My final mission is this easy. My luck's not bad after all. The White Dragon descended to the ground, and Elin turned his head as well when he noticed. Raven approached and asked with concern, "Young master, are you and the white dragon injured?" "I'm fine. Don't worry." Dusting off his shoulder, Raven reminded him, "This battle will be over in no time. That's all." Then another wave of monsters suddenly appeared in the sky. All three looked up in shock, unable to believe it. Raven gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, the remnants. He quickly turned and warned, "Young master, give the white dragon the order." But Elin and the white dragon merely looked at each other without replying. Elin seemed to speak to it, a conversation no one else could hear. The white dragon closed its eyes briefly, and the enemy rushed in just as fast. The sky filled with monsters diving down without end. Raven clenched his sword and prayed through gritted teeth, "There are too many of them. Please deal with them, white dragon." The white dragon lifted its head and looked upward. Then it simply closed its eyes in silence, not reacting. Just like that, its huge body completely allowed the monsters to tear and claw at it. Raven was so shocked he couldn't say a word. It didn't move at all. The monsters showed no sign of stopping and only grew more savage as they ripped into it. Raven shouted angrily, unable to hold back, "Why aren't you fighting back?" Elin slowly approached from behind, lips pressed together. Raven grabbed him by the collar in fury. "Young master, what the hell are you doing?" A terrifying explosion quickly erupted nearby. Raven turned his head in confusion. What? The monsters from earlier had appeared again, but in shockingly dense numbers. Those monsters should have already been nearly wiped out. The monsters lunged tirelessly at the two of them. I never thought there would still be this many left. The monsters quickly dragged Elin away, while Raven struggled below against the wolves. In his mind, only one thought remained. A dragon truly was the strongest creature ever to exist. No matter what kind of monster it was, it still was not worthy of being called a dragon. The thought of relying on the dragon from earlier slowly surfaced in his mind. Up until now, the battle had felt as light as a passing breeze thanks to that dragon. Victory was practically already in our hands. For my final mission to be this easy, my luck really isn't half bad. Raven lifted his head helplessly and looked to Sodrake. There are quite a lot of them. Please deal with them, Sodrake. Raven mocked himself inwardly in despair. As long as Sodrake is on our side, we'll win. This is my fault. I believed that lie and let my guard down. How stupid of me. Raven forced his eyes open through ragged breathing and blood. In front of him was Sodrake, motionless in the middle of the battlefield, not yet fallen over. He gave a powerless smile and lowered his head completely. Blood mixed from his mouth and nose and dripped down. What a mess. The remaining monsters were slowly devouring the human corpses left on the battlefield. The small goblins also quickly flew in to finish off the survivors. One of them leaped high in delight, gripping its weapon as it moved to send Raven off. He went stiff, gasping for breath. In the next instant, the goblins were blasted away by a single strike. Raven clenched his hand and, exhausted, swung his sword behind him. Raven's wavering eyes carried a strained determination as his sword quickly stabbed into the ground. Raven forced himself up from the pool of blood, breathing heavily with difficulty. Damn it. He kept closing and opening his eyes, trying to steady himself. I'm already at my limit, and my wound is deep. If I fall now, I'll never be able to stand again. Raven raised his head and took a long breath. He looked at Sodrake and reproached him vaguely. We were all fools. Sodrake remained utterly silent with his eyes tightly shut, and that made him freeze. Sodrake, are you really dead? Sodrake said nothing. Silence hung between them. Suddenly, Elin coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Raven noticed immediately and turned to look. The two facing each other looked on in silence. Elin kept coughing, his body weak to the extreme. Raven stared at him, seemingly displeased. So you're still alive. Raven strode over, grabbed Elin by the collar, and demanded, "Before you die, answer me one thing." Looking down at him, displeased, he pressed on. Why did the forest dragon stop attacking in the middle of the fight? And at that moment, he recalled that scene and tried to understand. You gave the dragon some kind of order back then. Elin did not answer and remained silent. Raven, naturally, could not accept that and ground his teeth. He kept shouting and demanding answers. We could have won if the dragon had kept attacking. Why did you do that? Answer me. A sharp spear suddenly flew in from behind. Raven stared in shock and coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground, speechless. From behind came a mocking voice that would not stop. Even if your heart were torn into pieces, you still wouldn't die. You really live up to your name, don't you? The immortal Raven. Banta stood behind him, gleefully taking it all in. Raven Vanter. Raven gritted his teeth and glared at him in furious hatred. Banta, the man shouted joyfully, reminding him it's finally over. He ordered the hundreds of men behind him to advance. Full assault. The flag bearing the royal insignia fluttered in the wind and caught Raven's attention. He looked up in disbelief. The royal army? Why is Banta leading them? Banta smiled, easily reading his thoughts. Don't look so surprised. He pointed his blade at Elan's throat. From the very beginning, everything had been part of the plan. He stood there with one hand on his hip, toying with them cheerfully. But there were fools who refused to admit it. Elan glanced at the blade at his throat and remained silent, then shut his eyes tightly, fully resigned. Banta smiled as he watched and swung his blade without hesitation. Elan's head flew up before Raven's eyes. Just like that, Elan was killed in a single strike right in front of Raven. He turned to look in horror. Banta stepped closer and repeated gleefully, "What a disgrace." But his death was decided long ago. And this too. He walked over and kicked Raven hard, knocking him to the ground. As Raven writhed and vomited blood, Banta taunted him casually. So close, wasn't it? Just a little more, and you would have had the freedom you wanted. Banta grabbed Raven by the hair and lifted his face up, staring at him with contempt. It hurts quite a bit, doesn't it? Your body really is extraordinary. He yanked Raven's head back and revealed in delight. And your recovery is abnormal too. Raven was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Banta looked down at him patiently. So you knew. I only pretended not to notice for the sake of this day. But no matter how strong your regenerative ability is, if I cut your throat, maybe you'll die after all. Banta smiled down at him. What a waste to die here without ever achieving what you called freedom. Hearing that, Raven ground his teeth in fury. In his heart, he remembered what he had lived for all these years. To be free and to restore my family. For that goal, I fought for 10 whole years. But even so, no. Raven remembered how ruined he had once been. Was this the same as back then? He clutched his chest and looked down at the ground. The weak, those without power, are the ones forced to endure humiliation. The ones who die in a place like this, even when they were so close. Banta lifted Raven's chin with the sword in his hand. Raven, he smiled savagely and said, I'll tell you a little secret. The truth is, he leaned in until their eyes met and slowly, delightfully recounted it. The rebellion the Vanner family has borne for the past 10 years. You're joining the Demon Corps, and your death now, along with the Pendragon Boy. All of it was planned from the start. Raven's eyes widened in horror as he stared at him. He looked up in disbelief and blurted out what? Banta immediately kicked him and slammed him back to the ground. The only thing I didn't expect was for the dragon to be this weak. He quickly raised his blade high to finish it, but everything had already become part of someone else's plan. He brought the blade down, face dark with excitement. Farewell, little Raven. Raven stared helplessly at the descending blade, unable to do anything. The blade came down hard with nothing to stop it. His head flew off without ceremony. So Drake silently watched everything. Slowly, it opened its eyes and looked up. It pulled out all the stakes, piercing its body. Elan's head lay silent on the ground. Raven's head, too, lay still and cold. So Drake's gaze turned cold. All the conditions had been fulfilled. Blood from the battlefield, from hundreds of warriors, was drawn toward a single point. That point rapidly spread into a great circle, and so Drake unfurled its wings. It beat them powerfully and rose up amid thousands of pillars of blood. Once enough had gathered, the sky darkened several shades. The blood of thousands of humans, the blood of thousands of demons, the blood of royalty, and the blood of the royal dragon. And when the moon meets the sun, I will fulfill my vow. A great light shone from the horn on So Drake's head. The radiance spread blindingly. Raven's and Elan's severed heads gradually vanished as well. Slowly, along with the bloodstains, they disappeared as if they had never existed. So Drake quickly flew upward and silently lifted its head toward the sky. So Drake's body gradually began to break apart. Everything is yours now. In an instant, its head separated with its final thought, Dragon Rider. So Drake shut its eyes and bowed as its body slowly crumbled away. And when the sun meets the moon, I will fulfill my vow. Everything is yours now, Dragon Rider. Raven frowned wearily as he sank into dark water. Am I dead? No, this feeling of being torn apart from the inside. I remember this feeling. He struggled to breathe as he sank deeper in exhaustion. It's exactly like when I was reborn. Then it means I'm still. Iron's hazy eyes slowly opened as he woke with a vague thought. Where am I? He gradually became aware that his wrist was being carefully wiped. What? It feels like there's something on my wrist. Iron woke, his body weak and frail. The maid beside him lost her composure and shouted, "Young master." Linda rushed out in panic. This is bad. Someone hurry. Young master. Iron pushed himself upright, confused, and repeated, young. Looking at the unfamiliar room before him, he marveled. What a luxurious room. I've never seen this place before. Where the hell am I? Rapid footsteps sounded outside. Miyabon pushed open the door and came in, shouting in astonishment. Young master, you finally awakened? The others stared at him in shock, gasping. He was so moved he began to cry, choking up quietly. Young master, you're awake. You finally did it. Miyabon stepped forward and bowed anxiously. Are you all right, sir? Do you remember me? Iron, sweating, slowly repeated, the young master you're referring to. Is me? Startled, Miyabon immediately confirmed it. Yes, that's right. Then, without waiting for Iron to ask, he quickly explained everything. This is Pendragon Castle, and Iron stared at him in disbelief. And you are its master, Iron Pendragon. He went pale in shock. WH what? Iron repeated the name with difficulty. I am Iron Pendragon. He jerked upright and looked at himself in the basin of water. His eyes widened with disbelief. The reflection in the water basin was Elin. What the hell happened? Linda stepped forward anxiously and reached out to help. Master, could it be that you don't remember what you look like? Miyabon stepped over and sadly placed a hand on her shoulder. Linda, the young master must be terribly confused since he only just woke up, so don't pressure him. This is only natural. He's been in a coma for 3 years. Iron frowned irritably at the water surface. 3 years? Has it already been 3 years since that battle? He recalled those dark, old memories. But I'm certain I was beheaded and died before that. In Elin's form, Iron narrowed one eye and wondered, since I'm practically immortal, then why, instead of being reborn? He grimaced in this unfamiliar body. Did I become a member of the Pendragon family? The large door suddenly flew open. Helen rushed in and cried out in alarm. Iron, my son. She was breathing hard from rushing over. You're awake? The others turned in delighted surprise. Lady Helen, but who is this now? Helen came over and kept asking anxiously, Iron, are you really awake? Iron startled and looked behind her. A faint image of Aisha overlaid Helen's figure. He reached out in shock, dazed. Who is that? Aisha smiled and raised a hand in a quiet gesture. Helen was still crying. Iron, now bewildered, did not dare do anything. Thank God. Iron, do you remember me? I'm your mother. I don't remember anything at all. What the hell happened? Is this a dream? Looking at Aisha before him, Iron tried to guess. She quickly signaled, perhaps referring to the old lady. Her hands pointed outside at once. Iron leaned toward the outside, making Helen stare in surprise. Outside? Then Iron suddenly stiffened, his face darkening. That is, pure white wings beat powerfully in the air. Sadred was coiled around the tall tower outside, watching, its eyes the same as they had been before it died. That made Iron stare in displeasure, and he blurted out in surprise, Sadred. Sadred glanced toward him in silence. Then, as if it had discovered something, it let out an enraged roar. The force in the roar shattered all the glass in the room instantly. Sadred lunged to the edge of the room and looked inside. Iron grit his teeth and stared at it in disbelief. Sadred, why do I know the white dragon's name? No more importantly, the image of the white dragon lying still in that earlier battle left Iron far from pleased. It died together with Iron back then. He frowned at it, annoyed. Was it reborn? No, then perhaps it was still alive in that state. I can't understand any of this. Suddenly an arm shot out and a voice shouted an accusation. Sadred, Helen stepped in front protectively and shouted a warning. I won't let you hurt my son again. Sadred stared at the people with a sharp, cold gaze. Helen squeezed her eyes shut and did not dare say more. Aisha quickly stepped in front as a shield, smiling. Sadred lowered its head in compromise. She also raised a hand toward it. Iron shouted a warning. Helen jerked around to look. Get back, Iron. Aisha smiled and looked back at him, gesturing kindly that it was all right. Iron froze in confusion. Wah. Helen stepped over, gripped his shoulder tightly, and said anxiously, Iron, what is it? It's dangerous, so sit down, dear. He looked up uneasy. That old lady. Am I the only one who can see her? She was still quietly speaking with saw dread in a voice too low for others to hear. Its eyes closed in concession, and the next second, before everyone's eyes, it flew out of the room. It shot straight into the sky and gradually disappeared. Aisha turned back and smiled. She too gradually vanished, her body disappearing in an instant. Iron frowned suspiciously. She disappeared. Helen let out a weary sigh. Miyabon came over and supported her hand anxiously. Lady Helen, are you all right? I'm Fine, Meobon. More importantly, Helen looked at Iron with a worried smile. Iron, are you hurt anywhere? But he remained silent, overwhelmed by these strange events, gritting his teeth in confusion. If he pieced the events together, the common thread became clear at once. This luxurious stone castle, these servants worrying over me, and the white dragon's name suddenly appearing in my mind. It seems I really have become Iron Pendragon. Helen tilted her head and repeated the question. Iron? Iron forced a smile to dispel the heavy atmosphere. No, I'm fine, Mother. Everyone let out relieved sighs. As Iron watched them discussing things, he made up his mind. Panicking now is meaningless. I'll gather information and sort all of this into some kind of coherent picture. Turning around, he tied his hair neatly up high with resolve. And because I'm not really Iron, I have to make sure no one finds out. First, I need to collect information. The image of Raven from before surfaced from when he had still been out on the battlefield. The Demon Corps, a lowly legion that, at its core, had no human rights at all. The place where they threw the very lowest scum. They said no one could survive even 1 year in that hellish environment, but I survived there for 10 years. Raven's eyes sharpened as they swept over everything. I never imagined that I would hone myself, both in combat ability and in my abnormal power of regeneration, into a warrior and a human, or some kind of monster, that no one could compare with. Blurred remnants of memory from that battle surfaced. The demon extermination battlefield. My final battle before gaining freedom. The young master of House Pendragon and I were both set up and lost our lives in that battle. At least, that's what we thought. Iron looked at his hands and could not stop marveling. But I came back to life in a young master's body, and time has turned back to 7 years before that battle. While his thoughts were still hazy, Linda across from him reminded him anxiously. The days of my life had contained nothing but blood and stench on the battlefield. But now everything had suddenly changed, and now, young master, Iron's eyes narrowed with a trace of distaste. Linda held a spoon in one hand while coaxing him with the other. Say-ah. Iron sighed tiredly and reminded her. She anxiously continued her task. I'm being fed like a child. It's already been several days since I woke up. At the very least, I can feed myself. No way. In any case, the only reason you're sitting still is because the doctor ordered it. Linda stubbornly repeated herself, which annoyed Iron slightly. So please open your mouth, sir. The name of this maid is Linda. It seems she handled Elon's daily affairs before he suddenly fell into a coma. Iron stared at the spoon, exhausted and grinding his teeth. This kind of excessive protectiveness is honestly impossible to believe. He calmly accepted it and opened his mouth wide. Damn it, ever since becoming Iron, I've had no choice but to go along with it, but this is too embarrassing. The meal quickly came to an end. Linda stepped over and slowly explained, Thank you for bearing with it, young master. I'll help you change while your medicine is being prepared. He basically ignored her, got down from the bed, and tied up his hair. No need. I can do it myself. Iron started walking away despite Linda's worry. I'm going to wash my face a little, so bring me my clothes and a hair tie too. It's troublesome having such long hair. Linda opened her mouth in shock and hurried after him, quickly protesting. Young master. She flatly ignored what Iron had just said. You can't walk around yet. She rushed over, pale-faced, and shouted, It will affect your health. Linda reached out to support him and immediately insisted, Your clothes and hair. I'll take care of them. On the verge of tears, she pleaded, and Iron, understanding, gave in. Young master, please get some rest. All right, I understand, so calm down. She cast her gaze toward the small wooden chair in the corner of the room. Then please sit over there. She hurried to work anxiously, and Iron let out a weary sigh. Fine, I'll do that. I'm counting on you, then. I want to be alone. His hair was tied up neatly. I've only just arrived here. His clothes, too, were arranged properly in every detail. In a life where people do everything for me. That made Iron rub his forehead in discomfort and grimace. I'm really terrible at dealing with this sort of thing. My stomach still aches faintly from the stress. Linda looked at him with concern and hurriedly asked after him. Naturally, Iron did not want more trouble and immediately denied it. Young master, are you done changing? Is something wrong? No, nothing. She hurried to continue asking questions, but he refused again at once. What a relief. Is there anything else you need? Please say something, young master. This is enough. I'm going to lie down. Suddenly, the door was pushed open from outside along with a voice calling. Big brother. Two children quickly came in, full of curiosity. How is your body? The older girl smiled as she looked over, and the younger child was no less worried. Linda was pleasantly surprised, while Iron ground his teeth in irritation. Lady Irene, Lady Mia, why do they keep showing up at the worst possible time? Mia suddenly ran ahead, and Irene called anxiously from behind, Stop! The little girl quickly hugged his leg, looking up at him with pure happiness. Iron forced out a smile in response. Irene walked over and hurriedly asked, I'm sorry, big brother. Can you walk normally now? Just walking is fine. The maid quickly brought over a chair. Lady Irene, please sit here. Thank you, Linda. Then she suddenly turned and asked worriedly, Big brother, are we bothering you? Iron avoided her gaze and replied cheerfully, It's fine. Irene clasped her hands happily and looked at him. That's great. We were so happy when we heard you had woken up. And the flowers in the courtyard have finally bloomed. When you can leave your room, let's go see them together. Iron looked helplessly, face dark, as Irene kept chattering beside him. The asters you planted are about to bloom too. Do you remember? It was before you fell into the coma. Here we go again. Iron glanced sideways, probing. Ever since I told the truth that I'd lost my memory, this younger sister has really talked a lot. But thanks to that, I've gotten a whole pile of information from her. She kept enthusiastically telling him everything she knew, and from the child, he heard what kind of person Iron was. The image of the boy quickly took shape. Instead of learning swordsmanship, he had focused on reading books and drawing. A person who preferred things like growing plants to fighting. That much would have been fine, but the next part worried him. However, Iron was also a coward who chose to hide in his room and avoid contact with others. Through Irene's description, an image of the weak, sickly Elin emerged. Because of that, not only was his swordsmanship unimpressive, but even his combat ability was lacking. And so, rumors about him quickly spread to other noble families. Behind the curtain, the heir to the Count's family became a laughingstock. Irene frowned disdainfully as he looked down. No wonder House Pendragon fell into disgrace. He slowly looked down at his hands and guessed, but now time is reversed, and I become him. This body is his body at 17, 10 years younger than when I met him on that battlefield. The two bodies lay opposite one another. According to the servants in the castle, he fell into a coma at 14 and woke up 3 years later. There must be a reason I entered his body while he was in a coma. Another thought arose, contradicting that one. No, the reason doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm alive and have returned to the past, 7 years earlier. Iron thought happily of this incredible chance. I have the opportunity to start over. An image surfaced of his former self, ragged, wandering across the battlefield. Back then, I was sent to the Demon Corps and lost my family's honor. In complete contrast to that life, under a different identity, I've been given a second chance to seize what I couldn't have before. Iron frowned and looked up. What can I do? Start with what Bantis said earlier. He recalled the information he had heard just before his death. The honor your family lost because of the rebellion 10 years ago. You are joining the Demon Corps in your death today. All of it is connected. To understand what he meant back then, I need to find out the truth. Iron smiled in satisfaction and patted me on the head. As both Iron Pendragon and Raven Valtir, I'll fight once more. Irene kept chattering away beside him. And then Lady Luna, She immediately moved closer, pouting. Irene flinched and looked over. Are you even listening to me, brother? Go on. Irene rubbed her hands together happily and beamed. All right, Lady Luna came here to visit you, brother. Irene frowned, curious. Wait a second. Who is Lady Luna? Irene hurriedly swallowed her words, looking worried. I'm sorry, brother. Your memory still... She quickly explained, clearly. Lady Luna is part of the Pendragon Cavalry and the adopted daughter of Count Seroth. Irene tilted her head cheerfully and revealed the relationship. Your fiancé. Holding Mia in his arms, Irene stared in shock. My fiancé. He froze, unable to believe what he had just heard. Hooves clattered along the dirt road as a group of people and soldiers moved swiftly onward. One knight quickly glanced inside the carriage. We'll soon arrive at Conrad Castle within the territory. Please bear with it a little longer. The woman sitting inside silently gazed outside. Lady Luna. Her eyes were cold and displeased. The group escorting the luxurious carriage behind them steadily advanced into the territory. The knight outside quickly leaned in and reminded her, Lady Luna, after 3 years, you're finally going to see your fiancé again. Looking over with false confidence, he asked, Could you tell this lowly Bryden how you feel right now? The man waited in silence, full of contempt. He was Joseph, the captain of the Knights of Count Seroth's family. Luna let out an unhappy, helpless sigh. She cast him a sideways glare and demanded, Why should I tell someone like you? Bryden paid no attention to her words. Stop bothering me and focus on your own duties. Luna Seroth of the Count Seroth family. Tired, she tilted her head as she recalled the image of the Iron she had met before his coma. Iron Pendragon, a weak, pitiful person who did not even seem clearly masculine. Luna silently looked toward the corner of the room where he used to hide and watch from the shadows. Even when I came to visit, he would hide in the dark in fear, making even a simple conversation impossible. I was only engaged to someone like that for the sake of our families. In Luna's eyes, the marriage had long since collapsed. However, all of that ends today. My father, Count Seroth, has decided to break off this engagement. The image of the white dragon had long since faded. The power of Duke Pendragon had declined sharply over the past several years. There was no reason left to maintain this engagement. Luna recalled when the Count had summoned her before. From the beginning, I never considered someone so weak worthy of being my partner. A faint smile touched her lips at the memory. To be honest, I felt relieved when Father ordered me to come and end the engagement. Outside the carriage door, Bryden peered in. Even though we came to announce the breaking of the engagement, I still wonder whether young Master Iron has matured at all. Luna shot him an annoyed look. That is none of your concern. I'll be the one speaking, so stay put and don't provoke their knights. Bryden chuckled under his breath. Looking up with open scorn, he said, They don't heal the people like the Pendragon Knights used to. Whether that brat, no, young Master Iron, has awakened or not, the glory of the past can never be restored. He quickly brought up the famous incident known throughout the region. Young Master Iron failed to form a contract with the dragon. I'm certain House Pendragon will only keep falling. Bryden smugly lifted a hand and smiled. But if it were me, he threw his head back excitedly and declared, I could bring more glory to House Seroth than House Pendragon ever could. A Pendragon without a dragon at its side? I alone would be more than enough. At that, Luna abruptly cut in, Sir Bryden. Frowning in irritation, she glanced at him. How unpleasant. Step back. Bryden came to his senses and lowered his head. Forgive my rudeness, my lady. Luna sighed tiredly to herself. I wonder whether there is anyone left in House Seroth or House Pendragon deserving of respect. Leaning wearily against the carriage wall, she thought, the weak and the boastful. By then the carriage had nearly reached the castle. I dislike them all. Meanwhile, in the entrance hall of Conrad Castle, Duchy of Pendragon, Luna quickly bowed. My greetings to everyone of House Pendragon. She looked up with a smile. It has been a long time. The two children, Mia and Irene, smiled brightly. Irene ran up and hugged her at once. Sister Luna, you're as beautiful as ever. You look amazing. Irene, it really has been a long time. Helen approached and introduced warmly. Luna, thank you for coming all this way. We've all been waiting for you. Come now. Irene, escort the young lady to her room. Luna sneered inwardly in silence. How pitiful. At his age, and if his mother isn't beside him, he still can't even greet me properly. She then noticed him slowly approaching. Looking down from his height, Irene said impatiently, It's been a while. I'll take you to your room. Follow me. Luna froze and covered her mouth in surprise. Turning around, he asked briskly, "Can the knight stay in a separate room?" Seeing that she was still stunned, he repeated impatiently, "Hey, are you listening?" Luna quickly regained control of herself and raised a hand. "Forgive me. A separate room for the night will be fine." Iron frowned, displeased. I heard she was calm and sparing with words. He allowed a short sigh and walked ahead first. To act like this toward her fiancé after 3 years apart. So this is what they call a political marriage. Completely worthless. Linda quickly opened the door for them. "Young master, Lady Seroth, please come in." Luna stepped in promptly. "Excuse me." Linda, worried, was about to withdraw. Luna's gaze wandered around the room. "Young master, shall I prepare tea?" "Please do." "Yes." Iron turned back to Luna and said, "Don't just stand there. Pick a place you like and sit down." Luna inwardly fell into confusion. What in the world is going on? She quickly recalled the past in disbelief. The man who once couldn't even look others in the eye while speaking. And yet now he was speaking normally with both her and a maid. Looking anxious, Luna spoke up. "You've changed quite a lot. I heard you don't remember the past, but do you remember me?" Iron dropped into a chair without ceremony. "I don't remember anything from before I woke up. Forgive me." Luna carefully sat down, making her own guess. "So that means he lost all his memories and now has a completely different personality." But even so, watching Iron frown and sigh, she felt a slight flutter in her heart. He has become a remarkable man, nothing like the person he used to be. Luna blushed and pressed her lips together. With the man he is now, perhaps House Pendragon's current situation might. Iron, however, remained completely indifferent and said nothing. Looking at Luna in front of him, he continued thinking. "In this situation, I can't get a clear read on House Pendragon or the surrounding families. I don't know what might happen if I stir up trouble with House Seroth, but this woman definitely seems to be hiding something ever since we met." Iron smiled slightly and cast a glance at her. "Can't be helped. Should I throw out some bait?" He lowered his head and slowly dangled the hook. "It seems I'm different from the old Iron. My younger sister and the servants have all said as much. It may be unfair to you, but if the current me doesn't suit you, perhaps I should discuss it again with the Count." Luna sadendischautit. "No." Seeing Iron go silent and look at her, she realized she had crossed a line. "Please forgive me." Luna twisted her skirt, unwilling to accept herself. "What am I doing? The breaking of the engagement has already been decided. Wasn't I the one who came here to convey that decision?" She silently observed the man before her. No matter how much this person has changed, House Pendragon's condition cannot be restored. Pressing her lips together, she said nothing. "That's why." Luna gritted her teeth and steeled herself. "That's why I need to tell him quickly." Just as Luna was about to bring it up, Linda entered. "Young master." She hesitated anxiously. "I'm sorry for returning in the middle of your conversation." Iron looked up, displeased. Linda quickly continued. "What is it?" "Yes, it's a message from the Duchess. The Duchess says that young master must come to the audience chamber with Lady Seroth immediately." Iron frowned, tired. "Why?" Linda gestured awkwardly. "The knight who came here with the lady caused a bit of a disturbance." Iron turned his eyes toward Luna, making her flinch. Luna lowered her head in silence. "This is the worst timing. I told him to show restraint." Iron stood up and laughed coldly with contempt. "You've been making faces like that the whole time. You've been hiding something from the start, haven't you? You didn't come here with some scheme, did you?" Luna immediately denied it. "No, I can tell you right now." His gaze looked down at her, seemingly displeased. "Even though I should have hated him," Iron frowned, brushed it aside, and walked off. As he walked, he said to Luna, "I'll hear what you have to say later. Right now, we need to stop your night first." Luna pressed her lips together and swallowed. What on earth happened to make this man change so completely? Either way, I need to stop Bryden first. She followed behind him, resigned. "Yes, let's go." In the audience chamber, where 3 people stood, Miabon shouted angrily, "Break off the engagement? Is that truly what Count Seroth wants, Sir Bryden?" Smiling disdainfully, the man gestured. "That's right. We came here to deliver the news to young Duke Iron." Helen clenched her teeth, unsure what to do. she shouted furiously. You mean to break the engagement with House Pendragon? Are you prepared to take responsibility for the consequences that will arise from that? Bryden smiled and raised a hand dismissively. Of course. As compensation, he smiled arrogantly, as though bestowing a favor. The Count says he will not only return the gold and crystal mines on the border of the territory, but also transfer ownership of 2 sawmills in the Bringsard Forest to House Pendragon. Miyabon flinched, unable to believe it. Helen also stared in shock. Stammering what? Bryden bowed slightly, frowning. It seems the servants and knights are dissatisfied with this matter. Would you like me to make another proposal? Bryden burned with anger inside, but did not show it. This bastard, just how far does he intend to insult our family? Helen, of course, was thinking the same. Grinding her teeth. Unsure what to do, she thought, Pendragon is struggling financially, but our family pride cannot bear accepting this. Helen decisively raised a hand and shouted, I want to refuse that offer. Bryden kept provoking them. Are you certain? This may be the last chance your family has to regain its standing. Helen clenched her jaw, unable to accept it. Why, you wait. Miyabon turned in surprise. Helen widened her eyes in disbelief. The soldiers on the left immediately knelt. Those on the right quickly followed suit. Iron entered in silence, his eyes sweeping over the room with displeasure. Luna hurried in behind him. Helen happily called his name. Iron. Miyabon also brightened. Young Duke Iron. Bryden was inwardly delighted. So that brat finally showed up. Watch closely, Lady Luna. I'll prove I'm worth more than this boy. Iron quickly stepped up beside Helen's seat. Young Duke Iron. With an arrogant smile, Bryden introduced himself. It has been a long time. Have you been well? Looking down from above, Iron asked coldly, Who are you? The man froze in confusion. Iron let out a tired sigh and explained casually, I don't remember anything from before I woke up, so I have no idea who you are. Bryden was stunned. He lost his memory? Well, even if his personality changed, he's still an idiot. No matter what, I can do this. Bryden bowed and smiled mildly as he reintroduced himself. My condolences. I am the captain of the Knights of House Seroth. Get out. He froze again, unable to believe his ears. Iron looked down and motioned him away. I have no interest in you. You're just a knight, and I want you gone. The man completely lost his composure and protested angrily. What? Young Duke, isn't it extremely rude to speak that way to a captain of knights like me? Iron and Helen both stared down coldly. I think you're the rude one, traveling all the way to our castle and behaving this way. I'll say it again. Get out of my sight, knight. His gaze sharpened. Don't make me say it twice. Bryden trembled in fear, fists clenched. Lowering his head, he fell silent. Behind him, Luna sighed. Iron's voice rang out with authority. So, he tilted his head with a faint smile. It seems you were arguing over breaking off the engagement. He quickly gestured to Luna. Come out, Seroth. I want to speak to the person involved. She looked up silently, unwilling to accept it. I never thought things would turn out like this. What should I do? Iron turned and looked down as he recalled the details. As I understand it, you want to break the engagement, and in exchange you'll return the gold mine, the crystal mine, and the 2 sawmills, correct? Luna quickly confirmed it. Smiling, he held out a hand. Good. Then it's settled. Luna covered her mouth in shock. Helen also stared over at him blankly. Sweating in confusion, she thought, settled? Where did he even learn that expression? Miyabon panicked and hurriedly warned him. Young Duke, you do understand this concerns House Pendragon, don't you? I think you should think more carefully before making a decision. Iron stood and cut him off. To restore Pendragon's power, there are many things we need to do. The look in his eyes resembled the old strength of the family. Now is not the time to panic over a single broken engagement. Standing above them, Iron spoke directly. Besides, no matter what we do, the Count won't change his mind, will he? Am I right, Luna Seroth? She faltered, unable to answer. Luna clutched her skirt tightly, unable to speak. I should be saying plainly that I cannot marry someone like you. I don't want to admit it. She bit her lip, blushing. But I've already fallen for him. Iron smiled in satisfaction. Looks like it's hard for you to answer. Looking down, completely unconcerned, he said, You don't need to answer. Your opinion does not matter to House Seroth. I will accept House Seroth's request to dissolve the engagement. Luna looked worried and ashamed. Iron turned back to Helen. Duchess, is that acceptable? Helen sighed helplessly. Then she quickly gave her approval. Fina, you are the head of House Pendragon, so I trust you. Iron smiled and nodded. He raised his hand and declared, I, as the head of House Pendragon, hereby announce that the engagement between Iron Pendragon and Luna Seroth is officially dissolved. Luna fell silent, unable to accept it. Bryden ground his teeth in anger. Miabon sighed helplessly, while Helen broke into a bright smile. Iron left, weary and uninterested. Linda hurried after him anxiously. Good grief. Not only do I have a headache from having too much to think about, I'm also being forced to deal with pointless things like engagement disputes. Rubbing his chin, Iron thought about what to do. Asking about the financial situation really was the right move. If we can recover that many resources, there's no reason to refuse the dissolution. The crystal mine will provide magical power and be useful to some extent. Whether high-ranking mages come or not depends on those mines. As he passed a familiar painting, Iron looked up. He recalled the image of the person who had soothed the dragon. Iron stopped in place, stunned. Curious, he asked quickly, Linda, who is this? She is the older sister of Clan Pendragon, the Duke's father. Smiling, she introduced her quickly. Aisha Pendragon. In the painting, the woman smiled down from above. Iron murmured the name back to himself. Aisha Pendragon. A gentle voice sounded behind him, making Iron turn in surprise. I heard you call my name, Little Pendragon. She stood before the window glass. Aisha smiled and raised a hand. I have something I want to ask you. Then she made her proposal at once. Let's talk for a bit. Iron closed the door and asked curiously, Lady Aisha, what did you want to see me about? She smiled and held out a hand. As you can see, I'm a ghost. Being called by name is the prerequisite for speaking to the living, you know? And this was Iron's grandaunt, Aisha Pendragon. Iron folded his arms, frowning in mild disbelief. I've fought demons for 10 straight years, but this is the first time I've ever spoken to a ghost. Ever since I took over this body, one thing after another keeps happening. I guess worrying is useless. Aisha smiled openly and continued. All right, I'll be direct. Who are you? Her face turned serious as she raised a hand in warning. You're not the real Iron Pendragon, are you? Iron froze and stared in silence. She smiled, realizing she was right. Very soon after, she laughed and added, Sorry for speaking in such a threatening tone. I've always wanted to try that. But to me, this isn't really a surprise. Then, recalling the moment she had interacted with the dragon on the first day, she said, The white dragon told me already that you are not the real Iron. Iron frowned and leaned back in his chair. So that's it. Then you can speak to dragons too? Do you know exactly what happened? Aisha smiled brightly with delight. No, I don't know any of it. But would you mind telling me in detail how you became Iron? Iron looked up, thoughtful. She's a ghost. And since I'm the only one who can see her, it should be fine, right? In a low voice, he waited for a moment. All right. Bending forward wearily, Iron decided, I don't know whether you'll believe me, but I'll tell you everything. Iron quickly recounted everything. In July of the year 321 by the Imperial calendar, I and Iron were killed during a mission on the Latte Plains. Folding his arms tiredly, he continued unhappily. That's what happened. Then when I woke up, I was like this. As for why I returned to the past and was reborn as Iron, I'm still trying to find out. Aisha rubbed her face as she listened, half-dazed. I see. I understand the general picture. You believe me? Aisha glanced aside tiredly. Whether I believe you or not won't change the fact that you're here. And since the white dragon already realized you aren't Iron, I suppose your story must be true. But, with a tentative thought, she quickly voiced it. There's a very high chance that the Iron you protected on the Latte Plains was a fake. Iron frowned in disbelief. What? She smiled and explained clearly. For generations, the heir of House Pendragon has formed a contract with the White Dragon. Have you ever heard how important the opening of the mausoleum is? Aisha quickly explained the event and its significance. The Pendragon family tomb is not the resting place of ancestral spirits. The family's wealth, power, the blessings of the ancestors, the spirit of the White Dragon, and even a magic tower that conceals the family's secret arts. All of that is kept there and can be learned there. The door opened, pouring out endless light. In other words, it is the source of House Pendragon's prosperity. If the mausoleum is opened, the family's wealth remains secure. But if it stays closed, that wealth declines. That is why opening the mausoleum is absolutely essential. The image of Iron appeared facing the White Dragon. That is precisely why the tomb door can only be opened by the heir of House Pendragon, someone who has overcome its immense power and successfully formed a contract with it. There's only one chance to form that contract. If one fails, it must be passed down to future descendants, which is exceedingly difficult. Aisha closed her eyes, seemingly in agreement with her own explanation. Even the famously powerful clan and his predecessor barely managed to form the contract. That is why the previous Iron remained in a coma for 3 years. That is why the weakest heir in Pendragon history was utterly defeated by the White Dragon and fell unconscious. Aisha raised her hand and went on swiftly. The chance of an heir who has been defeated ever waking up is extremely low, and that noble White Dragon only follows the one who has conquered its power. Therefore, it would have been impossible for Iron to go to the battlefield and meet you. Iron froze, completely unable to believe it. Aisha quickly stepped closer with a bright expression. But that's not the main issue. Sweat beading at his brow, Iron frowned. What do you mean? Aisha sank into thought and then said it plainly. The most important thing right now is that Iron Pendragon has awakened with his body completely occupied by another soul. Iron frowned as she came closer. You mean, before him? Aisha indicated the body seated in the chair and the soul behind it. The body is Iron's, but the soul is not. And if it is a different soul, then you may have another chance to form a contract. Aisha smiled and quickly gestured. So, Iron Pendragon, right now, there aren't enough warriors in Pendragon. But, she continued insistently, go to Ancona Forest where savage monsters dwell. Defeat the monsters that appear one by one, until you reach the mausoleum hidden in the deepest part of the forest. She pictured Iron advancing bravely, sweeping everything aside on his way there. Show the guardian of the mausoleum, the White Dragon, your strength, and form a contract with it. In Aisha's vision, Iron and the White Dragon quickly became one. Looking at him now, she spoke with a trace of pleading. Then, true heir of House Pendragon, please open the door leading to our family's mausoleum. Aisha smiled and looked over at him. Well, do you have what I asked for? Iron grinned in satisfaction as he looked at her. He accepted the offer without hesitation. All right, Aisha froze for a moment. He calmly went on, speaking of the mausoleum. From what I've heard, opening the mausoleum would benefit everyone. And since I'm already used to killing demons, I have no reason to refuse. Iron openly accepted this course of action. Besides, restoring this family's influence is a very good thing. I have my own goals, so whenever I get an opportunity, I'll take it. Aisha smiled at his decisiveness. A person who did not hesitate to use any means necessary to achieve his goals. She found that very interesting. Aisha quickly relaxed and reminded him, of course, I have no complaints if you succeed in restoring the glory of House Pendragon. That is my one and only wish. I promise I will not stand in the way of your goals. Iron lowered his gaze with a slight smile. Thank you very much. Frowning tiredly, he then explained, now that my next step has been decided, the next thing is to take command of the vassal families. Because of the Iron of the past, my reputation is in chaos, and my authority over the army is a complete mess. Aisha smiled brightly at the thought. You understand, don't you? Even though they have continued to support this family since Iron collapsed, there are still those who have humiliated this house and its weak head, those stale old ideas of theirs. Go and greet the heads of the subordinate families, and make them understand that you are the true master of this castle. Iron sat up straight at once and summarized, yes, bring the vassal families under control and prepare to open the mausoleum. About half a month. He smiled over at her. I'll do my best to finish everything within 15 days. Iron moved through the air, trying to recreate the swordsmanship of his previous life. As he imagined enemies before him, his movements quickly grew more refined, recalling the sensations he had felt whenever he hunted monsters. Silently, Iron swung sharp, precise strikes. What was the enemy's size? How many were there? What were their habits and movements? His eyes were sharp, sweat running down his tired body. Iron lowered himself as countless demons rushed at him ahead. Don't expect help from your allies. Handle everything yourself. Remember how you relied on the White Dragon's power, so that you will never meet the same end again. A flash lit Iron's eyes. Every demon was swept away in a single blow. Linda stood behind him, watching in admiration. She happily approached, carrying clothes. Wonderful young master. Here are some fresh clothes. Iron quickly took off his shirt and changed. When I woke up in Iron's body, it had been too weak even to swing his sword. Looking down excitedly at his arms, now showing some muscle, he thought, After only a few days of training, I've recovered the condition I had when I used to hunt. My recovery ability and combat skills were inherited as well. It really is wonderful to be able to live again. Killian approached cheerfully. Oh my, young master, are you practicing swordsmanship? He pressed a hand to his chest, overcome with emotion. At last you've changed your mind. I'm so happy I feel like I could go kill a lion myself. Killian smiled and gave him a quick wink before reminding him. Still, if you're going to train, you should have told me. I would have come right away as soon as you woke up. I am Killian, captain of the Knights of House Pendragon. Iron walked past him and said slowly, Calm yourself, Killian. I'm going to prepare an even bigger stage than this. Killian looked confused, but said nothing. Then, in the main hall of Conrad Castle, Iron looked down and spoke crisply. All right, everyone is here. I have something important to announce. He looked down seriously and declared, I will hold the ceremony to open the mausoleum. The crowd froze in shock. Killian quickly stepped forward to warn him. Young master, to do that, you must first secure Ancona Forest beyond the gate. We will follow your orders, of course, but you have only trained for a few days. Will that really be all right? Iron sighed, displeased. Don't worry about me. Tell me the situation near the gate. Killian shook his head frantically and explained everything. It's terrible, my lord. Since the beginning of the year, not only have monsters been running rampant everywhere, but bandits have also grown bold. Every town has formed its own guard, but it is only a matter of time before the gate falls and both monsters and bandits come flooding in. Iron nodded at once with a frown. No matter how dangerous that area is, I cannot just ignore it. Miyabon stepped forward anxiously to advise him otherwise. Please do not rush, young master. After restoring the family with the crystal mine we received earlier from House Seroth, I think it would be better to let Killian proceed according to plan. Iron sighed heavily and replied, First, we do not have enough manpower to protect and work the crystal mine. In the end, we have no choice but to open the mausoleum. He slammed his sword against the ground and shouted, We do not have much time. We leave in 15 days. Looking down at them, he concluded firmly, The expedition will begin 15 days from now. Killian brightened with excitement. I did not accept any objections. And as for who will command this campaign, Iron smiled, clearly displeased. What? He descended the stairs as he challenged him. So I can't take command? Why is there always someone objecting? Then how about a duel, Killian? Killian waved his hands and hurriedly explained, I prepared a wide space because I thought you wanted to spar with me. But is this really all right, young master? This expedition cannot succeed if the commander is someone who has only ever read books and painted pictures. Iron approached with a wooden sword resting on his shoulder, his tone dropping coldly. Many thanks. If you are a knight, then prove it. Iron charged at once, gripping the sword and smiling as he took his stance. Caught off guard, Killian reacted quickly and blocked. Grinding his teeth, Killian held on. So heavy, Iron lowered his eyes and said, Then speak with your sword. Killian gritted his teeth and roughly shoved him back. Iron spun his sword overhead. By the time Killian noticed, Iron was already above him, poised to strike. Iron came down in a finishing blow aimed at ending the match. Killian's hands trembled in shock. He threw himself into a serious block, fighting with everything he had. No way. A boy who never trained, and who had been in a coma for years, couldn't possibly defeat me. Iron smiled and struck him again. Killian panted, staring upward with tired eyes. Seeing his chance, Iron smiled. He decisively made a move from Killian's blind spot. In less than a second, Killian was hit by a brutal blow from the hilt of Iron's sword. He retched in shock. From above, Iron looked down at the unconscious Killian without expression. The onlookers stared with their mouths hanging open. The sword fell from Killian's hand with a harsh clang. Iron turned away and reminded them, I'll say it once more. He glared at the crowd. We leave in 15 days. I will form a contract with the White Dragon and open the mausoleum. If anyone objects, get out. Everyone bowed at once in submission. No, my lord, we obey. At that moment, in Conrad Castle, a desperate cry quickly rang out by her ears. My lady, Bryden angrily threw open the door and shouted, Even if this is Pendragon territory, why are you saying you'll accompany Lord Iron on this expedition? Anxious, he hurried to explain, This has gone too far. No matter how much Duke Iron may have changed, it won't help this expedition. Why don't you return to our territory under my escort? Luna frowned and shot back. I hate it when you act like this, always arrogant and looking down on others. Since you don't seem to understand, I'll tell you why. From just a few words, I could see how broad his perspective is and how far ahead he thinks. Pendragon is a family close to ours. He is the head of one of the Empire's 5 ducal houses and one of the 2 lineages that inherited the Emperor's blood. Even if this matter goes beyond what is proper, understanding both the advantages and the disadvantages concerning House Aeroth means grasping the situation of House Pendragon right now. Luna lowered her head and turned to resume her work. Returning to our territory right now would not be a wise decision. Bryden clenched his teeth in frustrated helplessness. Then when Duke Iron departs, I will accompany him. Understanding her meaning, he bowed his head and lowered his voice. She agreed at once. Understand, but you may accompany him only as far as Bellingate. After that, please return at once with Rick. Fine, I will. Taking a sip of tea, she mused, if Duke Iron truly has become different from before, and if he succeeds in carrying out the opening ceremony, then House Pendragon will regain its former glory. Luna flushed red, unable to suppress her thoughts. I need to see with my own eyes just how remarkable he has become. Bryden looked back with jealous anger. Damn it, that brat. After humiliating me, now he's driven my lady crazy over him too. Biting his hand, he brooded madly. Just wait. I'll show you how terrifying the outside world really is. Wearing armor, Iron approached the army that was already waiting. He stood there seriously, surveying them, when a loud voice called from behind. Iron, with tears streaming, Helen hugged him tightly and pleaded, "Come back safely, my son. Promise me you'll come back safe, all right? Remember, your safety comes first." Iron frowned, clearly a loss, and forced the words out. "Mother, I will definitely return after conquering both the White Dragon and the Mausoleum." Tearful and exhausted, she kept praying, "You must." Iron quickly noticed the 2 figures in the distance. Mia and Irene stood there, their eyes brimming with tears, lips tightly pressed. Helplessly, Iron turned back and comforted them. "Everything will be all right. I'll return." Linda approached, leading a horse. "Young master, it's time." "All right, let's go." He swiftly mounted the horse, adjusted himself, and pulled the reins taut to get used to them. Behind him, the rest of the group prepared for the long journey ahead. Miabon smiled as he watched. Linda kept sweating nervously. Bryden Van, meanwhile, still looked irritated, grinding his teeth, while Luna watched with pursed lips. Killian stepped forward holding a sword. "Young master, I present to you the treasured sword of House Pendragon, the Sword Gap Sal." Iron accepted the sword and held it before him, feeling its presence. His own shabby self, still bearing the iron collar named Lure, seemed to rise in his mind. "I will restore the name of House Pendragon through this battle. I will fulfill the long-held wish of the family and cast off the humiliation of bearing the title of traitor to the Empire." Iron slowly opened his eyes and looked upward. "I will fight for myself once again." He raised the sharp sword high. Iron shouted loudly to begin the march. "Advance! All for the glory of House Pendragon." He spurred forward, leading the group onward. Flags fluttered in the wind, and the demon wolves watched the column with hungry eyes. Killian looked worried and quickly warned him. "A pack of demons, young master." Iron tightened his grip on his sword. "We'll crush them." He rushed ahead and cut down the pack with one deadly sweep. Iron shouted back over his shoulder, "Do not falter. Keep moving forward." Killian and Linda smiled with excitement. Luna and Bryden watched in stunned silence. Then, through the haze, a fortress gradually appeared, Bellingate Fortress. Iron pulled the reins and halted, announcing, "Stop." He entered slowly, then turned back and gave instructions. "I'm going inside to inspect the situation. Order the soldiers to rest and wait for my next command." "Yes, young master." Linda came closer and said worriedly, "Young master, you've worked hard." Though she was tired and covered in grime, she still offered him a cup of water. "Please have some water." Iron paused and looked at her. He quickly wiped the dirt from her face and sighed. "You should rest a little. Go wash your face and take a break. Honestly, your whole face is covered in mud." "And no, you don't have to do that, my lord." Iron turned back in confusion and simply said, "That's an order. I'll be fine." Go rest. Linda blushed and lowered her head, stammering, "Why, yes." Iron looked over the sparse, starving village. "Still, this place is in worse condition than I thought. I don't see anywhere close enough to the fortress to store supplies or let everyone rest." After walking around and examining everything, he grew somewhat dismayed. "The soldiers' equipment is terrible. I still prefer the Demon Legion." Iron frowned and clenched his teeth. "If I remember correctly, Bellingate is an important fortress in this region. It seems the knights and their commanders have not been doing their jobs properly. I need to deal with this thoroughly, or else." Iron called out loudly, "Killian, what are the commanders and knights doing?" Killian looked uneasy and reluctant to mention it. "About that," Iron repeated in disbelief. "The knights brought the soldiers here and then deserted?" Killian answered miserably, unable to hide it any longer. "Yes, young master. I only received the news yesterday, and they have already become a bandit group. The military force left behind is nothing but a worthless remnant." A dark aura seemed to spread from Iron as his displeasure deepened. "Those undisciplined bastards." He gestured as he turned away, leaving only one order. "We'll capture them today. Tell the soldiers to prepare." He coldly warned, "I'll cut off every last one of those bastards' limbs." At the same time, in another building within Pendragon territory, south of Northern Village, in an abandoned monastery, a fat hand gleefully shook a wine cup. The man listened with pleasure while bodies, drained of blood, lay scattered before him. "Have you heard? That useless brat from House Pendragon woke up. Perfect timing. I was getting tired of killing women and children around here anyway." His mocking tone rang through the air. "I wonder what kind of face that brat will make when I beat him half to death." At the place where Iron's army was encamped, inside the Duke's private room, enclosed by iron fencing, Iron looked at Bryden and Killian and said, "I want to add more troops to tomorrow's bandit suppression." Killian immediately objected and explained, "Unfortunately, young master, won't that reduce the number of commanders and soldiers left to protect the castle?" Beside him, Bryden calmly offered his own view. "A few days ago, our family received military support from Conrad Castle. This time, I wish to repay your favor with complete sincerity. I will send additional soldiers from House Seroth to reinforce you." Iron narrowed his eyes slightly, as if uncertain what the man was planning. It was hard to trust the words of someone unreliable. "I don't know what you're scheming, but do as you like. House Seroth is still useful, so it should be fine." Iron cast him a sidelong glance and said, "Even so, there will be some who object to your leaving your family's territory and coming here at your own discretion." Bryden folded his arms and reasoned, "I think it will be all right. Besides, now is not the time to worry about that." The bandit leader had already drawn in more than 20 deserters at the time, and by now their numbers are probably greater than we estimated. So it will be best to reinforce our side. Iron smiled at that answer. He glanced at him, thoroughly satisfied. "I appreciate your judgment. Now, tell me more about Del Gelfrey." Killian promptly gave him all the information he had. "Of course. Gelfrey is a knight highly skilled in swordsmanship." A smug smile surfaced in Killian's memory. "However, he is also an arrogant man. He brazenly demanded a higher title and the 3 territories neighboring Bellin after your authority weakened." The image of his angry face as he made those demands appeared vividly in memory. "The Duchess refused his demands, and then he fled with several soldiers from your family while still holding military rank." Killian continued, recalling the man's proud stance among his followers. "We found that he has been trying to dominate the area south of Northern Village like a bandit." Iron frowned, inwardly impressed. "He's clever. Rather than seize the fortress and castle outright, it would be much easier to expand his influence by dominating the surrounding villages. If it were me, I'd do the same." Killian glanced at him uneasily as he brought up the next issue. "Right now, women and children are being slaughtered, and there is no sign of it stopping. The south of Northern is in a panic. They may start occupying the gate itself if we do not negotiate with them immediately." "You're right." Iron placed a hand on the map and began outlining a strategy. "We'll devise a plan of subjugation and observe the situation." Then he immediately pointed at Killian and gave his order. "I'll entrust command to you." Killian blinked in surprise. "What?" Iron smiled and explained clearly. "Those soldiers have all followed your commands during the time I was absent. They will probably listen to you more readily than to me, since I have never dealt with them before. So I'm entrusting that task to you." Killian raised his hand with a happy smile. "Yes, sir. Leave it to me." He nodded as he heard the final announcement. "Very well. Then Knight Iron will hold overall command." After that, Iron turned to Bryden at his side and ordered, and Knight Bryden will serve as liaison cavalry. He looked at the two men one last time and reminded them, "We depart at dawn tomorrow. Both of you should get some rest early." As Killian was leaving, Iron suddenly called out, "Right, Knight Killian." Leaning against the table, he quickly added, "I want to apologize for what happened last time." The image flashed back, his final blow driving into Killian's stomach. Killian was so moved that his eyes brimmed. Killian bowed deeply in complete admiration and acceptance. "There's no need, young master. I didn't break a single bone, so it's no problem at all. Thank you for your concern." Iron looked down and smiled in satisfaction. "Understand. Then I'm counting on you." At that moment, in the barren land south of Northern Village, horse hooves trampled a man, making him scream. Galfrey led the bandits and shouted his orders. "Take everything of value, boys. As for the women and children on the road, kill them all." A woman clutching a child begged desperately, which made him frown. "Please, my lord, at least spare this child. Hey now, this land is entirely mine. Do you know what happens when you disobey your ruler?" Galfrey rested his sword on her shoulder, full of contempt and arrogance. "People like you, who have nothing to offer, are worth absolutely nothing. Please, my lord, stop and spare us." A sharp stroke flashed cleanly across her forehead. The child cried out desperately, calling for her. "Mother!" The little girl turned and saw Galfrey ambling toward her. He smiled lazily and looked down. "I really hate kids who never know when to shut up. Goodbye." The child stared blankly, unable to understand, as he lunged. Fresh blood spurted into the air. Galfrey casually listened as his subordinates sighed and grumbled. He smiled and gave his order. "Boss, there's nothing left here to take. I think it's time we seize the fortress." Thinking of both Iron and Helen, he could hardly contain his delight. "And after that, Conrad Castle. I'll kill that useless brat right in front of Lady Helen. And in the end, the lady will be mine." He laughed in satisfaction, just imagining it. "It's only a matter of time before House Pendragon becomes our slave." Sitting on horseback, Iron looked at the sight before him and felt his heart tighten. He watched in silence, fury boiling inside him. This land has been devastated far too badly. The people here can't possibly survive in conditions like these. Without turning around, he immediately asked Killian beside him, "Knight Killian, are all the areas outside the fortress in this kind of condition?" Killian looked over the land and replied wearily, "Nearly 70% of the territory is like this, sir. Even so, there are still a few villagers who have managed to endure and remain alive. But asking the fortress for help is hardly realistic, since they have to flee not only from the bandits, but also from the monsters wandering around. In the end, they all die." Still staring out, Iron's anger kept building inside him. "I thought opening the mausoleum was my top priority, but it looks like we need to deal with developing these territories first. 70% of them are in ruins. If we can restore this city to even an average level, then by rough calculation, the population should reach around 10,000. After all, House Pendragon's territory is quite vast." Suddenly, a loud rustling came from above the two of them. Iron quickly looked up and signaled, "A flying monster? Everyone, take your positions." A demonic bird dove down, opening its beak wide. Iron smiled and gripped his sword as he looked up. "A harpy eagle, huh? Their timing is pretty good." He swung his sword and knocked it back. Iron glanced at the Khazali retreating and quickly ordered, 5 archers with strong arms, step forward. He gave a bold smile. "Capture it alive for me." A flurry of arrows flew out, each striking the Khazali's weak points. Watching it fall, he quickly stepped forward. Good. It finally dropped. Killian looked down, observing quietly before speaking. Just as expected, the demons have completely withdrawn from the village. Then a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes nearby, and a group of goblins rushed out. Killian noticed them and shouted a warning. "Goblins, young Duke." Faced with them, Iron showed no fear at all and swept them away in a single strike. The man stared blankly to the side. "He's so fast." Killian looked toward Iron, who was watching the monsters, and quickly reported, "Young Duke, we've finished clearing out the demons. We should go." He turned his head and smiled at the group. "No." Then he turned back and gave an order. "We're going to make them submit to us." The soldiers froze and fell silent. What had he just said? "Yes, sir." He looked at the goblin leader and said, "These goblins have excellent eyesight." Then he gestured toward the harpy nearby and explained, "That female bird speed is something we can make use of. I'm just thinking about what benefits they might bring me." Killian stepped forward anxiously and quickly said, "But I've never heard of anyone turning demons into servants. I saw it happen in battle in the past. No, I read it in a book." Iron gave a pleased smile, dismissed the concern, and acted at once. "I don't care whether they're demons or whatever. I'll still use them as long as they're useful. It'll be fine. So all you need to do is step back and watch." He approached the Khazali leader and questioned it. The creature quickly backed away and explained, "Hey you, why are you outside the forest, so close to the village? There are many things in this forest far scarier than Khazali. Wolves, ghouls, eagles, orcs, and even a white dragon. Whatever we hunt in here gets taken by them." Iron narrowed his eyes, nodding as if he understood. "So you're Khazali. Fine then. I understand your situation now." Iron turned and pointed his sword at Tata, making it recoil in alarm. "You're next. Have you ever eaten a human?" It immediately panicked and stammered, "And no, I've never eaten a human. I only eat sheep and snakes." Iron looked down coldly. "Is that so?" Memories from his previous life surfaced, when he had personally watched his comrades being devoured by this species. Raven stared down silently and coldly. Before him was a harpy turning its head, a human heart clenched in its beak. He smiled at it as if they were on the same side. "The eagles I knew before did eat humans, but I'll trust you this time." "Thank you, my lord." Before the two monsters could leave, Iron immediately drove his sword into a tree and warned them. However, he glared down and got straight to the point. "From this moment on, you will obey me. I am a master of this land. Duke Pendragon, if you dare resist me or try to run away, I'll throw you to the white dragon." The two monsters clung to each other, trembling as they stammered, "Dragons are terrifying. Khazali and Tata will always obey your commands." Iron smiled in satisfaction and stood up. "Good, then let's get to work. Tata, Khazali, take us to the village in the south by the shortest route." Tata immediately ran ahead and shouted, "Understood. Khazali knows the way. Follow me." Killian stepped forward, hardly believing his eyes, and exclaimed, "You really turned them into your followers. Incredible to have imagination and quick wit like this. We really need to learn from you." Iron glanced over and smiled cheerfully. "You're right." Then his expression sharpened with excitement. "What I want is for those troublesome nobles to start competing with each other." Riding on Khazali's back, Tata happily raised a hand and signaled, "We're almost at the southern village. Thanks to the shortcut Khazali showed us. We're nearly there." Iron moved to the front and turned back to instruct, "All right, Killian, stay here. Bryden and I will attack the abandoned monastery with a small group of soldiers. I'll send you a signal later, so come then." "Understood." Luna followed closely behind, unable to hide her worry. Seeing that, Bryden casually tried to reassure her. "The young duke has always been watched over and has never gone to war before. I wonder if he'll really be all right. Come now, milady. I'm responsible for your safety, so please follow me." Iron turned back, ignored them, and shouted, "Now then, all troops, follow me." He rushed forward and ordered Tata above them. "Khazali Tata Ariel, your job is reconnaissance. Go." "Yes, sir." Near the abandoned monastery, Galfrey ground his teeth in rage as he grabbed a child by the hair and dragged him away. The mother, tied up behind them, cried and begged nonstop, but he only snapped angrily, "I'm begging you, my lord. Please stop beating my child." "Shut up. You should be grateful I let you keep your miserable life." The child screamed helplessly, "Mother!" Galfrey, completely enraged, raised his fist to strike him. "You brat, will you shut up or not?" The mother cried out in panic, "Stop!" Suddenly, his arm was severed and flew into the air. Galfrey stared blankly at his severed arm, unable to comprehend it. Looking down from above with an unhappy frown, Iron pointed his sword at him with hatred in his eyes. Galfrey fell backward, stammering in disbelief. "Why you?" He shouted the name, unable to believe it. "Iron Pendragon." The mother beamed in relief. "Your Grace." Iron rested his sword on his shoulder and looked down at him as if he were trash. "I've finally found you, you animal." Iron smiled pleasantly at the Galfrey before him. "So we finally meet, huh? You piece of trash." He narrowed his eyes with a smile. Galfrey sat frozen on the ground, stunned and speechless. He stretched out a trembling hand and stammered in disbelief. "Why you?" He just sat there, unable to process it. Why was the useless Pendragon brat here? A sword flashed across half his face. The sharp blade Iron carried sliced into his cheek. Iron glared at him in fury. Who gave you permission to open that filthy mouth? Galfrey froze, terrified, then turned to flee, muttering for someone to save him. You lot. He ran toward his men, shouting, "Get him! Kill him!" His subordinates laughed arrogantly and rushed in. Iron stood still, watching as he drew his sword from its sheath. He slowly let the sheath fall from his hand. The instant it hit the ground, he launched himself forward. Iron's figure flashed past the fleeing Galfrey, murderous intent and rage surging from him. He charged in and nearly wiped them all out in a single strike. Heads dropped one after another. Galfrey had no idea what to do. What the hell? Iron swung his sword to finish him off, but the blade was blocked before it could land. Iron frowned in displeasure when he saw his attack intercepted. Now Eden held his sword horizontally in a defensive stance. Luna, still on horseback, stared in shock and cried out, "What?" Brido turned around with an amused grin. "Let me lend you a hand, Mr. Bandit General." Galfrey could only stammer a few words. "Who the hell are you?" Iron sprang backward and observed. Brido took the chance to introduce himself. "I am the captain of the Blood Knight Order under Count Joseph." His eyes widened with excitement. "Looks like you want to kill this brat too, so I'd be happy to help you." Iron pursed his lips, unsure what to say. Luna rushed up from behind and shouted, "What is going on here? Get back!" Protecting Galfrey with one hand, the man insulted Iron. "Milady, please don't be fooled by that useless brat. He doesn't have what it takes to become even a count. I'm the one worthy of you, not that worthless bastard." Galfrey stepped forward from behind. "Hold on. A traitor, huh?" He aimed for a sword lying on the ground and picked it up. Not even a second later, he charged at Iron with a shrill yell. "Very good. I welcome it." The two of them immediately leaped down from above. "You'll regret mocking us." Iron watched them without a trace of emotion. Lord Iron. He blocked their combined attack with just one hand, looking utterly at ease. Then he swept his sword and sent both men flying back. Iron turned and demanded irritably of Luna. She stammered unwillingly. "Don't make me repeat myself. If you don't know how to fight, stay back. But I'll deal with that knight of yours right now." Iron quickly called to Tada, "Kazali, I'm entrusting the lady to you." It cheerfully agreed and pulled her away. Luna was still overwhelmed with worry. "Understood. Hurry, human princess. We need to get you somewhere safe." Brido was the leader of the Night Order, and there was also that bandit. Would young Duke Iron really be all right? Luna looked back uneasily. Iron was still smiling, utterly resolute. She blushed faintly and finally relaxed. Looking up at the sky, Iron quickly instructed Kazali, "Tada, as I ordered this morning, contact Killian." "Yes, Tada will go at once." Brido watched this scene with amusement, and Galfrey casually mocked him too. "Too late to call reinforcements now. Brat, you'll be lying in a pool of blood before your reinforcements can get here." Holding his sword, Iron looked up with a cheerful expression. "You two really know how to joke, don't you? Why don't you try it?" He was fully fired up, raising a hand in a stance. "I'll be your opponent. Come on." Brido charged in, full of contempt. "You think you can keep that smug face? No matter how much you've changed, you have no battlefield experience at all. I got 1,000 times more experience than you." He brought his sword down powerfully toward the ground. Iron immediately stepped on it. With only monstrous strength, he managed to snap it in two. Brido froze, staring at it as he bent to pick it up, not noticing that Iron had already moved into position behind him. It broke. Iron kicked him hard with a smug expression, then sent him flying back toward Galfrey behind him. The two could only clutch their heads and stare at him in silence. Iron smiled contemptuously at them. "Battlefield experience? With that basic swordsmanship of yours, you won't even be able to land a single cut on me." Iron drove his sword down through the man's leg and said slowly, "Considering how much you helped me back at the castle." He raised his sword high, ready to strike. "This is my thanks. Take it." The man froze. His arm had already been severed. Brido stared in panic as blood poured out endlessly. Clutching his arm, he writhed on the ground. "My arm!" Iron stepped over him, still questioning him coldly. "Why are you lying here? Wasn't your duty to protect Lady Luna Seroth in the rear?" Iron glared down at him. "Drag your ass out of here, and don't ever set foot in my territory again." Brido scrambled away in terror. Iron continued, walking toward Galfrey. Now then, looking down at him proudly and arrogantly, he said, "You're next, trash." Galfrey could only stammer in disbelief. Did you make a deal with the devil?" He suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "A lot of my men are still inside the mansion. You're not planning to kill all of them too, are you?" Iron smiled brightly. "Did you forget? His gaze looked down on him as if he were nothing. House Pendragon still has plenty of outstanding soldiers. The sound of galloping hooves thundered in the distance. The reinforcements have arrived. My work here is done. Iron smiled at Galfrey before him. My excellent soldiers will deal with the rest. You piece of trash. You dared betray House Pendragon. Don't think you'll die easily. Galfrey covered his face in terror and tried to flee. Looking down at him with contempt, Iron said, "Did you think you'd get an easy death after betraying the Pendragon family?" The man looked up in horror. The horses thundered past, trampling him relentlessly. Galfrey's hand was nailed up, and even his severed arm was nailed up as well. His mangled body was hung upon a cross. A heavy silence fell over the whole scene. Iron turned to look behind him. Gaunt, emaciated people stood there listlessly, their thin legs bound in iron chains. Far away, the door of an old room stood open, revealing countless things inside. Human skulls had piled up long ago until they were spilling out. Iron frowned at the horrifying sight. He stepped forward, thrust his sword into Galfrey's chest, and demanded, "Ever since I entered this village, I haven't seen a single villager. This pile of bones is proof enough. Did you kill them all?" Galfrey lowered his head, coughing up mouthfuls of blood as he stammered, "I'm sorry. Please spare my life." Iron looked up, expressionless, and replied, "Spare you? You acted however you pleased in my territory and now beg for mercy? This filthy land suits the likes of you." Galfrey weakly looked up and pleaded, "Are you going to kill me, my lord?" Iron shook his head at once. "You're the one who made that choice, not me." The man stared blankly, unable to believe what he had heard. "What?" Iron turned and walked toward the people nearby. Listen carefully. Looking down at them, his voice carrying command, he said, "This man's life will depend on you, the villagers who were fortunate enough to survive." The villagers stood frozen, unmoving. Galfrey waited in horrified silence. "Tear him apart alive. Do whatever you want with him." The people stared blankly at that final judgment. Iron walked away without looking back. The people exchanged glances and nodded, grinding their teeth in fury. They used the last of their strength to seize weapons and vent their rage. Galfrey trembled in horror and stammered, "Please, spare me." The crowd pounced on Galfrey like starving tigers. "Kill him. Avenge the villagers." Very quickly, fresh blood spread beneath the foot of the cross. Iron walked down the old corridor and pushed open the door to a room. He raised his head and looked around. Before him stood a broken, old stone statue. Behind the statue was one remaining enemy, who rushed him with a sword in hand. Iron easily beat him back with only one hand. He leaned forward and pressed him hard. The man fell to the ground. Iron swung his sword without hesitation. One thrust through the heart, and blood spurted up like a fountain. It splashed across the statue before him. Iron lifted his head and looked at it. He stepped closer with a faint smile. "O goddess of light, Leona, will you curse me for defiling your eyes?" The once kind Alan looked up from within this body. "Even though I was reborn into this body and granted the chance to live once more, what lies opposite is the image of Raven within Iron's body. I do not wish to live the life of a rebel." Iron slowly spoke the thoughts in his heart as he looked upward. "I will cherish everyone who deserves respect, and I will make the wicked suffer the consequences they deserve." He pulled open his collar, revealing the pendant. "That is who I am." He took the necklace from around his neck and slowly moved to the altar before him, throwing it into the box below. Only after the ring had completely fallen inside did he lift his head and say, "This is the path I chose. If you wish to punish me." Iron turned and walked away without regret. "Then do so after I have fulfilled my wish. I will bear it all." Outside, evening had already fallen, and the small figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, in the southern village of the north, Iron rode on horseback as the villagers crowded around him in gratitude. "This humble woman is deeply grateful for your kindness, your grace. It's nothing. If anyone needs support or repairs, report it to me." "Yes, my lord. May the divine spirits protect you." The people behind him waved happily in farewell. "Take care, your grace. We will honor you forever." The two Kazali, Tada, and Kazali also swayed along behind him and came forward. "My lord, Kazali worked very hard, so please reward Kazali." "Tada worked hard too." "All right, I'll reward both of you. Wait for me at the camp." The two monsters grew visibly excited. Killian approached and quickly said, "It seems the southern village is at peace now. Shall we head to Ancona Forest next?" Iron smiled and replied, No, before that, there's something I need to do. At the palace, Iron sat at the table facing AIA. A few days earlier, at a side chamber in Conrad Castle, Iron turned to her and said, "So you're saying we can use the orcs in Ancona to our advantage?" AIA turned and smiled lightly. "Yes, they cannot leave Ancona Forest because they pledged to live within our territory, and their combat ability far surpasses that of ordinary orcs. If you can tame them, we'll gain a great advantage." Iron sighed in irritation. "Orcs care about nothing but battle and slaughter. Do you really think they'll help me?" AIA gave him a little wink. "That depends on your ability to subdue them. I think you already know this, but orcs only follow those they recognize as stronger than themselves," she calmly explained. "To orcs, the pinnacle of strength is the power of dragons. But you can't use that power to persuade them, because they know that the old Iron failed to form a contract with Soldrake. So your only option is to fight them and defeat them so that they obey you." Iron frowned. "Orcs." AIA turned and smiled brightly. "I heard people once called you the Grim Reaper on the battlefield." She asked curiously, "I wonder, have you ever killed an orc before?" Iron immediately felt irritated and frowned. Then AIA's voice rang out. "Iron." A memory flooded back into his mind. A giant orc roared. Raven stood facing it, cursing under his breath with difficulty. "Damn it, it's already that badly wounded. So why isn't it dead yet?" That orc grabbed the spears stuck in its body, pulled them out one by one, and dropped them to the ground. It glared at Raven resentfully, then charged at him with a huge cleaver. The orc brought down a powerful slash, but Raven dodged it. By then he was already exhausted. Seeing that, the orc seized the chance and swung its blade at him, but he still avoided it. "If this fight drags on, I'll be at a disadvantage." Raven dodged while searching for a way to deal with it. "I already stabbed straight through its heart, and it still didn't die, so next is the neck." He slowly adjusted the distance between himself and the orc. It swung another chopping blow that barely missed Raven. He used that opening to slash straight at its neck. His blade reached its neck, and he used the momentum to leap onto its shoulder. Using all his strength, he drove the sword deeper into the orc's throat. At last, the orc's head fell, ending the battle. The memory ended, and Iron's face darkened. He closed his eyes and said, "I encountered one right after I joined the demon army. I beat it, but it was a difficult fight. Still, if I had to face them again now, I think I could do it." Hearing that, AIA was delighted. "Excellent. Then you can tame them." She beamed and gave a thumbs up, leaving him speechless. "After you defeat the Ancona orcs, you'll be able to open the mausoleum quickly." Seeing her reaction, Iron could only frown and sigh. "Damn, she makes it sound easy." The sound of steady hoofbeats rang out. A troop of soldiers was advancing toward the forest. Suddenly, someone shouted, "We're going to make the Ancona orcs our allies." Killian turned, worried. "I'm not sure about this, sir," Iron answered calmly, which only made Killian even more anxious. Attacking Ancona Forest with just this many people is difficult. To minimize losses, we need powerful forces. But if we fight the orcs head-on, they could easily defeat all of us. Tada and Kazali stepped forward to protest. "That's right, Master." Tada tried desperately to stop him, while Kazali wailed pitifully. "Fighting orcs is the same as suicide. Tada doesn't want to die." Iron frowned and sighed at that, making Tada panic. "I hate losers thinking, so at least try to believe we'll win. Otherwise, I'll throw you to the dragons." "Master!" Suddenly, a shout rang out, making him turn sharply. "Stay away from me." Killian spoke in confusion and displeasure. "That voice sounds like Bryden. Hasn't he left yet? What the hell is he doing?" Tada reported. "Master, it looks really bad." "What happened?" Tada's face was filled with extreme fear. "It's the Ancona orcs." Iron was startled, then gave a faint smile, while Killian was thrown into confusion. Iron immediately spurred his horse and rode like the wind to the place Tada had mentioned, not even giving Killian time to react. "Young Duke." The sword trembled nonstop. Bryden was terrified, his hand shaking as he kept pointing his sword forward. Luna, standing behind him, was so frightened that she froze. Facing the gigantic orcs, Bryden shouted in fear, "Stay back." "I said get away from me." Seeing his reaction, Luna felt nothing but disgust. Just as she had thought, nothing good ever came from being with him. She recalled the moment she had rebuked him. "Do you even realize what you've done?" Sitting on horseback and looking down at him, she had scolded, "Pointing your sword at Duke Iron is the same as pointing your sword at the Empire. If you truly intend to rebel, then get out of my family." Hearing that, Bryden panicked. "My lady, please don't cast me out. I still have to escort you back back to Seroth territory, so please. Luna's voice dropped. That's right. Your only duty is to protect me. She fixed him with a stern gaze. This is the time for you to learn your place. My father will decide your punishment once we return. Bryden could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Luna said calmly, our trip ends here. Hurry up, I want to rest. Suddenly, Croton spoke up. Hey, human. With overwhelming force, the orc said, you're pointing a sword at us. He said angrily, do you want to die? Bryden was so scared he was on the verge of tears. Then, at the most tense moment, Iron appeared. What are you doing? Croton turned in surprise, and Bryden was also startled to see him. Luna, meanwhile, was overjoyed. Just seeing him standing there made her cry out happily, Duke Iron. Bryden immediately rushed over for help. Damn it, please save me. Watching what had just happened, Iron felt only contempt, looking at Bryden with scorn. How could someone like him even become a knight? Killian and the cavalry finally caught up as well. Young Duke, please wait. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. The Pendragon banner fluttered in the wind. When Croton saw it, he was startled. He stood there in silence. The Pendragon banner. Then that Bratis. Croton shouted loudly, pointing at him. Iron Pendragon, just in time. I wanted to meet you. Iron narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at him with displeasure. Suddenly, killing intent burst from Croton. Killian felt it clearly, and all color drained from his face. Sweat poured down him. The killing intent from that orc. I can't even move. I can hardly breathe. Killian turned and tried to dissuade him. Young Duke, just as we expected, this is far too dangerous. We have to retreat. Ignoring him, Iron immediately jumped off his horse. Seeing that, Killian was thrown into confusion. He can move, and why is he going over there without even bringing a weapon? Iron slowly approached Croton. As he walked, he warned, stay where you are and do not draw your swords. Standing before Croton, Iron confidently declared, I alone am enough. Croton and the orcs behind him fell silent, but the fire burning inside him only grew stronger. Standing before Croton, Iron said confidently, I'll fight him. He smiled. I alone am enough. Croton was stirred up by Iron's words. Iron and Croton stood there staring at each other, as if they had silently acknowledged one another. Iron spoke first. Are you the orcs of Ancona? Hearing that, Croton lowered his head and said provocatively, so what? Iron's eyes dimmed slightly, though a faint smile still remained on his lips. Then he suddenly slammed his forehead straight into Croton's face. Hit head on, blood gushed from Croton's nose like a waterfall. Seeing that, Iron sneered. Even the orcs with Croton were stunned to see him collapse. The two orcs froze on the spot, and Iron's own side was worried as well. Killian thought, this is bad. Starting a fight first can't possibly help. Then Croton's two companions burst out laughing. They all started mocking him. Croton's got a nosebleed. A human gave him a nosebleed. Even Iron's companions were left speechless by what had just happened. Humiliated, Croton flared with killing intent, but Iron only said lightly, you lot, shut up. Pendragon, what the hell are you doing? That's what I should be asking you. Iron frowned at Croton. According to the agreement you made with House Pendragon, you're not allowed to leave the forest. But now you've broken that rule. Croton immediately insisted, that's your fault. Pointing at Iron, he disparaged him. You were abandoned by the guardian of the forest. We orcs do not submit to the weak. In his mind, he recalled what Soldrake had said. So even if we serve the guardian of the forest, Iron's expression darkened a little as Croton continued. We still do not obey you, someone who lost the status equal to the guardian, because you failed to complete the pact. Iron found it strange. So his guardian of the forest is Soldrake? Croton arrogantly declared, that's why we had to leave the forest, to taste blood and fight to the end for control of territory. Hearing that, Iron gave a sly smile. I see. So you're just thirsty for blood. A powerful aura spread from him. But I want your strength. The problem is, it doesn't look like you're willing to listen to me. Cracking his knuckles as he spoke, he added, that's why I had to go through all this trouble to come here. You know that perfectly well. Croton laughed softly when he heard that, then listened as Iron said, why do you think I'm not carrying a weapon? Croton seemed pleased. You're only human, yet you know the laws of the orcs well, don't you? Then Croton dropped his mace to the ground. Seeing that, Iron said confidently, I know them very well. He even recited the orcs' combat laws in detail. When your opponent does not carry a weapon, you must also cast aside your own. And when someone challenges you to single combat, you are required to accept. This clearly excited Croton. Iron said seriously as well, so, shall we have ourselves a match? Croton roared at those words, and the two of them charged at each other. Then let's fight. Croton tried to rush straight at Iron, but Iron dodged him. Seeing the way Croton fought, Iron quietly assessed him. His combat skill is definitely far above the other orcs. If an ordinary human fought him, they'd probably have their bones broken. Taking advantage of the fact that Iron was still in midair, Croton drew back for a punch. Seeing that, Iron immediately turned to defend. Croton's punch was blocked by Iron's kick from midair. The shockwave from the collision spread out, cracking the surrounding earth and stone. Killian, Tata, Ariel, and Kazali witnessed the scene with their mouths hanging open in shock. Luna and Bryden were equally stunned. After the clash, Iron still stood firm. He glanced at the leg he had used to block the punch and saw that a piece of the armor there had shattered. Seeing that, he had to admit it. He's definitely strong. But then he realized he's still no match for the orcs I've fought in the past. He hasn't even gone all out yet, has he? Croton then burst from the thick smoke. Of course not, he shouted as he prepared to strike. If I use my full strength, you humans will die instantly. I only go all out against those who can block my fist. Iron merely smiled and said calmly, then you'd better start using your full strength now. As if empowered by those words, Croton roared, naturally. I never thought you'd excite me like this. You're an interesting one. His fist swept past Iron's face, surprising him for a moment. A thin line of blood appeared where it had grazed him. Fust, as Iron stepped back and wiped the blood from his face, Croton launched another strike. Rushing toward Iron, he shouted in exhilaration, I want to fight you to the bitter end. Just don't die too soon. With the distance too narrow, Iron had no choice but to use his arms to absorb the full impact of the blow. He struggled to withstand the monstrous weight behind it. Seeing that, Luna covered her mouth and watched anxiously, while Bryden wore a faint smile. Tata, Ariel, and Kazali trembled in fear, and Killian stammered. "Duke!" Suddenly, a spray of blood shot up, and Killian cried out, "Young Duke!" The ground where Iron stood had caved in, and dust billowed everywhere. Croton clenched his hand, slightly uncertain. He had definitely landed his punch, but this feeling. Then Iron emerged from the dust, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he was shockingly unharmed, wearing a sly grin. He spoke with obvious irritation. Lately, I've only been fighting small fry. It's been leaving my body a little frustrated. Everyone on Iron's side was alarmed, while the orcs were thoroughly entertained. Even his attendants were scared out of their wits. Killian could hardly believe his eyes. Unbelievable. Even after taking that devastating blow from the orc monster, he's still able to stand. Clenching his teeth as sweat streamed down, he thought, but I've never heard of an ordinary human defeating an orc in a one-on-one fight. He is the precious heir of our ducal house. Protecting his life must come first. Killian shouted an order to the soldiers. Everyone protect the young duke. Yes, sir. Before they could rush in, Iron raised a hand to stop them. Stay where you are. Then he turned and said firmly, this is my battle with the orcs. His unwavering eyes were calm and steady. I don't need your protection. Killian wanted to object, but in the end he could only sigh helplessly. Understood. Croton clapped in delight. Wonderful, wonderful. Laughing with excitement, he said he actually survived after facing Croton, the strongest orc of Ancona Forest. Then he exclaimed, Pendragon truly is formidable. Iron and Croton stood facing each other. Iron clenched his fist and smiled mockingly. This will be the perfect way to restore the senses I dulled before. I think it's time to use all my strength. Croton said with interest, you're the first ordinary human to survive after taking my killing blow. But sooner or later, you'll collapse from the wounds on your body. Iron brushed back his hair, amusement in his voice. Is that so? Aren't you underestimating me a little too much? A punch with only this much power against someone with my regenerative ability. He swept his hair aside, revealing the wound. It's no more than a mosquito bite. In the next instant, the wound had healed. Croton was stunned. His wound vanished. He eagerly took his stance. Interesting. Croton charged at Iron and roared, You've really stirred me up, you bastard Pendragon. He swung down from above, trying to crush Iron flat. But Iron's agile body slipped aside with ease. He calmly thought through the fight. To beat him, I need to release as much power as possible. Landing behind Croton, Iron continued thinking, to do that, I first need to stop him from moving. Then he sneered, Orcs think in such simple ways. And with my regenerative ability, this should be easy. Driven furious, Croton rushed forward again. He roared, Where do you get that smug attitude, you damn Pendragon dog? Isn't it boring to keep dodging me? Iron sneered back, You idiot of an orc. Are the orcs of Ancona Forest only capable of swinging their fists? Iron's taunting made Croton boil with rage. He charged in, veins bulging. You dare mock us? Croton raised his leg. I will. He delivered a devastating kick to Iron. Make you take back those insults. Iron only grinned triumphantly. Got you. Iron used his arm to block the crushing kick. Against its force, his arm was clearly at a disadvantage, and it snapped instantly. Seeing that, Killian screamed, "Young Duke, your arm." Croton said smugly, "Your arm is ruined now, isn't it? This is your end, Pendragon." Hearing that, Iron gave a sly smile. Then he suddenly grabbed Croton's leg. You fell for it. Croton was thrown off balance and toppled backward. Iron gripped his leg tightly and said, "My hand was always ready to seize you." He opened his eyes wide with a savage smile. "But today, you're dead for sure, Orc of Ancona Forest." Panic flashed through Croton. "I definitely broke his bones. How can he still move?" No, this was a trap from the very beginning. Iron let go of Croton's leg and leaped into the air. Croton seemed to realize what was about to happen. "This is bad. I can't dodge." Iron glared at him and drove a direct kick straight into his face. The force was so great that Croton's face twisted, blood pouring out without stop. Iron landed coldly. The battle was over. Croton had been completely defeated. His attendants were stunned by the result, and Iron's side was equally shaken. On the Orc's side, Crudo smiled faintly, as if acknowledging Iron. The Orcs grew excited. Excellent. They crowded in, cheering. Wonderful. They celebrated as though they had won the battle themselves. Croton had been defeated. Iron stood there proudly. Pendragon truly has frightening strength. The outcome was clear. Killian hurried down from his horse and quickly ran to Iron. "Young Duke, please let us treat your injuries." Iron moved his injured arm aside and answered calmly, startling Killian. "It's fine. It doesn't hurt that much." "What?" Killian asked anxiously. "Why would you say that?" Iron let out a sigh. With a strained expression, he clenched his hand. "The pain while healing is many times worse than the injury itself. Still, it's fortunate I was given this power." He clenched his palm, and in only a few moments, his injured arm was functioning normally again. Iron breathed out in relief, then looked solemnly at Croton. "Orc of Ancona." Iron's gaze softened somewhat. "You're Croton, aren't you?" He smiled brightly. "Follow me. That is an order." Hearing that, Croton felt somewhat reluctant, but he still accepted. "Fine. Winner takes all, loser submits. What do you want us to do?" Hearing that, Iron said with satisfaction, "From this point on, we begin preparations to conquer Ancona Forest. You will assist us." Croton asked in confusion, "For what?" "You're already the guardian." Iron answered at once, "I will open the mausoleum." Every orc present was stunned. Croton immediately stepped closer to confirm it. "The Guardian wants to make a pact with us?" Iron warned seriously, "That's right. On the way to Soldrake, we'll face so many monsters you'll get sick of them." His mood brightened. "Doesn't that sound fun? From now on, you'll be able to fight every single day." Hearing that, Croton could not hide his excitement. He acted like a child, stomping and gesturing excitedly, leaving Iron to walk ahead helplessly. "That's nothing. Those monsters are like mosquitoes to us. We'll reach the mausoleum in no time. If that's the case, then I can relax a little." One of Iron's attendants handed him a sword. As the beautifully crafted blade was drawn, Croton recognized something. He immediately dropped to one knee in proper respect, and the orcs behind him, one by one, all knelt as well. Beneath the beautiful yet sacred glow of sunset, Iron declared loudly, "From this day forth, the Orcs of Ancona will dedicate their strength to House Pendragon." He smiled faintly. "Do your best." Croton smiled as well. Luna was deeply moved by the sight, but Bryden was not. Everyone then gathered at the bridge. Mounted on his horse, Iron reminded her, "I will have soldiers escort you back to Seroth. We will now return to our own territory." Luna vowed respectfully. "Yes, thank you very much." Iron then turned to Bryden. "And you," he warned, "if you ever dare point your sword at Tata Ariel again, I won't stop at just one arm." That made Bryden tremble in fear. Croton also openly despised him. Iron turned away. "Let's go, Croton." Luna suddenly shoved Bryden aside and watched Iron's back. Her shining eyes seemed to have found an ideal. He surely will. The image of his departing group looked almost sacred. Croton and Killian were full of confidence, while Kazali and Tata Ariel were somewhat afraid. Croton silently followed along. Luna continued to think he will complete the dragon's pact and open the mausoleum. His back carried a lofty responsibility. Luna softi murmured, "Iden pendragon." Bryden saw that scene. That night in the deep forest, Iron let out a breath. "I've finally seen it." The forest stretched before him, Ancona Forest. He gazed at it in silence. Killian was slightly tense, while Kazali and Tata Ariel looked ready to cry. Croton, on the other hand, was delighted. Iron spoke. From here on, everything begins. His excitement gradually surfaced. At last, I can finally begin my battle. The white dragon lifted its head toward the sky and spoke in a mysterious voice. So, you have come at last? As if longing to be freed, I am here. Do your best to find the entrance that leads to this dwelling. The white dragon's voice carried anticipation. You who bear the Pendragon name, yet possess no soul. In a valley of Ancona forest, countless snakes were slain. Bloody axes flashed as the orc warriors slaughtered the monsters. Croton sounded bored. Killing a few snakes like these isn't even enough for me to warm up. I'm sick of fighting nothing but these little pests. On the soldiers' side, they were already exhausted. Then another sudden wave of snakes attacked. One careless soldier let them get too close. Damn it! With a single swing of his sword, Iron successfully saved the unlucky soldier. The soldier was deeply moved. Breathing in relief, he respectfully knelt down. Young Duke, thank you. It's nothing. Iron gave Croton an order. Croton, I leave treatment of the wounded to you. He gladly agreed. Understood. Don't worry. I'll use very effective herbs, so just leave it to me. At the same time, Killian slid down from above. Young Duke, were you injured over here? Iron turned back to ask about the others, and Killian reported, I'm fine. How are the remaining soldiers? There aren't many Quetzalcoatl upstream, so they haven't suffered many injuries either. We can continue fighting, but if we enter battle against the demons, the army may become exhausted. Hearing that, Iron turned to Croton and asked, Croton, how much longer until we reach Soldrake's dwelling? Rubbing his chin, Croton thought for a moment. I'm not sure, but he pointed toward the sun. If we go a little farther, we'll see traces of a quarry. The only thing I know for sure is that there's a cave in that area connected to the Guardian's dwelling. Iron carefully assessed the situation, and Croton affirmed, is there anything we should be wary of on the way to that quarry? No, this area is still orc territory. Those damn snakes only came here looking for water. Iron felt somewhat reassured and continued on. Then we'll keep moving until we find traces of that quarry. We'll set up camp there and begin searching for the cave at sunrise. Turning back, he gave a confident smile. If we're dragged into battle along the way, the orcs and I will deal with it. Let's move at once. Croton and Killian smiled at the same time, and both immediately followed behind Iron. Understood. That night in Ancona Forest, Iron walked forward slowly. He looked up. The peak of the mountain gave off a gloomy feeling. The wind howled fiercely, and everyone felt there was something abnormal about this place. Iron frowned and thought, this place is far more ominous than an ordinary quarry. He turned to Croton and asked, Croton, why is this quarry sealed? Croton rubbed his chin and said, I don't know the details, but according to the orc elders, goblins once mined or here. However, he continued, there was a rumor that all the goblins disappeared at the same place and never came back. Iron turned to Tata Ariel, but Tata Ariel protested. Kazali doesn't live in the forest, so Kazali doesn't know. Tata Ariel explained further, besides, Kazali has never heard that goblins mined here. Kazali is better at stealing than working. The three of them could only sigh helplessly. Really? Killian then asked, Young Duke, is something wrong? Iron assigned tasks. It's best if we do not leave this area until sunrise. The orc troops can take turns standing watch, so pitch the tents and let the soldiers rest. Understood. Iron turned to Croton, and Croton cheerfully accepted. Croton, sorry, but I'll have to leave the watch duty to you. Fine, I'll pass the word to the other soldiers. Sleep well, Pendragon. Torches were lit, and the other orcs had already fallen fast asleep. Kazali and Tata Ariel were asleep as well, and the entire camp sank into silence. One guard sat there when suddenly he heard something. The guard rose and looked toward the source of the noise. He cautiously moved closer. What was that sound? Something sharp pierced his chest, and the pain came instantly. He collapsed. Duke Iron, meanwhile, was sitting in the tent, deep in thought. He kept feeling that something was strange. Damn it, something was wrong. How could all the goblins disappear at once? Suddenly, he came up with a hypothesis. No, maybe they hadn't disappeared at all. More likely, they had been wiped out. On the mountaintop, a stranger appeared. But by whom? Iron fell silent for a moment. So they hadn't vanished. They had been forced to vanish. Rage surged through him. His eyes sharpened, his brows knitted tightly, and a terrifying fury radiated from him. Which bastard did this? At that very moment, somewhere else, a man raised the staff in his hand. A powerful light suddenly flared around it. Just as expected, a bad omen arrived. Skeletal hands began clawing up from the ground in a frenzy, creating a grotesque and rare sight. A moment later, those skeletons began rising madly, completely out of control. The skeletons formed ranks, and their lifeless eyes glowed with a glaring red light, horrifying to behold. The demon beasts also entered a combat stance. Iron stared in shock at the scene before him. Without hesitating, he drew his sword and instantly took a fighting stance. He reached out, intending to rush out of the tent immediately. Without wasting another second, he charged outside. Before him was a pack of skeletons and savage demon beasts, yet he showed not the slightest fear. Iron shot forward like the wind, rushing straight at them and delivering incredibly sharp slashes, splitting the bizarre monsters before him with overwhelming force. Iron's sharp eyes widened as he glared at the demon beasts. Hatred and endless fury burned in them. With a bang, he flipped through the air and struck with a brutally sharp slash aimed straight at a demon beast's face. Even while fighting, he did not forget to think tactically and figure out how to destroy the enemy. Looking at the skeletons in front of him, Iron thought grimly. Where did they come from? Still spinning in midair, the young man spoke decisively. Without the slightest fear, there's no doubt. Those are the goblins. As soon as he said it, he twisted around, darted behind the demon beast's head, and brought down a powerful slash. The demon beast cried out madly in pain, its eyes blazing with endless rage and wrath. The people inside the tents heard the tremendous noise and slowly woke, some of them terrified and utterly confused. The goblins in another direction also began noticing the commotion. Killian, too, snapped awake at the sound. He ran out of the tent, snatching up his sword on the way. The other soldiers followed him out. Killian shouted, "What the hell is going on here?" But halfway through, he suddenly stopped, staring in stunned disbelief at the sight before him. In front of him was Iron, just about to deliver the final blow to the demon beast. Standing atop its beak, he looked imposing and majestic, so much so that those who witnessed the scene were left dumbstruck. One brave soul spoke up in a trembling voice, "Why, Your Grace?" At that moment, Iron's face was clouded with unconcealed fury, and he had no desire to answer. In one swift move, he changed the flow of battle and drove his blade straight into the demon beast's eye, striking its weakest point. The demon beast, writhing in pain, flung Iron away. Fortunately, Iron's skill was no trifling thing. He landed lightly and cleanly. The demon beast had now gone mad. It let out a deafening roar and glared at Iron with utter hatred. But Iron did not relent and struck its eye once more with a powerful blow. At last, he brought the demon beast down. It collapsed with a thunderous crash. Killian immediately ran over to Iron's side. "Your Grace," he asked anxiously, "how are things?" Then he looked up, his eyes widening in shock at what he was seeing. Killian was filled with astonishment and confusion. Aren't those skeletons the goblins who were mining? Or the soldier beside him was equally stunned. Then who killed them? Iron fell silent for a moment before asking, "A lich?" He guessed only that thing could use corpses as its servants. Most likely it killed all of them. It seems it wants to stop us from swearing the oath with the dragon and carrying out the mausoleum opening ritual. Hearing that, Killian and the soldier both went quiet in shock, stunned that such a thing could happen. Iron continued, "As you can see, we're surrounded now, so we have no choice but to deal with them." After thinking through the possibilities, he spoke in a grave tone. "They won't disappear until we find the one behind all this." He returned to a fighting stance. Killian and the soldier also drew their swords and steeled themselves. Iron laid out the strategy. "I'll find that bastard and finish him. In the meantime, you need to buy me time." A single battle cry stirred everyone's fighting spirit. Before them now stood an army of goblin skeletons and grotesque beasts. Yet they did not panic. With swords in hand, they charged boldly into the enemy ranks. The goblin pair supported one another, slaughtering skeletons with brutal efficiency. In the middle of the battle, Killian thought grimly, "They brought countless soldiers here to stop us from restoring the glorious name of House Pendragon." Even so, he swung his sword in a powerful arc, cutting down every skeleton within reach. Killian hardened his resolve. "I won't let you have your way. The Duke has changed so much. It's as if he has become an entirely different person. Perhaps he will achieve what even his ancestors could not." Killian even smiled to himself. The young lord now is far more outstanding than before. If it is him, he will surely control the white dragon, complete the mausoleum opening ritual, restore the family's glorious past, and make it prosper once more. Killian was overjoyed. Our era of decline is over. House Pendragon will surely rise again. Meanwhile, the creature in front of him snorted angrily, clearly enraged. Seeing the creature's reaction, Killian fumbled for a moment. Right, we. Inwardly, he shouted with determination. We are the proud White Dragon Knights. He brought his sword down with great force, making the demon beast before him scream in unbearable pain. And its head flew off, slamming into the wall behind it with tremendous impact. Seeing one of their own injured, the skeletons all raised their spears to counterattack. Together, they hurled 3 iron spears, slicing through the air. Their target was Iron, who was currently being pinned into a corner by a serpent-like monster, and the skeletons swiftly took advantage of that opening. Iron immediately noticed the 3 spears flying toward him. His eyes sharpened. Just as I thought, they're after my life. At this rate, I won't have time to find that lich. Suddenly, he reversed his grip on the sword, then leaped high and drove the blade into the eye of the monster in front of him, making it cry out in pain. At the same time, the 3 spears from his skeletons flew in together, aimed straight at the monster now shielding him. Pierced by the 3 spears, the monster screamed in agony and rolled to the ground. Meanwhile, Iron paid it no mind and looked in another direction. Furious, he raged inwardly. I don't know which bastard plotted all this, but the fall of House Pendragon and Vander's right are connected. They're here to block us because they want to take something from us. He smiled, a smile full of calculation. Looking at the monster before him, he muttered, "Fine, then I'll help you. I will definitely restore power to the family and not let you get what you want." So, Iron taunted, "Come ahead and try to stop us all you like." Right after that, the serpent-like monster lunged at him, opening its dangerous maw as if to swallow him whole. Iron set his stance and raised his sword with both hands. Then, with a single brutal strike, he split the serpent-like monster clean in half, powerful and merciless at once. Coldly, Iron thought, I will revive the glorious Vanner family with these very hands. Crash! The monster lost focus and slammed to the ground while Iron stood there calmly. Looking at the chaos before him, he thought, I've taken down quite a lot already. Looking into the distance, Iron could not help but think, even if they're only goblin skeletons with numbers like this, we won't last long. And there's still the Lich. Suddenly, a dark aura emerged from the smoke, surrounded Iron, and raised a Grim Reaper's scythe to his neck. Iron sensed the danger, but before he could react in time, he was ambushed. Liches were mages who had sealed away their own souls and become immortal. Their wickedness, a violation of the natural order itself, had made them targets of persecution, even in an empire that tolerated magic and sorcery. They would do anything to achieve their goals. For that reason, it was highly unusual that the empire had ordered the Rakshasa Legion, men whose deaths mattered to no one, to defeat them. And in battle, heavy casualties were only natural. The main reason for that was a cry of pain rang out. A man had been struck by a huge scythe, terribly sharp and deadly, wielded right before him. Raven stood nearby in composure, while beside him a blonde-haired soldier was completely unaware that a shocking incident had just occurred right next to him. A loud explosion erupted. Raven jolted in shock. The man's head had just been blown apart. Raven turned around in confusion to see what had happened. He was stunned and bewildered. What the? Looking at his comrade's headless body sprawled on the ground, Raven's mind was in turmoil. Who killed him? Then, with a sudden start, as though he realized something was wrong, Raven quickly turned his head to assess the situation. He stared ahead in confusion. The Lich is still standing there. So what's going on? Sorcery? The skeleton looked back at him. Its whole body was cloaked in mysterious black robes, and a dangerous dark aura radiated from it. Raven's only surviving companion stared in horror. Suddenly, he ran and screamed, "Ah, ghosts! They really do exist." At his reaction, the skeleton raised a hand and crooked a finger. A hazy smoke surrounded the man, and as if by dark magic, he was lifted into the air in utter panic. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Almost instantly, that man's head also exploded, and the room echoed with the grotesque sound of flesh bursting apart. Raven turned in shock to look. At this moment, he was completely helpless. Looking at the two discarded corpses, sweat poured down his face. I'd only heard of them in legends, but this dreadful feeling, it has to be here. The strongest form of a lich's kind, something humans could not see, a phantom. Humans could not see them because they were spirits like death itself. Raven looked around warily. He sharply sensed that he was next to be attacked, so he quickly dodged aside, narrowly avoiding the dangerous slash of that scythe. If that scythe touches you, you die, he warned himself inwardly. At that same moment, as if by some strange connection, Iron also sensed what was happening. He was startled and baffled by what he had just felt. Returning to the present, just as that death scythe was about to kill Iron, he swiftly raised his sword and blocked it. His blade flashed with a strange light. A huge explosion followed. His sword and the scythe collided, creating a shockwave powerful enough to shake the ground, and violent gusts burst outward in every direction. That was how he finally caught a glimpse of the thing hiding in the smoke. But before he could see clearly what it was, it vanished, leaving Iron sitting on the ground, staring blankly toward the place where it had disappeared. He looked at the smoke slowly fading away, his eyes full of astonishment and utter confusion. What? Muttering as he looked back at his strangely glowing sword, Iron said, "What just happened?" "This sword." Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, stay there." Killian was holding the body of one of their comrades and shouted a warning in alarm. "Young lord, the soldiers are suddenly dropping dead. What the hell is this?" Iron snapped out of it and quickly reached out, grabbing the bewildered Killian and yanking him away from the strike of the deadly scythe. Killian was shocked at being pulled aside so suddenly. Once Iron steadied him, Killian turned back in alarm, utterly confused. What just happened? Damn it, Iron cursed inwardly. The existence of phantoms was bizarre, and anyone who had never faced them before would never know. He thought grimly, they kill people before they even realize what's happening. Worse, phantoms will not disappear until the mage is killed, and there isn't only one. If I push forward from here, the soldiers won't be able to perceive the phantoms, and they'll be slaughtered. But if I don't kill the liches, we'll be overwhelmed by endless skeletons. Looking elsewhere, Iron felt cornered. Even Tada, Ariel, and Kazali, with their excellent night vision, can't find the liches. This isn't a Rakshasa legion. These aren't soldiers I can casually sacrifice. There has to be a way to solve this. Then a staff was suddenly raised, radiating a strange and powerful light. The one holding the staff slammed it into the ground, sending that power rippling outward. The entire camp was covered by the light, a wondrous force difficult to describe. Croton smiled faintly. He placed a hand on Iron's shoulder, his eyes still fixed ahead as he assessed the battlefield. In a firm voice, he said, "Looks like it's my turn now, young Lord Pendragon." Iron turned to look at his companion, surprise flickering in his eyes. Croton swung his staff. "I'll lend you my strength if you need help. This is a special magic gifted to me by the Earth Spirit. Watch closely." The teardrop-shaped jewel on the staff began to shine. At that moment, massive roots burst from the ground and charged toward the goblins like a storm. The speed of those roots was anything but slow. They tore through the air so fast that Iron's entire formation paused in astonishment for several seconds. The roots grew larger and gradually encircled the goblin forces. Seeing the positioning was just right, Croton raised a staff high and cast a spell. Those enormous roots swiftly crushed the nearby monsters and goblins, shattering the goblin skeletons into pieces that scattered everywhere. To the soldiers' shock and admiration, the massive roots coiled together to form the trunk of a gigantic tree and released a green, power-filled light. Iron silently watched the situation for a long moment before speaking. "If you can use magic, then use it from the start." Croton stroked his chin and replied calmly, "Don't be ridiculous. Powerful spells like this require a lot of preparation. Besides, they're exhausting." Then he turned to look at Iron, still composed, and added, "Let me bring light to you, young lord." Croton extended his hand and snapped his fingers. Calmly, he said, "This isn't a spell I can use more than once, so this is your first chance, and your last." Hearing that, Iron was utterly baffled. "What do you mean, chance?" Croton continued, "Please find the liches with this." Looking at what was happening before him, Iron could not hide his amazement. His eyes widened as if he could hardly believe what he was seeing. The strange thing was that the roots Croton had summoned had now grown into a small forest, complete with spreading canopies arranged in an orderly way. Light began to appear over the mountain peak as leaves rustled in the wind, making the scene feel more hopeful than ever. Iron stared fixedly in one direction, his eyes flashing with shock and hatred. He muttered, "Found you." Hearing that, Croton turned and smiled. "Heh. We'll somehow deal with the rest of the skeleton soldiers. Don't worry, leave the rest to us." Before he could even finish, Croton suddenly saw Iron burst forward like the wind, leaving him standing there in confusion. Croton hurriedly called out, "Young lord." But Iron no longer cared about anything around him, focusing only on the prey ahead as he raced straight toward the dark figure. The scene shifted elsewhere. Kazali was busily cutting down enemies, smashing them to pieces. He seemed nearly crazed under the storm-like assault of those hateful skeletal creatures. At that moment, Iron ran up and called his name, startling him into turning around. Iron shouted, "The Lich is up there." Hearing that, Kazali immediately understood what he had to do and what his young lord intended. Standing between two heaps of scattered bones on the ground, Kazali took his stance and shouted, "Come on." At the same time, Iron rushed toward Kazali like a gale, without slowing for even a second. He planted his foot on Kazali's hand, using him as a springboard, intending to leap upward and close in on the Lich. Kazali swung his arm and launched Iron into the air with tremendous strength, giving him perfect support. As he descended, Iron quickly readied himself so he could adapt and attack the Lich at any moment. A dangerous tension sparked between the two, each intent on killing the other. With a fierce swing, Iron brought his sword down at the Lich's head, intending to split him in two, but it was not that easy. The Lich quickly raised his staff and blocked the blow, and a terrifying burst of light erupted from the collision. Thrown back by the impact, Iron flew away, creating distance and an opening for his next attack. Raising his sword in provocation, he said coolly, "You want my life, don't you? Well, look, I'm standing right in front of you." The moment he finished speaking, a dark aura began to form behind him. Iron showed neither surprise nor panic, because it was all part of his plan. He merely glanced behind him. Good, the Phantom should show up too. Looking at the chaos below, Iron assessed the situation inwardly. With this, only the skeleton soldiers will remain on the ground, but the army is already near its limit. Iron glanced at the Lich standing before him, determination hardening in his heart. Let's finish this quickly. Sensing Iron's provocation and danger, the Lich visibly flinched. He quickly raised his staff and launched his next attack. A formidable power spread around him. Giant skeletal hands began to rise from the ground, just like when the goblin skeletons had clawed their way up from their graves. But Iron did not panic. Tightening his grip on his sword, he locked onto his target and charged straight ahead. With cold, calm eyes, he swung his sword powerfully and severed the skeletal hands rising from the ground. After cutting through those nuisances made from the dead, Iron shot straight toward the Lich. When the distance between them had nearly closed, he swung his sword with immense resentment and fury. But killing a Lich was never easy. At that moment, the Lich swiftly retreated and sent two scythe blades to reap Iron's life. Feeling the overwhelming danger and pressure, Iron jolted in alarm. He quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding the deadly attack of those scythes. Damn it, Iron thought angrily. The Phantom came back to protect the sorcerer. Quickly putting some distance between himself and the Lich, he stayed on guard. This is troublesome. I can't recklessly get close anymore. Looking up with a pensive expression, Iron calculated inwardly. Somehow, I have to separate the Lich from the Phantom. At the same time, the Lich quickly raised his staff and prepared his next attack. He fired off sparks of flame that merged into a powerful stream rushing toward Iron. Though already braced for combat, even Iron could not help being startled by the Lich's attack. He was in a tough spot. Fire? Damn it, this is blocking my retreat if the Phantom comes. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the Phantom lunged at him, taking the form of a pair of deadly scythes. As that fearsome weapon drew closer and closer, Iron froze. He stood rigid, staring at the attacking scythes as they closed in on him, not knowing what to do. Then suddenly, the gem on his sword began to shine once more. It released a powerful, overwhelming energy that surrounded him, protecting Iron and stopping the scythe's assault. Seeing what was happening before its eyes, the Lich was caught off guard, never expecting this turn of events. Iron closed his eyes, feeling the energy surging through his body. I want to know who you are. Your soul bears a different color. And even so, I have remained here, waiting for you. Kulme, prove that you can reach this place, nameless soul. With his eyes still shut, Iron saw before him a huge, bizarre skeleton radiating an unfathomable power. This had to be the owner of that mysterious voice and source of power. Slowly opening his eyes, Iron looked at what he had inherited and murmured, "Soldrake." At that moment, the Lich stood stunned before him, staring warily at Iron as he was enveloped by that strange, nameless power. Suddenly, Iron opened his eyes. A fierce energy burst from him, and wings of light seemed to gleam beside his empowered eyes, as though something inside him had changed. The Lich immediately commanded its army to attack again, giving Iron no chance to get used to or control his new power. Iron remained calm. So that's what the Phantom really is. With his newly empowered eyes, Iron saw the Phantom's true form at last. The thing that had tormented him all this time was actually two large, grotesque, dangerous skeletons. They looked like gigantic monsters, yet Iron stayed calm, not a trace of panic in his heart despite their horrifying appearance. This is my first time seeing them. The Phantom let out a shrill cry, as if it were about to launch a second attack. Planting his sword into the ground, Iron steadied himself, unshaken by the scream. With a cold, razor-sharp gaze and his whole body wrapped in an overwhelming aura, he gripped his sword, ready to fight the Phantom at any moment. Iron swung a powerful slash at the Phantoms just as they struck with their scythes, trying to take his life. The force of that blow was unquestionable. After only one hit, the two Phantoms shrieked in agony as if they were being burned alive in a sea of blue fire and light. Watching the Phantoms gradually be destroyed before its eyes, the Lich panicked and quickly retreated, trying to flee. But Iron had no intention of letting it go so easily. With a sweep of his hand, he blew away the smoke left behind by the Phantom's destruction. Facing the Lich coldly and pressing it back toward the edge, Iron advanced. He drove his sword forward in a powerful thrust. The blade pierced straight through the Lich's head as he said coldly, "It's over, Lich." Iron drove the sword through the Lich's forehead, his eyes icy and merciless. Calmly, he said, "This is where you end, Lich." The Lich burned in a sea of blue flames, shrieking hopelessly in pain. Iron calmly watched it all unfold, then sheathed his sword as the power surrounding him slowly faded after completing its task. Looking at the remains before him, Iron pulled himself together. The Lich's staff had shattered into pieces and lay abandoned on the ground. Below, among Iron's troops, the battle had been raging fiercely when suddenly the skeletons seemed to lose all their energy and collapsed one after another, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Kazali stared blankly. "What's going on?" The skeleton soldiers all just stopped. Standing beside him, Croton closed his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. "It seems the young lord has taken care of the Lich." The skeletons lay motionless, scattered everywhere. Gradually, black energy began to seep out of them and evaporate away. The soldiers around them stared in disbelief. The dry bones they had fought so desperately were now all down and slowly disappearing. Everyone felt relieved and overjoyed. Croton looked up, and so they have lost their leader. Through the drifting dust and haze, Iron still stood tall atop the tower, gazing into the distance like a warrior. Dust spread through the air, and as Iron followed it with his eyes, Croton murmured in admiration. "They've turned to dust and returned to heaven." The hazy scene surrounded Iron. He watched those souls, now reduced to dust, drift in one direction as if ascending to the heavens. Sometime later, once things had been put in order, the soldiers looked mournfully at the bodies of their comrades who had fought beside them through life and death, grieving bitterly for the men they had lost. Killian could not hold back his tears either. He sniffled, tried to keep his voice from breaking too loudly. Behind him, Iron stood in silence, suppressing the weight in his heart. His heart felt heavy, and the brightness on his face was gone, replaced by deep sorrow. The soldiers buried their comrades nearby and knelt to pray for them. The long night wore on, and eventually the whole group retired to their tents to rest. All except one, Iron. He sat alone in silence, wiping down his sword in an indescribable gloom. Closing his eyes, Iron sank into thought. At that moment, the gem on his sword suddenly lit up, heralding another strange phenomenon. Iron was abruptly dragged back into his past. He recalled the darkest, most hopeless period of his life. Seeing his past self, Iron was startled. What is this? The memory of that day? In that memory, after being falsely accused because of some letter, Iron screamed frantically, "You've got it wrong. It wasn't me." He desperately tried to explain. "It's a misunderstanding. I was framed." Iron cried out in despair, "Stop." But the memories kept flooding his mind. In the prison that day, Iron weakly and helplessly called for his mother and his brother. "Please, make it stop." Then he suddenly saw himself standing on an execution ground, bound in chains beneath the judgmental stares of everyone around him. Tears streamed down Iron's face in hopeless despair. Then suddenly, the scene shifted to Iron Pendragon's memories, and Iron was utterly shocked. In that memory, the boy was desperately screaming for his father, "Please don't die." In agony, he cried, "I'll become a dragon rider, and I'll become an outstanding member of House Pendragon. So please." The memory of Pendragon. Iron jolted awake, sweat soaking his entire body, unable to hide the panic and shock in his eyes. He gasped for breath, forcing air into his lungs to calm himself. His whole body trembled in fear. After the panic passed, Iron clenched his teeth. It was as if seeing the memory he most wanted to forget had driven him into a fit of rage. Sitting alone in the tent, Iron pressed a hand to his forehead and steadied himself. After a while, he staggered outside and found Croton sitting guard. Croton greeted him with a smile. "You're still awake, young lord? It's quite late." Iron muttered, "Croton." He asked, "After all that, you're still standing watch?" Croton waved a hand casually. "OS is very strong, so it's fine. Besides, if I leave everything to the humans, even more people will end up dying." At those words, Iron unconsciously turned to look at the graves of his soldiers, his heart tangled with countless thoughts. Stretching, Croton said, "That battle was a brutal one." Iron gave no reply. Instead, he suddenly brought up his sword. "This sword saved me." With his eyes closed, Croton heard the strange confession and opened them, staring at Iron curiously. Iron gripped the sword tightly. "The treasured sword of House Pendragon, Widow's Wail. This sword gave me the power to protect myself from the phantom scythe." That was Soldrake's flame. Hearing that, Croton suddenly realized, "The guardian deity of the forest?" Iron answered, "This sword possesses Soldrake's power." And Soldrake. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled the moment he had been granted Soldrake's power. At that time, he had been able to see the phantom's form through his blessed eyes. Nameless soul, Iron fell silent. "The power to see through all things enter my sight." After saying that, Iron suddenly went quiet, leaving Croton staring at him in confusion and unease. Clutching the sword in his hand, Iron thought, "The white dragon knows I'm not Iron. I'm Raven." Iron clenched his teeth, trapped in his thoughts. But then he remembered the scene of Iron Pendragon desperately calling for his father before the man's death. An intense headache and exhaustion overwhelmed him, and in his mind echoed Iron Pendragon's vow. "I'll become an outstanding member of House Pendragon. So please." Iron grimaced. "Why am I dreaming about Iron?" Croton looked at Iron, standing beside him, obviously suffering and in extreme anguish, and could not help but worry. He asked, "What happened, Pendragon?" Iron suddenly ground his teeth, and the force of his anger made Croton flinch in confusion and fear. "Why are you angry? Did I do something wrong?" At that, Iron ran his hands through his hair and replied in a troubled voice, "It's nothing. My fault. I just didn't get enough sleep." Croton answered a little shakily, "Is that so? Then why don't you get some rest?" Iron fell silent for a moment. Then suddenly, a strangely eerie smile spread across his face. No one could tell what Iron was thinking to produce such a mysterious smile. "I had a nightmare." Croton looked at him in silence, then turned away and whispered, "I see." The next morning, just as the sun began to rise behind the mountains, somewhere along the route Iron's group was traveling, Kazali said uneasily, "I've got a bad feeling." Standing beside him, Croton did not disagree. "I agree. Our chances of returning safely just dropped a lot." The whole group looked toward a cave in the cliff wall. A strange mist spilled from it, and it contained an eerie power that no one had been able to approach. Killian stared at the cave, deeply unsettled. A demon's instincts are much sharper than a human's. So if they're sensing something here, then that must mean. Iron finished the thought that there is definitely something here. "I'm afraid it's..." As if he already guessed it, Iron said calmly, a tomb. The moment he said it, a difficult memory from his days as Raven flashed through his mind like a gust of wind. It passed quickly, but left behind an overwhelming sense of disgust. Iron clenched his teeth and frowned, unable to suppress his anger. He thought to himself, Soul Drake is probably waiting for Iron, but I need the dragon's power if I'm going to get revenge under the name of House Van. So, Iron steeled himself. I have to make the dragon obey me. Then his thoughts returned once more to the past. What exactly happened to it on that battlefield? And after that, somehow I was revived as Iron. Closing his eyes, Iron drew his sword from its sheath. He calculated silently. The white dragon must know something about all this. After finishing his thoughts, Iron swung his sword and gave a firm order. Soldiers, prepare yourselves. Kazali, holding a torch, led the group. They moved deeper into the cave, where glittering crystals shone all around them, creating a fantastical and radiant space. Kazali sniffed the air as if he had noticed something. He even twitched his ears, listening to the sounds echoing through the cave. After a while, Kazali led them onward. This way. Killian looked exhausted, but he could not help exclaiming, that ability is amazing. Ahead of them, Iron replied, of course. An orc's senses can detect the flow of air and locate a water source. That ability is essential in our current situation. As they walked, Croton suddenly stopped. His abrupt halt confused both Kazali and Iron. Iron asked, what is it, Croton? He replied, I sense something. The instant he said that, droplets of water suddenly appeared in the air, floating all around them in brilliant colors. Croton looked more closely and then seemed to realize something. A surprised smile spread across his face. His reaction made everyone turn curiously in the direction he was staring. A spirit. Croton stared at the colorful spirits, each crowned with crystal as they fluttered through the air in wonder. The mischievous little spirits darted wildly over the group's heads. Someone in the group cried out excitedly, spirits. A little later, Iron's party reached a waterfall. Croton shouted, look, there are water spirits near that spot. Iron asked, water spirits? Are they dangerous? Croton answered, not at all. However, this cave has very little life force. It's a special place beyond the reach of the Earth God's protection. They shouldn't be here. Hearing that, Iron stroked his chin in thought. Killian said, maybe they can't get out. Holding up the torch and looking carefully, Kazali replied, there's a staircase behind the waterfall. That may be the way out. I can feel wind blowing from there too. At that moment, Iron seemed to notice something. Startled, he strained to see more clearly. Hidden within the waterfall was some mysterious object, and the fact that it had been concealed in this cave meant its power could not be underestimated. He alerted the group. Something is glowing in the middle of the waterfall. It looks like a disc. Hearing that, Croton stared hard at the waterfall, eager to satisfy his curiosity. Then suddenly, the water in the cave began gathering together as if moved by some force. Everyone was so startled by the strange sight that they instinctively stepped back. Kazali cried out in shock. What the hell is that? Iron's body stiffened. He stared at it intently, feeling as though his vision and understanding were being broadened. The droplets gradually began to take shape. Croton muttered, so it's here, a water spirit beast. At last, the thing had gathered enough water and power to form itself into the shape of a fierce, highly vigilant turtle. Iron was taken aback. A turtle? Kazali shouted. A turtle made of water. The turtle raised one leg high, then slammed it down with tremendous force toward the group, knocking them sprawling in shock. Iron cried out in alarm. It's attacking us. Beside him, Croton guessed it must be protecting the treasure. Iron asked suspiciously, treasure? Croton glanced at him and explained, the thing you saw in the middle of the waterfall. At that moment, the turtle let out a furious roar. Even so, Croton continued explaining to Iron, I told you already. This place has no protection from the Earth God. There must be something here that's making the water spirits oppose us. As Iron backed away to keep his distance, he said, to protect the treasure, they're trying to crush us. Right beside him, Croton answered, looks that way. Iron kept his eyes locked on the turtle, guarding against it with utmost caution. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, and the gems set in it began to glow. The turtle stared back at him just as warily. The two faced each other for a long moment, until Iron finally moved his hand as if he were about to do something. Killian hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait, young lord, what are you about to do? No one knew what he intended. They only saw him stubbornly continue facing the water turtle. Raising his sword before it, Iron ordered calmly, calm down. The water turtle blinked at him in confusion. Iron raised his voice. Calm down, as if sensing his emotions. The stone on the sword began to glow strangely as well. Then it released an enormous burst of energy that sent everything around them fluttering. The people standing outside could only stare at him in bafflement. They were utterly astonished by what they were seeing. Then a great mass of water came pouring down. Iron stood beneath the rain calmly with his eyes closed, silent and motionless. After a while, he calmly lifted his gaze to what was gradually becoming visible behind the torrent. A red shield bearing the image of a dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. The shield gleamed brightly and radiated tremendous power. Holding in his hands, Killian was thrilled. So this means this shield is the treasure. Killian exclaimed, "What an incredible shield. It heals the wounds of the one carrying it, and it can heal the soldiers as well." Iron did not seem surprised at all. He only answered calmly, "I see." Croton turned to look at him with admiration. "Amazing, young lord. You managed to drive back the water spirits. Is this what you were talking about last night? The power of Widow's Wail?" Iron looked down at the sword in his hand and let out a heavy sigh. In a subdued voice, he said, "I don't understand why. I felt something, and then it just happened." At that, everyone stared at him blankly. Croton quickly said, "You don't look very well." Walking beside them, Kazali chimed in, "Well, that's just the power of the forest guardian deity." Killian immediately bristled. "What did you say? So it's all thanks to House Pendragon. Is that it?" Hearing that, Iron thought to himself, that's right. Soldrake's power is Pendragon's power. Simply put, it isn't mine. As memories of the past surfaced once more, Iron thought of the image of Iron pledging himself before his dying father. It filled him with pain and conflict, making him grind his teeth. Closing his eyes, he thought, "I am Raven Vant." Sometime later, the group arrived at a place both strange and magnificently grand. Looking at the scene before them, Killian exclaimed, "We finally made it." Standing beside him, Iron looked as though he were deep in thought. He carefully examined everything around him. It was a tomb. Looking at the statue of the Pendragon dragon before him, Iron's thoughts were in turmoil. Iron's party approached the front of the ancient structure. Once again, the gem on the sword in his hand suddenly lit up. Noticing this, Killian cried out in surprise, "Oh, the treasured sword Widow's Wail is..." Iron finished its crying out. Holding the sword out in front of him, he said, "This is the tomb." Iron drew the sword from its sheath, and it suddenly gave off a strange light. Right after that, the great doors of the tomb swung open, and thick mist billowed out, forcing everyone to shield themselves. Kazali cried out in amazement, "Whoa, mist is coming out." Then suddenly, Iron's eyes widened in shock. What he saw was the hazy silhouette of someone riding a horse straight toward him. Iron immediately shouted, "Something's coming." His heart pounded in alarm. How can this be? The mist gradually cleared, slowly revealing the figure. The man swung his sword, and the surrounding fog vanished completely. The people around them were stunned. Kazali blurted out, "You are..." Killian gasped, "Gorin." Iron immediately raised his sword in full guard and muttered the name, Gorin. Before them all now was the majestic figure of Gorin mounted on horseback, sword in hand, leaving everyone dumbfounded. "Gorin Pendragon," someone whispered. Meanwhile, he calmly looked down at Iron's party below. Kazali and everyone else stared at him in shock. "You are..." he gasped, "the former Duke." Killian said in astonishment, "Duke Gorin Pendragon." Beside him, Iron was too stunned to speak. Inwardly, he thought, a transparent body. A spirit? No, more than that. Iron was bewildered. Why'd I know this man's name? And then that old image from Iron's memories flashed through his mind again. He frowned in irritation, then suddenly understood. So it came from Iron's memories. Suddenly, a ray of light shone down, illuminating everything and dazzling everyone present. They had no choice but to shield their eyes. Iron let out a low growl in discomfort. Only when the light finally faded did he stop squinting and slowly open his hazy eyes. The moment he looked up, he was utterly stunned. A massive, majestic dragon stood proudly in the sky before the moon. Everyone unconsciously stared upward with mouths agape. The dragon spread its wings, great, powerful wings. Kazali and Croton also looked up without blinking. Then the dragon descended straight down, making everyone tremble in fear. It had pure, brilliantly shining sea blue eyes, yet that did nothing to diminish its cold, powerful presence. Those eyes were like a gentle blue sky, but filled with a mystery no one could dare belittle. Looking up at it, Iron gave a helpless smile. It's here. The majestic dragon descended, stirring wild gusts of wind. Under his breath, Iron whispered, Soul Drake. Soul Drake landed and stood behind Goran Pendragon. Soul Drake curled its tail protectively around Goran. Looking at it, Killian suddenly exclaimed, It's beautiful. Kroton and Kazali said in unison, the guardian deity. As for Iron, he stared at it with both caution and astonishment. Even Soul Drake glanced at Iron, then suddenly asked, You, who are you? At that question, Iron was caught completely off guard and didn't know how to respond. He looked toward Goran, wondering if the Duke had spoken. But Goran seemed not to have opened his mouth at all, still standing exactly as before. Killian asked in alarm, Your Grace, did Goran just speak? Kata, standing beside him, protested, No, that was the dragon, wasn't it? That can't be. Iron thought to himself, It's exactly like that time. Back on the Lacting Plains, when I first met Iron Pendragon, that voice sounded exactly the same. Which meant the one who had spoken then and the one speaking now was neither Iron nor Goran, but Soul Drake. Iron became certain of it. He was stunned. This dragon was talking to him. That voice rang out once more. Who are you? Everyone around him stared at Iron in confusion. Iron hurriedly answered, I am Iron Pendragon. The dragon stared at him for a moment, then suddenly moved closer, startling everyone and putting them on guard. Soul Drake said, You are not Iron Pendragon. You cannot deceive me. The dragon continued patiently. I will ask you again. Who are you? Iron suddenly shuddered in panic. A memory from the days when he had still been Raven flashed through his mind. Back then, he had endured brutal punishments alone, controlled and manipulated by others like a puppet. As those memories resurfaced, Iron began breathing heavily and let out a cry. The very next moment, he clutched his head, collapsed to the ground, and screamed in agony. Killian cried out in shock. Young master. Clutching his head in panic, Iron gasped, My head feels like it's splitting open. I am. What the hell am I? While he writhed in pain, the dragon Soul Drake looked at him without emotion. Under Soul Drake's gaze, Iron screamed and clutched his head in agony, while the others called out to him in alarm. Still not relenting, Soul Drake asked again, Who are you? Iron cried out, as one memory after another from his past flooded his mind. His eyes widened in pain as his miserable memories kept pouring out. In despair, Iron thought, I don't want to see them anymore. A torrent of memories rushed through his head as if trying to devour his very mind, all because the dragon was forcing him to relive those sensations. Soul Drake watched the entire process of Iron's suffering without looking away. After a moment, it lowered its head close to him and coaxed. Say it. Who are you? Iron lay on the ground, clutching his head, sweat streaming down his face. Murmuring, I am. At that very moment, another layer of memories overlapped in his mind. Iron was bewildered. Were those memories? The Duke's wife, and Goran. Then this child. Is that me? Then suddenly another scene flashed before him, and he realized, no, not me. That is Iron. And finally, as though by cruel habit, he once again remembered the last life and death moment of the father before his eyes. Then Iron suddenly realized, that's right, that was Iron. Iron gulped down air in ragged breaths. He was dizzy from being forced to relive all those memories. Then, suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The people outside called to him anxiously, their faces filled with panic. Seeing him crumpled on the ground, the dragon ordered, Say your name. Iron sprawled flat on the ground, his eyes slowly losing focus. He murmured, I, Raven. In his daze, he seemed to see the figure of a servant. He started in surprise. What? In that hazy state, he saw the girl calling his name with both worry and joy. Iron stared blankly. Lindsay. Then, at that very instant, he saw two more girls. Irene and Mia, and then, memories. No, they are. Those memories stormed through his head like a violent tempest, heavy and swift, and he had to bear every moment of them. Iron thought to himself, my memories. He gradually remembered the memories he had just lived through together with everyone in the expedition, from fighting the Lich to the water spirit creature in the cave. Meanwhile, outside, the others were desperately worried for him. Hold on, Pendragon. Killian gave the order, protect the young master, even if we must stake our lives on it. Kata gritted his teeth. Damn it, there's no other way. Kroton, beside him, hurriedly said, Wait, Kata, are you planning to oppose the guardian deity? Kata shot back. I fought beside him. He's my comrade. If this goes on, he'll die. Lying on the ground, Iron suddenly exhaled. He forced himself to endure and thought, that's right. Dragging his weakened body upright, Iron said, I am. Soul Drake stared at him in surprise, unable to understand how he could possess such tenacious strength. Iron drove his sword into the ground with a loud clang. Bracing himself against it, he lifted his eyes and looked straight at the dragon, finishing his words with extraordinary resolve. The rightful heir of House Pendragon, Iron Pendragon. By then, Iron seemed to have exhausted every ounce of strength he had, pain written across his face, yet he never yielded. The dragon silently watched him. After speaking, Iron panted heavily, waiting for Soul Drake's next move. At that moment, Gorin suddenly nodded and smiled, leaving Iron utterly bewildered. The very next instant, Gorin's figure vanished without a trace. Iron stared blankly. Gorin Pendragon disappeared, and then, at that very moment, the dragon Soul Drake raised its head toward the sky. It let out a roar that echoed across the whole region. The shockwave from that cry spread everywhere, startling everyone. Some members of Iron's group were even thrown into the air by it. Kata and the others looked around in confusion. What's happening? A moment later, when the sound finally ceased, dust had billowed everywhere, and the group was in complete chaos. Then the dragon lowered its head before Iron and said, Our promise has been fulfilled, Iron Pendragon and Raven. Holding his sword, Iron stared at it in confusion as Soul Drake continued. As such, you shall inherit House Pendragon. Hearing that, Iron smiled. At ease at last, he gradually slumped down, and the others hurried toward him in concern. Everyone was overjoyed. You really did it. The light in that place slowly spread across everything, and after the storm had passed, peace returned once more. The others ran to Iron anxiously under Soul Drake's calm gaze. Iron waved a hand and replied, I'm fine, don't worry. Right after that, Killian asked in bewilderment, this is? Looking fully satisfied, Iron answered, The oath has been completed. Soul Drake has chosen me. Everyone stared at him in stunned silence, as if processing what they had just heard, and then all at once they burst into loud cheers and laughter, delighted by the news. They shouted, Iron has been chosen. The future of Pendragon is secure. Croton exclaimed, From now on, he will walk alongside the guardian deity. What an achievement, Kata added happily from beside him. He's the only one who managed to defeat all of us. Suddenly, Soul Drake lifted its head and looked toward the sky. Iron followed its gaze. What is it, Soul Drake? He asked. Soul Drake answered lightly. A guest has just arrived. Iron blinked in confusion. A guest? Looking up, they saw shadows flying toward them through the sky. Iron guessed, birds, but when they came closer, he was startled. No, not birds. Kata was equally horrified by the sight. What? Impossible. Before everyone's eyes now was the image of numerous dragons flying toward them, leaving all of them staring upward in utter shock. Dragons. Dragons are coming here. The dragons wheeled wildly through the sky, chasing one another into an incredibly fantastical vortex. The people below looked up, their hearts full of confusion and unease. Iron stared in astonishment. He thought in disbelief, 6 dragons? The dragons looked down from above, immense pressure radiating from their bodies. It was obvious at a glance that they were no easy opponents. They surrounded the group, the 6 of them forming a circle one by one. Under their overwhelming pressure, everyone was terrified. Iron looked around in bewilderment as unease spread through him. One of the dragons spoke. Is this the new contractor of the queen? Iron turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a jet-black dragon with violet eyes, speaking in a calm tone that was far from friendly. Soul Drake replied, That is correct, Amelhat. Then Soul Drake asked, I did not summon you. Why have you come here? The oath with House Pendragon has nothing to do with you. A green dragon spoke up. Not this time. Soul Drake cast an irritated look at the distant green dragon and warned it by name. Era Gurian. But the green dragon did not seem frightened at all. It merely lowered its head respectfully and said, We came because this is something we must do. Do you not know the reason? Soul Drake shot them a sharp look and asked, Do you presume to question me? At that, the other dragons drew back their necks, looking uncertain. Amelhat roared angrily. Even so, my queen, besides your aura, I can sense something else within this human. The aura of both the demon god and the dragon god clings to him. Hearing that, Iron stared blankly, unable to understand what they were talking about. Soul Drake spread its wings and let out another mighty roar. Once again, the people standing there were blown far away for no apparent reason. The dragons recoiled warily before that force, while only Iron remained standing, as if protected by Soul Drake. Soul Drake spoke in an icy, furious voice. "Uninvited guests, leave my domain at once. In the name of the King of Dragons, I command you." Hearing that, Iron whipped his head around in shock. His eyes were full of disbelief. The King of Dragons? On the opposite side, the dragons exchanged looks and nodded, as though silently reaching some agreement among themselves. They spread their wings to leave, but the black dragon remained stubborn, still staring at Soul Drake. Amelhat said, "We will leave it at this for today. However, if this human one day returns to our land, then everything will become clear." Iron looked up, a guarded light in his eyes. And with that, the black dragon spread its wings and departed as well. All 6 dragons flew away, unable to achieve what they had wanted. Soul Drake silently watched the direction in which the 6 dragons had gone. A little later, Kata slowly regained himself, exhaled, and asked blankly, "What just happened?" Kazali said in confusion. It was like they were talking to each other. Krotten answered, "No one can hear a dragon's voice except the one it is speaking to. Before the oath was established, we could hear it through Gorin, but now we can't hear anything at all." Hearing that, Iron asked in surprise, "So I'm the only one who heard their conversation?" But it was true that Soul Drake's voice had stopped being audible to the others once the oath was formed. Iron rubbed his chin and thought, let's set that aside for now. 6 dragons, the dragon god, the demon god. Damn it, there's still so much I don't know. After thinking that, he looked up. Soul Drake, King of Dragons. Maybe it knows everything. The reason I was reborn is Iron. With that thought, he raised his head and called out to Soul Drake. Waving a hand, Iron said, "I want to ask you something. Could you lower your head a little? Look, my neck's getting sore." Hearing that, Soul Drake lowered its head and looked at him for a while, as if thinking about something. Then it suddenly said, "In that case, there's a better way." A transformation occurred before everyone's eyes. Soul Drake suddenly began to glow, startling them all. Its body gradually became hazy and slowly disappeared. Killian asked in alarm, "Soul Drake vanished." A brilliant flash suddenly burst forth, and Iron had to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the glare. He let out an irritated sound. When the glow finally faded, Iron slowly lowered his hand. Before him and everyone else, the dragon had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only empty space and the fantastical purple sky. Iron panicked and shouted, "Hey, Soul Drake!" Suddenly, Soul Drake's voice rang out. "Where exactly are you looking?" Hearing that, Iron looked down in confusion and made a baffled sound. Before his eyes, the hem of a blue dress slowly came into view. A girl with white hair and great wings landed lightly and walked slowly toward Iron. Tilting her head, she said, "I'm right here." Everyone froze on the spot in complete shock, exclaiming in confusion and disbelief, "Soul Drake." Before them now stood a girl with smooth white hair and white brows, sparkling gems set upon her forehead. Her figure was full and graceful, and her clothes looked extremely luxurious, with a dress cut open at the back to make room for her soft white wings. Her appearance was no less stunning than that of a peerless beauty, perhaps even more so because of her cold and proud bearing. Soul Drake opened her mouth and asked, "You said you had something to ask me, didn't you? Then let us continue our conversation." Iron, Killian, and Krotten stood there dumbfounded, unable to understand what was happening, and blurted out Soul Drake's name. A little later, Iron's group resumed their journey. Iron rode at the front on horseback, while Soul Drake strolled leisurely beside him. As they walked, Krotten suddenly turned to Killian and asked, "Hey, human, can I ask you something?" "What are they saying?" Killian turned back in confusion. "Why are you asking me that? If you want to know, go ask them yourself." Krotten froze, and the one beside him quickly explained, "Getting close to the guardian deity isn't so easy for Ancona orcs like us." Killian fell silent for a moment, then said, "Even if you could get close, you still wouldn't hear what they're saying." He looked at the cold, authoritative girl. "We can't hear Soul Drake's voice," Killian continued, "and for some reason, we can't hear the young master's voice either." After saying that, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. "But as for a dragon turning into a human, I've never heard of such a thing." The group continued through the forest under Iron's guidance and leadership. Then Killian suddenly sighed in admiration. "And she's incredibly beautiful, too." Krotten blinked and asked, "Really?" His face plainly showed disbelief, and another beside him added, "Orcs like us don't see it that way at all." Croton thought, if those eyes looked at you, your whole body would freeze from fear. At that moment, Iron gestured to Soldrake, signaling that he had something to say. He asked, who were those 6 dragons? They seemed unhappy about our oath. What exactly are they objecting to? Soldrake replied through spiritual speech. That is something only time can answer. Iron stared at her in silence, confused. Frowning, he said, you showed me my past from when I was Raven, so you must know something about your own inexplicable death and Iron's death, and also about what the hand said. Iron guessed, you must know something about all of it. The reason I was reborn as Iron. Soldrake did not answer directly. She merely said vaguely, time will give you the answer. Iron frowned, deeply irritated. He snapped, hey, you've been saying nothing but that this whole time. Just tell me everything I need to know already. Soldrake did not even spare him a glance, answering calmly, you talk too much. Soldrake continued, those of House Pendragon rarely ever wish to speak with me. Hearing that, a flicker of suspicion crossed Iron's mind. He clutched his head. What is wrong with her? I thought that once I formed the oath with her, I'd finally learn something. Just then, a sudden noise made Iron jolt. A huge monster was charging at him wildly. Everyone was startled and alarmed. A demon. It's huge. Iron did not hesitate for even a second. He drew his sword and lunged straight at the creature to take its head. But before he could even reach it, the unlucky beast was casually crushed by Soldrake's bare hand, dying on the spot. The entire group fell silent in utter shock. Iron was inwardly horrified. Zulfust. They stared at Soldrake, who calmly stood before the corpse of the unfortunate demon. Soldrake lifted a chunk of meat she had torn from the demon's body. She looked at it for a moment, then immediately brought it to her mouth and ate it on the spot. The sight of her eating it raw, fresh ingredients from something killed only seconds ago, left everyone shaken. Truly a dragon, Killian said awkwardly. Even in that form, she doesn't seem human at all. She really is beautiful. Watching Soldrake's back, he sighed again. But what she does is nothing like a beauty. Iron silently looked at her. Beauty really can be dangerous, he thought, somewhat conflicted. That night, Iron's group rested again, and Croton continued his usual watch duty. Everyone else was fast asleep, but Soldrake did not sleep at all, instead climbing onto a tree branch and leisurely gazing at the moon. Suddenly, someone called to her, and Soldrake looked away from the sky. It was Iron standing below, holding the carcass of an animal that looked like a sheep or a goat, apparently intending to share a late-night meal with the dragon beauty. A little later, he carefully sliced off pieces of rib meat. Sitting by a fire he had just kindled, Iron began roasting them over the warm flames. As the meat slowly cooked, its rich aroma spread through the area, enough to make anyone drool at the mere smell of it. Once it was done, he handed some to Soldrake. Here, holding the hot meat in her hand, Soldrake stared at it with a mix of puzzlement, curiosity, and interest. Iron took a bite himself, as if to demonstrate. Calmly, he said, if you're in human form, this is how you're supposed to eat. After hearing that, Soldrake remained quite composed. She picked up the meat and took a bite as well. After tasting something delicious, she praised him in a casual tone. You truly are an interesting Pendragon. Iron seemed immune to the compliment and merely said calmly, I am a Pendragon. Then Iron fell silent. But I am Raven as well. At that, Soldrake suddenly looked at him in silence. A strange light flickered in her eyes. From the trees, a crow cawed eerily into the stillness. In the middle of their late-night meal, the two of them abruptly fell quiet. Sensing that something fell off, Iron awkwardly changed the subject. I won't talk about myself anymore. It's not as if you'd understand anyway. Returning to the food, he lifted a rib and said, I used to do this all the time. Not bad, right? Soldrake stared at him blankly. Seeing that she did not respond, Iron did not really care and continued. By the way, there's something I want to ask you. Just as he finished speaking, she suddenly said, Son. Iron looked at her in confusion. Soldrake smiled gently, her eyes soft with a strangely affectionate warmth. Even with bits of meat still at the corner of her lips, nothing diminished the brilliance of that smile. She said softly, From now on, you may call me son. Seeing the smile of this dragon girl he had only known for a few days, Iron was momentarily dazed. She smiled. He hastily steadied his racing heart. So dragon smile too, huh? Outwardly, he only forced out an awkward laugh. Not forgetting his original purpose, Iron continued. Then son about the dragon god and the demon god. Son cut him off. Time will answer that as well. The romantic atmosphere was instantly destroyed. Iron exploded in frustration. Hey, when he returned to his castle, Iron was greeted by cheers on all sides. A line of servants welcomed him with utmost respect. The young master has returned. He came back with the dragon. Hearing that, Iron's family quickly ran out onto the balcony to see for themselves. Irene cheered joyfully. You finally did it, brother. Lady Helen gently wiped away tears of emotion and said softly, You truly are your mother's pride, my son. The maid Linda also let out a quiet sigh of relief. When I saw him off at the Barinto gate, I was so worried, but thank goodness he returned safely. Everyone was overjoyed. He had come back. The people around him waved at him warmly. On both sides of the road, thousands of townspeople stood packed together like ants, happily welcoming him home. Linda let out a confused little sound, and Irene also asked in puzzlement, Who is that? Down below, Kazali cheerfully greeted everyone. Tad also looked around excitedly, and the two of them marveled, Wow, there are so many people. Croton was delighted too. Haha, what a lively scene. Soul Drake was now flying above Irene, her wings spread wide, looking incredibly majestic. Butler Melbourne asked in shock, Goblin, Harpy, and even Orcs too? Why are these monsters here? And what in the world is with that winged woman? Lady Helen seemed to realize something, and her eyes widened in utter disbelief. That woman. From outside, a proud voice rang out. Everyone. Irene smiled softly. He called out with excitement, his voice echoing everywhere. House Pendragon has won. Starting today, the dragon will once again be with us. The others were utterly confused when they heard that. Only Lady Helen was so stunned she could hardly believe it. Beside Iron, Soul Drake began to use her power, and a brilliant halo radiated from her body. Then Soul Drake placed her hand on Iron's sword, and a surge of power spread through the entire area. Before everyone's eyes, a powerful light appeared, dazzling them all. They stared blankly at what was before them. Soul Drake slowly revealed herself. She transformed into her true dragon form and let out a mighty roar, overwhelming everyone gathered there with her presence. The crowd burst into cheers at her appearance. Soul Drake, let the celebration begin. Fireworks exploded everywhere, reflecting everyone's joy and welcome. Inside, the noble families ate, drank, and chatted merrily. The gentle music soothed everyone's ears and lifted the guests' spirits. Young ladies gazed in fascination at the young man playing and singing. A humble minstrel, yet a famous one. Linda looked around and sighed in admiration. What grand banquet! This is the first time I've ever attended something like this. Irene replied cheerfully, This banquet is to celebrate the pact between the White Dragon and my brother. She added excitedly, Lord from neighboring territories and influential merchants have all come to attend. Linda let out an amazed sound. As she turned back to Irene, blushing as she asked, By the way, where is the young master? Meanwhile, Iron was walking step by step towards Soul Drake. She was sitting alone by an upstairs window. Iron came beside her and gently asked, You don't want to come to the banquet, Zon? Soul Drake looked at him and remarked, Whether you are Iron or Javorn, do you still not think you've spoken enough with me already? Hearing that, Iron stiffened a little, thinking, I don't understand what she means at all. At that moment, Soul Drake continued, Besides, as the heir of House Pendragon, shouldn't you be busy at the banquet? Iron sighed in reply, Greeting guests is truly troublesome work. You really do know a lot about human society, don't you? Soul Drake fell thoughtful. I have accompanied House Pendragon for a very long time, but I have never heard of a dragon attending a banquet. Iron asked why not, even though you can take human form? At that, Soul Drake suddenly turned to look at him deeply, making Iron blink in confusion. Soul Drake suddenly murmured, just as I thought, You truly are very different from the Pendragons before you. Then she abruptly flew off, leaving Iron utterly bewildered as he called after her in vain. Iron silently watched Soul Drake's figure fade into the night, staring after her absent-mindedly. A moment later, as if sensing something approaching, he glanced behind him to see what was happening. A great many noble young ladies came rushing toward him, lifting their skirts as they ran. So this is where you are, Duke Iron. We want to hear how you formed a pact with the dragon. Iron looked at the girls in confusion, then suddenly panicked. Inside, he was screaming desperately, wanting to run away. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Linda was serving food to a certain guest. She said politely, "My apologies for the delay." The man suddenly harassed her. "You have a lovely figure. Would you like to become my wife?" Hearing that, Linda broke into a cold sweat in fear and forced a smile, trying to get past the awkward moment. At the same time, the flirtatious voices of the girls surrounding Iron echoed through the hall in affected, coquettish tones. "Ah, how wonderful!" Linda heard the commotion and looked over. She now saw Iron completely surrounded, tugged, and pulled by excited young women eager to get acquainted with him. Compliments rang out one after another. "I've never heard of anyone defeating an orc in single combat before. That's amazing." Iron forced a smile in response. But then one girl quickly stepped forward to sell herself. "I am Cressinia of House Papunsaku. I inherited the purest bloodline of the first emperor and belong to one of the most distinguished families." Another girl suddenly raised her hand and spoke up. "My name is Mabel, and I have ties to the Yovanison Chamber of Commerce and am a member of House Goman." Cressinia, standing beside her, angrily snapped, "Hey, you aren't even nobility. You're just a merchant." Mabel responded with a sly smile. She raised her hands decked in gemstones, every finger wearing a ring with a stone as large as a pigeon egg, and proudly said, "Oh, didn't you know? House Goman is carrying the entire empire's economy on its back. I wonder whether your family can even sell mithril jewelry like this." Provoked, Cressinia flew into a rage. "Stop showing off, you nouveau riche." Mabel sneered. "I'm laughing right in your old-fashioned face." Trapped among these noble girls, Iron felt extremely uncomfortable, his expression showing that he could barely stand it. After struggling for a while, Iron finally managed to escape the crowd. Linda was very surprised to see him stagger out. Irritated, Iron thought, "Every last one of them wants to ally themselves with me. I can't exactly get angry over that." Suddenly, a voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Hey, weak human." Iron glanced over and saw Kata enthusiastically drinking beer with the others. He was prodding Killian. "What? You passed out after only 10 cups." Meanwhile, Killian was sprawled there, begging for mercy. "How am I supposed to compete with an orc?" Hick! Just below them, Croton was happily playing with Mia. "Whoa, the rabbit is moving." Mia answered innocently, "That's called magic, little Pendragon." Looking at the harmonious scene before him, Iron stared blankly for a long moment. Noticing him, Kata called out, "Yo, Pendragon, come drink with us. Show me human stubbornness." Hearing that, Killian hurriedly tried to stop him. "You idiot, the young master is busy." Feeling everyone's sincerity, Iron smiled gently. He walked over to the table and joked, "Fine then. We can't let you think we humans lose at drinking, can we?" Seeing that his taunt had worked, Kata shouted excitedly, "Haha, accepted." Their loud cheering made Linda turn her head in curiosity. What she saw was an incredibly warm and united scene among comrades who had fought through life and death together, friends bound to one another. Later that night, the feast ended, the people dispersed, and Iron's castle sank into the silence of the dark. Inside, Linda was now helping the drunken Iron back to his room. Clutching his head in discomfort, Iron groaned, "My head." Linda asked worriedly, "Are you all right, young master?" Iron felt very apologetic. "I'm sorry for troubling you, Linda." She replied brightly, "It's all right." Linda then said eagerly, "It's been a long time since I've seen you this happy, ever since your father passed away. So I'm happy too." Hearing that, Iron smiled softly as well. "Is that so?" He continued, "By the way, what is Mother doing? It's very late already." Linda froze for a moment. "Huh, I thought the tradition was." He arrived at the room his mother wanted him to come to. "Come in," Lady Helen said. The moment he stepped inside, he saw all the girls who had surrounded him earlier at the banquet. There was the haughty young lady, the daughter of a wealthy merchant family, and countless beauties blushing as they looked at him. In confusion, Iron asked, "What is this?" Lady Helen calmly replied, "Is there any one of them that you like?" Iron let out a baffled mother. Lady Helen nodded and said gently, "Since you have formed a pact with the dragon, you must also have an heir." She softly advised him, "That is the duty of a Pendragon. Now choose. Which one of them will bear your child?" The news hit Iron like a bolt from the blue. He could hardly believe it and froze stiff. It was truly unbelievable for him to be told to choose among beauties. Then Iron cried out in panic, his voice echoing everywhere, "What?" Iron stood there dazed, stammering eye. He looked at the people before him in disbelief. What? The girls before him smiled happily. "Choose one of us." The others blushed and smiled as well. "To become your bride." Helen smiled gently. "That's right. It is your duty as a Pendragon." From behind the group, someone quickly explained, "It's a long-standing tradition. Iron. After the oath with the dragon is made, nearby nobles send women here to produce an heir for House Pendragon. She sounded a little regretful and sad. Originally, Luna would have come here, but the engagement was broken off. Iron wiped his face on the verge of tears. Why, Sister Luna, how could you so pitifully break off the engagement like that? Then he raised his brows in confusion. That happened? She quickly regained herself and said brightly, but stay calm. Brother, because everyone here today comes from families no less prestigious than House Serad. The first girl stepped forward, covering her mouth as she introduced herself. That's right, I come from House Papansuki, heirs to the bloodline of the first emperor. In other words, my lineage is nobler even than the royal family. The next spoke in a dark, serious tone. My family produces generals for the royal army, people who can mobilize soldiers at any time. Force is the greatest power in the world. Another mocked her with disdain. How foolish. The future will be built by those who control the economy. Money is everything. The women quickly began arguing among themselves. A merchant like you shouldn't even be here. Iron frowned as he observed them all. Helen approached anxiously. With his arms folded and an unconcerned expression, Iron said, Listen, mother, this means I need to choose from among the women in this room, right? She nodded vaguely. He frowned and confirmed again. So only from this room? Helen lowered her head a little sadly. This is the way of the family. I understand. Iron hesitated, then said, He put an arm around her shoulders and chose right in front of everyone. I choose Linda to become my concubine. Helen and Iron both froze, and even the young ladies who had been fighting stopped short. Linda looked up, not understanding what she had heard. Linda's first reaction was a loud cry of shock. Iron wrapped one arm around her waist and covered her mouth with the other. Calm down, Linda. She has always taken care of me. And when she went on the expedition and returned covered in soot, he slowly recounted everything that had happened. I was captivated by that courage, and I made a mistake in Barinto. I have to take responsibility for that. The others, still unable to process the information, stood there stunned. I'm sorry for keeping silent until now. Helen hurriedly tried to comfort him. It's all right. After all, you're a man, and because. It's all right. But the true meaning behind this tradition is. She anxiously tried to explain clearly, and Iron nodded in understanding. To ensure the family's ties and stability. I understand. He cast an unhappy, cold glance to the side. Then he looked at the women standing there in a daze and said displeased, As for these women, they only came after hearing that I had sworn the oath with the dragon and after the celebration was announced. His face darkened as he demanded. Once the oath had been made, they all came flocking here. But when we were in hard times, did they truly want to stand with us? Irene quickly tried to smooth things over, but he continued, The one who stayed by my side for 3 years without any ulterior motive was Linda. Her face turned crimson as she stared in disbelief. The noble girls protested unhappily, not understanding. She's only a maid. Irene looked down at them with cold disdain. That means nothing to me. Those who rely on the prestige of their birth are fools. The words instantly turned the young ladies to stone. Then he turned toward Helen, as if wanting to say more. Smiling faintly, Irene said, Besides, I already have companions. He carefully recalled the battle at the tomb. Those who helped us all this time, Killian and his soldiers, the orcs of the forest, those unmatched Ancona orcs, and the 2 little goblins, Goblin Kazali and Happy Tat. Irene lifted his brows with a trace of pride. They went with me into the tomb without a shred of fear. I trust them. They are my comrades. Irene stepped forward and took Helen's hand. Has House Pendragon ever become weak just because it relied on allies, Mother? Helen and Irene smiled happily. Linda's eyes widened with excitement. Irene immediately turned to look down at her. And what about you, Linda? Will you become my concubine? Linda trembled with emotion. Of course, young master. Irene tightly held her hand and loudly declared, Then from this day on, Maid Linda shall become the bride of House Pendragon. A soft voice rang joyfully through the air. What a splendid sight. Aisha stepped forward from behind. Touching her cheek, she smiled and said, I only thought you were an untrained little soldier, but perhaps this was your true intent all along? Irene closed his eyes, his expression turning a little cold. Without turning around, he continued talking. She quickly explained, You are still here, even though the tomb has been opened? I wanted to see the face of my descendant one more time before I left. Aisha stepped closer in praise, but Irene completely ignored that and said, You've changed compared to when I first met you. looking outside with some hesitation. She warned him, however, if you keep going without allies, this next step won't be easy. I already have a plan. Aisha looked at him in surprise, not understanding. Irene rose from his chair, folded his arms, and continued. House Pendragon has regained the power of the dragon, and many people want to invest in us. And I, Raven. He smiled faintly as he added, I want to gather those who will become heroes in the future. Aisha's eyes widened in shock. Arms folded, he spoke of the future. If I can turn them into loyal retainers while they're still nobodies, we can create a powerful force, both within and beyond our territory. Aisha stared blankly, beginning to understand. I see. So if that is your intention. She rushed up and grabbed his wrist in surprise. Are you aiming for the throne? Irene coldly reminded her, don't touch me, ghost. Aisha still clung to him. Then can I hug you? Forget it. Aisha turned away with a smile. I was only teasing you. Now I have no regrets. Irene fell silent, seeming hesitant. Then he opened his mouth and said, the 6 dragons. It's time for me to register the contract. Aisha turned back in shock. Have the other dragons come? Yes. He recalled the image of the black dragon roaring and how it had said something about the dragon god and the demon god. Irene deduced from the incident, from what I understood in that exchange, it seems there is some reason behind my reincarnation, even the memories from before my death in my previous life. And that hand said everything is connected. Aisha wanted to know more, and he patiently answered one by one. This was the first time I've heard about the dragon god and the demon god. Did Soul Drake say anything about it? Time will answer that. That was all she said. Aisha fell silent, then smiled as she looked at him. You seem rather close to her, don't you? When Irene remained silent, she immediately brought up the way they addressed each other. You just called her son, didn't you? Irene looked slightly troubled and replied, she told me to call her that. You, and she're the only ones. He lifted his head in confusion when she fell silent. I can say these things to you. Aisha was fading away. Irene stared at her in shock. Hey. With tears in her eyes, Aisha smiled at him. It's time for me to go now. Tears rolled softly down her face. Seeing Aisha slowly disappear, Irene stared as she smiled to reassure him. I have to go now. Irene rushed forward instinctively. Hey! Flickering in and out, she reached out her hand. Whether it is Raven's goal or Irene's, I fully believe you can achieve it. Aisha burst into tears and called his name one last time. My dear Irene. Irene stared blankly as the translucent hand caressed his cheek. He frowned slightly in disbelief, then hugged Aisha tightly. Stammer, you. Aisha froze, completely unable to believe it, then smiled and accepted the embrace. She patted his back over and over, gently soothing him. From now on, keep moving forward, Irene Pendragon. And Irene stood perfectly still as the final ray of light disappeared. Raven vaulted her. He remained there in silence, heavy with emotion. Aisha's portrait still hung there, unchanged. I will definitely do it, Aisha. Then came the image of Irene and Linda in a solemn wedding hall. Imperial year 314. Irene Pendragon and Linda Conrad were wed. Irene sat silently on the bed in thought when a gentle voice soon drifted in from outside the window. So you chose that girl. The shadow of a skirt swayed faintly by the window. My contractor. He looked over and recognized who it was. So, Irene raised his head and said coolly, you know the real reason behind that banquet. Soldrake slowly replied, Ido, why did you choose a maid? Irene frowned and lowered his head, explaining tiredly, if I marry someone chosen for me, I'll be tied down by all sorts of obligations. It would make it hard for me to act. And as for an heir, it doesn't really matter who I do it with. Better to just get it over with. Soldrake tilted her head in surprise. So you have no particular interest in her. He lowered his head again and repeated wearily, she took care of a dying Irene for 3 whole years. I trust her. Then he looked up, wanting to know. By the way, where did you go? He suddenly just flew off. Sitting on the windowsill, Soldrake murmured, Rhea. Then she explained, on the rocky cliff behind the castle, there is a statue of the dragon god. That is where I have lived since making the oath with House Pendragon. Irene leaned back tiredly. Not there? Is it very boring? Soldrake turned her head away wearily. It is the same no matter where I am. In any case, no one can hear my voice. The lords of House Pendragon could. Looking up at the sky, Irene said faintly, I have never spoken with a Pendragon until now. Not with Galdon, nor with his first son, Clent. Irene was startled by that revelation. Soldrake turned her head, revealing no emotion. They never wanted me to take this form. So out of respect for their wishes, I always remained in Rhea. Only then did Irene begin to understand Aisha's words. You really are close to her. Soldrake looked at him with a little curiosity. You certainly talk a lot. It is rare for anyone in House Pendragon to want to speak with me. Irene remembered what he had said to her on the balcony before the banquet. You don't want to come to the banquet? In any case, no one can hear my voice. Watching her seemingly indifferent figure, he thought, has she really always been like this for centuries? Irene lowered his head slightly and said, but whether I am Irene or Raven, I am still your contractor. Then he looked at her and explained, son, I can't get used to the way you call me. He smiled as he looked up. You can call me whatever you like, just not that. Soldrake froze for a moment, unsure what to say. Then she stammered as if testing it. Then, Soldrake softly said the shortened name Day. I will call you Day. Irene fell silent in surprise. A hazy memory from his previous life gradually surfaced. Day, the thought of someone from long ago, came back vividly. You, Soldrake quickly asked with concern. You don't like it? No. Irene smiled without stopping. I actually like it very much. From now on, you can call me that. Soldrake went quiet at that expression. Then she smiled and accepted it, replying gently, you really are very different, Day. Completely different from the Pendragons before you. Irene let out a breath, and Soldrake lowered her head in acknowledgement. Soldrake's voice rang out clear and bright. Alex. She lifted her head happily toward the sky. The first Pendragon, it seems. The bright moonlight shone clearly. Your promise has finally been fulfilled. Birds soared across the sky. Messenger birds carried newspapers bearing stories about House Pendragon. The papers spread everywhere under a striking headline. House Pendragon has once again formed a contract with a dragon. The news quickly became known throughout the empire. Holding the paper in hand, someone remarked, House Pendragon. How fortunate. Barrio walked along excitedly, and Reed immediately followed up. They have territory equal to a small empire. However, they only have 5 knights. If things go well, we might be able to obtain some land and even noble rank. The two turned to the person behind them and cheerfully asked, what do you think, young man? The mysterious man behind them, his face fully covered, remained silent. By then, it was already evening at the port. A man leaning back while reading the paper said, not only a dragon, but demons and Ancona orcs are following him too. He rubbed his forehead in visible weariness. Iron Pendragon, you caught my interest. At that moment, a shout rang out in Castle Conrad. Irene made a contract with a star dragon? What is this? Count Luna stared in disbelief. Then doesn't that make fools of us all? He cried out anxiously. How am I supposed to sleep now? Luna lowered her head, blushing in silence. Irene, a magical hand appeared. He slowly read the newspaper. Iron Pendragon. The man grinned in excitement. So now we finally have a reason to move. The mage beside him repeated the command as he cast his spell. So now we finally have a reason to move. A faint purple flame appeared. You truly are a nuisance. The flickering fire continued to consume the newspaper. A bearded man bit into a huge piece of meat. Then leave that matter to me. The mage smiled brightly. I've been waiting for you. The Empire's mad dog, commander of the demon regiment. The man was the very one who had killed Iron in his previous life. Linda shyly bowed her head. Take care, Lord Iron. Iron brushed his hair back and spoke gently, but Linda asked with concern, I'm off, Linda. Where are you going this time, my lord? He turned to her with a smile. To the Bellin Gate, to gather more soldiers for House Pendragon. Outside the castle, Killian shouted, Where's the spirit you had earlier? It's only been an hour, and you're already this worn out? The soldiers all looked visibly exhausted and pale. Killian's threats quickly forced them to straighten up again. If that's all you've got, then you're not worthy of being knights of House Pendragon. Yes, sir. Iron walked over, praised him, and asked about the situation. Good work, Killian. Yes, young master. How is the recruitment of new soldiers going? Killian let out a scornful sigh. Honestly, these days the people who want to become knights are all talk and no substance. Iron looked slightly puzzled. You did recruit quite a lot of men in one go. It's normal to make up for quality with numbers. Tilting his head, he smiled and said, And your job is to train them, isn't it, Captain? Hearing those 3 words from Iron's mouth filled Killian with joy. He turned to the soldiers and barked, Did you hear that? Did you hear what the young master just said? He has high hopes for you. If you're being trusted this much, then train until you're ready to drop dead. Show him that under my command, you can become true Pendragon knights. The soldiers grumbled in dissatisfaction. Damn it, that mustached bastard just loves yelling whatever he wants. Wasn't he completely beaten by the young master too, even if he's a first-rate knight? No matter how skilled he is. Watching Killian shout, Iron thought to himself, lately, everything's been going like this. Gathering the new troops seemed to excite only one person, but the long-awaited Night Order had finally been formed. Narrowing his deep eyes, he thought, the Dragon God and the Demon God. Everything is connected. Even the presence of the Dragon God and the Demon God, and what those 6 dragons said. He looked out at the soldiers training with kata. There was still no sign of his enemies, but strengthening the Legion could do no harm. Then his gaze shifted to Croton, who was reading a book. Iron looked up to the wall, where the griffins were gathered, with Soldrake seated among them. He thought, Soldrake left the cave and came to me. Those griffins are clearly Soldrake's family. Iron looked up intently. Somehow, she looked happier than ever. Soldrake tilted her face toward the sky in peace. It must be so, right? Then she noticed something. She spoke to him through telepathy. Hey, Ray, what is it, Soldrake? A group of people is coming from afar. There are knights. Knights are coming here. Killian stepped forward and blocked the group. There were 3 of them. The recruits crowded around curiously. They're free knights. Free knights? One recruit explained. They're veterans who've fought in countless battles. They travel the world relying only on their weapons and their skill. Sounds cool. They must have heard about the revival of House Pendragon and come to join us. Killian introduced himself arrogantly. I am Killian, captain of the White Dragon Legion of House Pendragon. Where have you come from? Reed stepped forward cheerfully. We're free knights from Avando. I am Reed Pollex. I wish to serve a lord who has both virtue and ability. Barrio quickly followed with his own introduction. My name is Barrio Luton. What I'm looking for is a place where I can truly show my skill, whether that's in a sword duel or a real battlefield. Killian turned to the last man. I see. And what about you? Isla was silent for a moment, then answered curtly, I'll let you know who I am. I have no name. Killian froze, at a complete loss for words. Don't mind him. He's always like that. We don't know his name either. We met him not long ago, and he's been traveling with us because all 3 of us seem to be headed to the same place. Killian broke into a sweat, then nodded. I see. Then you've come here because you want to become soldiers of House Pendragon. Barrio quickly stepped in to explain, while Reed chimed in behind him. That's right. After all, House Pendragon doesn't currently have a proper Night Order. With our skills, you'll be able to strengthen your forces. The 2 of them enthusiastically painted a bright future. You won't need to make do with a bunch of brave, but useless men anymore. You won't even need to work so hard recruiting more soldiers. Iron strode forward and coolly cut in. Free knights rely only on their own skill. As long as they're good enough, their attitude doesn't matter. Killian glanced over nervously. Young master. Iron tilted his head. But first, they have to be strong enough. Then he ordered calmly, fight them, Killian. Killian flinched, then accepted happily. Yes, sir. Barrio rushed in one-handed, grinning with delight. Now this I like. The new recruits watched nervously from his side. You got a pretty clever lord. Huh? Hey. Will that mustache guy be okay? His opponent is huge. He looks really strong. Barrio gave a scornful smile. Killian stayed completely silent as he watched him. With a single exchange of swords, Killian sent Barrio's sword flying. Barrio trembled as he stared at his own hand. Reed looked over in alarm. Killian casually ordered, well, are you fighting too? Reed drew his sword. Damn it. He rushed in and swung hard, trying to finish Killian in one blow. He gritted his teeth against the pressure. But when his strength finally gave out, Reed's sword dropped from his hand. He stood there in stunned horror as the soldiers cheered from all sides. The onlookers were openly impressed. That mustache guy is incredible. He's really that strong? Killian winked meaningfully. Iron gave him a perfunctory compliment. How are their skills? Young master, they aren't weak. Since we're short on manpower, we could recruit them as well. Isla had silently observed the entire fight. Iron turned to him with a cheerful look, but the young man coldly refused. Won't you join in? Not interested. Killian jolted in shock. He talks to the young master like that? Iron smiled in amusement. Don't be like that. What's your name? Isla didn't care in the slightest and turned his head away. I'll let you know who I am. I have no name. Killian clenched his teeth in fury and charged forward with a shout. Without a word, Isla threw Killian over his shoulder. In an instant, the man hit the ground. Killian grabbed Isla by the collar and demanded furiously, Bastard, how dare you speak to the young master like that? What the hell is wrong with you? Silently, Isla flipped him aside again. Killian stared blankly at the hand clutching the other's coat. The soldiers gasped in disbelief. What just happened? The captain grabbed him, but he got thrown off instead? Iron watched with a delighted smile. Just as I thought. This guy is very strong. He stared at Isla's silent figure. I want him no matter what, as long as it's within my power. Isla looked up indifferently, utterly uninterested. Iron thought again, just as I thought. This guy is strong. Watching Isla casually adjust his sleeves, Iron's resolve hardened. I want him at any cost, as far as I'm able. Isla pressed his lips together in silence, his face dull and bored like a dried, salted fish. Killian pushed himself up and looked at Isla in disbelief, mouth slightly open, not knowing what to say. At last, anger got the better of him. You bastard, but Iron cut him off. Enough, Killian. He stared at Isla as he drew his sword. With quiet confidence, Iron said, I'll be his next opponent. Silence fell over the area, broken only by the wind, rustling through a few small leaves. Isla asked suspiciously, You gonna fight me? You? Iron replied, Don't you want to fight a famous young lord? Isla fell silent, mulling something over. The sword point flashed with a cold gleam in the sunlight. Iron leveled it straight at him, making Isla's eyes widen. Calmly, Iron said a duel. Standing before someone and pointing a sword at their head. That's the sign used to demand a duel among the cavalry of Vanvas, isn't it? Isla glanced at Iron in silence. Killian cried out in disbelief. The cavalry of Vanvas? One of the soldiers asked, What is that, Captain? Killian explained, Far to the south lies a land of war and constant conflict, where countless territories border one another. In Vanvas, cavalryman is the local word for knight. The cavalrymen raised on that land of war possess the skill of 1,000 warriors. They become sharp swords in service to their masters, swords unafraid of death. That's what they are. Then Killian added, Honestly, I only know about them from rumors. This is the first time I've ever seen one of them myself, but as he watched Iron point his sword at Isla, Killian muttered in confusion. How did the young master? Looking at the confident, proud smile on Iron's face, he thought in disbelief. He figured it out at a glance. As Iron looked at Isla standing there with folded arms, he thought his unusual clothes, his southern accent, and the fact that he uses two swords, one long, one short. Iron recalled the knights of Vanvas he had faced in the south in his previous life, and the mace and shield hanging from his saddle, and the crossbow too. It was obvious that this man was a warrior prepared to fight in any situation. Iron said, The cavalry of Vanvas never bow their heads except to those they have accepted as their masters. Even if it were the emperor himself, no one can force a cavalryman of Vanvas to kneel because they place absolute faith in their own strength and skill. Iron continued, You've come to House Pendragon searching for a master worthy of receiving your full devotion in battle. Am I wrong? Isla pressed his lips together slightly. Then he tipped his head back and said, You're wrong. I'm no longer interested in serving anyone. I only came here because the stars guided me. Barrio and Reed awkwardly repeated, The stars? Isla answered, I traveled with them because they gave me water. That oddly painful remark left the two speechless. Iron thought, Vanvas is a people of the sea. Astrology and drink are essential to them. Then he said aloud, Then those constellations were right. Isla clearly had no idea what he meant. Iron declared confidently, They guided you to me, Iron Pendragon. Isla silently watched him. Iron stated firmly, I want you. With calm, deep eyes, Isla looked straight at the confident man before him. He drew his sword and said, A cavalryman of Vanvas does not serve. Not for status, money, or bloodline, things with no true worth. Holding a sword in each hand, Isla stood straight, his presence sharp and powerful. Bluntly, Isla said, If you want me, risk your life and take me. If you lose, you die. Iron settled into his stance and answered calmly, I know. That's what it means to fight a cavalryman. The surrounding soldiers grew excited and started cheering. Reed remarked, That young lord's stance is good. Beside him, Barrio frowned in confusion. But that sword is the kind mercenaries use. Why would a young noble be using it? His front foot angled slightly as he gathered strength in the ball of his foot. Then Iron shot forward like an arrow and slashed at Isla. Killian cried out so fast, but Isla, with those dead fish eyes, merely thought slow. Isla raised his sword and blocked Iron's strike. Then, taking advantage of the motion, he pressed down hard on Iron's blade. Just like that, even the arm holding Iron's sword was forced sharply downward. At the same time, his other sword thrust straight for Iron's throat. But Isla missed. For the first time, a flicker of surprise appeared in his dead eyes. Breaking free of Isla's control, Iron swung his sword horizontally toward the space between Isla's chest and stomach, forcing him to bend back and retreat. Even so, a small wound opened on Isla's body. At the same time, a short cut appeared across Iron's face. The two continued exchanging blows in rapid succession, their blades colliding at blinding speed, slicing through the air with shrill metallic cries until their swords became little more than afterimages. Then suddenly, both of them stopped at the exact same moment, so perfectly in sync that it was as if they had planned it. The spectators were left stunned, mouths hanging open. Reed asked blankly, "What just happened?" "They were so fast I couldn't see anything." A short-haired soldier hurriedly asked, "What happened, Captain?" Killian stammered, what? All right, well," Iron said, "so I missed. My winning move usually works against dual wielders." He continued, "When you use the short sword in your left hand to throw me off balance. That the moment you gain control, you attack. But in that instant, I countered with a spinning slash aimed at your back." Touching the skin near his wound, Iron calmly added, "And even then, you immediately struck back, aiming for my head. You really are strong." Isla looked at him in silence, then asked, "Who are you really? Are you truly just the son of some noble?" Iron answered, "I'm the same as you." He said, "I've killed many monsters, and many people." Isla showed no expression. Iron remained calm. "I don't kill indiscriminately. I only did it to survive." Isla asked, "You've really done that?" Iron gave a short reply, "Yes." Iron said, "You carry the same scent." At those words, Isla changed completely. His dried fish expression vanished, replaced by seriousness and fierce spirit. His lips parted slightly, revealing sharp teeth. He raised both swords at once. Sensing the change, Killian cried out, "What is this?" Iron said, "So now you're finally using both hands. Have you decided to fight seriously at last?" Looking at Isla's murderous aura, he murmured, "The nameless berserk cavalryman of Vanvis." At that moment, Karuta let out a long yawn. "TCH, how loud? How am I supposed to sleep like this?" Beside him, Krotten, who was watching over little Mia, said, "Looks like they're fighting or something." "Kui." Then Kata scratched his head. "Hey, what are you all doing?" But all three of them suddenly froze and stared in that direction. Iron was in the middle of a fierce clash with Isla. What on earth is happening? The two fought each other in a state of sheer excitement. There was even a hint of wild exhilaration on Isla's face. Iron, too, was astonished by his opponent's strength. Little Mia trembled on Krotten's shoulder, and Krotten muttered in shock, "How surprising. He's as strong as the young master. Who exactly is that swordsman?" Killian looked utterly bewildered as well. "I want to know that, too." Meanwhile, the two continued their thrilling battle. Isla raised his sword and deflected Iron's attack. But Iron's power was nothing to joke about. Everyone gasped. That feint was incredible. Their swords clashed again with a piercing ring. Then both blades were knocked downward. Killian cried out in alarm, "No, the other sword. Young master." On the other side, Isla, looking almost mad, thrust his remaining sword forward. Iron twisted his body through the air and avoided the strike. Then, still airborne, he counterattacked. Isla bent backward to avoid the blow. After that, Iron landed on the ground. His mind raced. That's right, Isla, with a sword in each hand, never stopped attacking. Killian gasped again. A feint? So the real strike was from the left? At that moment, Isla's sword was already pointed at Iron's throat. Iron swung his sword up to block, but a flicker of alarm crossed his face. Kata shouted, "No, it's from the right." Isla launched into another frenzied flurry. Right then, Iron shot out a hand and grabbed Isla's arm. Isla struggled to break free from his hold. Sweat poured down Iron's face, but he broke into an exhilarated smile. "You're really good." Isla grinned just as fiercely. "You too." Then, he drove his knee into Iron's thigh. Caught off guard, Iron took the painful blow. "My leg." But Isla didn't stop there. He kept controlling Iron's leg and flipped him up into the air. Iron's body lost its balance completely. A leg sweep? He's really skilled. In that instant, he quickly planted a hand on the ground to support himself, then used the momentum to kick Isla in the body. Isla couldn't react in time, and his rear knee took the hit as well. Isla dropped to one knee and looked back in alarm. Iron had already swung his sword in another slash. Isla hurriedly raised both swords to block. The two drew so close that their faces were nearly touching as they struggled against each other. Reed blurted out, Their attacks and defense are both incredible." Barrio was no less shocked. "Those two, are they monsters?" At that moment, Krotten looked up at Kata with a grin and asked, Karuta, do you think you could beat him? That human?" Ka, looking uncertain, could only answer hesitantly, Killian had gone completely pale. Inwardly, he cried, I was actually thinking of picking a fight with that guy. Thank God I didn't. In the midst of the thrilling duel, Iron said, should I teach you the weakness of dual wielders? Isla replied eagerly, what is it? At once, Iron raised a fist. Then, without warning, he threw a handful of sand into Isla's face. Isla had never expected such a move, and his eyes widened in shock. Croton exclaimed, sand? Kata was stunned too. He scooped it up while he was falling. In that instant, the sand flew into Isla's eyes and blocked his vision. His feet skidded across the ground, and Iron's sword forced him backward. Iron's neck slash was already on its way when one of Isla's hands let go of his sword. Iron's blade swept through. Killian gasped. He missed? At a moment like this? Kata also cried out. His hand gave out from exhaustion. Oh no, that guy's coming back. Isla quickly regained his excited expression. With the sword still in his right hand, he prepared to charge again. But then Iron lightly moved his own sword, creating a series of afterimages. In the next instant, the blade was already at Isla's throat, leaving him utterly stunned. Killian, Reed, and Barrio couldn't even react. Even Kata and Croton broke out in cold sweat. Isla stopped, breathing shallowly as he glared at his opponent. Iron spoke in a refreshed voice, just as expected of a cavalryman of Vanvis. Your skill is excellent. If I hadn't had this sword in my hand, I might have lost. A thin line of blood ran from the wound on Isla's neck. Iron smiled and continued, this sword has saved me countless times. It is the sword I treasure most. Isla lowered his head as if deep in thought. Then he let his remaining sword fall to the ground and suddenly knelt before Iron. In a solemn voice, he declared, Iron Pendragon, you are worthy of the title of warrior, more so than any cavalryman of Vanvis. He then said seriously, my name is Elkin Isla. From this day forward, I swear to become your sword and destroy your enemies. As everyone burst into cheers, Iron froze in shock. Elkin Isla? He thought. Is that what he just said? Everyone else was thrilled by Elkin Isla's astonishing oath. Meanwhile, Iron stood rooted to the spot. Elkin Isla. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The man standing beside Killian widened his eyes. Elkin Isla? Is that the name of some famous cavalryman? With an expressionless face, he replied, I don't know. This is the first time I've heard that name. Reed and Barrio nodded one after another. Same here. Me too. Seeing Iron's strange reaction, they guessed that the young master might know him. At last, he remembered. Elkin Isla, a man famed for his reliability, the strongest cavalryman in Vanvis. In his previous life, a few years from now, he would become known as the Sea Dragon King of the Far South. He was a member of the Duchy of Oranges, and he had fought in countless battles to prove his worth, earning a reputation that spread across the empire. Iron smiled. Though he was still a nobody now, in the future he would become one of the heroes. With that thought, Iron dropped to one knee. Elkin Isla's eyes went wide in shock. Killian, Reed, and Barrio all froze. Elkin Isla stood dumbfounded as Iron said, Raise your head, Isla. He smiled warmly. You are my sword, and I am your master. We are not so distant from one another. The only difference between us is our station. Iron continued, I want you to become my companion. Then he turned his gaze toward his comrades. Just like them, Isla's eyes shone with happiness. He shut his eyes tightly and nodded in agreement. Isla exclaimed, You really are a fascinating man, Pendragon. Reed teased. Maybe he really could conquer the world. He is Iron Pendragon, after all. Barrio chimed in. I'll follow this young man too. Killian looked baffled, but no one said you two would become his companions. A familiar voice rang out, drawing Iron's attention. Is it over? He guessed who it was. Ray. Just as Iron thought, Soul Drake was walking toward them. Reed and Barrio gaped. Isla froze for 2 seconds. A wyvern rider, Iron beamed. Soul Drake. Soul Drake landed lightly. 2 wyverns stood beside her. A strange pressure radiated from Soul Drake. Killian, Reed, and Barrio suddenly felt chills run down their necks. Barrio Estefaneth, what is this pressure from that woman? Reed had the same question. Who the hell is she? Killian broke out in a cold sweat. That is the White Dragon, Soul Drake. Reed and Barrio cried out in shock. That woman is a dragon? What do you mean? He stood there stunned. That's exactly what I'd like to know. Killian stroked his beard. You have a point. That beauty and nobility are unreal. He frowned and said, "Of course she's beautiful, but she's a being so overwhelming that your whole body freezes just from getting close to her." The atmosphere became tenser than ever. Iron pointed toward Soul Drake and said, "Let me introduce her to you, Isla. She is my contract partner, the White Dragon of House Pendragon, Soul Drake." Isla glanced up at her without a word. Then he stepped forward. Isla and Soul Drake locked eyes, and he stammered, "The White Dragon, ruler of the Wyvern Riders. You are—" Soul Drake said nothing. The other three felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Barrio exclaimed, "Good grief, that kid Isla. Even in front of Dragon, he's still calm." Reed ground his teeth. "He's that strong." Iron folded his arms and shook his head. "No, you're wrong." He recalled the past. "When I first met Soul Drake in my previous life, I felt the same pressure. It's not something strength alone lets you ignore. Not everyone strong can overcome a dragon's oppression. But you're different, Elkin Isla." Iron smiled faintly. "You really are interesting to the very end." He looked up at the clear sky and fell into thought. "From now on, I'll expand beyond the borders of my territory and seek out the famous figures from my previous life. For example, the young businessman of the free city whose wealth rivaled a national treasury, Idan Dorian, or the extraordinary mage who built a tower in southern Vanvas, settled there, and created countless magic tools, Zing Oberlin, and the 20-year-old genius general who, with only a few hundred soldiers, conquered all the northern knights, Ivan Jadar. The memories of his previous life were his greatest asset. With them, he could gradually recruit those who had once dominated the world." Suddenly, the crystal on Croton's collar began to beep, interrupting his thoughts. Croton jolted. "The Elder is calling." The crystal in his hand shone with a brilliant blue light. Killian asked in surprise, "What is that?" He explained, "It's a kind of magic that uses minerals. It lets us communicate with one another." Croton added, "With this, we can easily speak with the Elder through magic." Killian sounded impressed. "Magic really is convenient." Croton replied, "Let me check." He shut his eyes and began to concentrate. A powerful aura flared from Croton's body. Several humans carrying weapons have entered Ancona Forest. Everyone there listened closely as he relayed the message. There seemed to be several dozen soldiers among them. After he finished, someone asked in shock, "What?" Croton replied with wide eyes, "The one leading them appears to be wearing an orc helmet." Iron was horrified. "An orc helmet?" Kata stared blankly and asked, "He defeated an orc and turned it into a helmet? Is that even something a human can do?" Killian said grimly, "If that's the case, then he's a very strong and terrifying opponent." Only Isla showed no change in expression. Iron's body trembled violently. A man wearing an orc helmet. There was only one such person in this world. A flood of unpleasant memories surfaced. He gasped and shouted the name, "Van Dyke." The atmosphere turned strangely grim. Iron looked furious as his aura burst forth. It made everyone present feel intense fear. Iron growled, "Croton, where is he?" Croton's voice trembled. The report came from. Iron shouted an order. "Move to the orc village." At that moment, in the orc village, orc corpses were scattered all over the ground. Van Dyke stood proudly among the bodies and said, "At last, I've finished off these little pests. Orcs really are tough opponents." He bared his teeth in delight. "But this helmet truly is something to be proud of. That goblin made it well." Someone cried out in surprise. The Pendragons, after reading a note. They obtained the power of the White Dragon and are recruiting more soldiers, slowly building up a mighty force. So that's Pendragon's doing. He sneered. "What annoys me even more is that after doing whatever they please with this land, they're strengthening their forces too. Don't you think so?" Van Dyke now sat casually atop a dire wolf. The centaur, standing before him, looked hesitant. About that. Seeing that, Van Dyke pulled out a magic mirror. Strange, sinister energy flowed from it. The image of a man slowly appeared. He suddenly spoke in cryptic words. "The Empire's proud shield, the spear, the crossbow, and the arrow." The man's eyes shone brightly. "If you obtain those things, then from this day on, you will become the strongest army in the world." It was a tempting offer. The scene shifted back to the orc village. The children ran out joyfully. They jumped on Croton, tugging at his hair and clothes as they happily called out to him. 70% indulgent and 30% helpless, he shouted. "You little brats, stop that. You're going to rip my hair out." The atmosphere was livelier than ever. Killian still seemed unaccustomed to it. It's hard to imagine the children of those crazy orcs being like this. Kata offered a comparison. "Tiger cubs and lion cubs look like kittens too." Killian nodded. That makes sense, but just then a little boy came running toward Iron with his arms spread wide and a bright smile on his face. The boy suddenly stopped, his face turning pale. A dark aura was radiating from Iron, making the atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring. His face was as cold as winter frost, and the boy, frightened, turned and fled. Killian shivered. He's been like this for quite a while now, Kata added. Ever since hearing the Elder's report, he's had that terrifying expression. Killian wondered, and maybe I imagined it, but for a moment, behind the young master, he silently guessed there was something like a dragon's aura. Kata suddenly shouted, cutting off his thoughts. Hey, Pendragon, don't make the kids burst into tears like that. The unlucky boy ran toward Isla, but just as when he had run toward Iron, he turned around and fled again. Isla's face darkened for a long moment. Then he opened his arms to welcome the boy, but the child broke out in a cold sweat. He ran off screaming as if he had seen a ghost. Isla stood frozen in place. Seeing that, the others whispered among themselves. Could it be he's the type who likes cute things? A dignified voice suddenly rang out. Thank you for coming, new leader of Pendragon. Croton called out. Elder, Killian asked in surprise. That person is... Croton answered proudly, my father. The elder suddenly froze for 2 seconds. His eyes met Soldrake, who was standing below. The elder raised his voice and called out. Everyone, the entire village poked their heads out. They bowed down before Soldrake and cried out, we greet the guardian deity of the forest. Soldrake and Killian were silent for a moment. Then Soldrake spoke. If this continues, we won't be able to get to the main point. I will rest above. Killian agreed with her. She continued, Ray, I understand why you are angry. I feel the same. But if you become trapped in your anger, you will lose yourself. Killian was brimming with killing intent as everyone looked up and watched Soldrake fly away. Iron stared at the elder, then respectfully bowed his head and introduced himself. I am Iron Pendragon, elder. The elder replied heartily, you are Duke Gordon's son. Please come in. Not long after, they were all seated around a table. The elder lifted his teacup and said, that is correct. Dozens of men carrying weapons entered this forest. His expression quickly turned grave. At the same time, they escaped my surveillance magic. I only noticed them when they were leaving the forest. Croton asked, they escaped your magic? Was there a mage among them? The elder replied at once, no, there were only soldiers and giant wolves. But I'm certain that magic was involved. Croton fell silent. What a pain. The elder looked sorrowful. What's more, I sent the orc warriors out, but they were all killed. Croton shouted as if struck by lightning. W what? Iron ground his teeth. Dire wolves, a fighting force capable of defeating both orcs and goblins. Just as I thought, it must be Van Dyke. He came to this forest and brought the Rakshasa core with him. The elder added, and clearly, they came to meet the centaurs. Iron and Croton reacted in shock. The centaurs? What? Why those stupid horses? Iron thought to himself that the relationship between Pendragon, the orcs, and the centaurs was complicated. It seemed the centaurs had originally lived in Ancona Forest. Then House Pendragon moved nearby and allowed the orcs to live in the forest. The centaurs, who hated humans, had likely attacked Pendragon, but the orcs became the family shield. Matters only worsened because both races were warlike and prone to fighting. That was why the centaurs and orcs were so incompatible. I don't need to get involved in this, since I was originally an outsider. I'd hoped that, after hearing the story, nothing would happen. But Killian burst through the door in a panic and shouted, as something's happened. Young master. Sweat drenched his face as he reported. The centaurs. Outside, a bloody battle had broken out between the centaurs and the orcs. Iron cried out, what is the meaning of this? Why are they suddenly? Armed conflict with the centaurs had not happened in a long time. But in the midst of the chaos, someone drew a bow and fired at them. The arrow flew straight toward Iron, but fortunately, he managed to block it. Iron froze for 2 seconds. His eyes locked onto the crest engraved on the arrow. Killian cried out in shock. That's the Imperial crest? Why would the centaurs have it? Iron was stunned. I know why now. He came to a conclusion inwardly. They've joined forces. Iron's eyes opened wide. Van Dyke, and rage exploded from him in the form of aura. Killian shouted in alarm. Why, young master? Iron, burning with murderous intent, roared, slaughter them. They attacked us first. As for any who survive, I don't care even if you wipe them from this world. Soldrake watched everything from above. Her face showed no emotion at all. Iron charged at the enemy, overflowing with killing intent. Reed and Barrio were stunned. El Lord! Isla widened his eyes. Pendragon. The centaurs fired their bolts at Iron all at once, but he charged on without hesitation. With a single slash, he cut down their arrows. Reed and Barrio stared with mouths agape. What? Did he just split their arrows in two? Wherever Iron went, centaurs fell dead. Isla stared blankly. So fast. Iron kept defeating centaurs one after another before everyone's astonished eyes. Reed and Barrio grinned. He did it, but the centaurs kept coming. They rushed in, determined to send Iron to the afterlife. He looked a little surprised. They're not afraid at all. The centaur's eyes blazed with fury. One of them snarled, "You bastards took our forest, and now, at last, we will wipe you out completely." The centaurs roared with absolute resolve. "We expanded our forces for this very moment." Iron froze. What? The centaurs all charged at once, shouting their slogan, "Protect our forest! Protect our forest!" Croton gritted his teeth and fought them with complete focus. His mind still seemed unable to process it all. What's wrong with them? Every last one of them is acting exactly the same. Croton voiced his doubt. Have the centaurs always been this strong? Then he explained, "It's magic. They've been hypnotized." As he fought, he continued, "Their fear and anger have been exploited. Their minds controlled by magic. They're being forced beyond the limits of their bodies and turned into killing machines with no reason left." Barrio was utterly shaken when a centaur chopped his sword in half. But Killian rushed in just in time to help. "Take this." The centaur braced with a kick backward, then drove a brutal kick into Killian's stomach before he could react, sending him flying. Reed and Barrio hurried over in alarm when they saw Killian writhing on the ground. "Captain!" Killian trembled violently. "It went through my armor, my ribs too. He's insanely strong." The battlefield grew more and more tense, and the centaurs seemed to be gaining the upper hand. A powerful slash from Iron made a centaur cry out in pain. Another drew his bow from above to ambush him. Iron hurriedly ducked to avoid it and cursed them bitterly. How shameless. He looked towards Soul Drake and shouted, "Soul Drake." He called for help. "Help us. Get rid of these damned horse bastards." Soul Drake refused at once. "Both the orcs and the centaurs are like my children. I cannot take part in this battle." Iron stared in shock. What? Seeing his people being overwhelmed by the centaurs, he cursed, "Damn it." Suddenly, Van Dyke's smug face flashed through his mind. Irenes aura érupted. Those bastards. Then he suddenly stopped. What caught his eye was an orc child being chased by a centaur. The frightened orc boy was crying as he ran, and a centaur arrow was aimed straight at him. Fortunately, Iron charged in just in time and saved him. The orc boy looked up at him with sparkling eyes, then broke into a bright smile and cried, "Thank you, sir." That made Iron freeze for 2 seconds. He swept his gaze across the battlefield. Our forces are weakening, and the orc village is being destroyed. Iron asked himself, then what should Pendragon do now? He decisively leapt onto his horse, then shouted a challenge to the enemy. "Hey, you half-man, half-horse bastards." They all turned to look at him. Iron mocked them. "I heard centaurs were proud warriors, yet you depend on the weapons of the humans you loathe and shamelessly target children. I guess that means your tribe is nothing but a pack of horse half-bastards after all. To deal with a lowly tribe like yours, I alone am more than enough. You've come this far and still haven't even managed to cut off the enemy leader's head." As he galloped over centaur corpses, he kept provoking them. "Your dead warriors are weeping in despair down in hell." The centaurs boiled with rage at his words. They rushed after Iron in a frenzy that left those behind completely bewildered. Croton stood there blankly. Did he do all this just to draw the centaurs away from the village? Kata said anxiously, "He can't fight that many centaurs all at once." Isla's eyes widened in shock. Even Soul Drake had not expected that move. She waved her hand, and a wyvern flew over at once. It landed in front of Isla, leaving him stunned. Isla blurted out, "A wyvern?" He looked up at Soul Drake and asked, "Was it you?" The wyvern cried out, and Isla seemed to understand. His eyes lit up. The black horse raced forward while the centaurs advanced at a heavy pace, surrounding Iron. Now Iron had a deep abyss on one side and the centaurs on the other. One centaur jeered, "So you became bait to save your army? How merciful of you, Lord. But if you die here, the orc village will be destroyed anyway." What a foolish decision. Iron answered without the slightest hesitation. You half-man, half-horse idiots are the fools. Didn't I already say it? I alone am enough to deal with all of you. He narrowed his eyes and calculated. The centaurs are under enhancement magic. Can I really do this? One against this many? The centaurs burned with fury and raised their weapons. We're going to rip, he and his companions charged while shouting, that filthy mouth right off your human face. Iron gritted his teeth and rushed forward, but in the very next moment, 3 sharp arrows shot past his head, startling him. The arrows struck 3 centaurs squarely in the chest, sending them sprawling backward. By instinct, Iron turned toward the one who had fired them. A wyvern was circling in the sky, and the rider was none other than Isla. His eyes blazed with determination as he looked down. Iron called out his name in astonishment. Isla loaded another bolt into his crossbow as he said, Pendragon, I told you already. I would become your sword and destroy your enemies. All the centaurs turned to stare at Isla. They gaped. A wyvern rider? That is the guardian deity's wyvern rider. The wyvern screeched, then swept over the heads of the centaurs. Grinding their teeth, the centaurs drew their bows and fired at it. Isla died swiftly. With one hand, he batted aside incoming arrows, while with the other, he prepared his crossbow. His bolt drove deep into a centaur's chest, making him scream in agony. The others met the same fate. The remaining centaurs all aimed their crossbows at the wyvern and Isla. Iron stared blankly. Wyvern riders, wyverns were master marksmen that served under dragonkind. Though they had massive bodies to those watching from below, they seemed to dance across the sky. With the power they possessed, they were used for hunting and military purposes and were extremely difficult to deal with. Thus, drawing on ancient knowledge, after a long period of brutal training, the first true wyvern rider appeared, chosen by the wyvern after hundreds of battles. As a result, Isla seized the initiative and with a single shot sent another enemy to his death. A wyvern rider. Iron kept his eyes fixed on the centaurs. He was slightly surprised. Elkin Isla. His nickname in his previous life had been the Stormbringer. Isla was radiating killing intent. Iron smiled. I see. It really is a name that says it all. The centaurs were in dire straits as they were struck down one after another. We're being, the leader shouted an order. All forces retreat. The moment he said it, he turned and fled. Isla analyzed the situation. They're running toward the center of the forest. If they go deeper in, the wyverns won't be able to pursue them, and they'll be able to recover and regroup. He quickly wounded a centaur, and the centaur fell flat on his face. Iron slowly approached him. Calmly, he aimed his crossbow at the centaur. Iron gave a faint sneer. Imperial crossbows really are high quality. They must be worth far more than some half-man, half-horse creatures that crawled out of the forest. Wouldn't you say, leader of the centaur army? The centaur slowly sat up, and Iron kept the crossbow trained on him as he guided his horse closer. He reminded him, even if the pain disappears, you still won't be able to move with a broken leg. The centaur rolled his eyes and broke out in cold sweat. On Iron's back hung a shield, and Iron reached for it. He turned the brilliantly shining shield toward the centaur, and the centaur froze as he stared at it. He was astonished to see the wounds on his body gradually healing. And my wounds, the centaur's eyes slowly changed. He stared blankly at the shield, dazed. Why are you helping me? Iron replied coldly. I'm only returning you to normal. Otherwise, I would have finished you off already. His expression hardened. Now tell me, the one who gave you these weapons, where is Van Dyke? A dense aura began to gather around the crossbow in Iron's hand. Iron said to the centaur, then tell me, where's the one who gave all these weapons to you? The centaur stared blankly as Iron continued. The Empire's mad dog, commander of the Demon Corps, Van Dyke. Where is he? The centaur was startled. Van Dyke of the Demon Corps? How do you know that name? Iron pressed him. I'm the one asking questions. What happened between him and the centaur tribe? The centaur remained silent for a long while, then bowed his head and answered, he suddenly invaded the forest and proposed an alliance to us. The centaur recalled Van Dyke's words. House Pendragon has restored the White Dragon's power, and now they are recruiting soldiers and strengthening their weapons. Clearly, they're planning to turn the tide against their sworn enemy, the centaurs. So before that happens, I will lend you weapons. Go. Destroy Os Village. Reclaim Ancona Forest with the power of the Centaur tribe. So, Iron asked, you were seduced by that offer based on those baseless accusations? The Centaur ground his teeth. Maybe it was his magic. It came from his mirror. He continued, there was a cloaked figure speaking to us from inside the mirror. At the same time, everyone lost their composure and was swallowed by rage and hatred. I can't remember what happened after that moment. After hearing that, Iron said nothing. Then he turned his horse back toward Isla, and the young man widened his eyes. Duke Pendragon. Iron stared expressionlessly at the bodies lying cold on the ground. Then he used the magic shield to heal them. The centaurs sat up with utterly bewildered faces. My wounds. They all looked as stunned as deer caught in headlights. Sweating heavily, Iron let out a breath. It seems my life force can only heal this much. Isla asked curiously, why would you do that, Pendragon? Iron explained, our enemy is the one who incited them. And besides, he lowered his head. The one who created those negative emotions was none other than House Pendragon. So we bear responsibility for this as well. The centaurs could not hide their shock. As Iron rode away, he said, I cannot revive the centaurs who have already fallen. The leader of the centaur army clenched his fists. They were warriors of the centaur army. Dying on the battlefield is not something they would regret. Iron glanced at him. The centaur remarked, young Pendragon, you are very different from your ancestors. Iron looked mildly surprised. Is that so? Time will tell. The centaur smiled broadly. Do you remember what you once said? You truly are a wise and capable ruler. He placed a hand on his chest in respect and declared, therefore, from this day onward, the Centaur army shall become an ally of House Pendragon. Isla and Iron were both so stunned they nearly reeled backward. The Centaur continued, to take revenge on those who turned us into this, I swear we will not hesitate to devote all our strength to cooperating with House Pendragon. Then he winked at his subordinates. Am I right, everyone? The other two stammered, why yes, that's right. If that is the elder's will, we will obey. Iron suddenly fell silent in thought. Then he looked up and said, then I will entrust the forest protection to the Centaur army, under the name of its bravest riders. The two sides gladly clasped hands. From now on, we are comrades. After the conflict with the Centaur tribe ended, a peaceful atmosphere once again settled over Ancona Forest. The white soldiers were treated by water spirits, then ate and drank to their heart's content at a feast celebrating peace. Meanwhile, at the tavern, Isla sat alone in a corner in silence. He stared out the window with deep, distant eyes. Suddenly someone approached and greeted him, making him look down in surprise. It was the two boys from Os. One of them said innocently, you're so cool. You can even ride a wyvern. Then the two boys happily leaped onto Isla. For some reason, a strange warmth suddenly filled him. Isla gently rubbed the boys' heads. At that moment, a round-table meeting was taking place in the treehouse. Croton frowned. Magic coming from a mirror? Iron was doubtful. Is that even possible? Croton answered, I don't have enough knowledge to answer that. Then, turning to the leader of the Centaur army, he said, however, it was an extremely powerful and complex type of magic, brainwashing and enhancement. Croton looked grim, and not just to the point of affecting individuals. It was more like controlling the emotions of a large number of centaurs at once. Whoever did this is a frightening mage. While everyone was discussing it, Iron remained deep in thought. That night, under a clear moon and gentle breeze, Iron stood on a tree branch, gazing at the night scenery. Soul Drake flew over and called out, why do you look so troubled, Ray? He flinched and turned. Soul Drake, Iron asked, was it you who let Isla ride the wyvern? Soul Drake corrected him at once. No, they only sensed the aura of a wyvern rider on him. Iron lowered his voice. Perhaps he rode wyverns before, but for some reason he doesn't want to talk about it. Soul Drake sighed. Humans are very complicated creatures. You weren't swallowed by that violent dragon aura, were you? Iron immediately asked, violent dragon aura? Then he recalled the moment his power erupted and he snapped the enemy's arrow. Iron said in confusion, that power that suddenly burst out. Soul Drake replied, as my contractor, your body has the capacity to possess a dragon's power. How well it is controlled differs depending on the user. Iron looked away in silence. If I let my rage overwhelm my reason, I won't be able to see things objectively. He thought to himself, that's right, but there's still something I can't understand. At first, I forgot about it because I was angry, but in my previous life, by now I should already have become a member of the Demon Corps. And the Demon Corps should be fighting in the distant southern lands, in the Wood Sea, against the king of the beast folk, the most savage of creatures. Half the Demon Corps was wiped out in that horrific battle. But Van Dyke was there too. So if Van Dyke really contacted the Centaur tribe, that's very strange. Then what about the battle in the Wood Sea? And the king of the beast folk as well? And where's my former self, Raven Valtir, right now? Iron crossed his arms grimly. He had said something then. Everything is connected. The fall of House Pendragon, the destruction of House Valtir, and now those trying to destroy House Pendragon. Iron ground his teeth. Let's go to my homeland. He described it, the place where my house lost its honor, a land full of disgrace. Iron paused, then spoke in a low voice. It's time for us to return to my homeland. Soldrake looked at him in surprise. Iron's gaze turned toward the distance, full of coldness and detachment. He stood with his arms folded, letting the cold night wind wash over him. In a frigid voice, he said, "The place where my family once lost its honor. A land of humiliation. Onward to Six, a ruined, desolate landscape of structures that had once been beautiful. The whole place was covered in gloom, and all that remained were the eerie cries of crows. On the dusty ground, half buried among the rubble, lay a scorched family banner, tattered and filthy. The scene shifted to nobles leisurely eating and drinking. They slowly savored the meat on their plates. Before them, rows upon rows of finely dressed people knelt with their heads pressed to the floor. Count Saros and his daughter Luna knelt in the very front row, their faces full of shock and fear, wondering miserably why. Luna was even more terrified. Why had they suddenly come to Saros' territory? The son and daughter of the emperor, the symbols of authority embroidered carefully on the cloth before them. Prince Ian and Princess Ingrid reclined at ease, having finished everything on the table. Ian arrogantly raised his head, contempt in the depths of his eyes. Then he kicked the table away. The Saros father and daughter flinched and looked up. Ian bent forward with an irritated expression and cursed. Trash. At once, a unified shout rang out so loudly it seemed ready to blow off the roof. "We are deeply sorry, Your Highness." Beside him, Ingrid set down her teacup and let out a weary sigh. "That's enough, brother. You're ruining my mood." Then she added, "You didn't have to eat everything," before calmly sipping her tea again. Ian gave a mocking smile in return. "I was just waiting for you to finish eating, dear sister. Doesn't that make me a good brother?" That did not improve anyone's mood. Count Saros and Luna only felt more miserable, bewildered by this bizarrely affectionate sibling exchange. Then Ian returned to the real matter at hand. Pointing proudly at himself, he declared, "There's only one reason I, the Crown Prince, would come to this remote backwater. Your neighbor is the territory of Duke Pendragon, together with its master, Iron Pendragon." Both father and daughter widened their eyes in surprise. Resting his chin on one hand, he continued coolly, "The Iron I know was nothing but a weak, fragile worm. It's hard to believe that after waking from a coma, he formed a contract with the White Dragon. Do you know what happened to him?" The Count hesitated and could not answer. Then he hurriedly turned to his daughter. "You met him, didn't you, Luna? What was he like?" Luna looked a little startled. "Aye." She calmed herself and answered honestly. "I knew him before, but it was as if he had become a completely different person." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed faintly and her eyes turned dreamy. "He became bold, but still calm, and strong too. Better than me?" Ian's dark voice suddenly cut in. Luna jolted and looked up into those cruel red eyes. Ian let out a harsh laugh, his face dark enough to inspire fear. "Really?" Luna was terrified. Her words caught in her throat, and only broken, meaningless sounds escaped. Suddenly, Ian clutched his face and laughed madly. She stared blankly, unable to keep up with his roller coaster emotions. Around them, a golden aura spread outward. Then he threw his head back and burst into wild laughter, the powerful aura surging like a majestic lion. Every noble there went pale with fear and dread. "What is this? Aura?" The aura of an invader? While they trembled in shock, Ian shouted excitedly, "That white worm is seducing women. I'm shocked, Ingrid." He spun around and said it to her as if it were earth-shattering news. Ingrid pressed her lips together as she looked at her brother, too embarrassed for words, and chose to pretend she had heard nothing. Then Ian lowered himself to Luna's level and said, "Hey, young lady of House Saros, come with me." Luna flinched in confusion. He grabbed her chin tightly, his tone cold and leaving no room for refusal. "This is an order." Looking down on her, Ian said plainly, "That white worm has overstepped his bounds. Hasn't he, my lady?" Luna's vision darkened, and her whole body trembled. Her thoughts tangled into a knot. "I can't refuse him. He's the second prince, the tyrant, Ian Aragon. Sunlight flashed brilliantly against the corner of the castle. Iron narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "HM, the prince and princess are coming here." Butler Melbourne replied, "Yes, your grace." Second Prince Ian and his younger sister, Ingrid. Iron frowned. "What the hell are those bastards thinking?" Melbourne broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. "Be bastards?" "Well," seeing the man's pale face, Iron said flatly, "What?" Melbourne, looking miserable, scratched his cheek awkwardly but explained, "Princess Ingrid was once your fiancée, and the one who annulled the engagement was Ian." Iron felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He shouted, "What the hell? I had another fiancée before the Cirrhos girl." Melbourne blinked. "You didn't know?" Iron rolled his eyes upward in irritation. "And the other one was a princess. Come to think of it, I feel like I did hear about her before." He dropped his head with a tired sigh, his mind exhausted. The situation has become pretty complicated. 1 month after the Centaur incident, many new knights had joined us, and Isla had begun organizing the Wyvern Rider Corps, greatly strengthening our forces. On top of that, I had managed to control the White Dragon's aura to a considerable extent. House Pendragon usually rests every summer, so I can use that as a reason to visit the estate near 6. The fall of House Van, and find those pulling the strings behind all of this. And the matter right in front of me now. Iron leaned on his cane and asked directly, "So, does their insistence on meeting me have something to do with the engagement?" Melbourne was uncertain. Carefully, he said, "I don't know, but please be careful." Iron looked puzzled. Melbourne continued slowly. "The second prince has been designated as the next emperor, and throughout the empire, he is known by the title of tyrant. So if you somehow offend him..." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Iron's mind, and he caught the important part of the butler's words. Lifting his face from his hand, he cut Melbourne off mid-sentence. "Wait, why was the second prince chosen as the next emperor?" Melbourne stammered as he reported the news that had been spreading. "It is because the first prince's condition appears to have worsened." Iron put his hands behind his head, his sky-colored eyes staring vaguely at the ceiling, his voice dropping slightly. He turned his head, trying to find a more comfortable position, then suddenly froze as he realized something. Iron's eyes widened. "Wait!" He stared in astonishment, his pupils trembling with shock. "Ian? It shouldn't be Ian. In my previous life." Raven looked expressionlessly at the thin sheet of paper in his hand. The name of the man who would become the next emperor. Printed on the page was a photograph from the coronation ceremony, and right there in the headline was the name, Gold Aragon. "Gold!" He muttered the name aloud. Melbourne widened his eyes, unable to understand what he meant. Iron asked hesitantly, "Was the first prince's name Gold?" Melbourne answered diligently, "No, sir. His name is Sane Aragon." I have never heard the name Gold before. Only then was Iron truly shaken. A chill ran through him as he stared. It wasn't the first prince's name, nor the second prince's. Who the hell is this mysterious Gold? The future is already different from what happened in my previous life. An image rose in his mind. The giant orc monster massacring humans in a frenzy. The clash between two forces, the Demon Corps commander Van Dyke and the Centaur tribe. Iron wondered, could they be connected? A blue-white flame appeared at his fingertip, and before Butler Melbourne's startled eyes, it flared violently into the shape of a dragon. Iron's eyes were sharp and cold, his voice strangely calm. "Now I have a reason to meet that prince. Ian Aragon." Before the gates of House Pendragon's territory, a voice shouted an order. "The royal family has arrived. Show your respect." The people on both sides of the road dropped to their knees solemnly as the procession of horses and carriages rolled past. The moment Ian stepped down, he released his golden Lion King aura and stood there proudly with his hands on his hips. That overpowering pressure spread throughout the castle courtyard. All the nobles broke out in cold sweat as they struggled beneath its weight, their vision dimming. What is this oppression? He is of the royal bloodline. We can't even lift our heads. The tyrant, Ian Aragon. Those complaints remained trapped behind clenched teeth. At that moment, Ian suddenly noticed someone ahead of him. Iron slowly and leisurely walked forward. Ian's explosive aura did not so much as stir the cloth of his clothes. Ian let out a small sound, mildly intrigued at last. He withdrew his aura, and the two men faced each other. Displeased with Iron's attitude, Ian rebuked him. "Don't you think your head is raised a little too high, you Pendragon brat?" Iron showed no fear and answered sharply. "Why? It's not as if you're emperor," Ian replied irritably. "But I will become emperor Once again, he flared his pressure and pressed it down on Iron without restraint. Iron watched coldly. Then he curled his lips in defiance, dark blue aura surging around his body, his eyes shining brightly. "No, you will become emperor, not your highness." Ian jolted in shock. Iron's mocking laughter rang out coldly. "Humiliating, isn't it?" The white dragon's aura burst forth visibly, roaring as it clashed head-on with the golden Lion King. Ian staggered slightly, stunned. "The blood of the first emperor flows in my veins, and I also carry the invader's aura." But his eyes widened. "I'm being pushed back by that white worm?" The strange disparity trampled all over his pride. Before that terrifying aura, Iron stood firm, the guardian white dragon behind him. For the first time, Ian felt it clearly. Is that the white dragon's aura? Unable to accept such an insolent result, he roared in fury. "Bastard! How dare you!" Suddenly, the sound of footsteps crunching on sand shattered Ian's momentum and drew both men's attention, putting an end to the ridiculous scene. Ingrid and Luna stepped down from the carriage. Ian called out foolishly, "Ingrid." Ingrid said irritably, "Don't cause trouble, brother." Iron coolly observed the sideways glare the princess gave her brother and thought, "She calls him brother, so she must be the princess. But why is Luna Saros here?" Sensing his gaze, Luna shyly lowered her eyes. As a member of the royal family, formalities still had to be observed. Ingrid stepped forward, lifted her skirt slightly, and bowed. "It is an honor to meet you, Duke. My name is Ingrid." Iron was a little surprised, but he quickly returned the courtesy. "The pleasure is mine. I am Iron Pendragon." She smoothly continued, "We were engaged before either of us was even born, so we have never actually met." Iron did not seem especially concerned. "I see." Suddenly, Ingrid gave him a sweet and delighted smile. However, just as Luna Saros said, "You are a very strong and handsome man, Iron Pendragon." She looked shy and admiring as she spoke, her sparkling eyes fixed directly on him. At once, a chill ran down Iron's spine. Ian sensed danger and rushed forward in alarm. "Hey, Ingrid, don't tell me you." Completely ignoring her brother, Ingrid cheerfully took Iron's bewildered hand. "Would you take me for a walk around the castle?" Behind them, Luna watched the scene with a lost, awkward expression, and so the four of them entered the castle together. Ian openly glared with burning irritation at the bastard holding his sister's hand, looking ready to explode. Iron helplessly endured the stare that seemed about to bore holes through his back and thought with a tired sigh. Things have become unbelievably complicated again. Then someone called out to him. Iron, standing before them, were three people waiting. It was his mother and his two younger siblings. Lady Helen greeted them first. "It has been a long time, Prince Ian, Princess Ingrid." Iron also broke into a bright smile as he welcomed them. "It's very good to see you." Ian stared blankly, captivated. Ignoring the conversation between Lady Helen and his younger sister, he asked, "Do you remember me from back at the White Palace?" "Of course." The boy suddenly sprang right in front of Iron. Throwing her a flashy, flirtatious glance, he said, "Lady Pendragon, would you tell me your name?" She answered politely, "My name is Irene." Hearing that, Ian puffed up like a peacock spreading its tail. Brushing a lock of hair behind his ear, he smiled brightly and said, "Irene, what a beautiful name. It sounds like a flower. My name is Ian Aragon, the Empire's second prince. I am one of the strongest warriors in the imperial capital, for I've been blessed by the gods." That narcissistic speech went in one of Irene's ears and out the other. She was not listening at all. The moment she caught sight of someone, she instantly lit up and bounced like a rabbit, crying out, "Big brother!" In a flash, she abandoned the second prince and rushed over to her brother, sparkling all over as she showered him with praise. "You're even more dazzling today. I can feel your aura." Ian was so shocked he could hardly believe it. He was a prince, and yet he had been ignored? His anger flared up at once, and his aura surged out of control, startling little Mia badly. Frightened, Mia let out a little scream and ran toward the person beside her. Tears welled up in her wide eyes as she timidly clutched at his trouser leg, hiding behind Isla's legs. Isla glanced at him. The moment Ian saw that look, his face darkened. "Hey, bastard, who are you?" Isla did not even bother to acknowledge him, replying arrogantly, "I have no obligation to report my name to you." Ian glared furiously. "You bastard! How dare a mere knight like you show me disrespect? Introduce yourself." Panicked, Irene rushed forward to smooth things over. "Your Highness, he is a knight of Vanvas, so please." But before she could finish, Ian had already seized on the key point and exploded. "A knight of Vanvas? I see. So you're that famous oddball." Brimming with excitement, he turned to Isla and proposed, "Hey, let's have a match. I'll make you understand who the stronger one is." Isla coolly refused. "You can't do that." Ian erupted again like a gas canister blowing up. Then Ingrid suddenly appeared beside him and warned, "That's the second time, brother." With a cold expression, she pronounced judgment. "If you cause any more trouble, you won't be allowed to open your mouth for an entire year." Ian clicked his tongue in irritation. At last, things were temporarily brought under control, while the escort knights and Luna watched in silence. One of them murmured, "What is going on?" "In the imperial capital, His Highness is known as a tyrant no one can defy. But ever since he got here, he's been led around by the nose." All of them arrived at the same thought at once. The Pendragon family really is something. At that moment, Ian came over to him again. "Yo, white worm." Irene rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Let's talk," he said. "Just the two of us. I have something important to say." He looked back at him coldly. Ian raised a brow and provoked him. "What, are you scared?" Irene smiled lazily and replied, "No, I was just surprised to hear that nickname. I wanted to speak with you too, Forever Prince." Inside a luxurious room, the two of them sat at opposite ends of table. Ian looked at him and remarked flatly, "You've changed a lot." Tilting the wine glass lightly in his hand, he lifted his eyes. "The last time I saw you, you were just a tiny worm, pale, weak, and fragile. That's why I decided to cancel my sister's engagement to you." Irene calmly raised his own glass as well. "So, that was your decision? Fine. Why did you come here? Did you want to talk about the engagement again?" Just hearing that made Ian bristle all over, and he rejected it darkly. "As if I'd ever entrust my sister to a bastard like you." Dropping his earlier attitude, Ian continued in a calm tone. "Ever since I got here, I haven't sensed even the slightest loyalty to the imperial family. That night, too. And you, someone tied to the imperial family, what exactly are you trying to do?" He asked it directly. Irene answered with conviction, "House Pendragon does not hide beneath anyone's shadow, and I will do only as I please." He closed his eyes. That's all there is to it. Before the words had even fully left his lips, he felt killing intent. Ian threw a punch at him. Irene instantly splashed the white wine straight into his face, and the second prince lost his momentum at once. Irene swiftly caught one of Ian's arms, leaped in close, and drove a fierce elbow straight into his face. Blood streamed from Ian's nose as he reeled backward, but deep in his eyes was excitement. He quickly twisted around and locked onto Irene's arm. Hooking his leg, he used the force to throw Irene over his shoulder. Irene stared, slightly startled, at the tabletop right in front of him. With a loud crack, his handsome face smashed squarely into the table, and Ian smiled cruelly at the sight. But the situation changed instantly. Even in pain, Irene did not stop. He grabbed Ian's arm, then with powerful legs wrapped around the second prince's neck and dragged him down. Pinning his arm, he pressed Ian's face down onto the table. Ian gritted his teeth and struggled, trembling as he forced himself upward. Then Irene suddenly noticed something. Near the hand Ian was using to brace himself, a sharp dining knife lay only a short distance away. Irene's gaze turned cold and grim. He immediately sprang back to one side. Ian also froze in surprise. After a stunned silence, he brushed back the hair by his ear and looked at him coolly. "Why did you let me go?" Irene paused briefly. His hair fell over the wound on his forehead, where blood was pouring down. Slowly closing his eyes to steady himself, he replied, "It seems you didn't want to fight with everything you had. If you had picked up that knife and tried to stab me, you could have escaped with that move." Ian said nothing, but Irene had already run out of patience. Irritably brushing back his hair, he let the white dragon's aura spill out of control. His tone turned sharp. "So I'll ask you again. Why did you come here?" The two of them once more released pressure against each other, the golden aura and blue aura clashing like fire and water. Ian wiped his nose lightly. Then he let out a faint chuckle. A moment later, that laughter grew unrestrained, wild, and hearty. Ian shouted gleefully, "I see. So you can push me this far." Irene stared at him with a dumbfounded expression, speechless. Ian continued, "You really amuse me." Reining himself in slightly, he turned serious and formally addressed him. "Will you join forces with me? I'll make you a core pillar of the Empire, Iron Pendragon." He asked again, "Will you work with me, Iron Pendragon? I need your resources and your military strength." Ian made it perfectly clear. Iron fell silent, unable to stop himself from cursing inwardly. What a ridiculous turn of events. The tyrant's aura had vanished, and even his mood had changed. Gradually drawing back his white dragon aura, Iron asked coldly, "Join forces? What exactly do you mean by that?" Ian jumped down from the table. "Right now, members of the Imperial family are fighting over who will become the heir." Expressionless, Iron watched his back as he walked away. Ian continued coldly, "It's not just me. There are many other princes as well, along with various nobles secretly supporting them." Then he turned back and smiled at Iron. "So, if you have no objection, I want House Pendragon to stand on my side. Whether it's imperial gold and silver or official recognition as an independent territory, I'll reward you generously. I promise." As Iron listened, even he had to admit the offer was tempting. The rewards being promised were certainly attractive. If this man became emperor. Suddenly, Iron's eyes darkened coldly. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he rejected it. No, this was a man known throughout the capital as a tyrant. And yet, this seemed more like his true nature. The two completely different versions of Ian appeared side by side in Iron's calculations. Iron became deeply suspicious. Why would someone who wanted to become the next emperor deliberately leave others with the impression that he was a tyrant? That means, crossing his arms, he glanced at Ian and pointed out the falsehood directly. "You don't actually want to become emperor, do you?" Ian froze at first, then turned back to stare at him in shock. Looking straight at him, Iron asked, "That tyrant image is only a facade, isn't it? What are you really thinking?" Tilting his head slightly, he continued, "The reward doesn't matter. I won't accept an offer from someone I can't trust." The two men simply stared at each other, and silence hung in the air for a moment. Ian now seemed almost wary, looking at him cautiously. "You know that much? You're the first person, other than my sister, to understand my purpose." Pressing his lips together, he fell silent. Then, as if making up his mind, he said quietly, "I want to make my older brother, Shaun Aragon, emperor." Seeing the slightly strained expression on Ian's face, Iron was somewhat surprised. "Shaun? The first prince who's bedridden from illness." Ian turned away slightly. Even his usually proud, straight back seemed to sag a little. "Bedridden from illness," he repeated absently. Then suddenly he clenched his fist so hard it shook and shouted, "You're wrong." Unable to contain his emotions, Ian burst out in anger and indignation. "My brother was nearly assassinated 3 years ago during the uprising in Sisaxi." Iron flinched in shock. "What?" Ian was too agitated to stop. "My brother could do anything. He was kind and compassionate. He should have become a wise ruler. He said he would change this country." Iron stared at Ian's intense agitation in astonishment. But Ian's voice suddenly turned choked and bitter. At that moment, something flashed through Iron's mind. His eyes widened. 3 years ago, Sisaxi. The scene returned to devastation. The silhouette of a young boy collapsed to his knees before a manor engulfed in roaring smoke and flames. Iron felt his mind go blank. The uprising. After a brief silence, he softly called, "Ian." Then, in an unexpectedly light voice, he said, "I'll accept your proposal." Ian stiffened in surprise, and the fury boiling within him came to a halt. "In exchange, you'll tell me everything you know." Iron's face was heavy with the weight of that uprising. Outside, while Lady Helen was introducing Linda to Irene, both Ingrid and Luna were left gaping. "She's married." Back with the men, a wine glass was gently pushed forward. "And that's everything I know about it," Ian said. Iron did not respond. He looked into the wine, at the reflection of his face in this lifetime. Then, absent-mindedly, he seemed to see the younger version of himself from his previous life. Back when he had wished to become a knight, and the Lord of Sisaxi had sent him a letter. The memory came flooding in. The youthful Raven, surprise playing on his face, blankly received the letter with both hands. It seemed they had had another purpose in sending it. Iron stared silently into the glass, his sorrowful eyes lowered. Ian spoke up. "The problem is we still don't know who instigated that uprising." Iron wondered if it could have been one of the other princes aiming for the throne. Ian did not dismiss that possibility. He merely stated the obvious truth of the present. "Still, there are many princes and countless nobles backing them. I can't know for certain which one among them was the instigator." Resting his chin on his hand, Iron remained silent. Then he suddenly spoke the name of the man who had ultimately won the struggle for the throne. "Gol, do you know of any prince by that name?" Gol, Ian repeated, as if searching his memory. Gol. He's only the son of a concubine. He has noble blood in name only, so he doesn't have any real influence at all. After saying that, Ian grew curious. But how do you know that name? Iron fell silent. So there really was someone named Gol, but he was only a noble in name? Recalling the newspaper photo of his coronation from his previous life, Iron could only feel disbelief. How could that man possibly become emperor within just a few years from now? Iron coldly raised his eyes a little and probed further. That concubine, what kind of maternal family background does Joelle have? Ian thought for a moment in boredom. Baron Erline. She came from a port city in the south, and I heard my father say that her hometown is... At that point, he suddenly froze. Dazed, Ian spoke the name. Sasaksi. Even Iron had not expected that. Realizing something, Ian abruptly sprang up from his chair in outrage. Hey, how could that bastard have done all this? Even if he killed my brother, he should never have been able to enter the line of succession. Iron rose to his feet as well and flatly rejected that certainty. No one can guarantee that. Ian was still stubborn. But remembering the moment when the hand of the demon core had seized him by the head, Iron understood. Everything was connected. A familiar dark blue aura rose and coiled around him. In a grim, shadowed voice, he said, I already knew it. Iron burned with anger. His powerful white dragon aura poured out heavily, filled with violent fury. Ian stared blankly at that boiling presence, like a strange flame capable of devouring everything. What was this aura? Could it be that everything he had sensed until now, from their fight to the clash in the square before the manor, still was not all of Iron's strength? Then he remembered Iron's dark murmur from a moment earlier. I already knew it. Ian's eyes widened in shock. Knew what? Who the hell was this man? Unconcerned with Ian's thoughts, Iron came back to himself a little, his attention pulled elsewhere. Outside the door, the enormous form of Soul Drake appeared just beyond the open window. Ian stammered as he looked. The white dragon. Soul Drake lowered its pure sapphire eyes and glanced at him. A dazzling light shone around the window frame, and a dark blue current of aura swirled through the air. In human form, Soul Drake stood at the window, its great wings partly blocking the sunlight. Iron was a little surprised that it had appeared here. Soul Drake. Soul Drake looked at him fully, and its voice, as poetic as if condensed from 1,000 years, came slow and measured. I sensed a very intense dragon aura. Are you all right, Ray? Iron reached out to help it down. Ian could only keep staring in a daze. It's beautiful, he thought. Is that really the same terrifying dragon? House Pendragon, the contractors of the white dragon. Then the corner of Ian's mouth curled. I understand now, he said slowly. Iron looked at him questioningly. Ian continued proudly. You must be someone special. Since you're someone I have acknowledged, I'll trust your instincts. Iron smiled faintly at him. Beside him, Soul Drake asked curiously, did something happen? He merely gave a small smile and answered briefly, a great many things. Then he turned his head and called decisively. Ian, pointing at himself, Iron proposed, come to the summer villa with us. Ian was surprised. Come. With a confident air, Iron said, it's on the outskirts of Sisaksi, along the Silver Tion coast. Let's lure our enemy out from there. The sun blazed high overhead, and the sea rout in the distance shone a brilliant blue. Along the dirt road, carriage after carriage rolled onward. Lo, the largest commercial city in the empire. The port city of Lo. Inside the Lo office of commerce and industry. Hey, did you hear? House Pendragon and the royal city's tyrant, Prince Ian, have arrived at the nearby Sin Bell coast. Lively chatter rang out from the pavilion facing the sea. Why are those two traveling together? No idea, but isn't that pretty bad? The blond man answered casually, of course it is. Lo's top watchdog, Governor Count Segunda, and Pendragon are like cats and dogs. And when it comes to the governor, Countess Elena, hearing that, the man across from him trembled and shouted in alarm, cutting him off. Stop, don't say any more. You'll be punished. Another man cut in, but Lo is really busy this year. I heard that the ship of the Southern Supreme Ruler, the Sea Dragon King Arangis, docked just the other day. His voice lowered cautiously. The other two stared at him with wide eyes, repeating in bewilderment, Sea Dragon King. That's right, the man replied. Protected by the fierce sea dragon Visky, a huge sea dragon with sharp fangs and claws, scales dyed the deep blue of the ocean itself. Since when did he possess military strength powerful enough to compete with even the Emperor? That terrifying force. Arangis. The blonde man sighed. That's scary. The southern warriors really are troublesome, aren't they? Pendragon, the tyrant Ian, and Arangis. I just hope nothing happens. Just then, a man's leisurely voice cut in to reassure them. There's no need to worry about anything. With that, the man tipped back the mug in his hand and drained his beer. The blonde man looked startled. Chairman Don. The man opposite also turned to look a little uneasy. He's really drinking a lot. Vincent gave a faint smile. When rich men gather in one place, all it means is that we can expect merchant profits to multiply several times over. The scene shifted to a beautiful beach. A flower-trimmed sun hat shaded her from the sun as a gentle female voice called, Lord Iron. What do you think of my swimsuit? Ingrid lifted her hat and gently explained. It was made by a famous designer from the royal capital. It's a custom piece. No matter how brightly she smiled beside him, Iron stood there in drowning silence, not even daring to let his eyes wander. Then someone cheerfully called out, Big brother. Aaron happily came over, pulling Linda along with her. Both of them were wearing cool, revealing bikinis. His younger sister said excitedly, Linda's changed too. Linda looked a little shy. It's been a very long time since I last went to the sea. Aaron beamed. Then we have to enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Lady Luna, come over here too. Luna e proust bashfelli. Igriegagis. Ingrid glanced at the women in front of her and muttered irritably. They have nothing to do with this. And they still barged in. Iron gritted his teeth, feeling his head throb, and inwardly complained, Damn it, we came here to investigate what happened in Sisaxi. So how did this turn into this? Every little thing. It's all that idiot's fault. Speak of the devil. And he appeared at once, screaming like a madman, Hey, beautiful ladies. Ian showed up with nothing on but a pair of swim briefs, standing against the light with a confidence so overwhelming it was almost shocking. Back to the present. Ian was 10 parts confident and 11 parts full of himself. Arrogantly, he declared, Throw that innocent worm aside and come speak with this great prince instead. In his memory, when Iron had invited Ian here, Ian had indignantly pointed at his face and complained, You mean only the 3 of us are going on a trip? Don't be ridiculous. Bring the girls too. And now, the atmosphere had gone painfully silent. The girls each had their own complicated expression, all equally hard to describe. Only Erin seemed completely unbothered. Laughing brightly, she cheerfully praised him. That really is an amazing swimsuit, Your Highness. It's hilarious. Ian jolted. He was stunned beyond belief, his mind going blank. Why is she laughing? When she's looking at my beautiful body, honed by martial training. Ignoring Ian as he trembled in silent heartbreak. Asking himself why, Aaron looked toward Iron in surprise. Oh, where are you going? Iron sighed. I'm going to catch some fish or something. As soon as he said that, he took off his shirt. Under the brilliant sunlight, his back and clearly defined shoulder muscles were revealed, irresistibly alluring. The young ladies all flushed pink with delight at the sight. Ian could not accept such a huge emotional disparity. What the hell? Why? I'm showing more skin than he is. Holding a trident, Iron looked at him in contempt and muttered, Idiot. Suddenly, something came falling from the sky with a heavy whistling sound, drawing his attention. He looked up. Splash. An enormous fish crashed into the sea, sending up a wave that came rushing over the entire group. They all cried out in chaos. Iron stared in shock. Then, descending steadily, Soldrake landed atop the massive fish. Looking down with a faintly proud expression, it said, I caught a fish. A gigantic whale lay stretched along the shore. Soaked through by the seawater, Iron gave an indulgent, amused smile. A fish? Well, for a dragon, perhaps that really did count as a fish. A whale, though, well, fine. Iron suddenly wondered how the enemy would react to all this. In the bustling harbor, Isla, Kian, and Kata walked together. As he looked around, Kian asked, But why did this turn into such a lavish vacation? Who would have thought Prince Iron would come with us? Kata grinned greedily. Who cares about that? More importantly, look. His eyes flew wide open. This city, warriors, armored knights. Warriors, warriors, warriors everywhere. There are so many people here, each with different styles, all clearly carrying formidable martial skill. Kata was so thrilled he nearly drooled. Wiping his mouth, he praised it eagerly. This is paradise. I want to challenge them right now. I want to crush every last one of them. Kian looked at him with clear disdain, thinking to himself, come to think of it, these guys left the forest because they were hungry for battle. When he said he wanted to go to the harbor, I wondered what he was thinking. So this was why. Suddenly, the people up ahead flinched and turned around, as though something had caught their attention. The crowd parted to both sides of the road to make way. Isla Fronith, what's going on? Rough feet with blue skin stepped onto the ground. With proud strides, sea-colored beings walked through the crowd. Kata muttered blankly, "Orcs?" Kian suddenly cried out in startled recognition. "Those are Ratuan orcs." Kata looked confused. "What's that?" Still frozen in shock, Kian answered, "They come from the far southern Motora archipelago, the most brutal of all orc tribes. And the reason is," he drew a breath, "to make money, they become pirates." The face of the lead orc, Bak, was full of arrogant conceit. He sneered mockingly to the one beside him. "Tisk, TSK, we're only passing through, and the humans are already scattering in fear." The other one replied with equal contempt, "Pathetic, lowly weaklings." Suddenly Bach looked surprised. "Hey, look at that. An orc. There's an orc over there. We've got everyone's attention. That's a race I've never seen before." He gave him a scornful once-over. "Well, he definitely doesn't look like a strong race. After all, he moved aside for us so easily. Looks like the kind that gets along with those lowly, weak humans." Hearing that, Kato was instantly enraged. What the hell did you just say, bastard? Want to go? I'll kill you right now." Kian hurriedly stopped him. "For heaven's sake, you idiot, cut it out. Don't do this in front of all these people." That one sentence held the hulking green giant back. Trembling with rage, Kata could only grit his teeth in silence. Seeing him back down, the Ratuan orcs became even bolder and stepped closer, jeering, Yo, no way. A proud orc actually submits to a human? What a surprise. This really is the weakest orc race in the world. They even turned around and wiggled their backsides in mockery. Isla and Kata were radiating killing intent, but Kian still had to think of the bigger picture. His forehead beaded with sweat as he stretched out his hand to stop them. Then he sensed something strange and turned back in confusion. He saw that Isla's finger had already pushed the sword guard up slightly, exposing a gleaming section of the blade. Kian's mind went blank in panic. The blade. It's already been drawn. Kata clenched his fists, seething with fury, and growled, "I'm definitely going to kill them." Isla, sparing with words, silently agreed. His killing intent rose without a sound. Only Kian stood there dumbfounded, pale as a sheet. He pulled his hand back and covered his face, feeling as if 1,000 horses were stampeding through his heart. Why do I have to keep watch over these dangerous lunatics? I just want to relax on a beach. Still, Kian raised his head. Even if this is a trade city, why are these pirates walking around openly like this? He recalled the moment they had first appeared. His suspicion deepened. This city is hiding something. The fading sunlight sank toward the horizon, painting the rooftops in a warm orange glow. Governor Les, at Count Seguna's residence. An elderly figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing through the window at Fire Island as it dimmed in the distance. The older man spoke in an even voice. "The White Dragon's contractor, Iron Pendragon, and the Lion's son, Ian Aragon, have come to vacation in the outskirts of Lo. What do you think, Torio Seguna?" Governor Les frowned and asked. Vincent leisurely raised his glass and replied, "Not just the outskirts of Lo. They were also at Sasaksi on the Simbel coast." Seguna tilted his head slightly and asked cautiously, "Do you think they may already have noticed the problem there?" "In Sasaksi." Vincent cut him off, lifting his glass as he spoke. "If they investigate His Highness Baron Olin and the Guffrey family's connections, then yes, they'll find out. But only if they go that far." Leaving Ian aside, Pendragon has no reason to poke his nose into that matter, Vincent analyzed. The governor replied in an ambiguous tone, "Well, certainly. That matter has nothing directly to do with Pendragon. But we do owe that family a very large favor." Vincent fell silent, while Seguna muttered irritably, "What a nuisance. A bunch of sneaky, slippery bastards." Then he smiled toward the distant sun, his expression deep and unreadable with calculation. "Leave it to that man, the one who controls the pirates. Lo's king in the shadows, the Black King." The sun dipped below the horizon, flashing across the water in a dazzling blaze that spread like an aurora over the whole city of Lo. The first day of House Pendragon's summer vacation, held on the beautiful Sinbel coast, ended with a lavish banquet. Grattan looked at his friend, who was eating while simmering with resentment, and asked curiously, "Why are you so mad, Kata?" Kian helplessly explained, "At the harbor earlier, around the whale carcass, people crowded thickly, surrounded by chunks of whale meat. On a rocky outcrop some distance away, Isla showed off his swordsmanship, graciously serving food to his household beast. Night clouds hung thick, and the moon shone clearly overhead, draping the flourishing city of Lo in silver light. Iron sat leisurely on the balcony, drinking wine and taking in the scenery. Suddenly, someone poured himself a drink beside him and spoke, drawing his attention. A toast to Lo, the city that never sleeps. The noble Ian Aragon approached, one hand in his pocket. "Mind if I sit with you?" Iron glanced at his face, paused a moment, then remarked, "You don't look very happy." Ian glared and replied, "Of course I'm not." Ian angrily recalled what had happened at the beach and trembled in indignation on his own behalf. "I was the one who invited those girls on a vacation. Why are you always like this?" Ian clicked his tongue, speechless. "Your usual behavior is the problem. You always create unnecessary trouble." Ian pouted. "You always look completely uninterested. Could it be that you—" Iron took a sip of wine and cut him off. "I'm married." Ian drooped. "But you don't seem to care that much about that wife of yours anyway." Then he suddenly jolted and shouted, his face horrified. Then could it be? Ian shot him a suspicious glance. Ian stared in shock and continued, "With that dragon." For the first time, Ian completely broke apart. Iron could hardly believe his ears and practically shot upright from his chair. Ian still calmly considered the possibility and laid out his reasoning. "No, it's because when I saw you at the castle, when you spoke to the white dragon in human form, you seemed different from usual." Iron fell silent, his mind suddenly returning to that dark night. "You once acknowledged me as a Pendragon, but I am Raven." That memory left him briefly subdued. Not long after, Iron rebutted, "It's not like that." But he looked at his reflection in the wineglass. Tilting his head back, he drank and answered, "Well, she is special." The moment Ian heard that, he immediately showed his disgust. "She really is beautiful on an entirely different level, but I'll pass, thanks. I only need human women." Iron coldly replied, "I don't care what you think." Then he spoke seriously. "More importantly, the purpose of this vacation is to investigate who's behind the assassination attempt." Ian freely laid out his guesses. Crown Prince Gelfry, his mother, Baroness Balin, and Governor Les. Saguna is related to them. Ian thought it through. If he's the one behind the assassination attempt, then once he hears that you, the prince, are nearby in Sisaxi, he'll make a move. Iron went quiet. "For example, come to kill me." Something like that, right? Ian cut in. Iron briefly turned toward him. Ian curled his lip in contempt. "Those lawless bastards. I can't believe they'd actually dare do that." Iron asked, "You're not the type to sit quietly and wait to be eaten, are you?" Ian smiled crookedly. "Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm ready to go crazy." Iron faintly echoed him. "We still have to wait for the fish to take the bait." The second prince said nothing more and raised his glass to drink. But then his expression darkened in thought. Still, from only that little information, he was able to guess the enemy. Ian recalled their previous encounters. "I knew it. Is it his intuition?" The second prince stared intently at him. "Or is there something else? Exactly what is it that you can see, Iron Pendragon?" Iron's indifferent face turned toward the open sea, his hair whipping wildly in the ocean wind. The scene shifted to the underworld of Lo. At the Killer Whale Owl bar, several Ratuan orcs sat on the front steps. Passing knights whispered among themselves about them. "I am honestly shocked. Yeah, who would have thought a human would walk into Killer Whale Isle, a bar where orc pirates gather? I just hope he doesn't get eaten." Above them hung the sign of a killer whale. Inside the bar, a man drained a huge mug of beer. When he lowered it, a familiar face was revealed. It was Vincent. A deep, hoarse voice rang out, exposing rows of sharp teeth. "You can really drink." Vincent sat calmly across from two hulking giants, Bach and Tolio Oranges. That orc was still acting as if he had no idea what was going on. Tolio toyed with the sword in his hand, his narrowed eyes sharp as he asked directly, "So let me ask plainly, what did the governor say?" Vincent answered cautiously, "Deal with the snake and the cat." That's what he said. Tolio looked delighted, unexpectedly pleased. Bold of him. Killing a prince too? You really can't judge that old man by his face. Still, I get it. He tilted his head and squinted. "If I remember right, it was here in Sisaxi 3 years ago too." Vincent cut him off flatly. He doesn't like being pried into, especially not by people in a filthy place like this. At that, Tolio fell silent. He hummed, then smiled again and continued, "You're bold too. Not just in front of an ordinary orc, but in front of me as well. You've got guts. I like that attitude." His gaze pinned Vincent in place. Then Tolio burst into wild laughter again. Strong ones really are the best, whether they're orcs or humans. Not bothering to listen to his madness, Vincent handed him a sheet of paper. Here are the details. Tolio half-closed one, and took it between his fingers as if it were a scrap. Vincent continued. In 3 days, the snake and the cat will be invited to his residence. The cat, wanting to stand out, will come straight to the matter with a little provocation. Tolio grinned playfully. Got it. So the crown prince's adorable little tyrant. This is going to be fun. With the kitten in his thick hand, he crumpled the paper. Suddenly Vincent spoke in a serious tone. Excuse me, but may I ask you a personal question? What is it? Tolio sounded mildly curious. Resting his chin on one hand, Vincent asked, Are you human? Tolio froze for a second. Then, in a tone hard to read, he said, Human? Human, huh? Vincent's eyes widened. He abruptly sprang up from his chair and staggered back. In front of him, Tolio suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura, a dark red-black blend of slaughter and savage ferocity. That pressure quickly swallowed the entire area. Vincent was terrified. What is this? The killing intent is so strong, I can't breathe. Tolio looked at him coldly and crooked a finger, speaking in a low voice. What do you think? Human. Staring at that hand steeped in brutal violence, Vincent clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he moved quickly and grabbed for Tolio's neck, but with a simple toss, Tolio sent Vincent's body flipping through the air. Vincent's eyes widened in alarm as he hurriedly assessed the situation. Then, with luck, he managed to brace himself and crashed down onto the floor. For some reason, Tolio enthusiastically slapped Vincent on the back and shouted excitedly, Hey, you landed on your feet. Amazing. Nice. You're better than I thought. But instantly his face darkened again, and he added with contemptuous slowness, For a human, that is. Then he spun around and shouted toward the one passed-out drunk behind him, Hey, Bach, it's been a while. Want to eat some orc meat? Bach reacted as if someone had flipped a switch, jerking awake in a panic. The moment he heard the word eat, his whole face lit up. Tolio boasted, pointing out his prey. Orc meat aged in the forest for a full decade. I'm sure it's delicious. Bach eagerly played along. Sound great, haha. I happened to see them in the city today. I've been curious. Licking his lips greedily, he narrowed his eyes with interest. So what's Junior eating? Those orcs are mine. Tolio gave a savage grin as a murderous aura surged from him. I'll eat the cat and the snake. Kill them immediately. He screamed in a frenzy, thrilled, describing it as though everything were already in his grasp. Then I'll peel the females out and eat them too. Vincent stood there blankly amid the heavy killing intent, which spread through the sea like the scent of blood, leaving him dazed. He's not human. He's a monster. The second son of one of the Empire's 5 Grand Duchies. See Dragon King Orangus, the Dark Emperor of Lo's underworld. His face twisted with insane bloodlust, Tolio Orangus. The scene shifted to a bright, clear day. As Sylvia and Luna Saros were having tea together, Killian appeared and exclaimed, Ha! We've just received an invitation from Lo's governor, Count Siguna. Iron and the girl beside him both lit up at once. To a ball. Killian held the letter and smiled brightly. That's right. All of us are going. At that moment, Ellen sank into thought. Our chance has come at last. For now, we'll play along with what he wants. Ian was looking at the other party with a smug expression. Helen, meanwhile, looked worried as she called out, Count Siguna. Ellen turned and saw her hesitating, then spoke. Mother, please sit here and rest. A great many things are about to happen here. Only then did Helen smile. Thank you, Ian. Then Ellen raised his voice. Sodi, sitting on the rooftop. Sodi peeked down when called. Ellen stood up and asked, Could you look after my mother? I'll entrust the Duchess to you. Sodi looked down expressionlessly. The scene then shifted back to Governor Les at Siguna's residence. Everyone was gathered in noisy excitement when someone's arrival drew everyone's attention. Oh, what an honor to have you visit, my lord. The central figures of today's gathering. Ellen's group was now advancing forward. Cheers rose as the beautiful girls appeared. Wow, so beautiful. Those young ladies, the prince and the duke, are so handsome. With gracious manners, they moved along. Even for nobles like us, this is an honor we hardly deserve. They're definitely going to meet the count. It's my first time seeing the young lord. But suddenly, someone appeared and shouted loudly, Oi, Pendragon, this was completely different from what you told me. The appearance of that person made the girls flinch in fear. Isla appeared, glancing around indifferently, while Kata shouted in agitation, "What the hell is this? It's nothing but stuffed pigs in here. Weren't they all supposed to be tiny little worms? You said something would happen, so I came all the way here excited, but where are the warriors? I wanted to beat those orcs black and blue." Just then, someone raised a glass of wine and spoke. "Thank you all for coming, Pendragon and companions." Ellen's group turned to look. The one who had appeared was Vincent. He stepped closer to Ellen and introduced himself. "I am a knight serving under Governor Saguna. My name is Vincent. It is an honor to meet you all, young Lord Pendragon." As he spoke, he stared straight ahead, power flickering in his pupils. Ellen looked into Vincent's eyes in surprise. Then he thought in shock, "Aura flow? I've heard that aura flow only appears in battle-hardened warriors with extensive battlefield experience. Interesting. I should observe the situation a little longer." Thinking that, he gave a curious smile. Then Ellen turned away and simply said, Vincent looked thoughtful, as if waiting for him to say more. After a brief pause, Vincent spoke again. "In that case, everyone, please follow me." The whole group quickly followed Vincent. Ian looked at Vincent's back and began analyzing inwardly. His steps are always steady. His posture never slouches even slightly. Perhaps he can. Kata also noticed it in surprise. Isla kept his sharp gaze fixed straight ahead. Inside was a glittering, radiant hall, and the girls were delighted by the beautiful setting. Just then, a man leaning on a cane approached. With a bright smile, he introduced himself. "I am Lo's governor, Torios Saguna. It has been a long time, hasn't it, Prince Ian?" Ian smiled in reply. "I suppose it's been 3 years, hasn't it? As you can see, a great many things have happened in the Imperial Palace." Then Saguna turned toward Ingrid Aragon. "And you, Princess Ingrid, it has been 5 years, hasn't it? You've grown even more beautiful." But suddenly his eyes widened as he looked toward the person standing beside her, causing Ellen to glance over as well. Saguna smiled. "And this must be Lady Erin? To think you've become this beautiful already." Then his gaze suddenly turned dangerous. Ellen noticed it at once. At that moment, Saguna looked up again and smiled broadly. "And now, the center of attention tonight. Young Lord Pendragon, you formed a contract with the White Dragon, and even have the orcs obeying your words. Truly remarkable. However, where is the Duchess?" He only answered vaguely. "Her condition is not very good, so she is resting at another villa with my other younger sister." Hearing that, Saguna put on an exaggeratedly shocked expression. "How terrible! I shall send my personal physician to treat her. Of course, I will also come in person to visit her." Ellen made a helpless expression and declined. "I'm very grateful for your concern, but please do not do that. If any dangerous situation arises, things will become troublesome." Saguna's expression grew thoughtful as he looked at him. A moment later, he stepped into the center of the hall and raised his voice. "I see. Then please enjoy tonight to the fullest." Standing beside Ellen, Ian held a glass of wine and said with a grin, "He really is a disgusting bastard, isn't he?" Ellen replied coolly, "Yes. I heard that long ago. He once proposed to the Duchess and was rejected. 20 years have passed, and he's still that bitter about it. Besides, that night, Vincent, what exactly is he?" Ian fell into thought. "He's Count Saguna's most trusted retainer. He came to Lo 2 years ago and quickly made a name for himself. Rumor says he's the one who handles Count Saguna's dirty work. That's what I've heard." Ellen asked back, "Dirty work?" Inwardly, he wondered, how is he connected to what happened in Sisaxi? Ian raised his glass and turned away. "That's my hint. Now enjoy the party, and don't drink too much." Ellen was speechless. I should be the one saying that. A little later, scattered voices could be heard even from outside the castle. "What? Why are you here?" Dressed in formal clothes, a bewildered young man trembled as he pointed a dagger at the other person and demanded, "Why did you come here?" Tolio curled his lips. "Because I heard there was going to be a party. You have to dress properly." He pointed at the young man, then slashed him with a single stroke. The young man collapsed to the floor just like that. Tolio declared, "This is my attire, and I am dressed perfectly for the occasion." Then he turned and grinned at his companion. "So now, let's enjoy ourselves to the fullest." The two of them laughed as if they had never laughed before. Inside, Ellen and Isla were standing together when murmurs rose around them. That Iron Pendragon really is a reckless brat. Old Saguna turned and asked, "What do you think, Sir Vincent?" Vincent was seated at a desk. Swirling the wine in his hand, he said calmly, "When I released my aura flow, he was able to see it. However, he quickly turned his eyes elsewhere. It seems he was frightened." Saguna smiled scornfully. "At the end of the day, he's just a tiny little bug. Vincent continued. However, that dark-skinned man, there's no doubt. He's very strong. Saguna asked. Compared to you, at what level? Vincent replied, I don't know. We'd have to exchange blows to know. Then his face grew thoughtful. He began to think. That man must be a knight of Vanvas, one of those foolish, reckless warriors. There's no way he would serve under such a weak little worm. Old Saguna looked disdainful. Then I'll leave that knight to you. Even if you can't kill him, it doesn't matter. Our reinforcements will arrive soon enough. The Sea Dragon King's son, the Black King. He'll deal with the cat and the snake. You met him at that dump, didn't you? The Black King. The image of Tolio appeared in Vincent's mind. Back then, when he had faced Tolio, just recalling it made cold sweat break out on him. He set his wineglass down and said, he's a monster. No one can defeat him. At the very least, no human can. Old Saguna immediately gave a sinister smile. Haha, if even someone like you says that, then everything will proceed exactly according to plan. Of all the people I know, you are the smartest and most battle-capable. If today goes smoothly, our plan will expand further, and its pace will accelerate even more. And when that time comes, I will give you the position you long for more than anything. Hearing that, Vincent replied coolly, I am not worthy of such an honor, my lord. Old Saguna continued as he looked down toward the hall below. It doesn't matter. I'm not bound by anything that happens here. His expression turned cunning. I am merely a victim, that's all. Just like those carefree fools down there. Isn't that right? As he spoke, old Saguna turned that ugly, scheming face back around. Vincent took a leisurely sip of wine, then replied, yes, my lord. Suddenly, the glass doors shattered as if struck by some force. Ellen jerked in surprise and looked over. Ian and the girls, who had been happily enjoying themselves, were startled in confusion, while Isla and Kata, who had been eating heartily, hurriedly turned toward it as well. Ingrid, Aragon, and Luna were just as bewildered, and the ones who smashed through the window and came in were none other than Park and Tolio. Both of them looked thrilled. Then screams rang out everywhere. Ea! Ea! The pirates were hacking at the people in the hall one by one in a horrifying bloodbath. The women were not spared from their cruelty either. Some were even thrown up against the ceiling. Tolio put on a terrifying expression and shouted, kill all those vermin, take their riches, and enjoy the women. Go wild, you bastards. Upstairs, old Saguna covered his mouth, looking alarmed. Ichi's gone too far. Cleaning up all that blood will be a nightmare later. Meanwhile, you remain calm. Very good. Since he's the one doing this, no one will suspect you, my retainer. Well then, I should begin my own work too. At that moment, several people came running up the stairs. It was Ingrid's group. Lindsay was panting as she ran. Ugh, running in heels is so hard. Irene turned back and said, you have to keep going, Lindsay. Ingrid cried out, why is something like this happening? Brother. Suddenly, Tolio dropped down in front of them from nowhere. He wore a vile grin. Found you. Then he launched an attack. All four girls seemed paralyzed by something, unable to react. Tolio pointed at them again. Then he slowly enunciated each word. The girls clutched at their throats, their bodies trembling. Tolio said, I will choose one to eat. Ingrid's mouth was tightly shut. I can't breathe. Tolio kept pointing at each of them in turn. Who should go first? Luna clutched her throat as well. This is just like that time. That fear of the orcs. Then Tolio's finger lowered and stopped. He pointed straight at Luna. I choose you. Then he raised a sword and burst out laughing with that hideous face of his. Ha ha. Luna shrank back in terror. As his blade came down, the sound of metal crashing rang out. Ellen had appeared just in time and blocked Tolio's strike. Seeing that, Irene cried out in delight. Brother! Luna hurriedly turned and exclaimed, Ellen! Ellen looked back and asked, are you all right? Luna was moved, and her heart fluttered at the same time, her cheeks turning red. Tolio, meanwhile, smirked to himself. Ha! The idiots took the bait and showed themselves without even thinking. At that very moment, another voice came from above the staircase. No matter how closely I look, it's still just an oversized pig. It was Ian. He looked down and challenged him. Did you think you had only one opponent? Below the stairs, Elkin Isla had appeared as well, together with Kata. Kata stood with his hands on his hips. So, this is the something you said would happen? Things have finally gotten interesting. With all three escape routes blocked, Tolio began to feel uneasy. Am I the one who's been trapped? He looked at Ellen, then at Ian, and then at Isla and Kata. Suddenly, Tolio broke into a delighted grin. He grabbed his head and roared with laughter as that eerie power surged from him. I see. Ha ha. But you fools never change. No matter how many insects there are, you'll never be able to defeat me. A moment later, the situation was this. Tolio was still trapped from 3 sides. Ellen stood in front of the girls to shield them. Ian blocked one route, and Isla and Kata blocked another. With a serious expression, Tolio raised his sword and muttered to himself, taking on 4 people is a bit much, so I'll get rid of the unnecessary ones first. At once, a bizarre blood-red flame appeared in his hand. The flames swelled larger, and he slammed that flaming fist into the floor. A shock wave burst outward. Ian saw it and was too stunned to speak. What? The spot Tolio struck shattered completely. Kata fell with the collapsing floor, while Isla quickly leapt back. Only then did old Saguna scream, Aya! The stairs, everything in the hall below, descended into total chaos. Kata propped himself up and got to his feet, then looked up in confusion. What the hell is wrong with that idiot? He made us fall straight to the first floor. Right then, a group appeared behind the 2 of them and shouted, Hey, look, it's that orc from before. It was the pirates, swaggering toward them aggressively. Perfect. I'm sick of eating those fat pigs. Orc meat first come, first served. Kata stared and blurted out, The eye-patch bastard. We met them at the harbor. Then he charged forward and shouted, Ha ha! I'm the one who'll eat you, with a fine mug of beer on the side. You filthy pirates! Then both Kata and Isla threw themselves at the pirates. Up on the 2nd floor, after the center gave way, Tolio was left facing only Ian. He grinned smugly. Now then, only the cat and the snake are left. Now I can enjoy myself properly. You first, little kitty. Ian smirked. You may be a giant pig, but your strength is no joke. But do you really think strength is the only thing that matters in a fight? As he spoke, he took up a fighting stance, his raised sword radiating power. Irene looked worried. Will the prince be all right? Standing beside her, Ingrid reassured her. Don't worry, my brother is no ordinary man. They say that when it comes to technique, he is the best in the imperial capital, and I've never once seen him lose. Golden power was now radiating from Ian's body. He thrust with his sword, but Tolio dodged. Ian followed with a series of razor-sharp slashes. Watching in admiration, Irene exclaimed, What an incredible series of attacks from the prince. That pirate can't even counter. But Ellen's sharp eyes had already realized otherwise. No. At that moment, Ian fell into a disadvantage when Tolio finally countered with a swing. Sweat broke out across Ian's face. When their swords clashed, I felt nothing at all. He just counterattacked? Tolio grinned proudly. Right here. Then he forced Ian's sword downward with brute strength, leaving Ian shaken once again. Both Irene and Ingrid gasped in alarm. Tolio sneered again. The tyrant of the imperial capital? Is this really all you've got? Then he swung that eerie flaming fist at him. But suddenly, an attack came flying in from the side. Ellen slashed at him, and Tolio had to lean back to avoid it. The abrupt strike forced Tolio off balance. Ian shouted, Ellen. Ellen stepped forward and said, Attack together. He's no ordinary opponent. Tolio looked startled and touched the cut on his face. Then he ground his teeth and said, That caught me by surprise. How long has it been since I last bled? Perhaps. Tolio narrowed his eyes dangerously. I should start with the snake after all. My meal has just become much more interesting. As he spoke, he raised a shield. Tolio provoked the 2 of them. Do your best, because if you lose, I'll eat both you and those women. Over on the other side, Kata was gritting his teeth as he fought the pirates, while Isla coolly used his knife to dispatch them one by one, then quickly dashed toward the stairs. Isla's face was utterly serious. Up above, Ellen and Ian were working together against Tolio. Isla narrowed his eyes and prepared to rush up, but suddenly a cloaked man appeared behind him and attacked. Startled, Isla hurriedly launched a strike, then twisted aside to evade the other man's attacks. Isla swung his sword in return, and the 2 attacks collided. But Isla succeeded in knocking the cloaked man's sword away. The man's hand trembled. Isla asked coldly, You're that knight from before, aren't you? The man looked startled. Isla brought both swords together and continued. A knight of Vanvas never forgets the aura of another warrior once he has sensed it. The man's gaze calmed again. Then he raised his sword and said, I have reason to eliminate you right now. So fight seriously. And the 2 of them charged at each other once more. Meanwhile, Tolio was laughing excitedly. Do your best. If you lose, I'll eat you along with the women too. Ian quickly laid out a plan. Hey, Ellen, I'll create an opening in his defense somewhere. When I do, you finish him. Ellen immediately replied, "That's a strange proposal coming from a show-off prince like you." Ian answered, "Now's not the time to keep up appearances. Even so, I'm still the strongest master in the imperial capital, you know? People will remember that I fought him for a while. The only one who can actually defeat that monster is you. You're stronger than I am." Hearing that admission, even Ellen looked over in surprise. Then he laughed and said, "Just don't get killed immediately." Ian tightened his grip on his sword and said, "Don't be ridiculous." Then the two of them charged the monster radiating that eerie power. Over on the other side, Isla was still dealing with the cloaked man, while Kata was handling the other pirates. But now he was beginning to worry. This is a complete mess. I'm still down on the first floor fighting these petty pirates, and Isla's been stopped on the stairs by some suspicious bastard. At this rate, we won't be able to get up to the second floor to help. Isla slashed forward. The cloaked man dodged, then slashed back, and Isla evaded that too. Just as Isla swung again, the cloaked man flipped up into the air and landed on the stair above him. Then he said confidently, "I won't let you go up to the second floor." Isla stared at him coldly. Back with Tolio, he was laughing madly. "Ha ha!" Then he slashed, and Ellen struggled to block the blow. Seizing the moment, Ian gritted his teeth and swung. Tolio smugly raised his shield to block it, effortlessly dealing with both sides at once. And he even mocked them. "Oh, ho ho ho. Is that really all the two of you can do?" Then he bent back to avoid a thrust. Tolio fluidly evaded attacks from both sides. Ian ground his teeth in anger. He's huge, but he's still way too fast. Suddenly, Ellen cried out in alarm. "Ian!" Tolio had abruptly appeared behind him. Ian hurriedly turned and swung his sword, but Tolio's strike shattered it, leaving only a short broken piece in his hand. Tolio declared smugly, "First one." At that very instant, Ellen rushed in with another slash. Seeing this, Tolio's expression turned crazed. Ian made a split-second decision and let go of his sword hilt, then grabbed onto Tolio's arm tightly. Even Ellen hesitated for a beat. Clinging to Tolio's arm, Ian shouted, "Do it now, Ellen. Grab him." Ellen immediately accelerated and charged in. Tolio suddenly let go of his own sword, then twisted and swung Ian's body around, hurling him away in a violent throw. Ellen stared in shock. Ian was sent flying through the air and slammed hard into Ellen. Before Ellen could even react, Tolio lumbered in and drove a blow into his stomach. Ellen was sent hurtling backward and coughed up blood. Tolio didn't stop there, but followed up with another punch. Ellen was blasted even farther away. Ian cried out in shock. "Ellen!" only to be kicked by Tolio as well. Ian coughed up blood in pain and was flung straight into a table behind him. Both Irene and Ingrid screamed in horror. "Be brother!" Tolio grew even more arrogant. "Umans, you're nothing but food for me. Ha ha ha." The commotion upstairs caught Isla's attention. Isla exclaimed in alarm, "Pendragon!" The moment he was distracted, the cloaked man thrust and left a cut across Isla's face. Then he said, "Now is hardly the time to be looking elsewhere, is it?" Isla clenched his teeth in anger. Up above, seeing the sorry state of Ellen and Ian, Tolio spoke smugly. "Now, then, I've gotten rid of the cat and the snake. Next, it's feeding time for the women." Then he turned toward the corner where the four girls were. All four were trembling in fear, their whole bodies shaking. Then Tolio's eyes widened in shock. Blood ran down Ellen's body, yet he still forced himself back to his feet. The girls cried out in shock. "Ah, Ellen." Tolio stared in disbelief. There's no way a human can stand back up after taking that hit. Not only should his right arm have been crushed, even his insides should have been pulped. Ellen finally spoke. "You really are strong. In both physique and skill, you have no openings at all." But, as he spoke, he raised his sword before him. "A long time ago, I killed an opponent on this level." The image of Ellen's previous life overlapped behind him. Tolio's voice came out doubtful, with a trace of curiosity. "So, a long time ago, you killed someone like me?" He sneered, not believing it for a second. "Ah, what the hell are you babbling about? Did I beat you senseless enough to drive you insane, you trash runt?" Ellen curled his lips slightly, his disdain unconcealed. "Even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand." His brow furrowed, his sharp gaze reflecting what lay within. "You really are very strong." But he recalled the horrifying memory of fighting that pig-faced monster with horns growing from its head. "You're nothing compared to the one who slaughtered half the Demon Legion, the vilest and most cruel creature of all, the Demon King." Blood soaked his hand drop by drop. "After I defeated it, I obtained this immortal body." Tolio's expression stiffened for a moment. He stared fixedly at Ellen's sword arm. His right arm should have been crushed, and yet he could still move it? Seeing the tense situation, Ingrid turned to Irene and asked, "Has anything like this ever happened before, like he just said?" She answered hesitantly, "No, my brother has never been in trouble like this before." Beside them, Linda was uncertain too. "Maybe we misheard him." Luna clenched her hand tightly, her heart churning as she remembered the past. "Back then, I thought he had no pride, no self-respect at all." Her hand tightened hesitantly. But while the girls wavered, the two men facing each other were under intense strain, and the air itself felt ready to explode. Tolio curled his lip in contempt. "Stop trying to look cool when you're half dead." The next moment he charged, roaring, "You bastard!" Ellen twisted aside and avoided the attack, lowering his center of gravity as he circled behind him. Tolio spotted his position at once, surprise flashing across his face. "You shouldn't be able to move like that." Ellen put all his strength into a downward slash, but Tolio's shield blocked it. Ellen stared in surprise as his attack was rendered useless. Before he could recover, Tolio roughly kicked him away. By momentum, Ellen was shoved several steps back, when he suddenly froze, as if realizing something. In front of him, Tolio held a solid defense with the shield in his hand. Ellen suddenly realized, because of that shield, I can't see where his sword is at all. He lowered his gaze to look below and caught sight of the man's lower leg driving forward in a sprint. In the next instant, Ellen shifted right and narrowly avoided the hidden sharp blade aimed to stab him. Seeing his plan fail, Tolio gritted his teeth in fury and swung the shield with tremendous force. Tolio repeatedly used it to try to batter his opponent down, but both times Ellen avoided it quickly. Their sharp swords collided, sending out tiny sparks. Ellen knocked his blade aside, leaving Tolio visibly shaken. It seemed Tolio had truly had his eyes open now. Ellen leveled his sword confidently. "I told you, didn't I? I've fought and killed opponents on your level before." As soon as the words left his mouth, an invisible but crushing pressure spread out, stunning everyone nearby. In his mind, he thought the coordination between his shield and sword. This must be Ratuan's swordsmanship. Ratuan was a city built in the middle of the sea by ancient dwarves, but it was invaded by orcs decades ago and is now the largest orc kingdom in the empire. By combining the curved swords of the archipelago with the shields crafted by dwarves, they created a unique style of swordsmanship. And that strange throw from before, it was definitely similar to the throwing style Islaw once used. After a few exchanges, Ellen reached an assessment. It seems he's also proficient in southern martial arts, which means this monster. His eyes sharpened as they locked onto his opponent. Either he's a famed warrior from the south, or the illegitimate child of some noble. Most likely, he's both orc and... At the same time, Tolio was secretly analyzing him as well. Clearly, the boy had recovered and could even counter Ratuan's swordsmanship. Ordinary palace brats, who only learned the royal standard style, were crushed by it in moments. His doubt still did not fade. Had this brat fought a user of Ratuan swordsmanship before? No, there's no way this boy could have experience fighting it. He recalled Ellen's earlier words, "I killed opponents like you in the past." Even he could sense the inexplicable difference between them. I'm superior in both strength and technique. Yet there's something very strange about this brat. And the fools below haven't been completely dealt with yet. If the ones downstairs manage to make it up here, things could get dangerous. Tolio's ambition flared. For the Sea Dragon King's ambition, I need to kill this Pendragon brat as quickly as possible. Thinking that, he clenched his teeth and steeled himself. Tolio changed his manner, acting relaxed to lower Ellen's guard. "I see. You're pretty good at dodging." He gave a faint, meaningful smile, like a cat toying with a mouse. But after having lived one entire lifetime already, Ellen was not so easily fooled by such hollow words. Tolio continued, "But you know, I hate fights that drag on without a clear winner." But what came next was a warning. Even vermin ought to care about their companions, shouldn't they? Sensing something wrong, Ellen started. Sure enough, Tolio immediately spun and moved in the opposite direction. Ellen cursed. Damn it, his target is Ian. In an instant, Tolio had grabbed Ian by the leg. Tolio hoisted Ian up like a frog and shouted, "You damned white runt, since you keep dodging, I'll turn this idiot." Ian woke with a jolt and heard the insult directed at him, into a bloody lump of meat. Fury surged through him. Ian snatched up half of a broken wine bottle with a few drops still left in it. Then, to Tolio's surprise, he hurled it straight into his face. The jagged shard stabbed into Tolio's eye, and he instantly dropped Ian and clutched his face, screaming. He hissed furiously through gritted teeth. "You damned bastard." My eye. Ian's battered face showed fierce satisfaction. "That runt doesn't just know how to run. He's pretty good at striking back too, right? Idiot." Enraged, Tolio cursed, "Die." Before he could finish, he sensed a burst of killing intent from behind him, Ellen's. Ellen brought his sword down in a ruthless slash, and two streaks of blue power flashed through the dust at once. Tolio reacted with astounding agility, twisting his body and sweeping out with his sword to block the blow. Seeing that, Ian's eyes widened in shock. He still reacted to it? In that instant, the sword in Ellen's hand shattered into pieces. But Ellen did not panic. He grabbed Tolio's sword arm with his bare hand, used it as a foothold, and leapt up, locking his legs around Tolio's neck. Ellen's move really opened Tolio's eyes, using his own blind spot to lock his neck, huh? But the next second, Tolio let go of his sword and used his large build to instantly reverse the position and slam him back down. "That won't work on me." Ellen was forced downward and began to panic, grabbing onto Tolio's massive fingers. With blood smeared across his injured eye, Tolio glared fiercely. Then Ellen put on a legendary display, bending his thumb back. Even Tolio couldn't endure that timeless technique. He screamed in pain and lost his center of force. Gritting his teeth, Ellen seized the chance and yanked Tolio's arm toward himself with all his strength, then planted one foot hard on his chest to pin him down. At the same time, elsewhere, a fierce sword fight was underway. Elkin Isla had the upper hand, deflecting his opponent's attacks without spending much effort. Vincent had clearly started panicking in the face of the overwhelming difference in strength. He suddenly flinched because Isla was already preparing to swing and charge. In a single instant, blood and shattered sword fragments burst into the air. He cleanly severed Vincent's sword. Half the blade dropped onto the stairs and clattered as it rolled. Holding a sword in each hand, Isla reminded him that a thin blade like that was good for assassination, not for a duel. Vincent stood frozen, trembling as he stared at the broken hilt in shock. Then he suddenly realized the tattoo on his right arm had been exposed and quickly covered it with his hand. Isla looked puzzled when all at once a scream rang out. Vincent turned his head in suspicion. Was that scream just now the Black King's? Isla also noticed the commotion and craned his neck to look. Thinking of Tolio, Vincent was filled with unease. That monster? Then another scream came from below the stairs. Bach was punched straight in the face by Kata. Watching him collapse to the floor, Kata said arrogantly, "Now do you get it, you damned pirate orc? The orcs of Ancora Forest are the strongest." That horrifying scene left Vincent dumbfounded. Had the orcs from the archipelago been completely wiped out? What the hell were those things? A bead of sweat rolled down his face. Before Isla could even react, Vincent swiftly jumped over the railing. Vincent dropped straight down below. Sensing something was wrong, Isla looked upward. Then he immediately rushed up the stairs. On the other side, Tolio's thumb had been completely bent backward and broken. The two separated, neither making the first move. Ian smirked. "The tables have turned, haven't they?" Grinding his teeth, Tolio held his shield and glared at him. In a tone that refused to admit defeat, he said, "Don't rely too much on luck. Even if I lose an arm, I still won't lose to some lower life form." Just then, Elkin Isla and Kata rushed in, shouting, "Ben, Pendragon." The two of them quickly charged in to help. Ian raised his voice and called out, "Isla, Kata." Meanwhile, Tolio loosened his grip on his shield. While everyone was distracted, he suddenly hurled the shield straight at Ian. Ian quickly kicked it away to block it. The force made him drop to one knee in front of Ellen. In the middle of the chaos, Tolio had already climbed onto the window and prepared to escape. Before leaving, he turned back and taunted them. "Next time we meet, we'll settle this again. When that day comes, I'll definitely cut your head off." Ellen ran after him, but Tolio had already jumped down. Tolio put his fingers to his mouth and let out a whistle. Below him was a patch of dense vegetation where he was about to land. Suddenly, a giant bird swooped in. As if trained for it, it arrived at the perfect moment for Tolio to land on its back. Everyone inside the room could only stare blankly as he rode the bird away. Kata cursed angrily. "That damned pirate. He escaped on a griffin." Ian said, "But I injured his arm and right eye, so he won't be attacking again immediately." Elkin Isla also reported what had happened earlier. "The one who attacked me just now was that knight named Vincent. The other two were stunned. What? Why would that night? Ian thought of Torio Saguna and clenched his teeth in anger. So this whole mess was planned in advance. That rotten old bastard. But Ian rubbed his chin more cautiously. That alone still may not be enough proof. He turned and asked Isla, "By the way, was that Knight Vincent really that strong?" Isla replied, "We were evenly matched in battle. There's no way he was just some nameless nobody." Then he added, "Also," and pointed his right arm. He had a tattoo of a tower on his shoulder. At that crucial detail, Ian was startled. The seaside village at night shimmered strangely, the sky strewn with stars. A mother and child were sitting on the porch, happily reading together, when they suddenly noticed a flock of birds in the distance. The mother stiffened. "Those are..." As they drew closer, it became clear that they were giant birds carrying groups of armed men. Panic screams broke out. "Griffins!" Tolio flew across the forest on his bird, when suddenly someone shouted, "Tolio! Tolio Arangis!" Ahead, Torio Saguna came rushing out of the bushes. Panting, he shouted angrily, "What the hell is the meaning of this, you bastard?" The great bird's talons scraped hard against the ground. Still arrogant, Tolio remained seated and looked down at him with one eye. "Didn't you promise not to call me that, Governor?" But Saguna could no longer keep his composure. "You think I'd keep that promise? Especially when you're the one who broke our agreement first." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. "You turned my estate into a disaster and still couldn't even kill a few targets." Tolio remained calm. "Aside from the snake, I dealt heavy damage to the cat." But there was a frightening hint of threat in his tone. "So all I need now is for the sorcerer I brought from the south to finish the rest." Now, it was Saguna's turn to stammer. "A sorcerer?" Tolio jumped down from the bird's back. "That's right. You wanted to kidnap that white-haired brat's mother, didn't you? I already sent the orcs there too." "How strange. He specializes in brainwashing and assassination." He stepped closer to Saguna. "If he's there, there's no way we can't handle them." Right after that, Tolio roared in anger and spat the words straight into Saguna's face. "But because I had to send him to the manor, we failed to kill them. It's all because of your insatiable greed." Though Saguna trembled in fear, he still kept shifting the blame. "Shut up, Black King. You boasted about your abilities, yet you still couldn't complete the mission. You're nothing more than a..." Before he could finish, Tolio slapped him so hard several teeth flew out and blood filled his mouth. Folding his arms, Tolio looked down at him. "That's right. I still need to injure you too, don't I?" Then he stomped down on Saguna mercilessly. "That way no one will suspect that you were the one who arranged all of this." He picked up Saguna's cane and declared, "I'll take this as my reward." In the end, only Saguna remained in the desolate forest, stripped bare. Cut to another scene. Above the villagers, those evil birds were locked in fierce battle with the white birds. The white birds charged upward bravely, slashing at their enemies' faces with sharp claws. The green and blue troops also joined the fight. The blue side cried out in alarm. "What the hell? We have a numbers advantage." They looked at the green side, charging forward full of force. "But they're too strong." Killian also rushed in with his sword. One powerful slash sent blood spraying from a blue-clad enemy. Barrow and Rich arrived just in time to witness the scene and shouted, "You got him, sir. That's our commander." Killian looked at the sword in his hand. His whole body was surrounded by a green aura like a protective layer. He muttered, "That priest enhancement spell, not bad at all." On the other side, Croton stood in the middle of a magic formation, holding his staff. "After that incident with the centaurs, I found a reason to train again." Meanwhile, a magical orb was projecting that battle. Two men hiding behind a hill watched the sphere and marveled. The famous archipelago orcs, the Lachuan orcs, are being pushed back, and by the fallen Pendragon army, no less. Then a voice cut in. Bandaged hands lifted something up. "It's only because of an enhancement spell." One of the two men called out, "Lord Garota." While chewing, he continued, "And it seems he's not the only one there who can use it. There's another mage of the same level there too." A dark, sinister aura seeped from his whole body. "But of course, there's no way they could be stronger than me." The two young men grew uneasy. What vile aura? Was that really the power of a sorcerer? It was said to be enough power to slaughter thousands of knights and mercenaries. Garota laughed ominously. "Still, all of that is just a decoy." Watching the events through the orb, he ordered, "While they're distracted fighting the pirates, we'll kidnap that white-haired brat's mother. That's the order that Junior, no, the Black King, gave us. Then he raised a hand to the magical orb and asked, so then, where is she? At once, an image appeared, a mother and child clinging to each other in fear. Whimpers sounded out. I am so scared. I don't want to die. Kaza, don't be scared. I'm not like you. Even though she was deeply worried herself, Helen still tried to reassure the children. That's right. There's nothing to be afraid of. The soldiers are fighting outside for us. I choose to trust that. Suddenly, a flame appeared near the door. Everyone stared at it in confusion. The fire blazed fiercely, but was unlike an ordinary flame. Sweat rolled down Helen's face. To the metal door. Garoda and his men appeared from behind the door, which had been burned away. Toying with his source flame in his hand, he sneered, "Have you been well, my lady? Tie yourself up and come with us." Then he threatened her. If you resist, the trash beside you will melt just like that door. Tada and the others shook even harder in fear. I don't want to turn into soup. This is so scary. Helen fell silent, thinking it over. In the end, to ensure the children's safety, she decided to step toward him alone. In a guarded voice, she asked, "Is this Governor Seguna's order?" But Garoda had already run out of patience and waved his hand. "Enough with the useless talk, or I'll turn you." White bands shot out from his hand and wrapped around her. Helen's mouth was gagged, so she couldn't make a sound. Seeing her tied up all over and collapsed to the floor, the servant screamed. Lady Elena, Garoda gestured to his subordinates. "Take her." They obediently replied, "Yes, Lord Garoda." Bound tightly, Helen struggled to breathe. The two lackeys rushed over excitedly. "This is great. We actually kidnapped the Duchess so easily. Sorcerers really are on a whole different level from ordinary people." Suddenly, a wave of power swept in. In an instant, Garoda's men were cut clean in half. He turned around in shock. The children stared blankly too. A figure with white wings appeared. White hair and a pure, immaculate aura radiated from her. Helen gasped, Soldrake. Meanwhile, Garoda was utterly stunned by what he had just seen. The men who had been killed hadn't even had blood spray out. He muttered, "Aura blade." Garoda trembled all over. "Until now, I've killed countless humans." He could hardly accept it. Knights, nobles, royals, but Then he realized the only emotion left inside him was fear. Garoda instinctively took a step back. That piece of trash before me, and that woman, Soldrake's flawless beauty, did nothing to calm him. It only made death feel closer. His clenched teeth rattled. She was clearly not human. The ornament on her forehead, the wings on her back. Garoda fully realized he had no power to resist, especially against someone who could create blades of light with her bare hands. In his mind appeared a mythical species. There was only one kind of being capable of this. He screamed in despair, but Soldrake gave him no such chance. A streak of blue light flashed past. In an instant, his head was severed before he could leave a final word. The carriage moved quietly through the night. Inside were Ellen's group, having just escaped the battle. Ingrid held up her shield and treated Ian's wounds. "Brother, are you okay?" He was sweating a little, but his voice sounded much more relieved. "I'm feeling better now. The healing magic of this shield is no joke." Then he cautiously looked up, but Ian bluntly asked, "What the hell is wrong with your body, Ellen?" Everyone turned to look at him, puzzled. "That monster shield crushed you, but you still got back up right after and kept fighting." Ellen looked to the side. His voice grew slightly subdued. "It's the White Dragon's power." It sounded more like an excuse than an answer. Ian leaned back. "The White Dragon, huh? Must be nice." Ashado crosed lunas delicate face. She was a little doubtful. Is that really all it is? Night deepened, moonlight glittering on the quiet waves. The griffins circled over the rooftops. Killian's face was smeared with grime as he shouted excitedly, "Look!" His sword pointed at the defeated monsters. "We've completely wiped out the Latuan orc army." It was as though a burden had been lifted. Everyone beamed along with him. "The Pendragon army has won." A rare look of satisfaction appeared on Croton's face. He rested a hand on a griffin's head and smiled at them. The flock wheeled across the sky as though celebrating the victory. And there, Soldrake's silver wings caught the moonlight as well. Someone approached her from behind and said softly, "Thank you." It was Helen, her expression tinged with sadness, unlike her usual brightness. Soldrake didn't seem too concerned and lightly stroked a griffin under the chin. "They asked me to protect you. That's all." Her jade green eyes lowered slightly. "I don't understand what you mean, but," Helen replied frankly, "you have no duty to protect the Pendragon family. Your obligation is only to your contractor." Helen lowered her head a little, her voice heavy with sorrow. I know that much. Soldrake coolly turned to look at her, and Helen seemed burdened by something. Back when Duke was still alive, she remembered the emotionless woman before her. I only ever saw the white dragon in this form once. It was as if the wind itself carried that memory back. Soldrake's gaze had always been fixed on the man with shining blonde hair. Helen had once thought that when she saw the two of them looking at each other, stronger and more beautiful than any human, she could not suppress her jealousy. But Helen gently closed her eyes as if she had truly let it go. She said, "When you looked at my husband, no, at my son, I felt that you," she spoke honestly. "There was pain in your eyes, as though you were recalling a distant past." Her emotions were complicated. Now I understand that feeling. Helen bowed her head sincerely. "So please continue protecting my son from now on." Strands of golden hair fell across her face, and her feelings were hard to put into words. Her lips trembled as she spoke. I understand now. A mother's instinct had already told her the truth. It's possible that my son, no, Ellen, may already be someone else." Her hands tightened around the hem of her clothes and shook. "But I am his mother." She forced the words out, even as her throat tightened. "Even if my son is someone else, no, even if the person inside him has changed." Her eyes shimmered with tears as she said words she had never truly spoken before. "I will still love him from the bottom of my heart." Helen lowered her head and wiped away the tears that would not stop falling. "I'm trying to love him." Soldrake silently listened to her confession for a long time. Only the wind brushed through her silver hair. Her jade eyes lowered softly. "I also do not understand everything you are saying, but..." She looked toward the sorrowful woman. "Whether Day is Raven Vantner or Ellen Pendragon." She lifted her gaze to the moon, raising one hand. "I can still see Alex inside him." Her hand rose as if to grasp the moon. A nameless sadness colored Soldrake's face. "That is why, among all my contractors until now, Day may be the one I cherish most." The two fell silent, as if they understood each other, and as if they were both reminiscing about the past. Suddenly Ellen burst the door open, with two girls following behind him. "Mother!" He looked anxious and flustered. "Are you all right? I heard those bastards attack you." "I'm fine, thanks to Soldrake." Helen wiped the tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. "Ah, thank you, Soldrake. How are you?" That single concerned question made Ellen's face stiffen. He forced a smile. "Of course, I'm fine. Nothing happened." His mother seemed relieved. "I see. Thank you for coming back safely." She raised her arms and wrapped them around the body that had somehow grown so much. "Safe and sound, my precious child." Ellen froze. He could feel warm moisture against his shoulder. Not only that, Helen also turned and hugged Irene, leaving her startled too. "Huh? What's going on, Mother?" Ellen's expression turned distant, as though the embrace had affected him somehow. Beneath the star-filled sky, there was only one moon. "Mother," Soldrake had been watching him the whole time, but she stayed silent. After a while, once everyone's safety was assured, the heavy atmosphere finally lifted. Helen smiled gently at him. "Sleep well now, Ellen." His younger sister also waved cheerfully. "Good night, big brother." Ellen suddenly noticed Lindsay acting strangely. He immediately came to his senses and bent down to hug her small frame. "Good night, my lovely wife." Lindsay blushed and softly replied, "Good night, Lord Ellen." From a distance, Luna watched everything in silence. She waited until Ellen turned toward her. "Hey, Ciros, you two, let's..." She cut him off, suddenly calling his name. "Ellen." Luna took a breath, her tone serious. "There's something important I need to discuss with you right now." Ellen had never seen her like this before, and he was taken aback. Luna pressed her lips together, waiting for his response, her cheeks slightly flushed with nervousness. Nearby, two orcs lay still, never to wake again. Their comrades quietly studied every line of their faces. All of them remained silent for a long while. At last one orc shouted, "Hey, aren't you jealous of them?" He broke into an ugly grin. "Dying in battle is an honor for our kind." Those two knew that better than anyone. Proudly, he reassured the others, this is the greatest honor they could receive. Ellen and Luna watched them quietly. The leader declared spiritedly, "So instead of sending them back to Mother Earth in some boring way, why not send them off in style?" The other orcs cheered in agreement. Croton rested his head against his staff, and a green light flashed. Sprouts grew up around the bodies of the two orcs. Pure white flowers bloomed in full color, glowing as if alive. The other orcs danced around them, sending off their two friends. "We are comrades." We are brothers. Ellen and Luna quietly watched them dancing and singing on that self-made field of white flowers. Luna was moved in a way she couldn't quite explain. It's beautiful. Tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes. And sad, too. She watched the orcs happily dancing. Ellen's expression didn't change. Only those who fought alongside the dead are allowed to witness this rite. It is the most solemn funeral ritual for warriors. His tone remained even. Normally, they would never let other races witness it. So I guess that means they see us as family. The more Luna listened, the sadder she seemed. I see. Ellen gently closed his eyes and changed the subject. You said you had something to tell me. Let's go somewhere quiet. Tonight's moon felt especially sorrowful. He led Luna to a place overlooking the sea. The two sat silently on the steps. Luna spoke first. If, back then, I hadn't brought up divorce, she found it difficult to continue. Would I have become your wife? Ellen did not answer, his long lashes lowering slightly. Luna continued, I regret it now, after seeing the new person you've become. She confessed, but it was my family's decision, so I thought it couldn't be avoided, and I accepted it. Ellen rested a hand against his temple as Luna went on. But when we arrived at Most Solar, I just kept watching you. Those images were still vivid in her mind when you protected me. It felt as if some emotion inside her had awakened, and she simply couldn't take her eyes off him. Luna is niflif. She didn't want to keep hiding it anymore. This feeling probably wouldn't change, and even now, whenever I think about it, She wanted to say more, but Ellen's cold voice rang out. I'm sorry. His long hair hid his eyes. I don't feel that way about you. That single sentence made Luna feel as if she had fallen into an abyss, but she quickly accepted her fate. I understand. She also knew what she herself had done. I treated you terribly before, and it's even more despicable of me to approach you only after you've become successful. Her blushing face filled with embarrassment. I never thought I could be this stupid. Neither of them said a word. Only the soft rustling of leaves swayed in the air. Then Ellen spoke. You're wrong. It's not because of that. Luna looked at him blankly. I've never hated you or thought you were despicable. Ellen's expression was strained. But in this life of mine, I don't have any real emotions. As if affected by Luna's mood, he opened up a little. I'm just like a chess piece, moving according to someone else's orders. Ellen said firmly, emotions can't exist in me. He looked deeply conflicted. I would say the same thing to anyone who wanted to be with me. It seems even saying this throws me into chaos. I'm sorry. He stood up, a trace of weariness in his voice. Go get some rest. Luna stayed silent as tears rolled down her chin and fell with gravity. A head secretly peeked out from the bushes. Ellen exposed it at once. You too, Princess Ingrid. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked straight ahead. Even so, something inside him seemed to have shifted a little. But then he remembered the first warm embrace he had ever received. His firm face hardened slightly. That doesn't mean I can stay like this forever. Ellen stopped walking. He looked out into the vast emptiness. Now I have to. He found the direction he needed to go next, to his homeland, Raven's homeland. The blazing fire still lingered in his mind, along with a name he could never forget, Sisek. The sun slowly rose over the horizon. A new day began once more. The Lost Trade Exchange was bustling as well. Hey, did you hear? People had already started spreading rumors. Those Latuan orcs caused huge trouble here. They stormed the governor's banquet, and the nobles inside were slaughtered so brutally they were left in pieces. The governor was gravely wounded. What happened yesterday spread incredibly fast through just a few mouths. Except for that governor, the man across from him shouted, Hey idiot, you'll get yourself punished for that. They all lowered their voices. The shocking thing is that those savage Latuan orcs were dealt with by the Pendragon family. He seemed to know a lot. The Pendragon warriors turned the situation around and took care of them. Really? Amid the chatter, Vincent focused intently on the coins on the table. Resting his chin on one hand, no one knew what he was thinking. The scale on the table leaned to one side. He picked up a coin, his golden eyes sharply focused. He recalled what had happened. All of the Latuan orcs had been defeated by a single Ancona orc warrior. It was as if the truth had already been confirmed. He placed a few coins onto one side of the scale. Another thing that had left a strong impression on Vincent was the man who fought him, the Knight Van Ba. He added a few more coins to the other side, and a rare look of uncertainty appeared on his face, coins still in hand. Ellen's evasive expression when facing him, along with Trunk Jewel and the Dark Emperor Tolio Arangis, the undefeated monster of the South. Even now, he shuddered at the aura that man gave off, enough to make even him feel oppressed. Cold sweat dripped down. Even so, Just as Vincent was about to place the last coin on the scale, a hurried voice rang out. Sir John, Sir John. He frowned. What's with the noise? The man rushed over. An unexpected opportunity has suddenly appeared. It seemed this was something even he hadn't foreseen. The whole town's talking about it. Ellen Pendragon is here. Those words sent waves through Vincent's usually calm mind. Ellen walked into the trade exchange, looking around. Quite extravagant. It was hard to tell whether he was praising it or criticizing it. With facilities like these, a medium or small business couldn't possibly afford to maintain them. You must make a lot of money. Vincent frowned at the arrogant young man making his assessment. Ellen's attitude didn't change. He tilted his head. Old Governor Saguna really developed it well, the economy of loss. Meanwhile, Vincent suddenly poured beer into a glass. Ellen seemed not to notice, lost in his own thoughts. He must have had an excellent subordinate. Then Vincent held out the beer. Cheers. Ellen's train of thought was cut off. He looked over, hands extending to take it, but before it even reached his hand, Vincent let go. Ellen instinctively caught the glass, and immediately after that, the man in front of him suddenly lashed out with a kick. He swiftly dodged the vicious strike, only to look up and find Vincent's fist already right in front of him. Thinking quickly, he struck to deflect the attack. The two exchanged blows, probing each other, until at one point both had grabbed each other by the collar. Ellen curled his lips slightly. I expected at least this much from a cunning old fox who could fight Ace on equal footing. Vincent showed no restraint in insulting him back. Aren't you the cunning one? You pretended to be afraid of my aura flow. His grip on Ellen's collar tightened. Since you managed to deal with the Black King, you must be extremely strong. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, if you think killing me will be easy, you're mistaken. Vincent's whole body seemed to flare like fire. Because there are still things I have to do in this world. Ellen's long lashes did not even twitch. Suddenly he spoke. With the power of this trading company, you're trying to reduce the economic disparity in the empire and develop it, aren't you? Vincent's eyes widened. He stared at Ellen in disbelief. The two released each other's collars. Ellen went on calmly. You're mistaken. I didn't come here to arrest you, and certainly not to kill you either. His expression remained composed. I want to buy you over, Master of the Twilight Tower, John Vincent. Vincent's face looked almost comical, his eyes wide with shock. Ellen pressed on more firmly. At first I didn't realize it, even though Vincent is a fairly common name. Ellen could only guess, but from what Isla reported to me, he had a tower tattoo on his shoulder. That made the conclusion almost certain, the Twilight Tower. This was rare information. Very little about it was known to outsiders, but two things were certain. Ellen knew this much. First, its members bore tower tattoos, and the talented members among them possessed exceptional abilities in countless fields. They called the head of each field a master. The other thing was that for the good of the world, they vowed to walk the path of righteousness. In his previous life, Ellen had heard stories of them in the demon army. He smiled faintly. You. In a calm tone, he laid out Vincent's plan as if it were his own. First, starting from the foundation of loss and taking control of all the empire's coastal cities. He declared clearly, through this trading company, you want to gather the strength of small and medium merchants, and through profit, put pressure on the great merchants and nobles. Word by word, Vincent was left frozen. In order to shake up their main sources of income and prevent them from becoming too powerful, his mind was already in chaos. How? I've never told anyone the essence of my plan. So how does this man know it? Ellen's expression was unreadable. If he succeeded, he intended to eliminate economic discrimination within the empire. You've drawn up an incredibly ambitious plan. Quietly, he recalled that famous name, the gray afterimage of Twilight, John Vincent. Compared with the man before him now, he was not much different. In Ellen's previous life, Vincent's name had spread far and wide. He had been one of the heroes. Ellen tilted his head slightly. I don't understand. Why would someone of your caliber work under a man like Count Saguna? Vincent answered his question with silence. Turning away, his first response was denial. That man isn't incompetent at all. There was even a trace of praise in his tone. He willingly employed me without caring about my social status, and skillfully used me to develop the entire economy of loss. I didn't resist either. Thanks to that, the population increased. Ellen's indifferent voice rang out. But because of those profits, he also planned to kill Ian and me. His cold emerald eyes swept past, and perhaps Crown Prince Sane as well. Yet Vincent's attitude remained very indifferent. So what? His eyes widened slightly, but he didn't look surprised. Vincent walked over to the desk and picked up the beer bottle. Those stupid nobles and royals are always struggling to gain power and influence. No matter who wins or dies, it has nothing to do with me. He poured beer into a cup. My goal in this world is to bring prosperity and safety to everyone. That's all. Before taking a sip, he added plainly, besides, all nobles are more or less the same as Count Seguna. A mocking smile touched Ellen's handsome face. Even me, Ellen Pendragon? Vincent paused, his golden eyes shifting over, then dropping back to the cup in his hand. I still don't know. Ellen, however, seemed to see right through him. He made him an enticing offer. Come to the Pendragon territory for a while. I'll treat you as an honored guest in my home. After that, you can make your decision. Vincent listened in silence. Ellen didn't stop there. If you think it's truly for the good of the people, then you can try cutting off Pendragon's income, or even try killing me. You could do whatever you want. Vincent answered only with a troubled expression. He still couldn't give an answer. If you take me as an ally, you want to expose all of Count Seguna's schemes. Is that what you're hoping for? Leaning against the desk, Vincent smiled faintly. Fine then. I'll try cooperating with you. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Ellen turned to leave. I'm looking forward to it. Before leaving, he casually tossed a few coins behind him. Vincent blinked as he watched them hang in the air. They landed precisely on one side of the scale. The sound of the coins striking rang out sharply. Only Ellen's back remained in sight. That's for the beer. We did share a toast. Vincent was still stunned. The scale wobbled slightly, but then it tilted completely to one side, and his thoughts shifted with it. This meeting had changed his first impression of Ellen Pendragon. Another day passed like morning dew. Your wounds are all right now, Ian? The two young men clinked glasses on the balcony. Ian nodded. Yeah, it's all thanks to that healing shield. He let out a breath. This expedition was like hell. Ingrid's going to be scarred by it for the rest of her life. Then he suddenly flared up and pointed a finger at Ellen's face. I won't let you take my little sister. In contrast, Ellen remained indifferent. Are you that determined? Fine. I'll make things difficult for you. I'll force you to deal with it. Ian quickly changed the subject. So we're heading to Sisek now, right? Ellen went along with it. We need to continue the investigation. This time I'll take Isla and Son with me. Ian was a little uneasy. Just the three of you? Will that really be okay? We don't know what the enemy is plotting. Ellen gave a faint smile. I'm sure you saw Isla's and my strength at Count Seguna's mansion already. His eyes showed certainty and confidence. And the last one is far stronger than both of us. Ian chuckled when he heard that. I figured as much. After all, she's a dragon, a monster with a human appearance. Then Ian's expression suddenly darkened. Though calling it a monster doesn't quite fit, but what the hell was that thing? Every time he remembered that life and death moment, goosebumps ran over him again, that pirate leader. He still couldn't help wondering. Even while fighting both of us at the same time, he never fell into a disadvantage. He clearly wasn't human. Ellen considered it. He was probably a half-orc, and he had mastered southern combat techniques as well. Ian no longer looked amused. So after Count Seguna, there's an even greater enemy behind that incident. The two of them fell silent for a moment. Ellen spoke first. Still, having you as a friend puts me at ease. Ian was so startled, he practically jumped. Ellen remained immersed in his own feelings. In that battle with that monster, if you hadn't been there, I probably wouldn't have survived. Ian was already stammering in confusion. He panicked. Did you hit your head or something? So you really were injured in that fight with the pirates. That reaction killed Ellen's mood. Hey, after the two had joked around enough, Ian slipped his hands into his trouser pockets. So, we leave tomorrow morning. He lightly brushed back his smooth hair. We also need to find Godfrey in the Imperial Palace. At the mention of that name, something stirred inside him. Everything about that man was still vivid in his memory. The man who would become emperor in the future. He reminded his friend, don't be careless. Our enemies are everywhere. Ian grinned and waved. Same to you. Early that morning, under beautiful sunshine, Ellen's whole family came out to see the carriage off. Princess Ingrid excitedly stuck her head out the window and waved back. Their faces looked as though there were no parting at all. Luna, meanwhile, silently gazed out toward the wave-washed shore until dusk fell. Mounted on his own warhorse, Vincent gave the little town one last look. He spurred his horse onward into the sunset. Another long, peaceful day came to an end, the sky full of stars. But somewhere, there was still someone who could not sleep. Saguna clutched his head and trembled. What do I do now? What am I supposed to do? He was utterly shaken. This morning, Ian had departed for the Imperial Palace. The assassination plan had failed. He fell into panic. I can't find any way to get to Duchess Helen. One more thing pushed Saguna into despair. Vincent had disappeared. He struck his own leg in frustration. What the hell happened? Damn it. He still stubbornly clung to one hope. No matter what, I have to make Godfrey the Crown Prince as soon as Posse. No. But the more he thought, the deeper he sank into despair. If they came here to find clues behind the plot to assassinate Prince Sane, and if they go to Sisek and find evidence behind it. Cold sweat poured down, his eyes bloodshot. Everything that had been promised to happen, the future itself, would change. Saguna could not sit still. I have to contact them. At that moment, in the desolate, deadly land of Sisek, pounding hoofbeats rang out together with frantic screams. Bird cries shrieked greedily at their prey as a group of people ran for their lives, chased by a large flock behind them. One terrified man nearly lost his pants. Damn it, they're almost on us. I can't believe those monsters are here. I knew we never should have come, but realizing that now was too late. All he could do was shout, "The cursed land of Sisek." Just then, arrows sliced through the air, accurately piercing the heads of 3 of the giant birds chasing the group. The people were stunned to see them drop like falling leaves. And when they looked up, they saw 3 people standing on a rocky ledge, one of them having fired the crossbow. The one remaining bird immediately changed direction and attacked the 3. One of them drew his sword, its sharp blade flashing with a cold gleam. He leapt up straight at the bird and brought his sword down as easily as cutting grass. The other group stared in horror, mouths hanging open. In the blink of an eye, the bird had been sliced in 2. It was Ellen, with jet black hair. His indifferent eyes swept over the group as if they didn't matter to him at all. They exchanged wary glances. Damn mercenaries. If we provoke them. Then suddenly he turned and started to leave. One of them asked in confusion, "Hey, aren't you going to take our money?" Ellen coldly wiped his sword. "I don't need that. I was just testing my blade." Though startled, the 2 merchants were deeply grateful. "Thank you very much, sir. What is your name?" His tied-back black hair fluttered softly in the wind. In a low voice, he used a false name. "Raven, that's my name." Then he called to the 2 above him. "Let's go, Elkins, son." They lowered their hoods. It was still Isla and Sol Drake, only in disguise. The 3 of them walked on together toward their destination, their backs proud and resolute. Before long, they arrived at the residential district of Sisek. The weather wasn't bright at all. Their stop was Elma's Tavern. Inside, the place was full of drunkards talking and laughing loudly. A server approached Ellen's group's table with water. "Have you decided what you'd like to order, sir?" She whispered coquettishly in his ear. "Drinks, food. If you want, you can order girls too. Shall I prepare that for you?" Then came the sound of a gold coin dropping onto the table. The waitress jumped, then saw the guest remove his hood. 2 beers, herb-roasted chicken, and smoked pork. Ellen revealed his face, and the house specialty rice dish too. Before long, a hearty spread was set out on the table. The steaming rice was blended with richly seasoned spices. Isla took a bite, her expression unchanged. "Rice. I haven't had it once since leaving the south." Ellen brushed back his hair and took a spoonful himself. "Sisek is mountainous, so it isn't suitable for growing wheat. Instead, because it rains so much here, they built terraced fields on the mountains to cultivate rice." Isla couldn't help speaking up. "You know a lot about Sisek, don't you?" In response, Ella merely looked quiet and said, "I suppose so." Isla pondered that for a moment, while Sol Drake kept focusing on the piece of chicken in her hand. In the end, she gave it no more thought, and they all continued eating. Not only their table, but the other tables as well were immersed in good food and idle chatter. The tavern also welcomed mercenaries of questionable character, and some even quarreled right inside the place. Ellen had long known that mercenaries and monsters roamed all over this barren mountain region, the cursed land of Sisek. His emerald eyes darkened. That name for this place had appeared 10 years ago. He still remembered that man's name clearly, Count Bressa, the feudal lord of Sisek. This man had paid a huge sum to buy the title of lord from the empire. From then on, the imperial army, the force that had previously controlled this land, withdrew. But Bressa, having spent most of his wealth buying the estate, was later unable to protect his land. As a result, gangs and monsters rushed in like a storm, and order in Sissa collapsed. To protect themselves, the people, who could no longer rely on their lord, began hiring mercenaries with the little money they had. Ellen knew quite a lot, and while that was happening, the Van family trained real soldiers and ensured the people's safety. Until flames erupted and engulfed the whole sky. Ellen coolly introduced the two people eating beside him. Elkin and Son. They're sisters, and Son is my wife. The other man guessed aloud. So your whole family are mercenaries? That's not exactly normal, huh? Ellen remained detached. I suppose. The man didn't mind Ellen's attitude and continued enthusiastically. So you came here to hunt monsters too? In Sissik, monsters are everywhere because the feudal lord failed to govern the place. He sighed bitterly. Not only the villagers, even the nobles don't know what to do with them. The quests and rewards are high too. There's no better paradise for mercenaries. He seemed to be hinting at something. That is, if you're confident in your own abilities. Ellen and the others immediately turned subdued and gave no answer. The short-haired woman smiled seductively. What about you, Elkin? You look pretty good, and your face is cute too. I think you're my type. She suddenly brightened with an idea. Hey, why don't you just come with us? We won't disappoint you. The third person sighed, already used to this behavior. There she goes again, that sex-crazed woman. This is why all those harassers keep coming after you. She didn't care and slammed her cup onto the table. Oh, whatever. Those slanted eyes of yours drive me wild, Elkin. Come to your hot big sister. The middle-aged man looked embarrassed. She's always like this. Please don't mind her. Ellen didn't pay much attention either. All right, he said. You mentioned the nobles are recruiting mercenaries? The other man nodded. That's right. Ellen's expression turned slightly grave. The lord of this land. A loathsome face, vile to the very bone, rose in his memory. He spoke a name, Rudolin again. The middle-aged man suddenly flinched. He stared at the beautiful youth before him in shock. What was that? Did I just feel bloodlust from him? To everyone's surprise, Ellen made an announcement. We'll be going to Rudolin's territory with them. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. But he only looked down, then smiled and said, It seems we found some fairly decent companions too. Don't you think so, Isla? Isla blurted out in surprise. W what? Sulla's eyes lit up as she grabbed Isla's hand and cried out. You understand what he means, don't you, my love? We can fight and do a dozen other things too. I'll teach you all of it. Ellen looked down at Geordie again and said with a smile, It seems fate has brought us together. Didn't you say those kinds of connections were important, Geordie? He startled and replied, All right, exactly. On the other side, Isla had both hands tightly gripped by Sulla, whose eyes were shining. She looked towards Soul Drake for help, but the dragon merely drank her beer calmly. After a while, the moon climbed higher. Inside an inn room, Isla coldly demanded, What do you mean by that, Lord Pendragon? Why do we have to go with those three? Ellen calmly replied, to gather information. In the end, they've traveled all across the Empire, and besides that, if we move with them, it'll be easier for us to stay disguised, especially Soul Drake. She stands out too much. At that, Isla glanced over at Soul Drake as well. Ellen looked out the window and continued, The more we stand out, the harder it will be to move around. So for the sake of our true objective. Both of them fell silent, staring at him thoughtfully. Then suddenly Soul Drake's voice rang out. That man, Rudolin. Ellen looked over in surprise and saw her sitting still. A moment later, Soul Drake asked again, Is he the one who accused Raven and ruined House Vanny? Ellen lowered his head in thought. So you saw my memories. Then he suddenly ground his teeth in fury. Ruditon, that bastard. He recalled his previous life when he had still been Raven. Back when he heard the news, he had rejoiced. What? I'm going to become a knight of House Bressa? Tylan reaffirmed it. That's right, along with Jep, my son. Your swordsmanship is exceptional, and that's why I made the recommendation. So I want you to deliver this letter to the guest staying in this district. Sometime later, Raven's joyful voice rang out. I did it, father, brother. Raven hurried home to tell his father and older brother. Lord Tylan recommended both me and Jep to become knights. I just have to do this one thing, and then I can become a knight. His brother was delighted for him too. That's wonderful. His father trusted it just as much. Tylan was Count Bressa's most trusted subordinate, so he had more than enough authority to make such a recommendation. But the very next day, everything abruptly changed. Raven's entire family was stormed by soldiers who shouted, Traitors! Seize them! At the time, Raven had been utterly bewildered. There has to be some mistake. We've been framed. Returning to the present, Ellen said, from what I heard Ian say, the letter was originally meant for Prince Sane, and he was secretly visiting Sisek. When he opened the letter, he was harmed by poison in the ink, and the letter itself evaporated. Some kind of magic must have been cast on it. And because we were the prime suspects behind the incident, we were brutally tortured, and afterward, while Raven was imprisoned in a dungeon. Tylan appeared wearing a crooked smile. He said, your father, Gray Vanty, has confessed. He was hired for 5 gold bars to have his son swap out the letter for a murder weapon. Raven stared in disbelief. What? Tylan continued. To ensure his eldest son could safely inherit the family. He made his useless second son do it instead. How disgraceful. And this from a man respected as an honorable knight and a good friend. Raven roared in fury. Don't joke with me. My father would never say something like that. You're the one. But Tylan cut him off. Now then, between the words of Count Bress's most trusted vassal and those of the second son of a lesser family, which do you think people would believe? Even a child could answer that. Raven could only grit his teeth in rage. Bastard, Tylan went on, arrangements have been made for you to leave this place and be sent to the demon core. If you somehow survive 10 years in that hell, your sins will be pardoned. And yet a man like you ended up so thoroughly caged that he became nothing more than a creature who obeys others' orders. It warms my heart. Raven listened in confusion, and Tylan turned back with a sinister smile. Be grateful for your father's testimony, Raven Vanty. Raven's eyes narrowed. Then he lunged at the bars and shouted, damn you, I swear I'll kill you. I'll survive those 10 years and tear you into 100 pieces. Returning to the present, Ellen covered his face wearily. My father lied. That was the only way he could save my life. All of this happened because he switched the letter. Soldrake said nothing after hearing that. A moment later, he continued. The members of House Vanty were falsely accused as traitors, and everyone except me was hanged. But this time, his voice turned resolute. We'll disguise ourselves, get close to Ruditin, find a chance to imprison him, and make him confess to all his crimes. At that moment, Soldrake's expression also turned firmer. Ellen released a trace of his power. And as for those who orchestrated all of this, I'll find every last one of them, and I will kill them all. Meanwhile, inside the inn, voices rose in discussion. Are we really going with him? Sulla immediately said, if you don't like it, go by yourself. Gut snapped irritably. Stupid woman. Leave me alone. Then he began analyzing Soldrake. That woman with them. It looks like she can't hear us and can't speak to us either. Is she really a mercenary? Geordie replied. But from what they said, she's the strongest of them. Gut snorted. I'd have to be insane to believe that. Sulla also fell into thought. That must be it. But Geordie was thinking to himself, there's definitely something strange about them. Still, that killing aura I sensed in that brief instant proved to me that they aren't just some nameless nobodies. Then Geordie took a drink of beer and reassured them, don't worry about it. My instincts are never wrong. Right then, Ellen's group appeared and called out, Geordie, let's go. To Ruditin's territory. A short while later, the group of 6 set out. As they walked, Ellen asked, how long will it take to reach Ruditin's territory? Geordie cheerfully turned around and answered, once we leave Elma, probably half a day. Suddenly Guts said, looks like there's some sort of commotion at the city gate. A carriage passed through the gate, and the driver barked at the bystanders. Bow your heads, you country bumpkins. The young lady of House Bressa is arriving, the flower of Sisek. Sophia Bressa. Inside the carriage, she sat leisurely. Then she added, not just the flower of Sisek, but of the whole empire. Sophia flattered herself and daydreamed. One day I'll win the crown prince's heart, leave this filthy land of Sisek, and become empress. Then a vulgar, twisted laugh, full of ambition, came from inside the carriage. Ha ha. After hearing that, Gut looked over with undisguised contempt. I'd heard rumors that the Count's daughter was trash, but I didn't expect them to be this accurate. Standing beside him, Sulla asked, I'm much more charming than her, right? He immediately denied it. No, Geordie turned back and seriously warned them. We should avoid troublesome people like that. Let's just go, Raven. But at that moment, Ellen stepped toward the carriage, making the others stare after him in shock. Geordie panicked and called out, hey, Raven. Ellen's eyes gradually filled with fury as he saw that family banner. He thought to himself, House Bressa, they were the ones who accused my family. For a moment, Ellen lost control and let his mana spill out. Soldrake immediately warned him, Raven, Her hand slipped into his, calming him down. Ellen glanced to the side, then reined in his hatred. I know, today is not the day for this. The two of them turned and began to walk away, when Sophia suddenly shouted toward Ellen, Wait, you there. You glared at me just now, didn't you? You trash mercenary. Kneel at once. Jordy's group stiffened in alarm. Gut muttered, Damn it, looks like we didn't leave fast enough. One of the knights besides Sophia tried to caution her. Lady Sophia, if you act so recklessly. But she spun on him and snapped, How dare you interrupt me, Captain of the Knights? Then she pointed her fan at Ellen. I order you, seize them and force them to kneel immediately. The knights could only obey reluctantly and rushed in to grab Ellen. Instantly, one knight had his face caught in Isla's hand, while another was swept off his feet and sent crashing down. Then Isla flung the knights away, and Sophia gaped at the sight. Jordy's group wasn't any better, their faces full of disbelief. In that brief moment, Isla had single-handedly dealt with 3 knights. She stepped in front of Ellen and said coldly, If you dare lay a hand on him, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Then her hand moved toward the 2 swords at her waist. Sophia's face went pale, her whole body trembling, yet she still tried to cling to her status. What do you mean by this? I am the daughter of the Count, Isla declared loudly. I don't care in the slightest about your bloodline. By then, Sophia was in tears, her expression a mix of fury and fear. Ellen hurried forward to stop her. Stop, Isla. But Isla had already thrust her sword forward. Her strike was already in motion. Yet it was blocked by the captain of the knights, standing beside the carriage. Ellen halted and watched the situation. The captain of the knights calmly spoke. I beg your pardon, warrior of Vanvas. Isla silently looked at him. Meanwhile, Sophia collapsed to the ground, filthy all over, and stammered in disbelief. V. Vanvas? What? The knight captain sheathed his sword and explained, They come from the distant south, and are knights from a war-torn land called Vanvas. They are knights of astonishing power, and they will kill anyone who dares point a blade at their master, whether noble or royal. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at his arrogant young mistress. Sophia covered her mouth, her eyes wide, unable to say a word. He continued, There is still much you need to learn about this world, my lady, so do not be so proud of your lineage. Then the captain turned back to Isla and said with a smile, However, your skill truly is remarkable. May I know your name? Still as cold as ever, Isla replied, I have no intention of giving you my name. That answer left the 2 on that side, slightly stunned. Then Sophia leapt back into the carriage in a flash, not forgetting to threaten them. I'll tell father about this. Watching her leave, Ellen thought, House Bressa, the captain of the knights, Fillmore. When I was young, I remembered him as an outstanding warrior, and I used to wish I could become like him. The fact that he managed to stop Isla's attack. He sighed. What a disgrace, serving under Count Bressa. A while later, the group of 6 resumed walking along the road. Jordy said to Isla in admiration, You really surprised me. Are you truly a knight from Vanvas? Sulla sidled up close and said, Teach me that move you used just now. Teach me. Watching her cling to Isla like that, could only feel speechless. Then, with an irritated expression, he thought, because she's a knight from Vanvas, she wouldn't follow someone weaker than herself. Which means, he glanced at Ellen. And guess this man is far stronger. Then Gut gave a bitter laugh and said to Jordy, Your instincts really never let people down, Jordy. Jordy answered confidently, Didn't I tell you? Then Sulla's delighted voice rang out. We can see it now, the territory of Rutitin. A short while later, the scene shifted to Count Bressa's manor. Tylan sat with his chin propped on his hand and asked, I see. So you wish to enter my service, Rutitin? Standing below him were the 6, and Jordy answered, That's right, but we're professional fighters. Sulla continued, We take money to defeat enemies. That's our work. Gut added, We don't agree to become loyal dogs. Hearing that, Tylan nodded. Well, naturally, you certainly look as though you possess the skills you claim. Then his gaze turned to Ellen's group of 3. I assume the 3 standing behind are the same? Ellen closed his eyes and remained silent, not even looking at him, fearing his hatred might surge up again. Tylan went on, Then allow me to test you a little. I'll give you a monster hunting mission on the border of the territory I currently govern in Manhwa village. The moment Ellen heard that name, his eyes flew open, his face full of shock. He exclaimed inwardly, Manhwa, he said, and then clenched his teeth in fury. In Manhwa village? That village is my hometown, the land once governed by House Vanny. A short while later, the scene shifted to Manhwa village. Monsters came surging in like a tide. Geordie dealt with them one by one with grave focus, while Sulla swung her sword in graceful arcs. Gut powerfully split a monster in two with a single blow. The knights watching nearby could not hide their astonishment. Then a beautiful, finely crafted spear appeared. The monster immediately collapsed at its wielder's feet. Isla fought with fierce, relentless intensity. She alone handled the largest monster there. The nearby knight's expressions turned even more exaggerated, filled with awe. Then Isla turned around, but behind her, another gigantic beast had appeared. It opened its huge jaws and lunged down to bite, but Isla calmly lifted her head to look up. In an instant, Ellen appeared, leapt onto the beast's head, and drove his blade into it. Then he quickly landed back on the ground as the monster howled in pain. Ellen calmly gripped his sword and charged forward, then swung with all his strength. Blood sprayed from the monster, and the two knights' faces turned to horror. The sword trails through the air flashed like thunder. Behind the chunks of fresh red flesh appeared a mysterious blue pupil. Soldrake stood among piles of beast corpses, with severed chunks of meat scattered around her. A little blood stained her face, making her seem even colder. The two knights were now covered in cold sweat. Sometime later, the farmers were once again able to return to the fields and plant rice. At the celebration, Sulla cried out cheerfully, "Huh? Did you see the expressions on those knights' faces? The moment they saw our strength, they turned pale and didn't dare say a word." Geordie added, "Well, mostly it was because of those three. No, more precisely because of Soldrake." Gut laughed and said, "Anyway, we're definitely getting accepted now." Geordie, lucky for us, we're on the same team, Raven. He was about to say something more lightly, but then noticed Ellen looked deep in thought and sorrowful. Geordie immediately asked seriously, "What's wrong, Raven? You don't look very happy." "El enancer pensivedi." "No, I'm worried about the villagers here." At that moment, the villagers were still struggling to till the fields. Ellen looked out and wondered, are they truly this poor now, the peasants of this village? Geordie replied, "But they're not peasants." That made both Ellen and Isla look at him. Geordie continued explaining, "They have neither property nor freedom. Serfs, they're slaves." Ellen blurted out in disbelief, "What?" Isla and Soldrake also waited for an answer. Gut continued, "That's how most of Sisek is now. When that idiot Bressa bought this land, he poured most of his fortune into it, and to recover that money, he imposed crushing taxes on the people of his territory. But even that wasn't enough, and in the end he established a serf system. From that day on, everything they owned, except food, was taken away. They became nothing more than exploited slaves. All because of one filthy pig who was already rich and still greedy." As he spoke, he took a swig of beer to wash down the bitterness. Sulla elbowed him and warned, "Hey, don't say it so loudly. What if the knights hear you?" He gave a bitter laugh. Those oh-so-great knights would never come to a garbage dump like this. Ellen clenched his teeth in fury, and Isla couldn't help cursing under her breath. "That trash bastard." Ellen tightened his fists, thinking this never happened before. At least, not in this village, not while father was still here. When House Vanny ruled this place, back then the whole family was happy together. When he was still Raven, he had been truly happy, loved by his father and mother. Back in the present, Ellen could only lower his head in silence. Suddenly rain began pouring down, and Sulla held out her hand to catch it. "Oh, it's raining." Ellen rose from the table with an unreadable expression. Seeing him leave, the others were confused, and Geordie called out, Hey, where are you going, Raven? It's raining." Without turning back, Ellen only said, "Let me be alone for a while." Isla and Soldrake seemed to understand what he was thinking, so they simply watched him go in silence. The rain grew heavier and heavier, and Ellen kept walking through it for a long time. Eventually, he reached a ruined building, broken beyond recognition, nothing like its former beautiful self. His eyes dropped, and he saw something. It was the flag of his family from his previous life, now half-burned and discarded on the ground like a rag. Ellen stood alone before the crumbling remains of his old house, his gaze lowered, looking at his family's banner, nearly consumed by fire. Then Soldrake appeared behind him and spoke. "So this is House Vanny, the place where you grew up." Ellen turned and said, "Soldrake, I asked you to leave me alone for a little while." She replied at once, "I was worried about you." For a brief moment, he looked surprised. She continued, "Ever since we came to Sisek, you've been acting strangely. We are contractors bound through our souls. Or am I mistaken?" Hearing that, Ellen's face grew sad again. Then he stepped forward. He was now standing before 3 graves. Soul Drake asked, "Are those the graves of your family members?" Ellen answered, "My father, Grave Vanny, my older brother, Rid Vanny, and my mother, Sina. But ever since the members of House Vanny were accused of treason, there's no way Thailand or House Bressa would have built these graves. So who the hell?" Just then, someone appeared, the hem of his pants torn. "You are?" Ellen and Soul Drake turned around. It was a bearded man with round glasses, a hat, and tattered clothes, soaked through by the rain. Ellen guessed inwardly, "Alkimurna." "No, this man is." He was startled as he realized something. Ellen remembered that in his previous life, he had seen this man before. The steward of House Vanny, Mr. Remelda. As he walked toward the graves, Remelda asked, "Have you come to laugh at the graves of the traitors of House Vanny? I served them for a very long time, and even now, my masters have never changed." Ellen lowered his head in silence once more. Then he forced himself to speak. "I heard that the head of House Vanny, Grave Vanny, was a proud warrior who always protected his people. I don't believe they committed treason. There must have been some mistake." Remelda looked startled for a moment, then bowed his head as his body trembled. "Is that so? Thank you." The two stood facing each other for a while. Then Ellen spoke first again. "Were you the one who built those graves?" Remelda replied, "Yes. I wanted to send them off properly. Every one of them. They were wonderful people. Lord Grey always said that there should be no difference between a lord and his people, and that the only difference between them was their role. His son, Rid, followed his father's example. He was a brave warrior. I saw him risk his life countless times to protect the villagers from monsters. And his wife, Sina, gave food to the villagers whenever the harvest failed. She even helped the remaining villagers plant the fields. All 3 of them were wonderful people, but then everything changed when their son, Rid, went to House Bressa and delivered a letter to them." Ellen had been listening with emotion, but at those words, he suddenly froze. "Huh?" Completely confused, he hurriedly asked, "Wait, wasn't the one who delivered the letter Raven Vanty?" Remelda's expression turned puzzled. "Raven Vanny? Who is that?" It felt as if something exploded inside Ellen's head. Losing control, he grabbed Remelda by the shoulders and shouted, "The second son of House Vanny, Raven Vanny. There's no way you don't know him." Remelda shouted back in protest, "What are you talking about? House Vanny had no second son. Grey, Rid, and Sina. Their family was only the 3 of them. Why would you say such things?" Ellen was utterly shaken. His whole body trembled violently. So Raven Vanny didn't exist in this world? He could no longer remain standing. His eyes clouded over. Then restoring House Vanny. If no one survived, then all of his struggles, all of his purpose. No. In the end, what even am I? Every image of the efforts from his previous life shattered apart in Ellen's memory. He clutched his head and cried out in agony. Sadek panicked and reached toward him, but it was too late. Ellen dropped to his knees and let out a desperate wail. His body shook in waves, making Sadek deeply worried, but all he could do was sit silently beside him. Finding the man far too strange, Remelda hurriedly left. But at that moment, someone else was watching the situation from behind a broken wall. It was none other than Isla, who sat there in shock as well. Unable to calm himself, Ellen stammered, "Oh, I mean?" Sadek could only hold him and pat him gently in comfort. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Meanwhile, over by the carriage escorting Sophia, furious shouting rang out. "Those crude mercenaries. I definitely won't forgive them. I'll gouge out their eyes and make them crawl on the ground like dogs." Grinding her teeth in anger, she bit her nails and went on. "And after that, I'll make them work like slaves until they die." Outside, Captain Fillmore reminded her, "Lady Sophia, you're speaking rather loudly." She immediately shrieked, "I am royalty. I'm a count's daughter. Do they think I'll forgive what they did to me in Sisek? My father will agree to anything I ask for." Just then, a bearded man appeared and, with a chilling smile, muttered, "Ah, ha. Looks like I've found 2 fools I can make use of." The scene shifted to evening, and screams rang out. "Demons! The demons are here!" At that moment, monsters came swarming in. Captain Fillmore stepped forward and cut the heads off several of them. He dealt with several of them by himself, but then Fillmore's eyes flicked behind him, and he saw a demonic beast charging toward him. Instantly, with a single strike of his sword, the onlookers could only watch in awe. He did it, as expected of Sir Fillmore, one of the finest knights in Sisek. But after dealing with it, Fillmore began to break out in a cold sweat. "What the hell? Even after I cut off its head, it didn't stop moving." he noticed that the severed head was still growling on the ground. The sight of a detached head snarling was grotesque beyond belief. Then the circular mark on the monster's forehead began to glow, and Fillmore immediately stomped down on it with all his force. After that, he climbed the stairs while the servants bowed respectfully. It is an honor to receive the captain of the knights and the young lady. A little later, he stopped before a door and called out, "Lady Sophia, I've taken care of them." Then Fillmore's expression suddenly turned grave. The bearded man from earlier stood there with a twisted smile. "How are you, brave warrior of Sisek, Captain Fillmore?" Sophia had already been captured and gagged, struggling to cry out. The man held her tightly in his arms and warned, "Would you quiet down? Otherwise, her head will go flying." A moment later, Fillmore surveyed the room. Several people inside had already been beheaded, their bodies lying across the floor in a horrifying scene. Inwardly, he gasped. The 3 specially selected guards had all been slaughtered without making a sound, and Lady Sophia had. Just who the hell is this monster? Breaking into a cold sweat, Fillmore asked, "What do you want?" "Money." The bearded man kept grinning. "It's all for a grand plan. I won't reveal anything more, because a tiny worm like you has no need to know. In any case, since I can make use of you and the foolish Bressa family, I'll be able to catch the one I want without lifting a finger." Fillmore hurriedly said, "I don't care what happens to me. Just let Lady Sophia go first." The man laughed. "You do have a sharp tongue." So then, pointing at his own eyes, he said, "Both your eyes. Pluck them out for me." Fillmore froze in shock once again. The bearded man pressed a finger against Sophia's eye. "If you don't do it quickly." As he spoke, he pushed harder, making her writhe in agony, unable to scream through the gag. Then he continued, "I'll take them from this bitch instead." Sophia, who no longer had even a trace of her arrogance left, began to cry. Her eyes squeezed shut as the man's finger pressed down. Right then, blood suddenly spurted out, and even the bearded man stared in shock, his mouth hanging open. Fillmore held something in his hand. His own eyes were shut, blood streaming from them, and then he spoke. "Is this enough?" The man burst into delighted laughter. "Ha ha, so you really are that loyal. Is this a knight's oath? How interesting. However, you're a fool." While Fillmore stood there blind, a human head, trailing blood, flew toward him. Still not understanding what had happened, Fillmore caught the severed head in his hands. His mouth opened wide in furious horror, and he gripped his sword, trying to rush forward and fight to the death. But the bearded man immediately brought down an axe and cleaved away half his body. Then he turned back with a sinister smile. "There was no way you could beat me, you savage. You really are a fool, taking orders from that useless bitch. Now, in exchange, you'll have a far more excellent master." As he spoke, he raised a staff set with a purple gem. The gem began to glow, releasing some sort of power that shone down upon the corpses of Fillmore and Sophia. The 2 bodies began to change. They started to stir, as if becoming new corpses, and the severed parts of their bodies began to be reattached by that strange power. After a while, within the light, the 2 of them slowly rose to their feet. The bearded man looked extremely pleased with the result. Smiling broadly, he said, "From this moment on, you are my puppets." At that point, fangs appeared at the corners of both their mouths, giving them an evil look. The 2 knelt before the bearded man and said in unison, "We obey all of your wishes, Master Tovin Bantai." And on the backs of their necks, a glowing purple circular mark appeared, just like the one on the beast Fillmore had cut down earlier. The scene then returned to the inn where Geordie's group was staying. Voices were discussing things. "Hey, what happened to Raven? Since that rainy day, he hasn't left his room once. Tell us something, Elkin." Isla remained silent. Inside the room, Ellen still could not accept the truth that he did not exist in this life, while Sadek sat beside him in silence. The scene shifted back to Tylan's manor. He asked, "Well, the strength of those 6 mercenaries." A knight kneeling before him replied, "All of them are top-class mercenaries. However, there's a small problem." Hearing that, Tylan's face filled with confusion. Back with Ellen, Sadek had brought in fresh food, but Ellen had not touched the old food either. Looking troubled, Sadek called out, "Hey, at least eat a little." But Ellen still held his head in despair and muttered, "Raven Vanny doesn't exist here, and House Vanny is gone." His whole body trembled. "Then what the hell am I? What am I living for? Tell me, John." Sadek could only remain silent. Then, amid the rain, someone quietly whispered, "I'm sorry, sir. The scene shifted again, revealing a grand and magnificent white estate. Count Bressa was lost in thought, turning a few gemstones over in his hand. Sophia's gaze has been so cold lately. He was the Lord of Sisek, Count Bressa. The knights below him looked uneasy. And not at all, my lord. Is that so? Count Bressa suddenly exclaimed. That's right. I'll give Sophia another jewel. One so expensive it could become part of the royal treasury. Mirren. Then his expression abruptly darkened again. And because of that, we must raise taxes. One man tried to speak, my lord, about that. But Bressa come off. Those who cannot pay will be turned into serfs. They'll have only themselves to blame. Lord Tylan, the most important vassal of our house, will also support this new policy. The knight could only stand there speechless. Then another knight came rushing in with a panicked expression. My lord, Lady Sophia and Sir Fillmore have returned. Hearing that, Count Bressa cried out happily. Oh! He lunged outside while calling out, Sophia, Sophia. But then he suddenly stopped, his face filled with shock. Sophia had now become Bantai's puppet. She wore a tight, off-the-shoulder dress, with a slit cut high up to her thigh, a wide-brimmed hat, and bold, sharp makeup. Fillmore stood beside her. She spoke in a mechanical voice. Hello, dear father. Fillmore, wearing a similarly strange expression, added, We have returned. Count Bressa's cheeks flushed red in shock. His whole body trembled in perverse excitement as his eyes lingered on Sophia's full chest. What happened? They're acting nothing like usual. At that moment, Fillmore spoke. My lord, a troublesome matter has arisen. It is an important issue, so I ask that you have everyone else leave the room. At once, all the knights inside were sent outside. Once they were alone, Count Bressa sat in his chair and hurriedly asked, what is it? What happened? Fillmore replied, Simply put, one of Elma's lords, Lord Tylan, is planning a rebellion. Count Bressa was utterly stunned. What did you say? Fillmore continued. They tried to take Lady Sophia hostage, and we were attacked while we were in the mountains. Recently, they've also recruited a large number of mercenaries. It would be better if we strike first. Otherwise, things will become very troublesome. Hearing this, Count Bressa bit his lip in confusion. This, he is my closest vassal. Sweat poured down his face as he thought. Still, Fillmore is one of Sisek's strongest warriors and my most loyal subordinate. There's no way he would report something false. Suddenly, Fillmore took out a bundle and threw a severed head before Count Bressa. Not just one head, but 3. Count Bressa screamed in horror. Fillmore said, These 3 were killed by Lord Tylan's assassins. And although I somehow managed to save the young lady, she was tied up by them and humiliated. At Fillmore's words, Sophia stepped forward and revealed a scratch on her upper arm. Seeing that, Count Bressa looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Sophia stepped forward, embraced him tightly, and sobbed, Father, please somehow protect me. The perverted old man's cheeks turned red at his daughter's touch. Watching those beautiful tears run down her face, he thought, My daughter, I will protect you no matter what. Soon afterward, beneath the rain, the knights were assembled, and Count Bressa's booming voice rang out. Our enemy is House Tylan. To protect our honor, and to protect Sophia, the entire army will march. Now clad in armor and personally leading the troops, he looked imposing. The knights below punched their fists into the air again and again, fired up with battle spirit. Sophia clung tightly to Count Bressa's arm and exclaimed, Father, you truly are the best father in the world. I love you. Count Bressa broke into a foolishly delighted smile. At that moment, inside the army, Bantai laughed. Thanks to you, the evidence will be destroyed, Lord Tylan. Then, deep in the forest, loud noises echoed. And Geordie's group, who were on the move, turned around in alarm. Get cursed! Damn it, what the hell is that? At that moment, Sulla was caught by something slimy. A tongue from a gigantic monster. It had wrapped around her and hoisted her up. Then the monster lashed out with even more long tongues. Those tongues wound tightly around the arms of the other 2, leaving them unable to resist. Soon all 3 were bound together above the ground. Damn it! The monster opened its mouth, about to swallow the closest one. Sulla? Right then, Isla appeared and swiftly drew his sword. He rushed forward and severed the giant tongues, rescuing everyone. His face was calm and determined. A voice cried out, Elkin! Isla charged straight at the monster. Once again, he swung his sword and chopped apart the creature's tongues. Later, they returned to the inn. Sulla's group exclaimed in shock, That really saved our lives, Elkin? Geordie laughed in admiration. That's Vanva's cavalry for you. You're on a completely different level. Sulla added, someday, I'd really like to go to Vanva's with you. Isla remained expressionless and simply focused on eating in silence. Then he looked down at his spoonful of rice, and then out toward the rice fields, where the scent of ripening grain had begun to spread. At that moment, memory surged back. A vast blaze roared around him, and alone, he attacked all those wicked men. After the fighting ended, Isla let both of his swords fall from his hands. Then he stood there blankly, staring at the sight of everyone lying on the ground, never to rise again, while the flames around them still had not fully died down. Isla's face was vacant, as though he had lost everything. Bloody tears ran from his eyes. Returning to the present, Isla answered quietly, it's all the same anyway, whether in Vanva's or here. Sulla's group stared at him in shock at the unusual look on his face. Then Gut turned and said with a sigh, I'm still shocked we ran into that monster. Geordie added, if we'd been even one step slower, we'd have been dead. If we could become official warriors serving some noble house, life would be a lot easier. Like the hottest subject around right now, for example, House Pendragon. While eating, Isla heard that and jerked, spitting out a mouthful of rice. Sulla excitedly said, ah, that hero! He defeated all the pirate orcs that attacked Governor Segunda's estate. After that, the three of them kept chattering in front of Isla, making him increasingly uneasy, sweat pouring down his face. I heard they treat their soldiers really well there. I also heard the Duke is incredibly handsome. Gut covered his face helplessly. She's starting this again. Damn it. Then Geordie turned eagerly and asked, what do you think, Elkin? Isla only trembled for a moment, while Gut suddenly said, I have no intention of becoming anyone's dog. Can't you see how pathetic Sisek is? The nobles and lords in this territory have no talent for anything except exploiting the people. They're a bunch of worthless bastards. I'd rather go back to being a bandit than work for the likes of them. As he spoke, he tilted back his head and drank a gulp of beer. Sulla turned to Isla and said, see, he used to be a bandit. Geordie then explained, but the ones who used to rule this land were House Vanny. Things weren't like this back then. Isla looked over in surprise. Geordie continued, I heard they opposed the serf policies of Lord Tylan and House Bressa. I also heard that the Lord himself personally led his troops in a battle against monsters to protect his people, and that he was a warrior full of honor. Gut fell silent at that, and then Sulla added, but don't all the people under Lord Tylan say House Vanny were traitors? Geordie replied, I don't know the details of why they were branded with treason. I only know their reputation was stained after that. But in Manhwa village, there are still many people who say they were wise and benevolent lords. Looking at a spoonful of rice, Islam murmured, a warrior full of honor. Then he remembered Ellen from earlier, and suddenly seemed to realize something. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. A mounted knight rode up and shouted at the group. Hey, mercenaries, listen up. Report to Lord Tylan's manor at once. Those idiotic Bressa dogs are marching this way. All four of them looked over in confusion. At that moment, Count Bressa's army was still marching down the road. The banner of House Bressa flew high. Isla hurriedly ran back toward the inn, then shoved the door open without even knocking. Inside, Sadek was still trying to calm Ellen down. Isla took off his rain-soaked hat and said, Pendragon, it's time to move out. Ellen, still withdrawn, asked, is it an order from Lord Tylan? His soldiers just delivered word. If we don't act, he'll be killed, and our investigation into the plot to assassinate Prince Sean will all be for nothing. Isla immediately said loudly, that's why we have to. Suddenly Ellen cut him off. Why? Isla froze. Ellen covered his face in anguish. I'm not Pendragon, and I'm not Raven either. So what does any of that have to do with me? What's the point of this battle? The more he spoke, the lower his head drooped. It's over. There's no reason left to fight anymore. At that moment, a heavy thud rang out. Isla had punched Ellen hard, making Sadek jolt in alarm. Ellen was knocked flat onto the floor, and Isla grabbed him by the collar again. Then he leaned his face close to Ellen's and said, is the man I decided to follow, Aaron Pendragon, really just this pathetic weakling? His expression was blazing with anger as he demanded an answer. Ellen stared blankly at the person in front of him and stammered, Isla. He had never seen him like this before and was utterly bewildered. Isla. Isla straightened himself up and said helplessly, this isn't how you normally act. Ever since we arrived in Sisek, I've felt it. Ellen looked at him in confusion. Isla continued, there's always been something weighing on your mind since we came here. I've thought about it a lot. This damn place, Sisek, and my homeland, Vanvas are very much alike. He went on, Vanvas is a territory made up of a chaotic patchwork of overlapping lands. Because of that, it was a place of endless war. And because of the greed and stubbornness of the lords who ruled those lands, countless civilians and soldiers had to die. Just like Sisek now. Hearing this, Ellen was stunned. Isla fell quiet for a moment before continuing. The more enemies I killed, one after another, the less I could find a reason to fight, and in the end, I left. His hand tightened around his two swords. Under the name of a Vanva's knight, I lost my will to live. Until I met you. Pendragon. Ellen was even more shocked. Just as you said after our battle, I am your sword, and you are my master. But that doesn't mean we aren't equal. It only means our roles are different. Back then, Ellen smiled and said that to him. He had defeated him so completely that he could only accept it wholeheartedly, and then he said those words as well. He was the first person ever to do that. Then Isla sat down in front of him and placed his sword before him. That is why I, Elkin Isla, swear to become your sword. His expression was utterly serious and resolute. Ellen was still standing there in a daze. A moment later, though, he helplessly turned his face away. Even so, that was enough. Then he clenched his teeth and said to himself, House Vanny and Raven Vanny no longer exist. Seeing how dispirited he looked, Isla grabbed him by the collar and shouted, Pendragon. Then he fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking that name. Raven. Ellen looked at him in shock. He saw that unwavering face. Only then did Isla explain, on that rainy day, something happened, though I don't know what it was. I don't know what connection you have with House Vanny. But House Vanny was the only one in this rotten land that protected its people. I heard they were honorable warriors. Back then, when you chose to fight the Centaur army alone, that's exactly how I felt too. As he said that, he let go of Ellen's collar. Then he looked towards Sadek and said, So let me ride the griffin she gave me once more. After that, he grew emotional and grabbed Ellen by the collar again, shouting, You are Iron Pendragon, and you have the power to change the world, even this rotten Sisek. At that moment, a trace of hope appeared on Ellen's face. Then he said to himself, That's right. Even if House Vanny is gone, their wish still lives on inside me. Images of his past battles surfaced in his mind, as did memories of people warmly welcoming him and seeing him off. Isla raised his fist and said, How much longer do you intend to let your sword rust? I won't forgive you for it. As he said that, he swung his fist forward. But at that moment, the sound of impact rang out. Even Sadek, who had been about to rush forward to stop him, froze. Isla stared ahead in shock. Ellen had stopped the punch. Then, gritting his teeth, he started laughing. Isla looked a little confused, and Ellen said, You really don't talk much, but you sure do talk a lot every day. At that moment, Ellen broke into a radiant smile, and Isla happily curled his lips upward as well. Then he replied with a cheerful grin, Same goes for you. You look unusually awful today, Pendragon. The two of them spoke with each other happily again. Ellen stood up and said, I don't want to hear that from you. Heh. Then laughter rang out, leaving Sadek unable to understand what had just happened. At that point, Ellen walked over to the table on his own and picked up a piece of bread. Then he called out, John. While eating, he said, Armor, dragon. At that moment, Sadek smiled with relief. Very soon, light streamed in through the window. Outside, the sky had already begun to brighten, and Geordie, Gut, and Sulla were gathered together. Gut spoke first. I'm not taking part. Raven probably made the same decision. In the end, there isn't any benefit in standing on Tylan's side. Jordi Siga. He turned the lord of the territory into his enemy, so I have to agree with that decision. Just then, a pair of refined shoes appeared. The sound made all three of them turn around in surprise. Ellen appeared and said, HM, sorry to keep you waiting. Geordie could not hide his shock. Raven. All three of them stared at him as if he were some alien being. Ellen was now clad in dragon armor, looking exceptionally imposing. With a calmness like that of an angel, he spoke. We're going to Tylan's territory. Bring me a horse. Before they knew it, Iron had appeared, his entire body emanating fierce, killing intent. In his hand was still the familiar black sword that had accompanied him through countless battles. Iron's sudden appearance made the entire place fall silent. Wearing battle gear and holding that familiar sword, he stood beneath the blazing glow of sunset, basking in the brightest radiance. Geordie, Gut, and Sulla could only stare at him in stunned amazement. Iron walked toward them step by step, greeting them politely as he did. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Geordie was so shocked that his eyes went wide and sweat poured down him. All he could think was, what is this? The air around him, a noble. Even Sulla was no less shocked. Her heart pounded so hard that she did not dare move an inch. She too realized that the aura around Iron felt far more aristocratic than before. Go was the most stunned of all. He stared at him without blinking, filled with both admiration and awe. "Back when I was stealing and robbing, I saw countless high-quality goods, but I have never seen armor of this caliber." The reason they were so astonished was not only the aura Iron gave off, but also the value and uniqueness of the battle gear he was wearing. That alone made them wonder, was he really just a mercenary? Iron did not seem to care what they were thinking and directly gave the order, "We're going to Thailand's territory. Bring me a horse." The moment Iron finished speaking, all three of them shouted in shock. "What?" Unable to understand what he was planning, Geordie tensely asked, "Are you planning to join forces with Thailand?" Gut and Sulla were no less worried. "Don't you know Thailand has made an enemy of the Lord? Even if we join him, there's nothing to gain. On the contrary, that rotten house will." But he paid no attention to it and only asked indifferently, "Is that so?" Because to him, that still was not the worst possible outcome. But right now, letting Thailand die would be very troublesome. Once the horses were ready, Iron mounted his without hesitation, preparing to charge into battle, and told the three of them firmly, "This is my battle. I have no intention of dragging you into it." Before leaving, Iron still turned back and politely bid them farewell. "Take care, Geordie, Gut, and Sulla." With that, he spurred his horse and rode off without looking back. Iron had already gone far ahead before Isla and Sadek mounted their horses. Only then did the other three realize it and cry out in panic, "Hey, are you serious?" Isla was already settled in the saddle and glanced back at them. He answered firmly, "I am his sword," which meant that no matter where Iron went or what he did, Isla would follow. With that, the two of them spurred their horses and rode off, leaving the others dumbfounded. The three of them stood there in stunned silence, watching those final two figures head straight into the flames of war. Sulla's whole body trembled as she watched Iron charging bravely ahead with his two right-hand men, and she could not bear to let them go alone. She decisively shouted, "Wait, wait, Iron." Then she nimbly climbed onto the horse beside her. The sight made Guts so shocked that his eyes widened and his mouth hung open. Trembling in disbelief, he cursed, "That red-haired woman has gone crazy." But unexpectedly, Geordie was thinking the same as Sulla. It's true that after that incident where they defeated the monster, we owe them. Geordie quickly mounted his horse as well and decided to follow Sulla as a way of repaying Iron, leaving Gut utterly stunned. And the reason Geordie made that choice was not just to repay his debt to Iron, but also because something deep inside him urged him that he definitely would not regret it. Besides, I have a feeling that if we go our separate ways right now, we will surely regret it. As soon as he said that, Geordie spurred his horse and rode off, leaving Gut standing alone in the open field with a horse, completely dumbfounded. Gut still seemed conflicted, unsure which path he should take, whether to follow them or go his own way. He stood there sluggishly for a long while. Though he did not like it, compared with trying to carry everything alone and walk his own road, he would rather grit his teeth and endure a little. Damn it all, you idiots. After riding hard for a while, Iron and his two right-hand men finally arrived where they needed to be. The sky had also been dyed red by the brilliant evening sunset, and it was not only red from the sky, but also from the towering red flames that burned fiercely, devouring an entire stretch of land. For a moment, Iron stared in disbelief. Isla did not dare act rashly, so he asked for his opinion first. "What do you think of this conflict, Pendragon?" Iron suddenly turned to look at him without saying anything. His eyes were deep and unreadable, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Without dwelling on it, Iron returned to the main issue. Normally, they would not launch a sudden attack like this, and Thailand soldiers seemed just as bewildered by it. He gave his provisional conclusion. There's a high chance that someone has interfered in this battle, and that person wants Thailand wiped out. His expression grew darker and darker as he thought through one grim possibility after another. Perhaps it was connected to the one who had tried to assassinate Prince Senator Suna, or someone of even higher rank. Iron had not yet given the order, but Isla was already eager for battle. He drew his treasured twin swords from his waist, preparing to join the fight. But before he could make another move, Iron had already guessed what he intended and warned him, "Don't recklessly kill the soldiers. I suspect they are only obeying their lord's orders." Isla looked at him in surprise and astonishment. But right after that, he understood what Iron intended. The three of them turned and took another route, spurring their horses toward the fortress not far away, which was also engulfed in flames. But when they arrived, what greeted them left them staring in shock. The fortress had been damaged so badly that it was hard to recognize its original shape. Soldiers outside were still attacking relentlessly, and the scene was as horrific as a world war. Isla exclaimed, "We came too late." Iron still refused to give up and said, "No, they're still attacking." Guessing there was more behind all this, he added, "And besides, the Thailand I know." He said to Isla, "Thailand is not the sort of man who would sacrifice himself for honor." Taking the lead, Iron ordered, "The three of us will split up and search for him." But before their horses had gone more than a few meters, they heard a voice calling from afar. Iron. Unexpectedly, Geordie's group had followed them all the way here, with Sulla in front shouting. Iron looked at them in surprise. Their numbers had increased, and Isla was no less astonished. Iron praised him. As expected of Vanva's cavalry, you won their trust quickly. Receiving such praise from his leader, Isla naturally felt delighted. With more people, it was as if they had gained new strength, and they spurred their horses forward with renewed energy. Geordie's group of three also pressed forward in support. The six of them charged deep into the burning castle, where smoke and fire billowed so thickly that escape seemed impossible. Iron and his powerful warhorse broke in, leaping over the blazing gate that was burning out of control. The image of rider and horse was majestic, their momentum overwhelming. The soldiers continued attacking the stronghold, burning everything around them wherever they went. Amid that battlefield of smoke and fire, a savage laugh echoed out, the laugh of a madman drunk on power. "Look, Sophia." Count Bressa sat high in the viewing stand, holding his little daughter in his arms as he gazed with satisfaction at the vast land below, including the castle, all swallowed by a sea of fire. His madness seemed to peak as he watched thousands of lives perish before his eyes and still laughed as if he had never laughed before. This is the fate of those who dare cause trouble for you, that despicable Thailand. As for Sophia, she clung sweetly to her fat-bellied father and whispered syrupy flattery into his ear. "My wise and brave father." No matter how shamelessly sweet the words were, she said them without hesitation just to achieve her vicious purpose. "I love you so much." Inside the castle, everything had been burned so thoroughly that it no longer resembled its original form. Some of the guards had been killed, while others had suffocated from the poisonous smoke. Corpses were strewn everywhere throughout the halls and in every corner. Three of Thailand's soldiers, lucky enough to survive because they knew some martial skill, still dared to stand against Count Bressa. Crush them, but he had subordinates to do the work, and he was not even a little afraid of those insignificant men. Instead, he mocked them. "You filthy mercenary dogs of Thailand, you're still alive?" Sadly for them, they did not even have time to rejoice before a familiar sword swiftly cut them down. Iron passed by them lightly, as though he were merely taking a stroll. He had no interest in them at all, focusing only on his main goal. "I don't have time to deal with those vermin. I have to find Thailand quickly." One of the soldiers suddenly appeared, only to have a sword pressed to his throat. As always, Isla dispatched him neatly and without difficulty. In no time, the man collapsed at his feet amid the sea of flames. Soldiers all around lay unconscious, scattered across the ground. Isla gazed over them all in silence, as if pondering something. Of course, they were not actually dead yet, because his twin swords had not drawn blood. At that moment, a mysterious man spoke in a low voice, drawing Isla's attention. "Why didn't you kill them?" The man wore the same uniform as the soldiers Isla had just defeated and held a gleaming longsword in his hand. Hearing the voice, Isla quickly turned around. Fillmore. Not only was the man unafraid of death, he had come before Isla in that uniform just to provoke him. "You're too soft for a former Vanva's cavalryman." Isla's reaction was not very obvious, but he clearly had not expected to see him here. "You are the man from that time." But in truth, Isla already knew exactly who he was. He had once belonged to the Night Order, and no one knew that identity better than Isla, the captain of the Knights. Suddenly, Isla's eyes sharpened, as though he had noticed something strange. Faced with this captain, Isla did not even bother showing respect and directly drew his sword from its sheath. The shining, razor-sharp blade finally looked upon the world for the first time and entered real combat, bathed in flesh and blood without restraint. The scabbard fell freely to the ground. Isla seemed to have resolved himself to fight the man before him once and for all. Yet he still asked uncertainly, "Who are you?" Because if the man really were the captain of the Knights, he should not be pointing his sword at him like this. The man showed no consideration. Even when questioned, he did not stop attacking. Elsewhere, another fierce battle was unfolding as well. With magic in his hands, Sadek could deal with many enemies at once with a mere wave of his hand. But unexpectedly, it was not only soldiers who were involved. Monsters had joined in as well. Sadek found it baffling and could not make sense of what was happening. Fortunately, his powerful magic swiftly dealt with those unruly monsters. However, they were not truly dead. Even though their heads had been cut off and blood was pouring from them, their bodies still twitched. They simply no longer had the strength to bite and tear at people. On the other side, Geordie was also fighting desperately to kill the rest of them. Every swing of his sword sent another head rolling. The number of monsters appearing both inside and outside the castle was far too large. There was no way Geordie's group of 3 could suppress them all. Sulla was shocked by their bizarre presence. What the hell? Why are there monsters in the territory? Even after their heads are cut off, they still don't die. Geordie knew they were no match for them. If they insisted on fighting, they would lose sooner or later from exhaustion. So he signaled to them to ignore the monsters. The 3 of them shook off the monsters' pursuit one after another and climbed to the upper floor to search to find Thailand. On Iron's side, he was also facing one of the monsters within the territory. Of course, Iron cut off the monster's head, but besides the blood flowing from it, a strange symbol on its head glowed like a rune. Iron found that odd as well. Even after being decapitated, the monster was still moving. He grew suspicious about House Bress's sudden attack. Looking silently at the heap of monster corpses before him, still not consumed by the flames, he inwardly sighed. Just as I thought, someone is behind all of this. Iron looked toward the staircase, not far away. It too had been swallowed by a sea of fire, and the flames and ashes engulfed the entire castle without restraint. Then suddenly, a familiar voice echoed down from upstairs. "For a mere mercenary, you're pretty strong, aren't you?" For a moment, Iron's eyes widened. A fat man stepped out from the flames and continued speaking. "Those undead attacked you, yet you don't seem injured at all." Iron suddenly grew far more tense, as though he had encountered the man who killed him in his previous life. His voice trembled. That voice. In truth, that man was also the source of Iron's deepest trauma. His words still echoed in Iron's head. How pitiful, Zaven. Back then, it was that man's own foot that had pinned Iron to the cold ground, and in a contemptuous tone he had said, "You died before ever tasting freedom." Even with Iron's head covered in blood, the man showed no pity. He grabbed him by the hair, yanked him upright, and laughed savagely as he reminded him everything was only part of someone else's plan. That same hand had personally sent Iron to his death. "Farewell, Zaven." Then, without the slightest hesitation, he cut off his head. Even now, that gruesome scene remained deeply carved into Iron's memory, becoming a haunting nightmare of a severed head and fresh red blood gushing from neck and mouth. Iron lowered his head, unwillingly recalling that horrifying memory he did not wish to remember. And the man standing before him now showed the same lack of restraint, carrying his weapon forward and declaring, "Then I'll have to deal with you myself." To him, killing was nothing more than clearing the way to serve our grand plan. At last, Iron gathered his strength and prepared to face him in a decisive battle. Amid the raging sea of flames, the 2 men stood against each other, ready to settle all the hatred of the previous life in this one clash. In another corner of the castle, Isla and Fillmore were also locked in an especially fierce one-on-one fight, uncaring as smoke and fire rolled on, devouring everything. Fillmore always seized the initiative and attacked first. Every sword strike he unleashed gave him the upper hand. Though he was very strong, Isla blocked them all with ease and without injury. The problem was that Fillmore attacked every time, while Isla only defended. Even if he remained unharmed, he would eventually be exhausted. It was impossible to know how much longer he could hold out. Their swords clashed again and again in a battle with no clear victor. However, Isla actually held a slight advantage, because Fillmore had been the one attacking first the whole time, and over the course of the long fight, his strength had begun to wane. That was where Isla's youth came into play. He reversed the flow of battle, leaned in, and pressed Fillmore's sword down against the ground, much to the man's shock. Fillmore trembled with rage and spat out, "You brat." He refused to yield and yanked his sword back, while Isla unexpectedly retreated, returning himself to the passive position from before. As a result, the moment Fillmore slashed upward, Isla's cloak was split cleanly in two. That let Fillmore gain the upper hand once more, and now he laughed in satisfaction. "You're still too green." Unexpectedly, this counterattack seemed to restore Fillmore's strength to what it had been at the start, as if he had not fought at all just moments earlier. Fillmore swung directly at Isla's head, laughing loudly, as if he had finally trapped his prey. "Got you." Fortunately, thanks to his youth, supple body, and agility, Isla still managed to evade that killing strike. Isla suddenly bent backward, throwing his body to the rear, causing Fillmore's powerful strike to miss completely. Fillmore's eyes widened in shock. Isla quickly sprang back to create a safe distance for himself. At that very moment, Fillmore was in the perfect position for Isla to attack from behind. Isla decisively leveled his sword and aimed straight for the man's head. Fillmore still managed to block the sudden attack. His reflexes were indeed almost as quick as a young man like Isla's, though it cost him more effort. But it seemed Fillmore had forgotten that Isla used twin swords, which meant the blade he had blocked was only there to draw his attention. The other sword was the true trump card in Isla's hand. Seizing that chance, Isla slashed horizontally across Fillmore's torso before the man could react, and he froze on the spot. Isla did not even give him time to recover or collect himself, but pressed the advantage immediately. Using his agility, Isla swept upward and struck for the artery in the man's neck. Fresh blood instantly sprayed out like a slaughtered chicken's. Fillmore had nearly half his neck cut through, blood bursting everywhere like fireworks, and his head lolled back, hanging by the half that remained intact. This time, it seemed Fillmore was done for. But afraid even that wouldn't be enough to finish him, Isla swung his sword again just to be safe. Unexpectedly, the bastard really hadn't had enough. His right hand firmly gripped the sword again, as if he had never been struck at all. Then Fillmore suddenly stabbed straight into Isla's shoulder, making the young man widen his eyes in shock. Not only did he stab him, he drove the sword in even deeper, making the pain so intense that sweat mixed with Isla's tears. He clenched his teeth hard to keep himself from screaming. To save himself, he had no choice but to give up his attack and retreat into a defensive stance so the man couldn't drive the blade in any farther. The wound in his shoulder was terribly deep. Blood poured out nonstop, staining one side of his cloak red. Isla clutched his injured arm in agony, his face twisted and brow knotted, as if that might lessen the pain racking his body, while he kept gasping for air through labored breaths. The unbelievable part was that half of Fillmore's neck had been severed, yet his hand and body twisted and restored themselves like something possessed. Even the wound in his side from Isla's earlier strike healed the way a vampire's body would regenerate. What's more, his hand casually lifted that lifeless head, which had been hanging off to one side, and set it back upright into its original position. In no time, his head looked as it had before, as if it had never been slashed apart at all. The blood was nothing more than decoration. Watching this, Isla was so stunned he could barely process it. He couldn't even believe his own eyes. After putting his head back in place, the man could still speak. "Just as I thought. Even a seasoned Vambas cavalryman would still find it hard to deal with an opponent like this, wouldn't he?" By now, Isla's injury had drained much of his strength. He glared at the bizarre thing before him and cursed. "You're not human anymore, you bastard." Yet Fillmore spoke in the same manner Bantai had spoken to Ellen. "I have transcended the limits of humanity to serve the great cause, to serve that mighty power." Fillmore seemed to have been brainwashed, nothing more than a killing machine being used by someone else. Every word out of his mouth referred back to that mysterious figure. "I possess this immortal body to destroy his enemies." Isla frowned in suspicion. "A great cause?" The man lowered his head and laughed like a victor. "Common men have no need to know." He kept rambling amid the flames, as if someone else were controlling him. "It's not me, and it's not you." Isla seemed to realize something. Lowering his head, he said quietly, "I see. You're definitely not human." The man looked slightly surprised to hear that. Fillmore stared at Isla with a sudden, profound look. What Isla had understood was entirely different from the grand rhetoric he was spouting. Isla meant that he was nothing more than a puppet. Fillmore frowned at that conclusion, clearly displeased, but said nothing. Instead, he moved first and spoke later, charging straight at Isla with his sword without another word, intent on killing him. Isla refused to go down easily and immediately raised his own sword to fight back. At the same time, Bantai and Ellen were locked in an equally ferocious battle on the other side. They were evenly matched. Blow after blow, neither side yielded. Every time Ellen attacked, Bantai answered in kind. Even in the middle of battle, Bantai couldn't give up his habit of taunting people. "How do you know my name? Have we met before? Or have I become that famous already?" Ellen shot back without backing down. "I'm under no obligation to answer you." Then he declared, "You'll die here." Unexpectedly, Bantai neatly dodged Ellen's attack. Swinging his axe in return, he mocked him, "Pretty quick, young man." Just when it seemed Ellen was finished, the axe came crashing down toward him. But not only did Ellen survive, he actually blocked Bantai's axe, leaving the man frozen in shock. He stopped my axe with one hand. Now the fire within Ellen erupted completely. He looked at the man with a terrifying glare, as if he wanted to devour him alive right there. Ellen's fury exploded in full, and even his eyes changed. All that could be seen was Ellen swinging his sword with savage force and blasting Bantai several meters away. Within the crimson flames that belonged to him alone, Ellen was not burned to death. This was no ordinary fire, but the fire of hatred. It flared up in response to his enemy's provocation, and after being driven back by the counterattack, Bantai had to use all his strength just to stop himself from being sent flying like a bird with broken wings. At that moment, Ellen unleashed every ounce of power he had as a true fire dragon warrior. The flames around him billowed and surged in waves. The dragon, finally released, let out a thunderous roar of dominance that echoed through the entire space. Bantai was momentarily stunned. One might have thought he would be afraid, but instead a savage smile spread across his face. He wasn't afraid at all. If anything, he was even more interested. "How fascinating. You really are prey worth hunting." Bantai relished this kind of challenge. "It's making my Rakshasa blood, my demon hunter blood, boil." Hearing that, Ellen's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe it. This was clearly going to be an extremely difficult battle. Ellen burst forth, gathering all the flames around himself and Bantai. Now that he finally had a chance for revenge, Ellen had no intention of losing. Yet in the face of imminent danger, Bantai showed no fear at all. He even licked his lips in satisfaction, like he was about to feast on delicious prey. Ellen charged first, seizing the initiative. Every step he took was so heavy that the ground caved in and stones shattered beneath him. He shot forward at incredible speed, barely giving Bantai any room at all. Yet the man showed little concern, remaining as calm as if he were merely standing aside, watching a play. Then, shamelessly, he whistled to summon his underlings. In no time, several monsters burst out from nowhere and lunged at Ellen, trying to tear into him, making him falter for a few seconds. Ellen was furious. This old man was truly despicable and cowardly. Unable to win one-on-one, he called out this bunch of useless creatures to hold him back. Ellen roared in rage, "Get lost," and in an instant sent out a torrent of flame that swept through the monsters and hurled them away. The monsters were burned to ash. One would have thought Bantai had called them out to support his attack, but instead the wretch used one as a mount and shot off ahead. Ellen saw it happen. He had no intention of missing this rare chance for revenge, and immediately launched himself after Bantai in a blaze. The roaring flames surged out at once, sweeping away everything in front of him. They raced forward and blocked Bantai's escape route, forming a circle of fire around him and the monster. The monster, charging ahead at full speed, slammed on the brakes the moment it met the fire, nearly throwing Bantai into the flames from sheer momentum. Ellen was already beginning to show signs of exhaustion. Fresh blood ran from his nose, stark against his pale face. Even so, he would not let him go. "I won't let you escape," Ellen declared. "I'll kill you right here." Another pack of monsters, under Bantai's command, rushed into the flames to escort him. Ellen ignored them and pointed his sword at the man in challenge. "Bantai." Bantai still wore that fearless expression, replying with a bizarre smile. He liked Ellen's attitude even more and continued provoking him. Good, keep going. Get even angrier. Meanwhile, Jordy, Gut, and Sulla were crossing through the wall of fire in search of Thailand. As she ran, Sulla kept glancing back over her shoulder. Excitedly, she said, "Looks like he wiped out the monsters." Gut argued, "Wiped out? More like he scattered them. They're not chasing us anymore." Jordy nodded in agreement. "That worked for us too. If we've got the chance, then we need to find Thailand quickly." Not long after, the sight before them made him stare in shock. What lay ahead was hard to believe. 3 Vanva's cavalrymen were surrounding Thailand, swords pointed at him in threat. They barked their order without hesitation. "Thailand the traitor, by order of the great Lord Count Bressa, we will execute you now." Thailand had always been a cowardly man, and the moment he heard they meant to kill him, he immediately began defending himself. "It's all slander. That idiot lord has gone mad. Do you really believe the words of that ugly pig?" The man raised his sword, ready to take Thailand's head, and casually gave him an explanation. This was reported by Sir Fillmore himself, captain of Sissek's bravest knightly order. He declared with certainty there's no way he could have judged wrongly. Just as he brought his sword down, the clang of steel changed everything. Jordy bravely rushed in and blocked the strike in Thailand's place. Snatched back from death's hand, Thailand stood there in a daze. Even as that knight pressed harder with his sword, Jordy still found time to greet Thailand with a bit of mockery. "Hello there, Lord Thailand. Are you doing well?" Then he answered himself, "No, obviously not. Anyone can see that." Seeing him, Thailand reacted like a man who'd found gold. His eyes lit up like stars as he shouted, "Mercenaries!" At the same moment, Gut and Sulla slipped behind the other 2 knights and struck in perfect coordination. The dazed one was swiftly taken down by Gut with a single surprise thrust. Sulla used her small, agile frame to slash the remaining man deeply across the stomach. Finally, Jordy spun his blade and sent the last one off as well. Everything happened smoothly. The 3 of them disposed of the 3 knights without suffering so much as a scratch. Gut said bluntly, "He doesn't look too good, but we saved him at least." "Lucky for you." Sulla added her own jab. "They're not even that strong, huh? And they still go around bragging about being knights." Hearing that, Thailand nearly coughed blood from anger, but there was nothing he could do. Not only did he fail to thank them, he actually raised his voice and scolded them. "Why did you take so long, you idiots? If you're that strong, you should have come sooner. No, we're the other 3. He hadn't even managed to act arrogant for a full minute before Gut seized him by the throat in irritation. Gut didn't hold back in the slightest as he shouted in Thailand's face, "Shut up, you damned noble. It's not like we came here willingly. Keep complaining, and I'll snap your neck." Sulla also leveled her sword threateningly. "I'll chase your relatives to the ends of the earth, torture them, and take their money." Seeing the situation ahead turn bad, Jordy called out, Hey, no time for jokes." In front of them was another squad of knights, nearly 10 men, charging in with swords drawn. It looked like they meant to deal with them. Only then did the 3 belatedly realize it. "Whoa, that's a lot. Again? Run." On the other side, Ellen was also cutting down one bloodthirsty beast after another as they attacked him. Every creature that lunged at him got a taste of his blade. But in the end, their overwhelming numbers still pressed him hard. Ellen's attacks weren't wide enough to destroy all of them at once, and eventually one slipped through and bit down on his arm. Then his left arm was pierced as well by an arrow that came from nowhere, punching right through his thick armor. Ellen was gradually being pushed into a hopeless position, attacked from both sides, while Bantai still looked majestic atop his monster, surrounded by them like an escort. Watching the spectacle from outside, he kept taunting him. "Oh dear, are you only going to fight the monsters? I'm getting lonely out here. Weren't you going to kill me?" By now, Ellen had coughed up blood, and his strength was slowly draining away. Stunned, he stared at Bantai, still lofty and disdainful as ever, yet utterly beyond his reach. Then the last of Ellen's reason pulled him back, giving him just enough strength to continue his revenge. Suddenly, he grabbed the head of the monster clamped onto him and tore it away from his arm. Ellen slammed its head into the ground with brutal force, and black blood immediately gushed from its snout. At that moment, 2 more monsters joined in, hurling themselves viciously at him. But he had prepared for this. The moment they stepped into the ring of fire, the flames instantly burned them to cinders. Ellen always kept a path of retreat ready for himself and never allowed himself to be left with no way out. But even after dealing with them, there still wasn't enough time for him to recover from his wounds. There wasn't a single spot on his body unstained by blood. Even Bantai, watching from outside, had to acknowledge it. That power is astonishing. Even wounded, even pierced through, he still won't stop. Without any shame, he openly reveled in his disgusting excitement, as expected of someone who possesses dragon aura. At this point, it's hard to tell which one is really the monster. Bantai thought to himself, that's right, this isn't a battle, it's a hunt. Everything seemed to be unfolding exactly as he had planned. Drive him mad, make him kill, stoke his rage, and wait until he consumes all of his own strength. Meanwhile, Ellen was still unable to rein himself in, venting everything on the monsters. Looking at the battlefield now, it was impossible to tell which blood was his and which belonged to the monsters. The more Ellen lost himself, the more pleased and delighted Bantai became, his savage smile stretching wider and wider like a victor's. He loaded a bolt into his crossbow, preparing to end his hunt with the swagger of a madman. Dragon hunting. This is fun. Isla and Fillmore were still locked in fierce combat amid the sea of flames around them. The two were nearly evenly matched, trading blows back and forth without a clear victor. But Fillmore was no longer fully human. He possessed the strength of the undead, and against the already wounded Isla, that gave him the advantage. Every time Fillmore brought his sword down, Isla had to dodge just to stay alive. If he wanted to win, the only way left was to exploit an opening. His right arm, deeply pierced, could no longer fight, so Isla had to attack with his trembling left hand, which was not his strong side. As for Fillmore, he clung on like a leech. No matter how many wounds he took, they simply healed again, and every swing of his sword only grew stronger. But Isla was also a veteran of the cavalry, one of its finest. Even with one arm injured, he still managed to stop Fillmore's blade. Fillmore bore down with his sword, forcing Isla backward toward the sharp railing behind him. In a low voice, he said, "You're doing well. Even with only one arm, you've lasted this long. But unfortunately for you, this is where your life ends." Outside, the thunder of chaotic footsteps rang out, and then a group of knights rushed in. They were all men of the Night Order, all under Fillmore's command. Voices calling out echoed through the great hall. "Captain, Sir Fillmore." Very quickly, they identified Fillmore and his opponent. Without caring what the truth of the matter was, they all took his side at once. "We'll support you, sir." Fillmore was quite pleased by those gullible fools and said to Isla, "If those soldiers join in too, then you won't have any chance of winning." Growing more unhinged by the second, he threatened him. "Now you have a choice. Run and be hunted down like dessert, or stay here and have your head cleanly cut off by my hand." Fillmore tightened his grip on his sword, forcing Isla to choose. In an instant, Isla found himself trapped with no good option, unable to leave and unable to stay. Fillmore pressed harder and harder. Isla was gradually weakening, his heavy, ragged breathing mixing with the chaotic noise of the battlefield. Then his eyes suddenly swept over the surroundings and stopped on a point of light. Isla resolved himself and pushed Fillmore's sword back just a little, creating the slightest bit of space. Then he let go of the only sword in his hand, as though he were abandoning resistance entirely, as though he had given up his last chance to live. Because of that, Fillmore slightly relaxed the pressure on his own blade, not realizing he had just given Isla the opening he needed to reverse everything. Isla suddenly ducked down and seized the man's waist. Then, using every bit of strength he had left, he lifted Fillmore up into the air. The man stared wide-eyed in shock. Isla aimed straight for the broken end of the railing, where only a row of jagged spikes remained. In a stunning reversal, Isla hurled Fillmore one-handed onto the sharpened points of the railing. His chest was pierced through as easily as paper, and fresh blood erupted from the wound like a fountain. Then the raging flames around the railing engulfed him and burned him alive. The only thing left in the space was his final, agonized screams. All the knight's soldiers cried out in shock, "Captain!" But they still refused to give up. "Let's help Captain Fillmore. Kill that bastard." Only after seeing that Fillmore was completely incapable of resisting did Isla finally feel at ease. He even gave him a rare compliment. "Looks like you're quite respected, aren't you?" The man answered firmly, "That's right. You can't stand against that many soldiers." More than that, he was certain he could not possibly die like this. "And as for me, there's no way something like this can kill me." Isla merely stared silently at the man's blood-covered head. He bent down and picked up the sword he had dropped earlier. Fillmore glared at Isla as he approached with the sharp blade, unable to do anything except accept it. Isla raised his sword high and declared, "But this battle is over." The next instant, the blade came down on him. In the blink of an eye, it robbed him of his stubbornly lingering life. There was not the slightest hesitation in Isla's eyes, as though he had committed himself to a fight to the death from the very start. Fresh blood splattered everywhere at once. His corpse was immediately buried in smoke and flame, swallowed by the surging fire, until not even a scrap of flesh remained. Outside, Ellen was also suffering severe injuries in his confrontation with Bantai. Earlier, he had only taken one arrow, but now he had been struck by a second. The monsters had wounded him even more, and blood kept flowing from his injuries. It was hard for Ellen not to be exhausted. Every time he took a new wound, he responded by using dragon aura to destroy them. Unfortunately, that dragon aura lacked precise control each time he unleashed it. Still, Ellen's endurance could itself be called a form of strength. He still had enough left to endure. He quickly ripped the 2 arrows from his left arm. When another beast lunged at him, he smashed it down with a punch, leaving it whining on the floor. One monster after another kept coming, and Ellen still countered them, though each strike carried a little less force than the last. As for Bantai, he remained thoroughly entertained, commenting like a spectator, "Go crazier, even crazier." He had in fact planned this hunt from the very beginning. Madness gives birth to power, and power dulls your sword, and in the end, it will leave you exhausted. He was willing to sacrifice the small monsters in order to claim the big one. Those slashes he makes with that dragon aura are certainly powerful, but they have no precision at all. This undead army truly is his natural enemy. Quietly, he fitted another bolt to the crossbow and looked at Ellen with a sinister gaze, arranging everything to carry out his dark design. "I'll let the undead wear down his stamina, and then my axe will finish him with a single blow." After thinking it through, he sank into pleasure and smiled that revolting, savage smile. Bantai aimed the crossbow at Ellen and shouted, "Do your best, kid. No matter what you do, it's hopeless anyway." He believed that from the very beginning, everything in this world had already been decided. Everything, even this battle. Bantai kept insisting, "Your stupidity and stubbornness won't help you live a second longer." Then he roared madly, "Ruline's fate has already been decided, along with Sissek's." Hearing that, Ellen froze, his eyes going wide in disbelief. Bantai still believed he was never wrong, that his own words were the ultimate measure of truth. Even the life and death of others, in his mind, were things he himself determined. Where do you think you can run to escape fate? Bantai no longer resembled a man at all. He had sunk into the beautiful dream of domination that he himself had created. "We will rule the empire, and in the end, you will become our slave." For a moment, Ellen stood there in stunned silence, his whole body rigid and unresponsive, as though a heavy stone were pinning him in place. Then memories began to rise in his mind, filled with the poverty-stricken images of the past. The circumstances back then had been unimaginably harsh, and the times themselves were not advanced. That sudden fire had taken everything he had. In that year, the whole village burned to death. Flames engulfed the entire small settlement, destroying the crude, fragile homes. It had also taken the parents of those poor children, turning them into orphans with nowhere to rely on. Suddenly, Ellen felt a hollow emptiness in his heart, a sense of not belonging here seeping into every corner of his body. Then he asked himself, "That's right. What am I even doing?" Ellen stood there in a daze. The uproar around him failed to let a single sound break through the haze of his thoughts. Then, taking advantage of his lapse in focus, 2 monsters suddenly lunged straight at him. Seeing that the moment had ripened, Bantai aimed his crossbow at Ellen again and shouted through his beard, "Die." Just when everyone thought Ellen was truly done for this time, a stream of blue aura suddenly spread out, enveloping the vast space around him. That blue energy easily snapped both arrows in half before they could even touch Ellen's skin. That same strange blue aura cleanly severed one of the monster's legs as it lunged forward, sending it tumbling through the air. Bantai froze at once, his shriveled face twisting into an ugly grimace. At that very moment, Ellen drew out the second dragon aura within his body, letting it manifest in complete form. The beast that had been about to attack him had all 4 of its legs cut off by the blue aura and collapsed to the ground, shrieking in pain. Bantai quickly suppressed his astonishment. "He can cut that precisely, even though my undead army is so agile." But he still could not let go of his spiteful temper and cursed at Ellen. "So you've made it impossible for them to move now, you bastard. Ellen still stood there in imposing majesty within the safe ring of dragon aura. In that instant, the entire area lit up as though this was the real Ellen at last. No one could touch him so easily anymore. Ellen's dragon aura kept spreading wider, drawing closer and closer to Bantai's position. Only then did Bantai realize how serious the situation had become. He's not just throwing attacks around anymore, and that wasn't even the only problem. He cursed in fury. Even his aura has changed too, damn it. It seemed that dragon aura had the ability to heal its host's wounds. Because although Ellen had suffered many injuries, there was almost no real weakness left affecting his combat ability. Bantai was so shocked that fear finally crept into him and made him lean back. Now is not the time to let his rage toward Ellen trap him. Ellen gripped the sword set with a blue gemstone tightly in his hand, focusing all his strength as the inheritor of House Vandy's will. Scene after scene of fighting monsters to protect the innocent played again in slow motion through his memory. Back then, Raven had done it. He had successfully protected the innocent and restored peace to the world. Ellen silently encouraged himself and tightened his grip on the sword even more. As if to steel his resolve, he told himself, "I will fulfill my duty." Outside, the cavalry still continued their assault on the territory, even though the castle had already been surrounded by flames. The land, once swallowed by darkness, had now become a place blazing with light. The great mansion had been burned to ashes, ruined so completely that its original shape was no longer recognizable. On a narrow path, Geordie and the other three were being driven into a corner by a pack of brainless cavalrymen. Every one of them pointed swords at the group and threatened, "It's over. You're not getting away." Geordie and the others clustered together, retreating little by little toward the roaring flames behind them. The foolish, short-tempered Tylan blurted out directly, "Hey, why did we even come here? Now we got nowhere left to go." Sulla snapped back at once. What other choice did we have? It's not like we can just jump into the fire. The whole mansion's already become a sea of flames. Gut, provoked into anger, threatened Tylan in return. "Keep whining, and I'll hand your head over to them myself." Geordie joined in with a few words of his own. Joking aside, that really might be the only way any of us make it out alive. Tylan started trembling the moment he heard that. And no, that can't be. Before they could even think of a way out, the cavalry rushed them with swords drawn, ready to kill. The four immediately backed away in alarm as the crowd closed in. Just as their blades were about to reach flesh, everything changed at once. A mysterious spell suddenly appeared and halted the cavalrymen's frantic advance. In the next instant, that magic blasted apart all the earth and stone that had already become brittle from the fire's heat. Everyone stared in confusion. Geordie was no less shocked, because that spell seemed to have just saved them from a grisly massacre. What? Right then, Sadek shot up through the smoke, using the thick haze to blind the cavalry temporarily. Geordie could only stare in a daze, and Sulla and the other two wore the same astonished expression. None of them had ever seen anything like this before. The cavalry gaped too. Like Gut and the others, they had never witnessed such a scene before. Sadek followed up with another spell, sending a powerful stream of blue magic crashing down from above. And Sadek continued to glide lightly through the air on his special wings, untouched by even the slightest remnant of the blaze. He appeared like a savior to Tylan and Geordie's group of three, leaving them all stunned. Only now did Sulla notice Sodek's wings. Wings? Tylan stared in a trance, unable to control his mouth as he blurted out, "They're beautiful." When the smoke cleared, the full scene was revealed. The stretch of earth between them and the cavalry had been destroyed by Sadek, turned into a gaping pit of broken stone and dirt. For the moment, the four were safe and still alive. Since appearing, Sadek had not said a single word. He simply flew down and picked them up. He moved even faster than the fire spread, reaching the ground in less than 5 seconds. Geordie and the others instinctively recoiled in surprise. Who would have thought that besides magic, Sadek also possessed overwhelming physical strength? Lifting Sulla and Tylan by the collars with one hand, each was no trouble at all. Just like that, Sadek successfully rescued the four of them from the sea of fire and the cavalry's encirclement, while they themselves remained stunned and speechless. Before the cavalry could do anything, their prey had already been taken from right before their eyes. Sadek beat his wings and flew as high as he could. Since first appearing, his face had remained expressionless, and he still had not opened his mouth to say a single word. In a moment, he had saved 4 lives in front of dozens of cavalrymen. Only after they had completely gone did the others come back to their senses. They ran away. What the hell was that? That person, Sadek, flew through the sky with all 4 of Geordie's group and Tylan in his grasp, successfully carrying them away from the cavalry. But even now, Tylan still had not fully recovered from the shock. He's carrying several grown adults in his hands. What terrifying strength. Sulla shot him a sidelong look and asked, "Is that the only thing surprising you right now?" Geordie did not argue and merely gave an awkward laugh, while Gut could not even manage a word. His face is drawn and lifeless as a corpse. Just like that, the 5 of them escaped the burning mansion by a hair's breadth and successfully completed their objective. But at that moment, Isla was still inside the building. He remained in that mansion where the flames raged wildly. The reason he could not leave at once was that he was still facing dozens of cavalrymen. Even so, Isla showed not the slightest trace of fear. He simply turned and looked at them with weary, insolent eyes. Blood still streamed from the sword in his hand, as though it marked a turning point proving Isla's growth. The real Fillmore had already been thoroughly dealt with by Isla, yet the thing still managed to rant madly. "You've done well. Come here, all of you." Ignoring the soldiers' shocked eyes and grim expressions, it continued babbling away. "Truly the gallant army of Sisek that I personally raised." It seemed immensely proud of those men, of its loyal associates. Even Isla felt a chill after hearing that, and his gaze dropped unconsciously to the creature's mangled body. It gave the order, "Bring him down." But no one moved, because they had all seen the railing post skewering straight through its body. Its throat had been sliced so deeply that nearly half of it was gone, and both arms had been completely severed, yet it could still speak. There was hardly even any blood around it. It was all the unmistakable evidence of an undead corpse. Growing impatient, it shouted, "Hurry up!" But they did not dare move. Only now did they stammer out, "Commander, Commander Fillmore." It merely looked back at them with confusion. Then one of the cavalrymen noticed something wrong. Trembling, he declared, "No, that's not the commander." He pointed insistently at the grotesque body and shouted, "What is that monster supposed to be? He's an imposter." For a moment, Fillmore stared wide-eyed at him and the others as if unable to believe it. But before it could react, the cavalrymen had already raised their swords together and cut it down without hesitation. Isla simply stood there quietly enjoying the vivid spectacle before him. Even when the thing's blood splattered onto his face, he did not care in the slightest. He lifted the sword, sticky with its blood, and murmured to himself, "A puppet that exceeded human limits?" The blood-soaked blade rested in Isla's hand like a precious treasure. In the next instant, a bright sheen flashed across the sword, reflecting his own image back at him, another version of Isla himself. He lowered his eyes and stared at it, as though staring into his own self. Isla nodded in satisfaction and calmly sheathed the sword again. It was over. Fillmore had been killed thoroughly by the cavalry, leaving him no chance at all to come back. Right afterward, Isla turned and walked away. Both inside and outside the mansion, everything had been reduced to ashes by the flames. Whatever the fire had not reached had been smashed apart by soldiers, and nothing remained of its original form. Bantai, Geordie, Tylan, and the others still had not left the vast territory. They had only just reached the central area inside the domain when they saw a large crowd gather in the courtyard below. Geordie suddenly called out, "Hey, look over there. Something strange." The others were startled as well. Has House Bress's army stopped attacking? Sadek quickly turned his attention to what was happening below. He looked at the huge mansion, now burned to the ground, and pondered something for a long moment. The men who had just finished off Fillmore had already returned and rejoined the mass of cavalry. They were noisily discussing what had happened to their commander. Commander Fillmore was an imposter? Then what the hell were we even fighting for? No matter how noisy it was outside, it could not interrupt the direct confrontation between Ellen and Bantai. At some point, Bantai had learned of Fillmore's death and cursed under his breath. What a useless puppet. Ellen immediately sensed Bantai's weakened position and cut in. Looks like you won't be getting any more support, will you? Then let's end this here, Bantai. Bantai also noticed Ellen's sudden transformation. The wounds, had they already healed? By then, the cuts on Ellen's face had stopped bleeding, and some had even already scarred over. He stood before Bantai without a single sign of injury, nothing like a man who had just fought 2 brutal battles against monsters. Bantai guessed. Could it be that he also has an immortal body like the undead? No, this power is more like. The image of that strange being from years ago suddenly flashed into his mind, but he quickly pushed the thought away, unwilling to dwell on it. Bantai abruptly changed the subject. How do you know my name? Who told you that? And what else did he say? Ellen lowered his head and slowly began to introduce himself. I am. He hesitated, unable to say it aloud, but in his heart he had already spoken the words himself. I am Raven Vanty. A faint smile suddenly curved his lips, and the aura around him exploded outward. In an instant, dragon aura once again engulfed the entire area, including both Ellen and Bantai. That dragon aura enclosed the two of them and gave off a terrifying radiance. By now, Bantai's attitude was completely different from before. His eyes widened, his teeth clenched unconsciously, and his face twisted in utter shock. What the hell is this? Within the dense blue aura, the sword in Ellen's hand and his armor gradually changed color, shifting from mysterious pitch black to a pure, brilliant white. Bantai noticed it too. His armor changed color. Ellen's whole body slowly turned a gentle white, and Bantai muttered in disbelief. It turned white. Finally, even Ellen's hair changed to platinum blonde, and his cloak became a vivid red, stripping away the mask he had worn for so long. Ellen at last returned to the form of the true nobleman he had always wished to be. That was his true identity as well, the contractor of the White Dragon, Ellen Pendragon. He still stood inside the protective ring of dragon aura, facing the old man mounted on the bloodthirsty beast. Bantai stared at the entire transformation, stammering, unable to speak properly. Ellen Pendragon. You mean? Suddenly, his eyes darkened and his brows knit tightly, as though calculating something deep and unfathomable. The two remained standing silently in place for a while. Neither one made the first move. Bantai kept staring at Ellen, yet did not launch a single attack. Low growls and rasping sounds came from his throat like a blood-hungry beast. Ellen met his gaze with calm indifference, as if fully confident that no matter what Bantai did, he could handle it. In the end, Bantai moved first. He snatched the axe hanging on his back, drove his beast forward, and charged straight at Ellen. Ellen gave no ground and took up a fighting stance to meet him head-on. Bantai unexpectedly used the axe from the very start, bringing down what he considered a decisive life-or-death blow. Ellen showed no sign of fear, ready to answer any attack. The expression on his face did not change in the slightest. Moreover, he had not only his sword, but also dragon aura assisting him at the same time, like a pair of blades. With those two sharp weapons working together, nothing could withstand them. Ellen narrowed his eyes and struck at the most precise point on Bantai's body. Other than his massive body, his lack of martial skill, and that huge axe, Bantai had nothing else. All he could do was roar and bring the axe crashing down to vent his anger. Ellen's dragon aura blade cut through every layer of air before it, sweeping through everything in its path, including Bantai himself. With one powerful slash from Ellen, Bantai was cut clean across. The huge axe split in two, and his body was severed into 3 parts, while his lower half remained sitting on the monster. His upper torso spun through the air, and no one even knew where both arms had flown off to. It was as though the body remained while the man himself was already gone. Ellen showed no emotion at all as he dealt with Bantai. Bantai was hurled several meters away by the dragon aura, flesh and blood spraying everywhere. Only when Ellen fully lowered his hand did the pieces of Bantai's body finally hit the ground in a bloody heap. Only after Ellen saw that Bantai was completely incapable of resisting or doing anything more did the dragon aura on his sword slowly begin to recede. This time, Ellen had not even needed to expend much effort. A single slash was enough to eliminate Bantai cleanly. He seemed dead beyond doubt, yet Ellen suddenly heard a voice coming from him. You really are a special one, Ellen Pendra. Ellen instantly turned toward the source of the voice, sudden shock appearing on his face. Though less than half of his upper body remained, Bantai stubbornly continued. But what a pity. Ellen was only surprised and made no new move because aside from still being able to talk, Bantai's condition was utterly miserable. Bantai admitted, "This thing is only a puppet." Even the monster that Ellen had cut down along with him was crouched in a corner, groaning and snarling, hardly any different from him. Hearing that, Ellen found himself speechless for a moment. In the final moments before the body vanished, Bantai asked, "Where did you get that immortal body? And how do you know my name?" Since that body no longer had any value, Bantai spat out everything venomous on his mind. A brat from the Pendragon family. A child who used to be mocked as a tiny, cowardly white worm. Ellen remained standing there without replying, merely frowning as he watched. Bantai kept talking. "Anyway, it seems you're becoming quite a serious obstacle to many of our plans." Ellen stood motionless like a statue as Bantai's body began dissolving like a puddle of mud. Shameless to the end, Bantai declared, "I'll pursue you and hunt you down until the day you die, by any means necessary." He grew more deranged with every word. "I swear on a mad dog name of Demon Legion Commander Tovin Bantai." After saying that, he burst into uncontrollable laughter, and even his head began melting into sludge. In the blink of an eye, all of his flesh evaporated strangely before Ellen's eyes. The moment Bantai disappeared completely, Ellen said, "That's right. For now, nothing has changed yet." He was completely calm about it. This was only the beginning. More importantly, there was something even more urgent he needed to deal with now. First, he would begin with Rufa Thailand. In the east, the sun had begun to rise, and the horizon was gradually growing light. The black clouds of the endless night were finally parting. Inside a mansion near the harbor, however, darkness still cloaked the silent space. The candles inside had already burned halfway down. It was well past midnight. Two beautiful women in the flush of youth sat naked on the bed, clutching a thin blanket to cover themselves as they looked at the man before them, their faces slick with anxious sweat. The three women surrounded a naked man whose body was covered in wounds. Bantai suddenly snapped his eyes open, frightening them so badly that they recoiled in shock. More and more wounds began appearing across his body, until the veins on his bald head bulged violently. One of the women timidly pointed at him and said, "Bantai, there's blood." Instead of answering her, even he himself was in doubt. How the wounds I received passed through that puppet and been transferred to my real body? After feeling over himself for a long while, Bantai finally spoke. "I must urgently report this to that person." Elsewhere, the black night still covered the sky. Back at that same mansion being burned to the ground, the flames continued spreading, ferociously devouring the entire estate. Jordy's group of three, along with Isla and Soren, were all gathered there watching the spectacle. Meanwhile, Thailand was panting heavily, kneeling down and pleading for forgiveness in humiliating disgrace. Ellen looked at him with utter contempt. The only reason he had gone to find him was because of official business. Personally, he had not wanted to rescue Thailand from that death trap of a mansion in the slightest. And so Thailand knelt before Ellen in the most disgraceful way possible, right in his own estate. Ellen suddenly brought up the past. Back then, our positions were reversed. Startled, Thailand immediately barked back, "What the hell are you talking about?" Ellen narrowed his eyes, and in an instant those old, dark memories became vivid again. Back then, Thailand had arrogantly chained him up like a dog, and even haughtily grabbed him by the hair. He had tortured Ellen in every way imaginable, turning him into an object of amusement. After tormenting him to his heart's content, he had forced him to kneel in the rain for all the world to see, on the day of his deepest humiliation. Even now, Ellen still remembered everything clearly. His sword suddenly rose high. Then that same sword pressed against Thailand's neck, just as Thailand had once done to him. Thailand was so terrified that he did not dare utter a word, afraid that the slightest movement would cost him his life. Ellen began interrogating him with murderous force. 3 years ago, you sent a letter to House Vanny, didn't you? Thailand suddenly fell silent, not saying a word, while guilt showed plainly on his face. Ellen continued, "To set up the assassination of Prince Sane, you sent a letter coated in poison." Shocked, Thailand asked back, "How did you?" Seeing that he was not being honest, Ellen's aura suddenly surged outward, frightening him half to death. Jordy and the other two were stunned by the sight. Only Isla remained calm, as though already used to scenes like this. Geordie could only tremble inwardly. Is this aura? That was something only powerful warriors who had survived countless battlefields could use. He was utterly shocked by the sight before him. But this is the first time I've ever seen an aura this massive. Ellen pressed further. You did it to brand House Vanny as traitors. Under the crushing pressure of Ellen's presence, Tylan did not dare make a single reckless move. His whole body shook uncontrollably. Dissatisfied with his reaction, Ellen continued pressing him. Answer me. Tylan answered reflexively. Why, yes. But even he himself did not understand what he was saying. What is this? Then confession after confession began spilling from his mouth. House Vanny opposed the policies I issued. They were a bunch of low-born worms. Yet he could not understand why he was saying such things. I can't resist. The next moment, he suddenly became like a frantic child trying to explain himself. But I had no idea that poison medicine would be sent to the Crown Prince. He was horrified by the force of Ellen's dragon aura. His aura has already gone beyond all reason. His face twisted hideously, no longer resembling a nobleman at all, and he thought in panic, it's just like that man's aura. Ellen continued the interrogation. Who was the one who ordered you to do it? Tylan collapsed in fear, stammering incoherently. Sweat poured down him in streams as he stared only at the ground and answered it. It was an orc. Ellen stood there blankly, not understanding what he was saying. Tylan finally lowered his head completely and confessed the whole truth. He was a half-breed, born of an orc and a human. A terrifying pirate boss had sent him instructions on how to get rid of the Count's guests. Ellen was stunned by this unexpected revelation. A pirate? Isla was also surprised. It was the first time he had ever seen a case this strange. Tylan continued, Of course I was wary of him, but I couldn't resist him. He recalled how that man had threatened him that day. Even if you're exposed, we won't do anything bad to you. The man had sat brazenly in the high seat and threatened him. You see? Imnor dinay pirata. That alone had stayed with Tylan until now. He even remembered the man's name. Trembling, Tylan confessed, Tolio Arangis. That's his name. When Ellen heard that, his eyes widened in shock. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. Arangis? He said doubtfully. Duke Arangis? In Ellen's memory, Tolio had never been an ordinary man. The supreme ruler of the Southern Territory, the Duke of Arangis Domain, the Sea Dragon King? That day, it had also been that same man who personally held a sword to threaten him. Back then, every member of the tribe had been cruelly tortured to death by his hand. Even Ellen himself had once had his life threatened by him. This was never a simple man, nor the type to spare someone like Tylan so easily. At that moment, everyone silently stared at Tylan's miserable state, but no one intervened. They left Ellen to deal with him. After watching for a while, and still not understanding, Geordie asked, What the hell is he talking about, Ellen? Isla also spoke up. He had intended to call him Pendragon, but swallowed the word halfway and changed it to Raven. Ellen replied, It looks like we've found the people behind all of this. Just then, Bressa came rushing toward them in a frenzy. The moment he opened his mouth, he started cursing again. You bastards! What did you do to my Sophia? He was clutching Sophia's limp, melted body in his arms, trembling all over as he faced them. Ellen looked at him with obvious displeasure and called out coldly, Count Bressa. The Count was so furious he could barely do more than gasp for breath, shivering as he held his precious daughter in his arms. Bressa doted on her so much that tears and snot ran all over his face as he cried in a trembling voice, My beauty, my pride, no, one of the Empire's beauties, my beloved daughter, Sophia. He wailed, How could my precious daughter end up like this? Her body had melted into a horrible state, and he grew even more frantic, immediately grabbing the first person he could blame. It's your fault, isn't it, Tylan? The moment Tylan heard his name, he began to shake like a leaf. In a fit of rage, Bressa ordered at once, Gouge his eyes out, make him crawl on the ground like a dog, kill him. But after he finished shouting, nothing changed. Ellen's group of 6 still stood there unmoving. Tylan was still kneeling and groveling on the ground, and the soldiers did not charge forward. Gut's group did not even bother to take him seriously, muttering, What is that fat pig even saying? Only then did Ellen explain Captain Fillmore was manipulated by someone, like a puppet. So based on that, I suspect your daughter Sophia went through the same thing. Hearing that, Bressa froze. Ellen added, I'm guessing the two of them must have been acting strangely. At once, murmurs rose from the knights behind him, while Bressa himself remained standing there like a statue. his expression unchanged. Seeing that he still did not understand the implication, Ellen laid it bare. You started this meaningless war because you were deceived by someone else, you useless fool. Bressa gaped at him, sweat pouring down his face. Ellen continued, if you think I'm lying, ask your own soldiers. Why do you think they've stopped attacking? Bressa did not react. He did not say a single word, but his entire body trembled in waves. His face twisted, his brows knotted tightly together. At last, his anger exploded. Turning around, he roared at the cavalry, you insolent dogs. Seize them. But not a single knight obeyed him. Not only did they fail to draw their swords and charge, they even gathered in small groups and whispered among themselves. Unable to bear it, he shouted, what are you doing? Bressa stubbornly continued barking orders. Take them at once. But the cavalry only looked at him with contempt. There was not even a trace of respect left in their eyes. Unable to suppress his madness any longer, he screamed, didn't you hear me? I ordered you to seize them. Ellen spoke again, reminding him, because you started this meaningless war, countless villagers and soldiers died. Those remote villages have been completely burned down because of him, cutting off the only means of survival for the poor. Children have lost their fathers and mothers because of him, because of his empty vanity, and have become drifters cast out onto the streets. Ellen continued, even now that you know the truth. Before he could finish, Bressa hysterically cut him off. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Villagers? Soldiers? They're nothing. He grew more arrogant with every word, acting as if no one else mattered. But they're my property. Seeing that the cavalry was no longer of any use to him, he called for someone else. Mercenaries. Isla had long since been disgusted by him, and Bressa's words had finally crossed the line. Isla decisively drew his sword and pressed the sharp blade straight to Bressa's throat. In an instant, the man fell silent and did not dare utter another word. Isla's killing intent was no less intense than Ellen's. The moment he opened his mouth, it was to warn him. Shut up, right now. You have no right to speak here. Bressa's life was now as fragile as a glass cup. One wrong move, and his neck would take the full blow of the sword. So he trembled and dared not act rashly. Even while Isla completely restrained him, neither Ellen nor Soren intervened. Ellen softly called, Soren. Soren immediately understood the signal. Leaning briefly against Ellen's shoulder, he spread his wings and soared upward, and a pure white dragon tail gradually emerged. The sight before him made Bressa momentarily forget that a sword was pressed to his neck. His mouth fell open in shock. Wings? The band covering Soren's forehead came undone, revealing his ears and the 3 watermarked gemstones on his brow. His whole body shone with a clear, radiant light. Bressa stared blankly. Beautiful. Soren fully unleashed his power through Ellen, helping him transform once more. The light of their aura instantly spread, dazzling the whole area. For a moment, it blinded everyone present. Even Geordie's group had their vision obstructed by the brilliance. An unease rose instinctively in them. What's happening? The draconic aura was so powerful that it blasted Bressa several meters away. Sophia's hollow corpse was also flung from his hands. Their aura engulfed a vast stretch of space, forming a tremendous pillar of smoke that blocked everyone's view. The knights were also affected and knocked to the ground. Within that towering column of smoke, the vague outline of an enormous creature could be seen appearing and disappearing. That creature slowly opened its eyes, revealing ocean blue pupils and white, pale scales. The white dragon rose from the pillar of smoke with an overwhelming aura, beat its wings, and flew through the sky like a being finally freed after long days of confinement. Geordie stared so blankly that he seemed rooted to the spot. His whole group was stunned. A dragon? Soren turned into a dragon? Tylen was both shocked and terrified. His hair seemed to turn from platinum blonde to pure white before their eyes as he trembled and said, "This is the white dragon." He knew very well what it was. A creature capable of destroying an entire nation by itself, the strongest living being in existence. Bressa suddenly shook so hard that he could barely stand, his face ashen as he stammered, "Teach then this man." Then he saw Isla walk step by step toward the gigantic dragon. Isla reverently knelt on one knee and bowed his head like a loyal retainer. And Bressa was overcome with disbelief. Impossible. Ellen had transformed, the armor on his body shifting from black to white as he stood beneath the absolute protection of a lofty white dragon. Everything before Bressa's eyes felt impossible to believe. In his heart, he kept denying it. Impossible. The white dragon lowered its head until it was level with Ellen, and Ellen gently stroked it in return. Only then did Bressa realize, far too late, that Ellen was none other than Duke Pendragon, master of the White Dragon. The enormous white dragon let out a roar that shook heaven and earth. In an instant, Bressa's ordinary, untrained body was hurled dozens of feet away. Being thrown was not enough. He rolled several times across the hard stone ground, all belly fat and flailing limbs, and finally landed flat on his face. That fall left him battered and misshapen, smeared with dirt and blood. By the time he raised his head, the arrogance he had worn at the start was gone. Worse still, to his shock, the villagers, the innocents whose homes had been destroyed by his meaningless war, were now standing in front of him. One held a hoe, another a shovel, others carried blades and axes, all glaring at him with hatred. They had all been driven into poverty and despair because of him, and at that very moment the fury in their hearts erupted as they looked at him like they wanted to tear him apart. Bressa was utterly shocked. What? These serfs? Before he could recover, a fierce farmer struck him across the side with a spear. He howled in pain, but no one wanted to save him. That single spark was enough for all of them to rush him at once in revenge. Cursing him with hatred, they shouted, "Because of the war you started, my home was destroyed. We won't endure this any longer." The villagers mobbed him in a frenzy, beating him to vent their rage. "You disgusting pig." Clubs, spears, and axe blades stabbed and struck him again and again. Even then, Bressa still refused to admit he was wrong, screaming for help at the top of his lungs. "Please, someone save me. It hurts. My loyal knights. My soldiers." His cries echoed through the wide courtyard. "Save me." The cavalry merely stood outside and watched. None of them had any intention of helping him. They all felt Bressa deserved exactly this. Watching it all, Isla finally let out a long sigh. It's finally over. Beside him, Ellen also nodded in agreement. He felt much lighter inside. With a distant look in his eyes, he added, "At least this way, we've saved a little of Sissek's honor." Here, the sun began to rise, and the sky gradually brightened. A new day had begun. Now that everything had been dealt with, it was time for them to leave. They quickly returned to the inn from before. By the time they went back, night had already fallen, and the bright moon had risen high. Geordie set his beer mug on the table and sighed. "So he really is Duke Pendragon of the White Dragon." He continued, "I always thought he couldn't be an ordinary man, but..." Sulla was still half lost in the clouds, thinking about his beauty. Such a strong and handsome lord. "I have to work for him." Gut brushed it aside in displeasure. "Idiot. If you want to follow him, then go. We're mercenaries, people who bow to no one." Turning to look at the moon beyond the window, he said distantly, "And it's not as if we'll ever meet him again." The moment Gut finished speaking, Geordie and Sulla both became much quieter. Suddenly, someone else entered the room. The sound of footsteps drew everyone's attention. The three of them, who had just fallen silent, instinctively turned toward the door. Ellen entered the room slowly together with Isla and Sadek. He spoke first. "Just as I thought, everyone's here. Geordie, Sulla, and Gut." Geordie was extremely surprised to see Ellen here and asked, "Aren't you going to the nobles' welcoming banquet in Sissek?" As he pulled out a chair and sat down, Ellen explained, "Listening to all their flattery suddenly killed my appetite." He continued, "So I came here to drink with you all. Besides, I have something I need to ask of you." Outside the inn, the lamps were lit, and the moon still illuminated a corner of the sky as the night deepened toward midnight. After finishing his discussion with Geordie's group, Ellen stepped out onto the wide balcony outside the room. Isla and Sadek were already out there waiting for him, one leaning lazily against the wooden railing, the other seated properly at the tea table. Isla spoke first. "Are you done asking for what you needed?" Ellen nodded. "I am." But the cheerful look he had worn while talking to Geordie's group quickly disappeared. Even the faintest trace of a smile was gone. The atmosphere once again sank into silence, just as it had before Ellen arrived. His gaze drifted toward the empty distance, as though he still carried many thoughts he had not yet shared. After a while, Ellen was the one who spoke first again. "You made it possible for me to take up a sword and fight once more, Isla. Everything was thanks to you." Isla looked at him in slight surprise. It was the first time he had ever heard Ellen speak words of gratitude to him so directly. Ellen continued, "After I woke from that coma, I felt like I had no reason left to live." He finally revealed the truth of what he had been thinking all this time. "I didn't understand who I was." Isla remained silent, saying nothing, merely observing Ellen's expression. Ellen recalled that it was Isla who had helped him realize it. "But when you struck me, I understood." After that, he had come to realize, "I am no one else but myself." Ellen had gradually come to accept his own identity. "I am Ellen Pendragon." Thanks to Isla, he had also understood his own important mission. "As the ruler of House Pendragon's domain, I swore that I would claim the things I deserve." Isla lowered his head with a faint smile, then let go of the railing at the edge, and walked over to stand beside Ellen. Smiling lightly, he said, "If your grace loses your way again, then I'll just hit you again." Turning to him with a gentle smile, he added, "Because I am your sword." Hearing those words, Ellen felt even more at ease. He answered with a faint smile of his own. Suddenly, a familiar sound rang out and drew both their attention. At the same time, they looked up toward the sky ahead. Sadek had already spread his wings and flown away, leaving them some privacy. He flew toward the bright golden moon, leaving Ellen and Isla alone to enjoy the quiet together. Ellen unconsciously glanced toward the tea table where Sadek had been sitting earlier. On it were 2 empty cups and a bottle of beer, as if everything had been prepared in advance for them. Ellen looked at it in silence and smiled softly in thanks. Sadek had never been one for words, but he was always thoughtful. After leaving, he smiled to himself in quiet satisfaction. Under the moonlight, Ellen and Isla sat together drinking beer, raising their cups in a toast and talking about the past. The next day, the surviving villagers had already gathered in front of the inn early in the morning to express their gratitude to the people who had helped them. They chatted excitedly among themselves. It seems Duke Pendragon really did come to Sisek, and thanks to him, that disgusting fat pig Count Bressa is dead. Ellen's group gradually appeared as well, and the villagers all waited eagerly. "I'll never forget his great figure as long as I live. There he is." Sulla started spouting grand, flowery nonsense again. "It seems everyone has been waiting a very long time for a hero to save them from the hands of a foolish ruler." With exaggerated flair, she urged her horse forward and shouted, "I am the one and only woman of the Pendragon warrior, the woman warrior of the battlefield, Sulla." She finished dramatically as though expecting cheers, but the commoners had no idea who she was or what she had done. Even though she led the group, she received no applause at all. Geordie was far too used to scenes like this, yet still could not help feeling embarrassed. He muttered, "Hey, Sulla, you're overdoing it again." Ellen, more open than before, stopped Geordie and said, "Let her be. She makes things lively." He went on to explain, "I'm always stuck between these 2 silent people, so it gets boring enough to drive me mad." He turned to Geordie and spoke sincerely. "I'm truly grateful that you accepted my offer." Geordie answered modestly, "It's nothing. I couldn't ask for more. If anything, thank you because..." He looked toward Tylan, who was now shackled like a pitiful prisoner and so ragged he was barely recognizable. "If you hadn't helped us, capturing Tylan would have been impossible." Ellen said firmly, "You are all strong, and above all, you are comrades who went through life and death with me." He gestured toward Isla, "And this Vamba's knight here thinks highly of you as well." Isla's expression did not change in the slightest. Geordie swallowed nervously at the sight of that expression and did not dare speak carelessly. He glanced timidly at the person beside him, hesitant to continue. But soon he gathered his courage and joked, "Gut, I never thought a man who hates nobles as much as you do would come with us." Gut replied flatly, "That's because of the rotten relationship between me and you." Then, after a pause, he added, "Besides." Gut recalled everything from the previous night, when Ellen had lowered his head and asked them in earnest. He had felt somewhat reassured about Ellen then. He doesn't seem like the trash nobles out there. Gut had become more at ease with the decision to follow Ellen. "So I thought." At that moment, an elderly villager who looked rather advanced in years suddenly noticed him. The old man stroked his beard, feeling the person before him looked strangely familiar. "I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." In Ellen's figure, there lingered a trace of the raven from the past. Of course there did. They were one and the same. The raven of those days had also carried the same radiant glow that shone from him now. At last, the old man remembered and voiced his guess. "Lord Graven." There was no reply to his words, but in an instant a thin layer of clear tears welled up in his eyes. He did not disturb them. He simply stood there in silence, watching them leave. Ellen turned back and said to everyone, let's return to the Pendragon domain. At the same time, elsewhere, Bantai was kneeling respectfully before Arung, who sat arrogantly in the highest seat and rebuked him in a low voice. Not only was my son defeated, you failed to complete your mission as well. Unexpectedly, Bantai remained loyal enough to bow his head and accept his fault. Please punish me. Arung assumed the air of a wise ruler. Not only did he refrain from punishing him, he even praised him. It's fine. I like strong men. If we're going to deal with someone that's strong, then we need to find the proper method to counter him, don't we? With a faint smile, he added pointedly, besides, haven't we already thought of the next step in the plan? Hearing that, Bantai smiled with satisfaction. He immediately raised his head and answered respectfully, I am very pleased to hear it. Arung sat upon his seat while countless women surrounded him, endlessly flattering him. See Dragon King, Duke Arung. Stroking his beard, he frowned in thought. Duke Ellen Pendragon of the White Dragon. He seemed to be planning how to remove an obstacle from his game board, all but naming Ellen outright. Lately, that man has become quite a concern of mine. Back in the Pendragon domain, at Conrad Castle, everyone was overjoyed. Big Brother is coming back? Tada held Ellen's letter in his hand and read it aloud to the others. He says he's completed his mission in Sisek, so he'll be home soon. Hearing that, Irene happily took Linza's hand. Did you hear that, Linza? Just what I'd expect from my brother. Lady Helen, seated to one side, was overjoyed as well. She murmured Ellen's name to herself. Elsewhere, in the Pendragon family's military camp, Killian was training with 3 other soldiers. He leisurely settled into a fighting stance, and all 3 men charged at once. Killian calmly rushed forward with a wooden sword in hand. A sharp crack rang out, echoing everywhere from the clash. In an instant, Killian knocked the swords out of all 3 men's hands. Those watching from outside could not help but marvel at how quickly the spar ended and how brilliantly Killian had defeated them. Reed stared blankly at his own aching, trembling hands, astonished. He's gotten stronger. Hearing that, Killian looked immensely proud. Of course, I'm the one who killed all those pirate orcs in the battle at the Sinvan coast. He turned around, seeming convinced that they had finally recognized the true power he had gained from serving the young master for so many years. Looking exceedingly pleased with himself, Killian glanced at them and declared with dramatic flourish, as I am now, I could even defeat someone like Isla, except for Kata and Keratin. Everyone else was rendered speechless by the way Killian preened like a peacock, but the others still looked at him with complete admiration. They surrounded him and praised him without restraint, just as expected of the captain. Suddenly, Killian noticed someone. Vincent was approaching, clapping as he came. I failed to realize such an important person was here, Captain. To think you defeated 3 knights at once. What magnificent strength. Killian replied, Oh, thanks for the compliment. I don't think we've met before. Are you a visitor? Vincent gave a polite bow and introduced himself. I came here at Lord Pendragon's suggestion. My name is Vincent John. Everyone in the squad stared at Vincent blankly. They were extremely surprised by his sudden appearance here. Still smiling politely, Vincent began to wonder why they had all gone silent and were looking at him like that. At that moment, Killian hoisted his wooden sword onto his shoulder and said, I see. Then I'm sure you heard it from the Lord too. Tilting his head, Killian added, Politics and military rank don't matter here. We'll take the lead and rebuild this land ourselves. Killian suddenly pointed the tip of his sword at Vincent, startling him. But you're here, proud that the Lord chose you. Looking at the sword Killian angrily threw to the ground, Vincent had no idea how to respond. What was this random accusation supposed to mean? Then Killian fixed Vincent with a crafty stare and ordered, Pick up the sword. It's time for your entrance test. He pointed his sword at Vincent again. Show me your real strength. Right now, seeing Killian's intensity, the people around them broke into excited cheers. They egged Vincent on to pick up the sword, leaving him stiff and bewildered, with no clue what was going on. Suddenly remembering Iron's sly smile, he broke out in a cold sweat. Accepting his fate, Vincent picked up the sword. Am I really the old fox here? Vincent gripped the sword and calmly gave up resisting. Fine, I accept. Elsewhere, beneath a vividly blue sky, where cotton candy clouds drifted lazily by, in Count Sirit's territory, there was a bustling market packed with merchants and townsfolk. Sala's excited voice rang out. Haha, awesome. A big city really is on another level. Holding gemstones in her hands, she excitedly showed them off. Look at these gems. I bought them. Good took the items, inspected them for a moment, then said, more than half of these are fake. Hearing that, Sala was utterly flustered, and the commotion between the two of them drew plenty of attention. Up ahead, Ellen walked on, paying little attention to Sala's cries of, why didn't you warn me first? Jody asked with concern, why do you look so gloomy, my lord? He was always highly attentive to everyone's feelings. I know that for someone like you, a large city like this is nothing unusual. After a brief silence, Ellen replied, that's not it. Jody asked, puzzled. Then why did all of us have to come here? Ellen said nothing for a moment. Then he answered calmly, to meet Count Sirit. A little later, at Count Sirit's mansion, both Count Sirit and Luna were quite surprised when they saw Ellen's mature bearing, tinged with a commanding presence. Not only the two of them, but even the servants were startled. Ellen bowed politely. It has been a long time, Count Sirit, Miss Luna Sirit. Count Sirit was stunned. He thought, I'd heard the rumors, but to think Ellen Pendragon had changed this much. Beside him, Luna suddenly blushed. Something had changed. She stared at Ellen. After Sisek, he had changed once again. The afternoon sunlight poured through the window, making the scene feel tender, gentle, and warm. At the Sirit family reception table, Count Sirit said, I heard about what you did in Sisek. To think you captured the one behind the plot to assassinate the first prince. Ellen interrupted him. Soon, I'll head to the capital and explain everything to the emperor. After that, the truth may finally come to light. The count looked a little surprised. I understand, but he also sounded worried as he continued. Still, will everything really be all right? Count Bressa died because of this affair, and you won't be free from suspicion either. Taking a sip of tea, Ellen said calmly, a foolish ruler deserves to die. Hearing Ellen speak those arrogant yet composed words, the two of them could not hide their shock. Count Sirit asked in alarm, could it be that you were the one? This goes against imperial law. Setting down his teacup, Ellen said, he was a tyrant and an oppressor. He was dealt with by his own people. And if the empire attacks those people, a tremendous pressure radiated from him as he said coolly, then they will face my invasion, because I will stand against them. Count Sirit froze on the spot, his mouth hanging open without a word. Luna, sitting beside him, was equally stunned. She had never imagined Ellen would change so drastically. Later, when the conversation ended, Ellen and Luna stepped onto the balcony and looked out at the view below. Ellen suddenly called, Luna. Looking thoughtfully over the land, he said, your territory is doing quite well. It's even more developed than the Pendragon domain now. Luna blinked, not understanding what he meant. Ellen abruptly changed the subject. I'm sorry about what happened in Lors. I didn't listen to you. Luna flinched, then blushed. It's all right. That was... Ellen cut her off. Back then, I didn't understand. He remembered the raven he used to be, his life, and what it had meant. Slowly, he said, what was I living for? Ellen gazed at the view below in silence. But now, I can answer that. He suddenly remembered the moment Lady Helen hugged him and cried with happiness. Ayla angrily grabbing him by the collar, Sundrake smiling brightly, and his people, poor as they were, still insisting on seeing him off down this road. With firm resolve, Ellen declared, I will live as Ellen Pendragon. His eyes shone with sharpness and determination. And in the name of Pendragon, my territory will become a place where everyone can live a prosperous life. That is the answer I found in Sisek. The evening sunlight fell across Ellen, making him seem warm and radiant. Looking out over the fertile land, he said with unwavering conviction, that is my answer. Ellen sank into thought. Back then, I didn't understand my life or what it meant. He remembered being tightly embraced by Lady Helen, and the moments when his heart had wavered because of Luna. What was I living for? Resting a hand lightly on the railing, he confessed. But now, Luna was surprised by his attitude. Now I can say it. Ellen spoke with complete certainty. I will live as Ellen Pendragon. He had also made a solemn vow. And in the name of Pendragon, my territory will be a place where people can live happy lives. A new thought, a new conviction had taken shape in him. That is the solution I found in Sisek, and it is my answer. Luna fell silent at his attitude. He referred to what they had discussed together before. But as for the things she had said back then, Luna interrupted him. Understand. Quietly, she asked him a deeply personal question. Right now, you're drunk on love, aren't you? He closed his eyes, then awkwardly admitted, well, yes. She immediately understood. Then, With sincere simplicity, Luna asked, "Could I be your secretary?" Ellen looked genuinely surprised by the strange proposal. Luna spoke frankly about what she wanted. "If I learn properly, even I can do it, and I could stay by your side and help you." Startled, he hurried to deny it. "No, that's not." But she honestly confessed what had been in her heart. "What you said moved me." Then Luna looked up at him and, gathering all her courage, said, "I want to live as myself too." She boldly expressed her own wishes. "A life where I don't have to sit around waiting for Prince Charming. I want to try for myself." She tried to act as though she was fine and reassured him so he would not worry. "It's okay." Luna's eyes were tinged with sadness and a trace of disappointment. "Today isn't that day, is it?" Ellen immediately froze, and for a long while he could only stand there in silence, looking at her. On a beautiful day in the kingdom, Irene ran happily toward Ellen and shouted, "Brother!" She rushed over and threw her arms around him, startling him as well. "It's been so long since I last saw you." Ellen gathered his loved ones into his arms. Lady Helen immediately looked surprised and suddenly sensed the atmosphere around them. With her keen insight, she noticed the unusual change in Ellen as he interacted with everyone. "This boy has changed again." He looked at Lady Helen in surprise, while she too stared back, taken aback. Ellen slowly walked toward his mother and gently reached out his hand. Deeply moved, Ellen held her tightly in his arms. "I'm home, Mother." Helen could hardly believe this moment was real. Tears welled in her eyes at the sight of her son returning safely. Neither of them wanted to let go, and they held each other for a long while. The whole domain seemed filled with even greater joy as Lady Helen declared, "Welcome home, Ellen." He then went to see the officers and soldiers of his territory's army. Killian, surprised by Ellen's return, exclaimed, "It's been a long time, young master." With great pride, he boasted about his achievements. "While you were away, your loyal servant Killian led and protected the whole unit perfectly." He laughed loudly, slapped Vincent on the shoulder, and added, "And we've even gained a passionate new recruit." Vincent only glanced over in silence. Killian reaffirmed it to Ellen once more, adding Vincent's strong points. "Just as you said, young master. This guy really is arrogant, but his skills are beyond question. But in the end, he still puts himself above everyone else. He's still below me in skill, though. Youth, you know." As soon as Isla saw him, she froze in place in shock. Killian laughed loudly and explained how he had brought Vincent over. It was an interesting match, but he surrendered halfway through. The difference came down to endurance training. Vincent responded with great tact and humility, "I'm only an ordinary resident. After all, there's no way I could compare to the captain here." Isla stepped a little closer to take a better look at him. Her gaze immediately turned serious as she glared at him. Vincent did not avoid her stare and met it with equally sharp eyes. Off to one side, Ellen noticed the hostility between them. Pouring fine liquor into a cup, Ellen said conversationally, "You really are a sly old fox," right to the very end. As he sat speaking with Vincent, he said frankly, "You hid your true strength." Vincent savored the drink he had been offered and bluntly replied, "Aren't you the real old fox here, my lord?" Vincent laid out everything he had guessed about Ellen's intentions. "Weren't you testing me?" Ellen smiled in satisfaction at the man's quick wits and subtle cunning. He recalled the spar in front of everyone, a suspicious newcomer of mysterious origin defeating the knight captain. But Vincent was subtle and clever in the way he handled things, so he had already predicted what others would say. He admitted to deliberately losing ground in order to leave himself a way out, so that your honor would not be damaged. "I concealed the level of skill needed to fight you on equal terms." Even so, Vincent had to acknowledge Ellen's ability. "You truly do have an excellent knightly order." Ellen then asked him a difficult question. "Do you like to Pendragons?" Vincent answered vaguely, "That depends on you, my lord." Ellen increasingly felt that this man was hard to read and difficult to catch off guard. Vincent raised his glass and offered him a drink. In any case, Vincent picked up a bottle and said meaningfully, "The beer brewed here has a very distinct flavor. But for me, it still isn't enough." Pointing to the bottle, he asked Ellen, "Why do you think that is?" Ellen gave an interested smile. "It's begun." And so began what promised to be a strong, intoxicating exchange between the two of them. The test of Vincent, master of the Twilight Tower. The two sat facing each other like men in earnest. Looking at him with wise eyes, Ellen asked, "What is this territory lacking?" "That's your question, isn't it?" Vincent quietly poured another drink and sneered. "Take a guess." A blazing fire flickered in his eyes as he said with hidden meaning, "What makes the beer here different from the beer I drank in Lors?" The moment he said that, Vincent immediately transformed his spirit and thrust his sword straight at Ellen's face. The shining blade stopped just short of him, yet Ellen remained calm. Ellen smiled. He had sensed what he was facing. It was as if that blade could pierce him at any moment. That question, seeing Vincent's cold expression, made him even more certain. It felt as though he were in a duel with him. Facing a worthy opponent, Ellen had to be all the more careful with every word. One wrong step, and it would all be over, and Vincent would never side with him. Judging by the way Vincent had evaluated the beer, Ellen vaguely understood. Compared with beer from the harbor, it was a clear truth, much like the difference between Pendragon and Lors. Ellen keenly grasped it. What was lacking here was people. Closing his eyes before the fiery blade, then opening them with courage, he answered directly. The biggest difference is population. Hearing that answer, even Vincent was caught off guard and stood there blankly. Ellen honestly expressed his view. Though Pendragon's territory is vast, the population is sparse. Looking out through the window at the immense expanse of land, he gave a concrete example. Ordinarily, this land should be able to support over 100,000 people, but right now the population is barely 30,000. Ellen also pointed out details about people and the way they lived. Lors, on the other hand, has a seaport, and the flow of people into the city is enormous. Compared with Pendragon, the difference is like heaven and earth. Not only that, he clearly explained the deeper point behind Vincent's question about their local beer. Without a concentrated population, there can be no technical progress or military strength. That's why the taste of the beer will stay the same forever. Population itself is one of a territory's greatest strengths, and he spoke sincerely of everything he understood. That's what Pendragon lacks right now. Vincent's voice grew quiet as he replied with philosophical depth. Like a region's traditional sake, culture is extremely important. He took another sip of beer and emphasized it clearly. Simply put, the strength of a territory lies in the products it creates. Ellen glanced at him, somewhat tense. Vincent did not hide a trace of admiration for Ellen's leadership. From what I've investigated, this place is developing very rapidly thanks to your leadership, Ellen Pendragon. Immigration is gradually progressing as well. But he also bluntly pointed out the limitations he had seen with his own eyes. Even so, many of the immigrants are living in poverty. Ellen admitted the flaw and decided he would correct and improve it. Then we have to help them first for the good of the territory. Vincent immediately asked, "Ow!" Once again, the tip of his sword pressed down on Ellen with oppressive force. But Ellen had already thought of the perfect answer. Create fertile land and give him the right to farm it. In Ellen's view, that was the best method for the present moment. That way, we can naturally turn them into our people while also increasing the food supply. It kills two birds with one stone. Vincent seemed fairly surprised by the strategy. Ellen also recognized some of the risks. But this strategy has a problem. Vincent calmly prompted him, "Go on." Ellen expressed his concerns to Vincent. Safety. If thousands of people come here to farm, villages will spring up like mushrooms. And one thing my territory lacks is enough soldiers to protect them from bandits and monsters. Vincent tested him at once. What if you entrusted that to the Griffins? Once again, Vincent's question was direct, precise, and overwhelming. Ellen did not waver before the barrage of questions. No matter how tame they are, they're monsters by nature. Then he replied coolly, "If I truly want to make them my people, this task has to be handled by those they can trust." He had already arranged the plan in his mind. People like Isla, for example, knights, or an even better option, hire guards. Ellen understood the psychology of the incoming migrants with great subtlety. If we don't do that, they'll feel they're not being treated as human beings, but more like serfs. Hearing this, Vincent was taken aback by the tight logic of Ellen's arguments. Ellen sincerely wanted the best for the new settlers. They came here to escape poverty. A chance to change their lives is waiting for them. He was realistic about the simplest and most private hopes people carried inside. If we treat them like serfs, then the stream of people who come here with dreams and ambition will disappear. Ellen's persuasive, clear examples left Vincent silently listening to every word. I saw Sisek fall into that state, and I saw places where many nobles believed using force to suppress the people was the right thing to do. Ellen had learned from what he had witnessed with his own eyes. But if I do that, this territory will never prosper. He understood better than anyone the visions of oppression and exploitation of peasant labor. Push people too far, and they will resist. Those painful and miserable scenes were also among the deeper causes of rebellion. In the end, resentment builds, and people become willing to kill those who abuse them and their families for selfish gain. Over time, those negative feelings pile up until they unite and strike back against their rulers. A lord will ultimately be dealt with by his own people. Vincent's eyes widened in shock at such humane thinking, because a true lord is all the people living together in the same territory. The flaming sword that had been held near Ellen's throat withdrew on its own, as though ashamed and humiliated. The room where they sat was filled with blazing, burning light. Vincent could not hide his admiration as he murmured, "After meeting you again, I feel." Then he said honestly of Ellen, "You've changed." Ellen was a little surprised by the assessment. "Have I?" Vincent quietly replied, "Yes." He did not hide the worries in his heart either. But no matter how good your intentions are, they're useless without a plan. Ellen decisively commented on Vincent's mindset. "You're too strict." Vincent understood Ellen's determination well, so he chose his words carefully. "If you were an ordinary man, I wouldn't spare the praise if it let me use you." He took a long gulp of beer and continued, "But I intend to speak seriously with you." Ellen waited patiently, looking forward to the chance to discuss things with him. Vincent drained the bottle in one go, foam still clinging to the corner of his mouth. Setting down the empty bottle, he directly shared his amusing reason. "Because I still want to drink more of this excellent beer." Ellen immediately brightened with delight at hearing that. "I want to hear your thoughts." The two of them looked at each other in a far more relaxed and peaceful mood. Vincent then delivered good news. "I found a way to solve the immigration issue and even attract more people to this territory." Ellen answered happily, "I see." Vincent glanced at him and said meaningfully, "That answer was already in what you just said, Pendragon." The Griffin riders swooped downward like a storm wind. Isla was the one directing them, leading the aerial squad below. A flock of griffins glided smoothly through the sky. The elves were busy at work, and even the centaurs were helping. Everyone was hard at work, building large, sturdy houses. Some of the residents looked up in astonishment at the tremendous change. They said to one another, "This is incredible." It is. This rundown Jock village before their eyes. The village had transformed and become more prosperous than ever before. It's become a city now. Back with Ellen, he was surprised by Vincent's words. "You mean the answer lies in what I just said?" Vincent replied, "That's right." Then he made a remarkably fresh proposal. "We're going to carry out a large-scale construction project." Ellen stared at him in astonishment and repeated, "Construction?" Vincent immediately laid out the first step for change. "Now, we'll solve the employment problem for those poor immigrants." He explained that this approach was far more optimal and efficient. However, instead of giving them land and letting them do whatever they wanted with it, it would be better to give them construction work. Since this was a large-scale project, they would need thousands of people like them. Vincent presented another advantage of the plan. They would also be able to gather them all in one place. Ellen became excited and immediately realized how much safer that would be. If they did that, they could greatly reduce the number of soldiers needed to guard them. Vincent emphasized it clearly, and because it was such a massive project, they would certainly need even more people as well. He cleverly pointed out the deeper benefit in the details. One person would draw in another. That was exactly what he was aiming for in order to foster growth. It would eventually lead to the formation of a free city, a city that welcomed everyone regardless of citizenship, race, or species. A hopeful vision appeared in his mind. If everything went well, the population would grow at an incredible rate. At a manor in Jock City, in a meeting room, Ellen, Vincent, and Luna were there in person to hear the citizens' concerns. A farmer eagerly volunteered to join forces with everyone else. My land. There's a forest nearby with a lot of high-quality timber. Please give us priority in this latest expansion of the city." Another person offered to take on the task of entertaining the workers after a hard day's labor. He said excitedly, "I want to open a tavern for all the immigrant workers. After all, nothing beats a mug of beer after a tiring day." He came up with every possible reason to persuade them. They'll work hard, so at the end of the day. Hearing that man's story, Ellen gradually came to understand the deeper meaning behind what Vincent had said earlier. I finally get what he meant. One person will draw in another. These valuable tactics Vincent had so enthusiastically taught him made it clear. If there were enough people, demand for new businesses would also rise. Vincent frankly made it very clear, and from now on, that is what matters. He then carefully laid out another strategy. We'll sign contracts with the merchants gathered here and start trading. Ellen stood and addressed everyone. He sincerely thanked them. From the bottom of my heart, I am truly grateful to all of you for coming all this way. He also emphasized the human rights and benefits of this place. Jock City is a free city that does not discriminate based on race, species, or nationality. Luna lifted a large money pouch, and Ellen announced firmly, "However, if you wish to do business here, there is one rule you must follow." Luna poured shiny, newly minted gold coins onto the table. At the same time, he made an important decision. Everyone must use these dragon coins. Everyone was shocked to hear it. Ellen himself had once hesitated over making such a bold decision. Creating a new and independent currency? Vincent calmly assessed the matter and explained, "Of course the Empire won't approve of this. However, if the Pendragon family continues moving in the right direction, it will be possible." He mentioned the righteous battle spirit shown in Tolio as reassurance. Thanks to Ellen's battle at Lairs, the Empire's prince, Ian, was deeply grateful to him. On top of that, his brave deeds on the battlefield had earned great recognition. And because he had captured the mastermind behind the assassination plot against the Empire's first prince at Shisuc, that too became one of the key reasons pushing Ellen toward change. And because the one behind it all was the Sea Dragon King, the strength of the Pendragon family would be necessary in the coming battle against the Oranges family. Hearing that, Ellen wavered a little. Vincent also gave a sound reason for why this new currency would be accepted. Because of all these reasons, they would have no choice but to follow it. He spoke of the attractive benefits they would gain if they followed the plan properly. And if we can trade with the Empire using this currency, the Pendragon family's influence will only grow stronger. The strengths Vincent presented were extremely logical and would have a huge impact on Ellen's domain. And if you wish to obtain what you want within the Empire, my lord, you will need even greater power. That only strengthened Ellen's resolve even more. They will have to bear the full force of my attack, because I will fight shoulder to shoulder with the Empire. He immediately began considering it carefully, his hand trembling with anxiety. That's true. However, Ellen struggled with the challenge of issuing this new currency. No matter how many mines there are in this territory, it still won't be enough to mint all those gold coins, right? Vincent blankly stared for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. He told Ellen not to worry. He had already calculated everything in advance. You don't need to worry about that, because the money will. It was a beautiful sunset afternoon, pink sunlight washing over the scenery in dazzling splendor. The people receiving the coins were very curious. Can these dragon coins really be used? They were highly suspicious of the quality and value of this new currency. Compared to the Empire's coins, these contained only about 70% gold, and they were much smaller too. Once the construction is finished, a low-quality currency like this will disappear soon enough anyway. The man beside them immediately offered a prediction. I think it's the Empire's currency that will disappear. This man seemed highly knowledgeable and wise, and he was also a person of considerable power and status. Toast Giovanni, head of Giovanni, the Empire's fourth largest merchant guild. After carefully examining the coins, he gave his blunt assessment. Because they're smaller and more compact, they're easier to carry around. And it doesn't matter how much gold they contain. Their value is still equal to the Empire's currency. Tos explained the advantages of the new currency's compactness and convenience. So in terms of practical value, these two are the same. But the Empire's coins are heavier, so they're harder to carry. Then he posed a very realistic and useful question. So, which one would you choose to keep, and which one would you spend? The others were astonished by the intelligence and insight in his explanation. Vincent picked up a bottle of beer and said with deep philosophy, "There's an old saying in business, bad money drives out good money." He gave them the most practical explanation possible. The value of money is determined by its circulation in the market. Vincent was remarkably far-sighted in his judgment. If we can make the Empire's currency function like an asset, then sooner or later it will become no different from raw gold or, and when that happens, the market will be flooded with dragon coins. Luna began to understand a little and expressed her thoughts. So basically, the lower quality one will push out the higher quality one? He replied to her, exactly. Vincent raised his beer bottle and said with total confidence, even a single sheet of paper could make that happen. I believe that. Ellen was surprised. Really? Vincent answered while drinking. Well, only in theory anyway. He had great faith in what he was asserting. But perhaps in a future far beyond our deaths, there will be proof that it was true. Ellen realized it and smiled in satisfaction. He deeply admired Vincent's talent and vision. Even though I know what the future is really like, I still can't believe he can see that far ahead. In Ellen's eyes, Vincent was a truly formidable wise man. He's a frightening man. Vincent John of the Twilight Tower. Toast looked at the freshly issued coins and had to acknowledge the brilliance behind them. Whoever came up with a plan like this is quite capable. So you've succeeded. He was astonished and impressed that Ellen had found himself such a high-quality ally. So you managed to win over that cunning fox, Irene Pendragon. Toast clenched his fist and declared with certainty, within a year, no, within just half a year from now, it will cause an enormous stir. A splendid and radiant vision had taken shape like a seal of recognition. The city of freedom, Jacques. At the city gates, crowds of people moved in and out nonstop, just as Vincent John had planned. The immigrants talked among themselves. More and more newcomers quickly poured into Jacques, people of every kind. At a desk, the crowd was reporting their information to Luna, while a man spoke cheerfully. She focused intently, pen in hand, writing down everything he said. Sunlight shone over the main castle, and she held the pile of collected information about the immigrants in her hands. Then Luna calmly reported, "This is today's report for Jacques." Ellen and Vincent sat before her, receiving the stack of reports and reviewing them. Ellen looked over the documents seriously, then turned to Vincent beside him and commented, "Everything is still going according to plan, right?" Vincent agreed. Then he calmly looked over the paper and pointed out the strengths and weaknesses. Still, she has a real eye for business, and she can even see through their true intentions. Then he looked up and praised Luna. "You really are very talented in this field." Receiving such praise, her face lit up with a delighted smile. Vincent looked at her and smiled. "The number of businesses has been rising so quickly lately that the two of us alone couldn't possibly handle all the work without your help." Luna placed a hand on her chest and smiled modestly with joy. "Thank you very much, my lord." Then she left the room, and silence filled the space except for the sound of the door closing. Vincent turned to Ellen with a smile. "She's quite good, isn't she, Pendragon?" Ellen looked over in surprise, then lowered his head with a smile as well. "Yeah." Elsewhere, a group of people was working on a wooden structure. A green orc carried over a log, then quickly tossed it upward. "Here, catch Pendragon." Ellen darted forward on the upper level to catch it, while the others looked on in astonishment. Then he angrily shouted down at the green orc below, "Idiot, if you throw it that hard." But the orc arrogantly teased him. "What else could I do? To us orcs, that thing weighs nothing." Above them, Isla sat astride her bird, looking down over the worksite. Her lips pressed together slightly, her gaze fixed on Ellen as he spoke with the workers beside him. Below, Luna and Vincent sat in chairs overseeing the construction. She widened her eyes and asked, "But why is Irene doing construction work?" Vincent swirled the drink in his hand and explained with his eyes closed, "It's an image strategy." Then he raised his glass to his lips, preparing to drink. "If my lord sweats alongside the workers, he'll win the people's goodwill," Vincent concluded, as someone who walks alongside them. Luna gave an awkward smile and looked over, not knowing what to say. Vincent widened his eyes and added, "I'm the one who suggested he do it." Up above, Ellen was still smiling and energetically working with the others. Vincent commented, "Though it seems he's rather used to this kind of work." His eyes stayed fixed on Ellen, who was still enthusiastically working up sweat. Vincent's gaze lowered as he thought to himself. Back then, he remembered that in his previous life, he had also planted rice alongside the villagers. "In my previous life, I helped a lot too. In the Vanter family." On the bank, his mother came carrying food and called out to him. He looked up at her, and his mother. She held a basket of food and smiled as she waved down at him. Ellen lowered his head, a little sorrowful. She was always. Suddenly, someone below shouted to him, "Irene." Everyone looked down. It was Linda. She was carrying a basket of bread and called out, "It's lunchtime." Soon afterward, the whole group, including the orcs and birdfolk, sat on the ground eating bread. Linda handed a loaf to Ellen. He took a bite, widened his eyes in surprise, and praised it. "This is delicious." Hearing that, she smiled happily. "Well, I used to be a commoner, so I'm used to doing this kind of thing." Her hands were rough and calloused. He stared blankly at them, then widened his eyes as though realizing something. The image of his mother from his previous life rose in his mind through Linda's appearance. Luna had been staring for a long while, and now she too looked up at him in the evening light. Linda looked at him with slight confusion, while Luna and Vincent beside her also looked puzzled. Vincent smiled, while Luna beside him looked surprised. "I have a feeling I'm going to get to drink some really good beer in this territory soon." Her face showed a trace of concern, and Vincent noticed it with a glance. Up above, Sorik also looked down at the castle from afar. She said in astonishment, "Everything is slowly changing." The city and its development policies had advanced at a startling pace. "It's been some time since I arrived here." Pendragon had remained unchanged for so long. She recalled her agreement with Ray and thought, but after making that deal with Ray, Sorik still stood in silence, looking at the castle from afar. Her eyes narrowed as she called inwardly, the wind passing through her hair. "What do you think, Alex?" Then she looked up at the blazing sun overhead and cried out in her heart, "Alex Pendragon." On another mountaintop, a man and his horse stood looking down at the castle. He murmured, "I've finally made it here, the place I've always longed for. Pendragon territory." He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. "And right here, I, Leon Johnbone," he smiled excitedly into the wind, "will become a proud and honorable knight." Leon's face was full of confidence. At that moment, Linda, the maid, was distributing food to the people. "Irene," she called brightly, "everyone, Pendragon territory, is providing construction work for immigrants." As she walked around saying it, she added, "You won't have to worry about food either." The men were captivated and murmured in praise. "She's beautiful. Yeah, really beautiful." Vincent, seated with Mia, complimented her. "Just as I thought, Lady Irene is perfect for this role. She's doing very well." The little girl replied, "She said it's a strategy to improve our image. Humans are so strange." The two of them observed Irene. "Isn't she gorgeous? She looks like an elf." "That's rude, you know." Cheerfully, Irene handed food to a man sitting nearby. "Here, help yourself." He accepted it and said, "Thank you." Irene bent down reassuringly. "It'll be all right. We'll provide jobs." Suddenly, the man's whole body began trembling and he stammered, "And no." Then, she found it strange. Irene looked at him and thought, "That's a pretty good sword he has." She wondered inwardly, "And he's well dressed too. Is he really an immigrant?" Suddenly, a grotesque zombie lunged out right beside them. The two stared at it in alarm. Tada, riding Kazali, blurted out in shock, "A zombie!" Then a whole series of other bizarre monsters appeared. "They're here." The first zombie pounced toward Irene's people, and she screamed in fear. "Look out!" The young man from before leapt in to save her, shouting loudly. But a moment later, the disgusting zombie struck him and sent him flying. Irene stared at him and failed to notice the zombie in front of her opening its mouth wide. A pair of feet came running fast. It was Vincent. With one arm, he pulled Irene into an embrace, and with the other he drew his sword and cut the zombie clean through. It split into 3 separate pieces. After a while, things finally calmed down again. He spoke up. "This area is dangerous." There was nothing on the notice board saying monsters like these could appear. Irene said breathlessly, "Thank you, Sir John." Then she turned and looked at the ground, only to find that the young man had collapsed there trembling. Irene hurried over in alarm and asked, "Are you okay?" He struggled to stand, his whole body shaking violently, and cried out, "How pathetic. I am truly pathetic." Irene encouraged him. "That's not true. You were really brave." Vincent added, "That's right. Thanks to you, I was able to get there in time to help." Helpless tears spilled from the young man's eyes as he struck the ground again and again with both hands. That still wasn't enough. I came to Pendragon because I wanted to become a knight." Vincent and Irene exchanged a look as if they understood something. Inside the castle, a calm voice rang out. "Thank you for saving my sister." Irene then said steadily, "From what I heard, you took the test to become part of the White Dragon forces, but you failed." The young man could not bring himself to meet Irene's eyes and quietly answered, "Yes." He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and spoke. I may not be able to become a knight, but meeting you is an honor. I've always admired you. Irene asked again, admired me? He answered, yes. At Governor Seguna's banquet. He continued, I was there too, and I witnessed the attack by the pirate orcs. I ran away as fast as I could. Clenching his fists, he cried out passionately, but you didn't. You fought those pirates with everything you had, and you even defeated them. The hero of Lairs. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Irene. I want to become a strong knight like you too, and I came all the way here from the imperial capital just to achieve that. After hearing him out, Irene fell silent for a moment before replying calmly, I understand. Irene then asked softly, since you're here, are you a noble as well? At that, the young man seemed to lose all energy. Then he slowly lowered his head and introduced himself. Yes, my name is Leon Johnbone. I am the second son of Count Johnbone. Irene found the name unfamiliar. Count Johnbone, he thought. I've never heard of him before. Leon stood there dejectedly for a moment. Then, with an awkward smile, he said, the Johnbone family is an honorary count's house. We're the clowns of the royal court. Irene was surprised. An honorary count? You mean your family has a nationally recognized talent? Leon smiled a little shyly and replied, yes. My family has taken pride in that path for generations. He went on, but the nobles at court don't see it that way. Irene listened intently. To them, we're just clowns and laughingstocks. I couldn't endure their contempt for us. Irene remained silent after hearing those words. Leon clenched his fists. That's why I wanted to become a knight, to fight like a warrior and restore the Johnbone family's honor. As he said that, his hands trembled without stopping. Irene sank into thought. So there are also victims of severe discrimination like this within the empire. A moment later, Irene spoke coldly. Lord Johnbone, Leon, I want to see your performance. Leon froze in place. Irene repeated firmly, show me. His expression turned serious. Then he tossed his cloak up and replied, understood. He immediately began demonstrating his talent. First, his pupils crossed in opposite directions. Then he slowly bent a leg up over his back with ease. A few seconds later, he steadied himself, crossed his eyes, and stuck out his tongue. He lifted his entire body into the air with one hand. Irene stared at him in stunned silence. Then Leon placed his hand on the floor, sprang high into the air in a single jump, threw both arms wide in midair, and seemed to float above them. He flipped several times through the air and landed lightly. After finishing the performance, he stood in a formal pose and bowed with perfect seriousness. Irene and Vincent watched with mouths agape. Irene stared at him for a while. Then Irene slowly stood up and said, that's true. You may not be able to become a knight. He added, but I know someone who can develop your talent. Leon, along with the two people behind him, widened their eyes in surprise. Irene lowered his head in thought. The man who taught me martial arts in my previous life, the one who stood by my side and rushed into battle with me. My master. The broad back of a powerfully built man appeared in his mind. The Black Panther warrior, Agat. If it's him, he can cultivate this boy's talent. Irene rested one hand on his hip and assessed Leon. Flexibility beyond ordinary people, especially his balance and jumping power. Then he cracked his knuckles and said, Leon Johnbone, become a gladiator. Leon froze for a few seconds on hearing it, then immediately clasped his hands and exclaimed, a gladiator? But inwardly he thought, that sounds so cool. It was already getting dark, and Vincent asked, so you and Leon are going to the capital together? Sitting across from him with his arms folded, Irene answered coldly, yes. Irene continued, and during that time, I may be able to find the person who can become his master. Vincent asked more carefully, will that be all right? This trip is very important to us. There are many objectives we have to accomplish. Irene interlaced his fingers and said in a lower tone, such as receiving the reward for punishing Luv Tai Lin and obtaining official approval for the Pendragon coin. Vincent cut in while taking a drink, and Luv Tai Lin's escort is about to depart. It's far too dangerous. He called out slowly, that's why we have to take some action. Irene looked up at him. I heard it from the crows and the orcs. He continued, some of the zombies and ghouls near the tomb, the ones we fought before, have come back to life. I think the lich we defeated back then is still wandering around somewhere out there. Vincent wondered. Then the zombies that attacked Lady Irene yesterday were. Before he could finish, he answered quickly, most likely. Looking troubled, he said, even after His Grace made a contract with the White Dragon, that thing still hasn't lost all its power? He fell silent for a few seconds, then replied, "It seems someone is behind this. Maybe it's a creature capable of standing against even a dragon." Late in the night, Irene lay back tiredly on the large bed. As if sensing someone's presence, she forced herself upright and opened her eyes to look. When she saw Sorik peeking in from outside the window, she cried out, "John." Irene invited her into the room and said, "It's been a while since I last saw you. What happened?" She answered slowly, "I was recovering my mana at the nest." Sorik added, "And outside Pendragon territory, staying in human form consumes a great deal of mana." Irene looked confused, then raised her voice. "Why didn't you tell me that before?" "If I had known." Sorik lowered her head and replied gently, "Because I wanted to stay by your side." At that, Irene fell silent. Sorik asked, "Are you happy?" Flustered, Irene replied, "No, it's not that." But her voice trailed off. She remembered the day when Sorik had held her under the rain to comfort her. And when she brought food to Irene, she had always looked at her with such gentle eyes. After a moment, Irene spoke. "You took care of me in Sisek." In a soft voice, Sorik said, "You don't need to apologize. Our souls are connected." Then she told Irene calmly, "And it's my fault that you ended up doing the opposite of what you once did." Irene stared at her in silence. Memories of the past flashed through her mind, and then she asked, "You don't know, do you? About what's going to happen?" She quickly answered, "I don't know." Sorik continued, "As for any magic that can turn back time, I don't currently know of any such spell." Irene listened as Sorik said, "And even if such magic exists, it would require an enormous amount of mana and a special place to contain all of it. A dragon vein, and my life as the leader of the dragon clan for something like that to happen." Irene clenched both hands. "That's right. Back then, the white dragon," she remembered, and said, "didn't fight with everything it had, and ended its own life, just like Pendragon. In my previous life, it wanted to return to the past." Sorik looked at Irene, who had gone blank. A second later, she stood up and said, "That's why I have to go." Irene looked puzzled. Sorik stood, gazing at the sky, her eyes distant somehow. To die back then. Then she turned back into a dragon and spread her wings, flying off over the Lote plains. The next morning, a carriage rolled along slowly. In Alice territory, at the martial festival, a young man lay sprawled on the ground, trembling and groaning after being beaten senseless. One of his arms was broken and could no longer move properly. The spectators in the stands were equally stunned. My God, to think the son of Count Lover. That boy got beaten to a pulp by that man. Even Lord Eder, the Holy Eye, ended up bruised and battered like this. After studying the man carefully, the audience wondered, who is he? His hands are stained with that young man's blood. Who is that mercenary? The man stood tall and proud, his hands clasped together. Then the announcement rang out. The winner is the warrior god. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, as though they held something no one could fathom. Even Irene, in Alice territory, couldn't help exclaiming, "Wow, he's really handsome." Her mate agreed at once. Territory. It turned out they were in Alice, the city of the galaxy, a beautiful place crowded with bustling streams of people. Over on this side, Irene wore a black cloak with the hood drawn over her head. Looking around, she thought to herself, the great territory of Alice. With a city like this, they'll soon stand on equal footing with the Empire. Irene said aloud, "There's so many people here." Leon quickly replied, "Because they hold a festival here once every year, it's become a tourist city." He added, "I've come here many times to improve my skills." Both Irene and the maid said at the same time, "I want to see Leon's skills too." "Me too." He looked surprised, then bit into his apple and laughed. "Ha, then just for a little while." The next second, he tossed up several more apples. The two girls widened their eyes in admiration as they watched Leon. He even used his legs to kick the apples up, dazzling them, with both hands hidden behind his back, then caught one on his back so it wouldn't fall. Next, he balanced 2 apples easily on his shoulders, then kept kicking apples from behind to the front. Everyone watching marveled. Whoa, he's not even using his hands. That guy's good. Leon kicked 1 apple high into the air with the tip of his shoe, then leapt up himself, and finally sent that apple flying. Irene and the maid clapped repeatedly, and Leon landed lightly. But then everyone turned to look in one direction. He followed their gaze. A rough-looking man was standing there with an axe slung over his back, and the apple Leon had thrown was stuck on him. The man glared at Leon with eyes as sharp as knives. In the very next second, Leon dropped to his knees and slammed his forehead to the ground in apology. but suddenly he felt something heavy on his shoulders. It was Irene. At some point, she had climbed onto his back. When he turned his head to look at Irene, he was immediately scolded. Food isn't something to waste. Leon broke out in a cold sweat and began trembling as he stammered, "I am sorry." The rough man and his companions laughed as well. Irene helped Leon to his feet, but by then all life seemed to have drained out of him. The maid, Linda, asked, "Are there really that many strong people here?" Irene answered coolly, "Because today is the day of the martial festival." Irene looked interestedly at Leon, and he muttered absent-mindedly, "Right? I completely forgot about that." Then suddenly, as if a thought flashed through his mind, Leon exclaimed excitedly, "Could it be that young master plans to participate?" His eyes shone as he heard Irene answer, "Yes." She thought to herself, "Though I wonder if he's even listening to me." Irene lowered her head slightly. "In my previous life, I heard about him, so now he's in a certain castle." A loud slam rang out, followed by an indignant voice. "How disgraceful!" The lord of Alice territory, Count Lover, trembled with rage. He scolded, "For generations, the house of Lover has been known for producing famous men." Then he said bitterly, "And yet Eder, who has been specially trained since birth." He looked at his son, covered in injuries and trembling in pain, yet still forced to listen to his father's words. "You become famous, known in many lands as the Holy Eye." His eyes bulged as he shouted, "And still you were utterly defeated by an old man with no weapon. Don't you feel ashamed?" The son and his two attendants all lowered their heads. "We're sorry. This defeat is unforgivable." Count Lover clenched his fists in fury. If he wins, then the Lover family's Galaxy Knights will become a laughingstock. Hearing that, the young man fell silent. Then someone slowly walked in and said, "You don't need to worry, father." He entered with two women in his arms, and the injured youth turned to look. "After all, you still have me." The son looked shocked. "Morgan, you." Holding a glass of wine, he gently swirled it, calm, yet brimming with confidence. "The number one great beauty of Alice." Then, in the next moment, he tossed the glass of red wine into the air, drew the sword hidden on his body, lowered his face, and swung the blade upward. One of the women caught the wine glass in both hands, but by then the glass had already been split cleanly in two by his sword. Count Lover and Eder stared wide-eyed at Morgan. He continued, "And the strongest knight in history," then smiled brilliantly and asked, "That would be me, Morgan Lover, correct?" The next second, he adjusted the buttons on his clothes. Back at the arena of the martial festival, the announcer's voice echoed, "And the winner is a god." Then came, "Lord Morgan Lover is the victor." The two stared each other down, each exuding a different kind of killing intent. Both of them would advance to the finals. In the baronial territory under Alice's jurisdiction, Baron Darson's domain, a hurried voice suddenly cried out, "Lord Darson! Lord Darson!" A young guard quickly said, "What do you think of that warrior? We should hire him as a guard for the Darson family." He continued, "His ability in the martial festival is really—" Lord Darson quietly cut him off. "Enough." But the young man kept babbling on. "But maybe that man could even defeat the genius, Lord Morgan." He shouted, "Enough. Get out." The two men immediately left. The youth asked in confusion, "What's with Lord Darson?" Turning to the person beside him, he said, "Even though he's a knight, he doesn't watch the tournament at all, and he doesn't train either." The other person replied, "It's almost like he's not even a noble anymore." Darson sat silently alone in the room. "I can't understand how a useless man like him could have received such a title." He picked up something like a floral button and looked at it tenderly. It reminded him of his little daughter. He slowly clenched the object in his hand, then covered his face without saying a word. For people stood in front of a large inn. Leon stared blankly. "So, my master is staying at this inn?" Irene sighed. She thought to herself, "My respected master from my previous life. Is he here right now?" Suddenly, Leon stammered, But at their feet, people lay unconscious everywhere. What the hell happened to these people? One man slowly said, "We came here to meet him." Leon hurriedly replied, "Huh? Oh, all right." The man trembled as he forced out a warning. "Don't even try talking to him. Turn back while you still can. He's absurdly strong, and that's with him not even using his full." Looking at the others lying unconscious, he continued, "All the nobles and knights came here after seeing his abilities in the festival to test his strength, and every single one of them was beaten senseless." Hearing that, Irene and Linda became frightened. Leon then turned to Irene. "Will everything really be all right?" She answered coolly, "There may be some situations beyond control." Then she instructed, "For now, leave it to me. A little later, she was standing in front of his room. She knocked on the door a few times and said, "Warrior God, there are some things I wish to discuss with you." There was complete silence and no reply. Then Agat's voice came from inside. "Get lost, unless you want to lose an eye." Irene fell silent. Then suddenly she said, "I know what happened to Joe and Raja." Instantly, a huge arm lunged at her. He stormed toward Irene in fury, his eyes bloodshot. Gritting his teeth, he glared at her with bulging eyes. Agat immediately threw a punch, but Irene reacted in time and dodged it. She kept evading his powerful attacks, thinking, "He's so fast." At that moment, Agat's foot had already reached her arm. He swung his leg up and kicked at Irene's face. Thanks to her quick reflexes, she dodged it and admired him inwardly. Just as expected, that's the technique I loved so much. Her eyes narrowed as she thought, now he'll use his third technique. Agat immediately launched a straight rising kick. Irene recognized it as the technique, willow sweeping kick, so she kept dodging his attacks. She struck Agat hard across the face with the back of her hand. The mark of her blow was left clear on his face. Not stopping there, Irene lifted her leg and kicked straight at him. He quickly blocked the blow with his hand. And then Irene used the very same technique he had just shown. She immediately raised her leg, then delivered a swift kick that sliced through the air straight at his face. Agat was thrown back, though he managed to keep his footing. Touching the blood trickling from his forehead, he stared hard at her. Then Agat spoke. "Did you copy my technique?" "No, you know it." She remained silent. He continued, "Who are you, and how do you know about my daughters?" Agat pressed her. "Are you an accomplice of that despicable bastard Morgan Lover?" Irene replied slowly, "I came here to change your fate, so I hope you'll listen to me." He stared at her. Irene looked directly into Agat's eyes in order to drive the final nail into the coffin of that monster wearing human skin. On a certain evening in the forest, Morgan, his face scratched and bloody, laughed to himself. I can't feel tired at all from this." With one hand on his hip, he smiled brightly. "That little slaughter outing." Then, gritting his teeth, he said, "Thanks to my beauty and wit, those stupid women can't resist my charm." At that moment, a soft foot marked with what looked like chain scars came into view on the ground, along with Morgan's bitter voice. "And by using my power, all my scandals and ugly rumors have been covered up." Laughing madly, he raised both hands and shouted in satisfaction, "It's as if everything in the world is in my hands, the symbol of lust and power. I possess it all. Ha ha ha." Walking beneath the moonlight in the late-night forest, he muttered to himself, 2 more days until the final. Then he lifted his blood-stained sword. "That old mercenary dared stand against my family." Madly, he licked the blood from the blade and said with confidence, "That man will drown in a sea of blood." Agat sat on his bare bed, smoking as he said, "You want me to believe what you're saying, even though I don't even know you?" Irene bowed her head and answered calmly, "Honored and extraordinary warrior, Agat." She looked up at him. "I truly only want to help you." He took a drag from his cigarette, then spoke again. "That sounds touching and all, but will it bring my daughters back?" Hearing that, Irene lowered her head in silence. His face was filled with pain, but his presence was murderous. They were violated and murdered by that vile bastard Morgan. "Nothing can bring Joe and Raja back, can it?" he said bitterly. "Those damn nobles. Their very existence is the law." Then he shouted angrily, "No matter what monstrous crime they commit, no one dares touch them." Agat's whole body seemed to radiate a dark, lethal aura. "If no one else would do anything to them, then I will." Irene stared at him in silence, then said, "Everything you said is true," she explained, "but if you keep doing this your way, you won't achieve your revenge. Instead, you'll be branded a criminal and exiled to the demon core." Agat looked at her with weary, hollow eyes. She continued, "And if that happens, all you'll do is crawl through mud across countless battlefields, fighting in meaningless wars." Irene said thoughtfully, "Until in the end you become nothing more than an empty corpse, expecting nothing but death." For a moment, both of them fell silent. Then Agat replied, "You talk as if you can see the future." She listened in silence as he said, "That counterattack of yours just now." Remembering their brief fight, he murmured in admiration, "Your timing and reaction speed were flawless." Agat frowned. "Did you already know and learn my technique?" Then he pressed again. "So let me ask you one more time. Who are you?" She answered slowly, "I can't reveal that to you." Irene looked straight into his eyes and said, "But I haven't lied to you even once." Everything I've said is sincere. Please understand that. Once again, both of them fell silent. He took a drag. Then speak. What do you want? At the arena hosting the martial festival, the cheers of the crowd rose in excitement. On the field, Agat and Morgan stood facing each other. The referee's voice announced, "The final match of the martial festival in Alice territory begins now." Morgan held his sword with supreme confidence. A peerless genius born once in 100 years, the strongest knight in Alice, the genius knight Morgan Lover. Then came Agat. He carried no weapon at all, yet remained calm and utterly unafraid. On the opposite side, an unknown man with an undefeated record in this tournament, the warrior Agat. Two spectators whispered to each other, "I've never seen the crowd this excited." "Yeah, old man Agat is famous now." A long-haired man glanced at Lord Darson and said, "Even Lord Darson, who's famous for hating this festival, came to watch." Dark circles under his eyes, Darson sat quietly and watched. Agat's appearance was plain, but his bearing was no less confident. Watching from the stands, Leon asked softly, "Is that really the same Agat we usually see?" Irene said as well, "Why does he suddenly seem so calm?" The maid Linda turned and asked Irene, "Did you say something to him, young Master Irene?" She replied coolly, "More or less." The three of them looked at her in confusion. Irene told Leon, "You need to watch this match very carefully, Leon." He quickly answered, "Yes." Count Lover looked smug, full of confidence in his son, and said proudly, "Haha, just look at those fools who know nothing. Eder and Morgan's skills are on a whole different level." His eyes widened as he barked, "Show them the difference between nobles and common trash." At that moment, the two stood facing each other in the arena. Morgan sneered, "You really did a number on my little brother yesterday, old man." Agat said nothing. Morgan gave a light laugh. "What, gone deaf, old man?" Confident in his own power, Morgan said, "Today will be your death anniversary." A purple aura immediately flared from his entire body. It spread all the way to the spectator area where Irene and the others were sitting. Irene frowned. "That's something only very few people can possess, aura. I didn't expect to see it in a territory like this." Then Morgan pointed his sword straight at Agat and smiled wickedly. "This festival can only end with your death. Don't blame me. It's the rules, after all." Agat swallowed, then slowly smiled and replied, "Is that so? That actually makes me glad." Morgan looked at him in confusion. Agat looked him straight in the eye and said, "Because you're the one who's going to die. I'll kill you without the slightest hesitation." Morgan's eyes widened at once, and he immediately charged at him with his sword. Agat rushed straight at him as well. He lunged and grabbed Morgan, one arm supporting his back while the other drew back a fist. Again and again, the battle unfolded in silence. Everyone in the stands watched the fierce fight with rapt attention. The two grappled with neither willing to yield. Then suddenly the crowd erupted in confusion. One person cried, "What's going on? Why did they stop moving?" Count Lover shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Kill him, Morgan." Irene and the maid Linda watched intently, while a satisfied smile had already spread across Irene's face. Agat held up Morgan's body. Morgan's tongue was hanging out, and his body was trembling violently. "What was it you said earlier, idiot?" Morgan shook uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his face as he groaned in agony. Then he fell silent. His eyes widened, and blood burst from his mouth. The next second, Morgan fell onto his back in the arena, motionless. He was dead. The spectators gaped in shock, while Agat stood proudly before his corpse. He smiled and said, "Huh, why am I talking to a corpse?" The referee's announcement echoed out. "Wah, the eldest son of the Lord of Alice territory, Morgan, has been defeated and killed in the match." His face was so horrifying it was hard to look at. Everyone was stunned. Irene exclaimed, "What just happened?" Leon hesitated. He was supposed to hit the armor, but Irene turned to Linda and said, "Heart-piercing strike. His internal organs are probably all destroyed." She said, "The force flowed from his palm like waves, passed through the armor, and shattered all his vital organs." All three stared at him in confusion. Leon asked softly, "Is that really true?" He nodded and replied, "That technique is passed down only to the holy warriors of the Temple of Taramis, the Supreme Grace." Leon frowned. "The Supreme Grace." Then his eyes lit up. "That's incredible." Irene thought to herself, "Even I can't imitate that technique." She looked at Agat in admiration. "Just as I thought, Agat, you are the strongest warrior." Count Lover stared in horror. mouth hanging open, and screamed, "No, Morgan, Morgan!" He saw his son lying motionless and shouted, "My son!" Pointing at Agat, he immediately gave the order, "Seize that old man. Kill him at once." Then, in a frenzy, he grabbed his sword and charged recklessly. "If not, I'll do it myself." He and his guards raised their swords at Agat as he shouted furiously, "How dare you? Dare you?" His whole body trembled. "A mere peasant dares do this to my son?" Agat answered with an easy smile, "According to the festival rules, it only ends with death." Then he added, "Wasn't that what your stupid, ugly son said himself?" Agat sneered, "So, you won't even follow the rules you made? Are nobles nothing more than a pack of thugs?" Count Lover roared in anger. "Shut up!" As he shouted, tears streamed down his face. "In this territory, I am the law." Suddenly, someone stepped down into the arena and spoke. "That's enough, my lord." Irene slowly walked toward them, her eyes icy sharp, her expression unreadable. Agat exclaimed in surprise. Count Lover ground his teeth and cursed. "What is it, you bastard? Are you trying to protect him?" He shrieked. "Accomplices are punished the same as criminals. Is that what you want?" Irene said calmly. "An accomplice is also a criminal, is that it?" Her voice turned firm. "Then that makes you a criminal too." He panicked. "What?" She continued. "Ignoring your son's crimes, twisting the very rules you set, and insulting and punishing those carrying out justice." Count Lover fell silent at her words. "A fool like you is unfit to be the lord of this territory." Irene coldly declared, "That means you, Count Lover." He trembled violently. What?" Then he shouted in her face, "What do you know? Who are you?" Irene stared straight into his eyes, and a brilliant golden light appeared. At once, something gigantic began to take shape, leaving both him and Agat overwhelmed. Sweat poured from Count Lover as he thought, "What is this terrifying presence?" The people in the stands gasped as well. "What is that? Look, it's a dragon." At that moment, a massive blue dragon appeared behind Irene. She said softly, "I'm the contractor of the White Dragon, Irene Pendragon." At once, the dragon beat its wings and let out several thunderous cries. Agat stood frozen. Irene Pendragon, one of the kingdom's 5 great dukes in the flesh. He could not believe his eyes. Behind Irene, blue dragon-like wings had sprouted. But Count Lover did not back down and laughed. "Ah, Irene Pendragon, so what? All you can do is borrow a dragon's power to threaten me." Then he declared, "Bring your army here and I'll fight you." Alice is one of the strongest powers in this kingdom. Irene's dragon lowered its head. Count Lover said firmly, "We are justice itself." Irene answered coldly, "Were you not listening, you fool? You are the criminal." Suddenly, the dragon vanished, and Irene let out a long breath. Then, a second later, she raised her voice. "People of this territory, listen to me. The reason warrior Agat came to this point," she shouted without hesitation, "is because Morgan Lover lured countless women only to murder them. He is the vilest kind of criminal." Everyone in the stands was horrified. "What?" Irene continued loudly. "And his daughter was one of Morgan's victims." Count Lover shouted, "What nonsense are you saying, you bastard? Don't pin that on me." He pointed his sword at her and demanded, "Where's your proof? If you don't have any, then you." At that, Irene immediately replied, "Rian Dawson." Count Lover froze the moment he heard that name, and Agat also fell silent. A second later, Irene shouted for all to hear, "Knight of the Vero territory under Alice, Baron Dawson, are you here?" Suddenly, a man rose to his feet in the middle of the stands. Gentle and composed, he lowered his head slightly. Irene answered Count Lover's challenge. "The proof is in that man's hands." She called respectfully, "Rian Dawson." Then she shouted again, "Knight of Vero under the great Alice territory, are you here, Baron Dawson?" Agat looked baffled, while Count Lover grew restless with fear. Rian stepped forward, head bowed, his face heavy with sorrow as he looked at them. Irene lifted her head to look at him. She shouted, wanting him to expose the villain. "Lord Dawson, in the summer 2 years ago, your daughter was murdered by Morgan Lover." Irene spoke angrily. "The price of your silence was the Vero territory." Then she shouted, "Isn't that right?" Those words made him lower his face in silence. Count Lover's face darkened. He fumbled and muttered, "How?" Rian stood there without a word. Suddenly tears poured down his face, and his voice broke with every word. I'm a foolish father. In agony, Rian recalled his daughter. 2 years ago, my little girl was killed on a country road. The haunting memory returned to him. Her eyes rolled white, her lower body covered in blood. Trembling, he said, and in her hand, Rian's voice shook as he explained. That was a gold badge. He continued. It bore the symbol of the Count's house. All the residents looked up at him in shock. Clenching his fist, Rian shouted angrily, I resolved to go to the Count's castle. His voice trembled with fear. But Morgan caught me and said, Rian remembered the threatening look on Morgan's face. Either you go to my father now and keep your mouth shut forever. Morgan's eyes had become terrifying. Or stay silent, and I'll grant you a bit of wealth. Rian continued, but his whole body would not stop shaking. Choose. Rian held up the old clasp and explained loudly to everyone. This is the evidence. The golden badge bearing the Count's crest gleamed in his hand. It cannot be fake. Everyone stood up in shock. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Really? But it's true that 2 years ago, Lord Dawson suddenly became a baron. Someone took the badge and exclaimed in alarm, This gold badge, it has the Count's emblem on it. People surged toward the evidence. Let me see. Me too. Leon looked doubtful, piecing it together. Linda gasped. So that's what it meant. Count Lover collapsed to his knees, muttering, No, impossible. Agat looked at him and laughed mockingly. What a surprise. Then he suddenly turned to Irene in suspicion. But Pendragon, Agat asked, How did you know? Irene lowered her head and said, Because, she recalled that time. After you were captured, Knight Dawson came to visit and express his gratitude to you. Bitterly, she thought in my previous life, you were the one who told me. Irene turned to look at the fallen Count Lover. In a stern voice, she said, Everything is clear now. Get lost, you fool. Furious, the Count answered weakly, his whole body trembling, I will never forgive him. Limping forward step by step, he shouted, He has committed countless crimes, not only treason, but the murder of a noble as well. I won't let you go. Having lost his mind, Count Lover charged at Irene. How can the lives of commoners compare to the life of a noble? He shouted, Protecting a criminal like him is no different from treason itself. He lunged straight at her, but Irene remained calm and did not even dodge. In a stern voice, she replied, If that is so, then I have no choice but to stand against the Empire. He froze in place. Irene continued, There is no place in this world for rulers who do not respect the lives of their subjects. Her eyes blazed with killing intent as she answered, And that includes you. Irene unleashed a tremendous power, and Count Lover shook uncontrollably within it. Irene drew her sword and swung in fury, sending a wave of power racing toward him. Count Lover raised his sword to block, but it shattered into pieces. Irene pointed her sword at him again, and Count Lover collapsed. Irene walked past his corpse and said coldly, Your life is worth nothing. She walked on in complete silence. No one dared make sound. Agat stared at her in astonishment, then praised her. Well said, young one. Irene turned her head and murmured softly, You are the kind of person this world and I need. Agat froze for a moment. Then he walked over to Irene and said cheerfully, I don't care whether you're a duke or not, and I don't know you. Agat turned his head, but I can't ignore the words of my benefactor. Irene smiled in satisfaction. He slapped her on the back once. Then the two of them threw their arms around each other like old friends. Irene looked at them in surprise. They really get along well. Linda added, It looks as if. She looked up at them and said, They've been fighting side by side for years. Meanwhile, Leon's eyes were filled with admiration. That's what real men are like. So cool. Suddenly, a hand pointed at his face. So, Agat asked suspiciously, This brat is going to become my disciple. Life under such a harsh teacher was miserable for Leon. Even with a carriage available, he had to run the whole way. Agat paid him no mind, calmly smoking. Leon panted in exhaustion, and Agat's eyes immediately turned menacing. He lashed Leon across the back with a whip, making him scream in pain. Angrily, Agat lectured him, Don't let yourself get out of breath like that. It'll wear you out even faster. In a real battle, that means death. He continued, Learning how to breathe properly is the foundation of combat. Leon answered respectfully, Yes. Another lash struck his back, and Agat corrected him. The right answer is yes, sir. Yes, sir. Inside the carriage, Irene watched Agat's method of training and broke out in a cold sweat. His training is a little harsh, isn't it? Linda worried. Will Leon really be okay like this? Irene said calmly. As a teacher, his skill is beyond question, and Leon has the talent needed to learn his techniques. Outside, Leon was drenched in sweat from exhaustion when he suddenly tripped over a branch and crashed to the ground. Leon's miserable scream rang out. Agat remained unfazed and continued his lecture. You weren't paying attention at all. On the battlefield, that also means death. The rope harness tied to Leon dragged him along the road behind the horses, smoke almost rising from the friction. When we reach the imperial capital, you'll spar against real opponents. Until then, carve these fundamentals into your body. Agat turned back to him with a fierce look. According to the Lord, I have 3 months to train you. So train until you're ready to die. Leon tearfully answered, Yes, sir. The two girls inside looked at each other in fear. This was truly brutal. Elsewhere, Luna cried out in disbelief after hearing the news. Irene was involved in the death of Count Lover's illegitimate son, Morgan Lover. The one reporting to her confirmed it. Yes, she acknowledged it herself, and even protected the one who committed the act. Vincent continued, I was surprised at first as well, but I listened to what happened. He reasoned, and it seems that the man called Morgan abused his power, attacking and killing young women. He was a true villain. Vincent recalled the intelligence he had received, and the one who killed him was a relative of one of his victims. He smiled in satisfaction. Justice was on their side. Vincent raised his glass, took a sip of wine, and continued. However, she has also given certain forces hostile to House Pendragon more room to move than before. He lowered his head and thought. His eyes did not deceive me. Vincent resolved inwardly that what he should do now was protect her from slander and help make her strong enough to rise and become a true king. Resting his chin on his hand, he thought further, so that she could protect the weak people of this empire, and so that his own long-held wish might also be fulfilled. Somewhere else, the Bird Rider squad was training in the sky. The birds darted swiftly through the air with terrifying power, sending leaves scattering everywhere. Targets were riddled with arrow marks. Isla looked utterly bored, her face expressionless. Vincent approached with a glass of wine in hand and said, How splendid, Lord Isla. Standing beside him, Vincent looked into the distance and said, Bird riding knights are our future. At this rate of progress, only the finest riders will be able to meet expectations. He looked up at the sky and continued, If we are to breed powerful bird-riding knights like these on a large scale. Closing his eyes, he praised Isla. That must mean the birds have been trained with extraordinary care and strictness. You truly are an outstanding leader. Even so, Isla kept a cold face and did not reply. Vincent tried again. By the way, would you be able to handle that matter? This time Isla did respond. No problem. Vincent smiled brightly. How reliable. I'll entrust strategic transport to you, because your strength shouldn't be wasted on ordinary tasks. Isla kept looking at the Bird Rider squad in the sky and said nothing more. The atmosphere between them was somewhat awkward. Vincent took a sip of his drink and thought, is he still irritated about the time we fought each other? He looked at that cold expression and wondered, or maybe he's just a quiet person. The silence continued. Isla stroked one of the birds, and it let out a soft, affectionate cry. He suddenly spoke. By the way, looking straight at Vincent, Isla asked, Do you know where Sean went? Vincent raised his glass and took another sip before answering, like the Lord himself. Vincent looked out at the distant sky. They only leave the duchy when they need to handle matters of real importance. Suddenly, one bird rider flew low, passing over a deep mountain crevice before coming to stop there. A flash of light appeared, and it transformed into the shape of a young woman. Sorik looked around and thought, just like what Zay told me from his memories. She looked at the faint green mist. The Lopstein Plains. There's an enormous amount of latent mana here. A dragon vein. Sora considered, if I make my new nest here, he might be able to. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and a black dragon came rushing toward her. Sorik tensed and thought, a black dragon? She was startled. Emuhan. The black dragon rose into the air, spiritual force pouring powerfully from around him. That sphere of energy spun in the air for a moment, then suddenly exploded into a blinding light. And the black dragon, too, changed into human form. Looking at Sorik, he wondered, Why have you come here, my queen? Black Dragon Emuhan wasted no time and asked, Does this dragon vein belong to you? Amihan replied at once, "No, your majesty. I merely discovered it by chance a few years ago. Forgive me for hiding it and not telling you." Sorik frowned. "Why didn't you tell me?" He lowered his eyes and answered calmly, "I simply did not want the queen to trouble herself over useless information, especially after making the Pendragon contract, when your dragon body was so unstable." Sorik stared at him in silence, as if trying to see through him. Amihan looked puzzled. "But how did you learn of this place?" He began to explain. "After finding this place, I witnessed the mana here go out of control twice." He raised one finger and counted each time. "The first was in the spring of this year. The second was when your majesty made your vow with the Pendragon family." Amihan said gravely, "And that Pendragon child, he not only possesses the aura of dragonkind, but also the aura of a demon god within his body." Sorik was shaken. She began to think back. This spring, could that have been when Zay was reborn as Irene Pendragon? Amihan continued, "Until now, a vow was either successfully made or it failed forever. I have never heard of any precedent like this." The green currents drifting around the place swirled gently. He emphasized, "On that exact day, the mana here went out of control." He looked at Sorik, somewhat hesitant. "And today, the queen appears here again, without my knowing anything. Could it be that you know something?" Amihan raised his voice in warning. "The true identity of that Pendragon boy." Sorik lowered her head, recalling the scene of Irene and Zaven falling to the ground together from the blood pit she herself had summoned. She closed her eyes and steadied herself. Not yet. It still wasn't time. Amihan's face hardened. He spread his dragon wings and rose into the air, then gave Sorik one final warning. "The power of a demon god can bring hell to this world. It destroys, then remakes another world." Narrowing his eyes, he said, "It is the duty of dragonkind to watch that Pendragon child's every move." Sorik clenched her teeth. "I know." However, she faced Amihan seriously, a little sharply. "That child is also the one I chose to be my contractor, the one who holds my soul." Then she warned him, "Never forget that." Black Dragon Amihan. Amihan transformed back into dragon form and flew high into the sky, leaving the cliff that held the dragon vein. Sorik watched him disappear into the distance and silently called out, "Zay." Far away, Amihan's figure vanished into the crimson sunset on the horizon. The sound of hooves and footsteps rang out without end. A passerby stopped in confusion. "What is this? Good heavens!" They stared in puzzlement at Leon desperately keeping pace with the horses. One man and two horses pulling that carriage. Leon patted one of the horses on the head and said with some effort, "This must be hard on you, pulling such a heavy carriage all this way." Agat bit down on his cigarette and lightly tossed a few chestnuts in his hand before hurling them forward. Leon nimbly dodged every chestnut thrown at him. Turning back happily, he said, "Don't compare me to those mindless horses, master." Irene poked her head out of the window and exclaimed, "Leon, you're amazing." Looking at the swelling crowd, she thought, more and more people. "We must be close." Leon joyfully pointed ahead and shouted, "There! Look, master! Look, young lord!" The enormous imperial capital before them drew admiration from everyone. It was the entrance to the imperial city, the Wall of Glory. Everyone got out of the carriage and stood staring at the sight before them. Irene widened her eyes. "This is..." She analyzed it inwardly. Those towering walls stand before a river 5 miles wide. No, to be exact, 10 miles. The endless stream of people astonished her. And on the bridge leading to the gate of the outer district, countless people swarmed in and out like ants. Irene was stunned. This is only the outer city, but the population here may already equal that of all Pendragon territory. Agat sighed a little. "What's so great about it? It's just packed with people." Leon immediately turned to him. "Master, don't worry." He excitedly pointed up at the Grand City Gate. "Because in a moment, we're going through that gate, the first gate." Irene was slightly surprised. There wasn't a single person there. They all moved toward the first gate, but a guard shouted, "Stop! Halt the carriage at once." He yelled, "Only counts and above may pass through the first gate. This passage is reserved exclusively for the imperial family." Then he formally requested, "Please enter through another gate." Agat sighed. "I'm not good at saying things nicely." Then he called Irene over. "Hey kid, come talk to them." Irene looked at them coldly, and her gaze made them freeze. Then a loud fanfare of trumpets blared. Agat shouted irritably. What's with all that noisy fuss? Leon, inside the carriage, covered his ears and shouted back. Whenever royalty or a duke of the empire arrives, the trumpets sound. Irene was startled. Huh, then could it be? The great gate opened, and the door of a lavish carriage swung wide. A man jumped down with full flair and came to a stop in front of Irene, standing there proudly. Ian cheerfully praised her. You always look so full of life, Your Grace, the white dragon of Pendragon. Irene frowned slightly, a bit displeased. And you're still the same. I hear your voice before I even see you, Prince Ian. Soft footsteps descended from the royal carriage, and a gentle voice called out, Irene. Ingrid stood before her politely, smiling in welcome. She greeted her softly. It's been such a long time since I last saw you. Irene grew a little awkward. Princess Ingrid. Ingrid smiled brightly. This is our first meeting after so long. Irene looked at Ingrid with a trace of alarm. When Irene hopped down from the carriage and waved happily. Your Highness, Princess. She smiled warmly. It's an honor to see you both again. Ian hurried over to her in delight. Lady Irene. He clasped Irene's hand and showered her with praise. It's only been a short while, and you've become even more beautiful. Irene looked a little helpless. She gazed toward the distant imperial castle and sighed. This place really was noisy. Agat watched their reunion and sighed to himself. Did they forget about us? Leon immediately replied, It seems that way, sir. Inside the splendid palace. Ian spoke first. You've become rather quiet lately, Irene Pendragon. The four of them drank tea together in the reception room. Irene shot back sarcastically. And you look truly exhausted, Prince Ian. Ian angrily pointed at her. That's your fault. No matter where you go, you cause trouble. He held his head helplessly. You caused trouble in Sisuk and in Alice. You have no idea how worried my sister was. And thanks to that, so was I. Irene replied frankly. As a duke, I only did what I had to do. Ian and Ingrid suddenly paused. He asked seriously, Then the culprit you captured in Sisuk. Irene answered softly, Luflin, I'll have a servant bring him here. Ian looked uneasy. Is that really safe? What if he attacks here? She sounded completely confident. There's no need to worry. My servant can keep him under control. Ian frowned. You have too many enemies right now. He began listing them one by one, including Count Luflion and also Governor Sigona. His influence stretches across the entire empire. Ian's voice suddenly turned low. But for this coming awards ceremony, he looked at her seriously. The Lindagore and Arangis families, two of the empire's 5 great ducal houses, will be coming as well. Irene was startled. She remembered that man's ferocious appearance. Arangis. Ian began speculating. The Great Duke and the Sea Dragon King almost never come to the capital. Could it be? Irene said firmly. Ian, could you do me a favor? She continued. I want you to gather the Empire's strongest knights. Outside, Agat and Leon were still standing by, waiting for their mistress. Leon crushed a chestnut shell with his bare hand, then raised it proudly. I did it, master. I crushed the chestnut. Agat waved him over. Leon. Then he dropped 3 chestnuts in a boy's hand. This time, you have to crush all 3 at once. Leon froze in shock. What? Agat added calmly, and do it within 10 days. Lon, thrown into panic, could only answer, Yes, sir. Linda watched the two of them and thought to herself awkwardly. That wasn't a question, was it? Agat held 5 chestnuts in his hand and crushed them in an instant with ease. He calmly let the pieces fall. A warrior without strong hands is like a knight who cannot ride. Leon lowered his head in disappointment. Yes, sir. Linda thought awkwardly. He's already given up. Irene and Ian came outside and immediately saw the two of them. Ian looked confused. Who are those two? Irene answered, Leon and Agat. 2 warriors who have joined House Pendragon. Ian narrowed his eyes. Agat. So that's him, the man who dealt with Alice's strongest knight. He glanced suspiciously at Leon, who was struggling to crush a chestnut. As for the other one, I vaguely remember him. Wasn't he some kind of court jester from House Johnbone? Irene corrected him firmly. He's not a jester anymore. He belongs to House Pendragon now. He's a warrior, she added, even if he's still in training. Ian turned to her, a little surprised. Irene watched Leon practicing chestnut crushing like his master and declared confidently, he'll become a powerful ally in the coming battle. Ian smiled. That's quite high praise coming from you. Irene looked at him and smirked. Agat looked around at his surroundings. Then he suddenly muttered, I don't suit a place this luxurious. from the chandeliers to the paintings covering the walls. He went on, all this glittering, fancy nonsense. Irene raised her voice as she approached them. Agat, Leon. She smiled brightly. Prince Ian has given us permission to tour the training grounds. They stepped into the crowded field, and Ian introduced it. These are the men who will become the Empire's sword and shield, the Golden Lion Corps. The knights trained relentlessly with fierce concentration. Wooden swords clashed over and over, and the spearmen made full use of their weapons as well. Agat laughed loudly. So, they've got a place like this here. He patted Leon on the shoulder. I'll let you play with them a little. Leon answered excitedly. Yes, master. Count Granite and his men stood ramrod straight, looking extremely stern. When he saw the group approach, he immediately grew cordial and spoke respectfully. Welcome, Prince Ian, the commander of the Golden Lion Corps, Count Granite. Count Granite pointed to the people behind Ian. And these people are... Ian turned and introduced the blonde young woman with her hair tied high. This is Irene Pendragon, the current head of Pendragon. Then Ian pointed to the other two, and these are her retainers. He turned back to the Count and continued. They wish to train alongside the Golden Lion Corps, so I invited them here. Count Granite nodded. I understand. He bowed politely, then raised his head. I will treat them with the utmost courtesy. Count Granite then led Ian and Irene to the Golden Lion Corps' training area. Irene observed her surroundings carefully. She watched two men fighting one another with wooden swords in close combat. Then she looked toward the archers, who were intensely focused. Nearby, a group sat astride their horses, eyeing one another warily, the cavalry. Irene lifted her head in surprise. There was even a griffin riding unit. She looked around in admiration. These soldiers were all being trained exceptionally well. Ian noticed how wide-eyed she had been this whole time, and he turned to ask, though he was clearly showing off a little. What do you think, Irene? The Golden Lion Corps is the pride of our empire. Count Granite followed up. Every member comes from noble or knightly blood. We selected them with great care to turn them into the finest knights. Ian said smugly, and even the knights before you now are merely average. Irene continued observing in silence, saying nothing. Elsewhere, a young hand toyed with 3 nuts as though they were playthings. Leon looked at Agat and asked curiously, Master, why do you and Lady Irene keep looking around like that? But Agat did not answer. Instead, he calmly said with interest, This is a pretty good place to find an opponent to play with. Agat took in the atmosphere, then clicked his tongue in annoyance at Leon, and stopped peeling those nuts. Leon awkwardly stopped at once. Ah, yes, sir. Suddenly, something shot through the air, and Leon instinctively dodged to the side. But the man standing behind him was struck and sent sprawling. A man walked over and sneered, Sorry. That may have been a little rude. He slid his sword back into its sheath, then looked at them with disdain. I guess I was a little too rough on a couple of fresh recruits. Then his eyes widened in surprise. Agat and Leon stared blankly, not understanding why he was suddenly looking at them so intently. The man walked up and studied Leon's face, hand on chin. Looking at your face reminds me of someone. His next words made Leon jump, panic breaking out in cold sweat. Your face was caked in makeup back then, so I almost didn't recognize you. Then he shouted excitedly, loudly enough for everyone to hear. You're the eldest son of House Jawbone, Leon, aren't you? Leon was terrified, sweat pouring off him like rain. Whispers immediately rose around them. House Jawbone, those clowns. The man, eager to humiliate him further, continued, I saw you perform once at the royal palace. He reenacted it mockingly. You twisted your body into a ball and rolled all across the stage. Then he clutched his stomach and burst into loud laughter before adding with fake praise, It was absolutely brilliant. A real masterpiece. Leon lowered his head in embarrassment, ashamed. But the man wouldn't let him go. So, that clown from back, then, has decided to change careers? You're not even carrying a sword or a spear. He sneered. What is your trump card throwing daggers? At that instant, a nut came flying from somewhere, hurled with tremendous force straight at him. The man caught it in one hand. The air went still. Every eye turned toward Agat's throw. Smirking, Agat held up the 3 nuts still in his own hand and said this. The man looked at the thing in his hand in confusion. A nut. Agat explained, We're fighters. We use these to train our fists to the limit. He clenched his hand, and the nut instantly shattered into fragments, to the point that we can crush an opponent's skull just as easily. Agat opened his hand, letting the broken pieces fall, and spoke under the man's stunned gaze. So we don't need useless weapons. Agat continued coldly. We can fight anywhere, anytime. Let's see whose style of combat is stronger. The man stood frozen in a daze, then suddenly got worked up and squeezed the nut in his hand with all his strength. It's just a stupid nut. I could do it too. But even using both hands and all his might, he could not put so much as a crack in it. Agat turned his head. Leon immediately understood. Nervously, he took the nut in hand. Then with a single squeeze, he crushed it to pieces. Everyone watching was stunned. The other man went rigid, sweat pouring down as he stared at Leon in fear. Agat looked at him disdainfully. 3 months, no, 1 month, is more than enough for the boy to beat you, if I teach him. Hearing that, the man flew into a rage, drew his weapon, and lunged at Agat. You bastard! Agat calmly caught the hand drawing the sword, while his other hand rose to the man's nose. His legs were already set, ready to strike at any moment. Agat stared at him and murmured in warning, "Don't make trouble, little ant." The man trembled all over, too frightened to move. Leon stood to the side, looking at the scuffle with open admiration. Just then, Count Granite strode over and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" The arrogant man from before immediately shrank back and cried respectfully, "Commander." Waving his hands nervously, he explained, "It wasn't me. They started it. They dared insult our Golden Lion Corps." Agat closed his eyes and said with contempt, "Your presence here is the real insult to the Golden Lion Corps." The man was about to charge again, but Ian clapped his hands and stopped him. "That's enough." At the sound of that clap, the atmosphere instantly froze. Ian looked around and said thoughtfully, "So what should we do here? It seems none of you are willing to back down." Then, looking between Irene and Count Granite, he made an eager suggestion. "Then why don't the leaders on each side settle it in a duel and determine who's right?" Count Granite was startled. He thought to himself, "What are you plotting, Prince?" Irene clenched her teeth, already understanding inwardly. That man had planned this from the beginning. Agat rubbed his chin and said excitedly, "Looks like we're not the only ones who enjoy some fun. Right, Leon?" Leon answered blankly on instinct, "Yes, sir." The overbearing man from earlier was unwillingly made referee, and he raised his hand, speaking in a stammer. Then, under the witness of Prince Ian, he pointed toward Count Granite. "The duel between the commander of the Golden Lion Corps, Count Granite." Then he looked at Irene, and the representative of Duke Pendragon, Irene Pendragon. He raised his voice and announced loudly, "We'll begin now." Count Granite drew his sword from its sheath and said flatly, "Once a sword is drawn, it matters not whether the person before you is a peasant or a monarch." He raised the sword above his head and took his stance. "The only thing that matters is to kill or be killed." Count Granite's eyes turned vicious. "I'll make sure you never forget that." He pointed his sword at Irene, and a powerful aura spread out in a great ring of force. That light expanded wider and wider around him. Leon gasped in admiration. "He's strong, even stronger than Morgan." Agat glanced at him with satisfaction. "So you can tell?" Leon bowed his head. "Yes." Outside the ring, even Ian couldn't help but marvel inwardly at Count Granite. "He's at least 5 times stronger than me. Far more skilled and experienced, too." Then he looked toward Irene again. "My friend." A memory surfaced. Ian had been standing with Ingrid then, turning when he heard her call him. Ingrid had asked a question that stayed with him. "Why do you think Irene has changed so much compared to before?" Back in the present, Ian still could not answer that question. It kept circling in his mind without end. Looking toward the fight, he wondered curiously, "What will you do now?" In the arena, Irene smiled with perfect ease. She raised her sword toward Count Granite. "Then I'll fight seriously too." Irene pivoted, her feet tensing in readiness. Like lightning, Count Granite lunged at her, but Irene twisted aside in time to evade. She stared in shock at the sword point now close to her. "He's so fast." Count Granite smiled smugly and attacked again. Blow after blow came in succession, but Irene deftly dodged every one. Outside, Leon panicked. He wondered in confusion, is the young mistress being pushed back? Agat observed intently, then commented, "That's not ordinary speed. He's fast beyond belief." Leon blinked. From Ian's side, he had already seen through Count Granite's movements. The man had no preparatory action, no wasted motion at all. It was pure swordsmanship. He reflected, when you face it directly and that sharpened blade comes for you, it looks like nothing more than an extremely fast thrust. Ian marveled inwardly at that speed, but the commander had pushed that royal sword art to its absolute limit. Yet no matter how fast Count Granite was, Irene always managed to twist away with astonishing grace. As she finally raised her sword to counterattack, and he was startled, Count Granite immediately ducked and slammed his back into her. Agat exclaimed in surprise, "Good." By closing the distance, he cut off her counterattack. Count Granite gripped his sword and charged again. The terrifying force behind the blade carved a streak of light through the air. Irene leapt up and flipped over the strike, then kicked Count Granite square in the face. And while he was off guard, she swung her sword again. Count Granite hurriedly retreated and narrowly escaped being finished. His sword rose again, and Irene charged in without backing down. The two powerful swords crashed together. The collision made the air tenser than ever, and the deadlock continued under everyone's astonished gaze. The arrogant man from earlier stood there sweating in shock. But unlike everyone else's tension, Ian simply rubbed his chin and cried out in excitement. Leon marveled. What an incredible match. Agat said nothing, but inwardly he thought, just as I expected, that brat's swordsmanship looks exactly like Tarami's swordsmanship. Count Granite pressed hard against Irene's blade, all the while praising her. A truly unique sword style. Then he sneered, but tricks like that aren't enough. Suddenly, Count Granite burst with force, his power growing greater and greater. Not if you want to defeat royal swordsmanship. The two blades scraped against each other, and Irene's sword was suddenly knocked backward. She abruptly released the pressure and raised her blade, causing Count Granite to lose momentum and stumble forward. He was startled, but unable to stop himself. At last, even Ian was horrified. Just before falling, Count Granite managed to break himself with his foot. He turned to stare at Irene in bewilderment. Outside, Agat rubbed his chin with excitement. In the middle of the fight, Count Granite straightened back up, thinking blankly what just happened. Irene said nothing and only stared at him. She lifted her sword again, and Count Granite grew wary. Agat remarked cheerfully, "Looks like things are going to be different from now on." Suddenly, a powerful blue aura burst from Irene's body and wrapped around her completely. The two opposing energies clashed fiercely against one another. Count Granite tensed. What just happened? The pressure coming from her changed all at once. Agat grinned in delight. Somehow, the tide has turned, hasn't it? Ian stared in shock, thinking, could that just now have been? The two intense pressures met head-on as Irene and Count Granite charged at the same time. The battle returned once more to a deadlock. Irene shifted her body to the side, and Count Granite lost his balance and fell again. This time she did not let him escape, but raised her sword powerfully, then drove her elbow hard into Count Granite's side. He cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. One of the men shouted anxiously, "Commander!" But Count Granite refused to yield and staggered back to his feet. The aura beside Irene surged more and more intensely, and Count Granite broke out in fearful sweat. He gathered his strength again, producing an even greater aura than before. Agat and Leon were astonished. His aura suddenly got stronger. Count Granite roared and charged in again, and the deadlock resumed once more. The crowd outside burst into excited cries. What fierce attacks! Go, Commander! Ian's face had gone pale, speechless. Count Granite's sword was struck down again. Sweat beaded on him in tension. No! Count Granite stared at Irene helplessly. Could he even get the slightest chance to wound her? Ian stared at her suspiciously. This feels just like what I sensed at Lairs. Agat rubbed his chin, intrigued. That's a characteristic Southern technique, one that redirects force elsewhere. Who would have thought she'd use it like this? Meanwhile, Irene attacked while recalling a beautiful memory from the past. That brief time spent with Isla, when everyone gathered together and helped one another train. She marveled at how many techniques she had learned. The two swords gradually relaxed and withdrew. Irene and Count Granite stared at each other. He panted in exhaustion. Ian realized with alarm. He's getting stronger and stronger. No, that's not it, Ian thought irritably. Something else changed. What was it? Suddenly, Irene turned and frowned, looking straight at Ian. Ian flinched, tense, then stepped forward to stop the match. Stop, that's enough. He raised a hand and smiled as if in praise. You both possess astonishing skill. I'm very satisfied. Now, put your swords away. Count Granite watched Irene warily, sweat still pouring down him, when Irene stepped forward and offered him a hand. I underestimated you. Count Granite calmed down, then smiled faintly. The two shook hands, creating a wonderful picture of peace. Outside, Agat rubbed his chin with excitement. Our master truly is different. Leon blinked. Sir, what do you mean? Agat looked at the match and explained with satisfaction. She understands very well the principles of a duel. Agat looked at Irene with admiration. She preserved the commander's pride. Ian raised a hand, still puzzled. Somehow, I feel like you really have changed a great deal. Irene simply smiled and replied softly, a lot has happened. She turned to look at Count Granite. In any case, this commander, with a bright smile, he asked permission for himself, Agat, and Leon to join them. The strength of the Knight Order under your command truly impressed me, so I hope you will allow us to remain here and train a little longer. Turning toward him, he added enthusiastically, especially Leon. This should be the best possible environment for him to grow. Count Granite closed his eyes and nodded. I understand. He raised a hand and ordered the knights behind him. You men, train with them as they wish. They bowed respectfully. Yes, Captain. Seeing the three of them so delighted, the arrogant man from earlier clenched his teeth in fury, trembling with rage. Iron looked up at the sky and vowed to himself with firm resolve. Remember this. Our forces will grow stronger than ever before. Iron gazed into the distance with a trace of anticipation. And one day, we'll be able to throw ourselves into the battle waiting for us. Then suddenly, outside the gates of the Golden Lion Corps, a commotion broke out. The sound of drums echoed through the fortress. The gates opened, and a large procession approached. That is, someone with sharp eyes recognized the first carriage. One of the Empire's most powerful figures, Count Dusan. Murmurs rose again at the sight of the second carriage. The man with extremely close ties to House Pendragon, Count Sirid. The third carriage was the most luxurious, with a flag fluttering atop it. The governor of Lairs, the Empire's greatest commercial city, Count Siguna. The two guards outside marveled aloud. There sure are a lot of high-ranking nobles at this year's investiture ceremony. The drummers must be exhausted. The gates had barely closed when trumpets blared again, throwing the whole area into an uproar. Everyone was stunned. Not just drums, but trumpets too? Then it must be a duke, or someone of even higher standing. The gates opened, and an imposing carriage engraved with elaborate patterns rolled in. One of the guards stammered in shock. That is, his eyes caught the flag atop it. The flag of the Sea Dragon King. The powerful-looking retinue advanced amid the surrounding panic and whispers. The foremost of the 5 great dukes. The man who completely rules the South. The man carrying a sword and adorned head to toe in expensive ornaments. Duke Orangus. In his mind appeared the image of Iron fighting fiercely with a sword. Orangus stroked his beard and smiled with a hint of malice. Elsewhere, a grotesque monster shrieked as it charged at Isla with a mace in hand. He did not panic in the slightest and merely looked at it calmly, as though it were a puppet. The monster swung its mace, but Ayla knocked it away with his staff. The creature rushed him again with the mace, but he dodged once more. Frustrated, it roared, "If you're so good, then stop dodging." He bent low and struck the monster's leg with his staff. The creature stepped on Ayla's staff, and Ayla immediately lifted it, toppling the monster to the ground. Grinding its teeth in fury, it snatched up a log from the ground, flipped once, and shouted, "Die!" Ayla spun his weapon and glared at the monster, slashing at it with the sharp sickle blade, but the creature managed to block it. Mario, watching from outside, looked puzzled. Reed glanced at him helplessly and agreed. I don't know why, but it feels like he's sulking. He was assigned a different mission and couldn't go with the Lord. So even though they call this training, he's really venting his frustration. Suddenly, a piece of wood came flying straight between the two of them. Ayla's gaze was terrifying, his expression hard as stone. They inwardly shuddered. How scary! Jordy exclaimed in alarm and admiration. But they're amazing too, right? They're on a whole different level. So even the way they train is on a whole different level. Killian was sweating nervously. He stammered awkwardly. My nights have improved. Very impressive. It's been a long time since I trained, so I think I'll do one more round. Sala looked at him with a mocking smile. As if you've got the strength left for another round. Jordy hurriedly stopped her in fear. Hey, don't provoke him. Vincent had been watching from the beginning. He commented, since Los joined them, they've become much stronger. Courageous, carrying Mia on his back, spoke up too. Ayla has technique, while Agat has power. He sighed in admiration. It's almost like they were born to be each other's greatest rivals. The little girl agreed at once. Exactly. Vincent suddenly turned and asked, by the way, any news yet, Grattan? The man lifted his head and reported in a low voice that mages infiltrated House Pendragon's territory. He and Luna were stunned. Grattan continued. Last time he pierced the barrier, so this time I prepared a double-layered trap. Thanks to that, I detected him earlier. Vincent asked in surprise. You mean the mage who brainwashed the centaurs, right? The man hesitated. I don't know if it's the same person this time. Vincent thought to himself. The lich appeared near the tomb. He remembered the disaster when the undead first appeared, and then the great number of undead that had shown up at Sussex. Could there be a connection between them? Vincent thought of Aranjus's powerful banner. What genius mind was behind the assassination of the Crown Prince and Duke Anger? Helplessly, he told himself, there's no way to know what they'll do next. Vincent gazed into the distance, deep in thought. Only 10 days remain until the investiture ceremony. Luna suddenly whispered, Iron. Elsewhere, a lively voice rang out. Hey, Leon, look. I got two. Irene cheerfully lifted her skirt and asked proudly, well, doesn't this dress look beautiful on me? This is the formal gown my mother left for me. Leon's eyes lit up and he praised her warmly, while Agat said nothing, only puffing on his cigarette with a dismissive look. It suits you perfectly, Princess Irene. Agat suddenly took the cigarette from his mouth and asked, today's the day that Brat's investiture ceremony is being held, right? Irene immediately looked outside and called out energetically, come here, Linda. Linda. Linda hesitated, but Irene reassured her at once. Don't be shy. You look beautiful in that. Linda shyly stepped inside, and Agat and Leon were stunned the moment they saw her. Dressed in a pure white gown, Linda's charm only seemed more radiant. Excited, Irene linked arms with her and said, now that you're my brother's wife, you have to give off a charm that makes everyone stare at you, right? Then she turned serious and told Agat and Leon, now you two go change into the outfits I personally picked out for you. Standing high above and looking into the distance, Iron murmured, at last, this day has come. Ian clenched his fist happily. Just thinking about seeing Irene in her finest clothes already sets my heart fluttering. Iron paid no attention to his teasing. With a grave expression, he said, the mastermind behind the attempt on the Crown Prince will finally reveal himself. Iron's eyes were more resolute than ever. Right in front of Llewellyn and the Emperor. Ian looked at Iron with clear displeasure and reminded him gently, I still want to tell you this. Right now you already have far too many enemies. Looking at him with concern, Ian continued, there's a very high chance Sarunda has arranged all kinds of schemes to harm you today, so you'd better stay ready. Iron only replied quietly, I know. The banquet had already begun amidst a tangle of emotions. Iron looked awkwardly at Linda, who kept her head bowed in embarrassment. He quickly spoke up to dispel the strange atmosphere. Do you feel uncomfortable wearing this? Startled, she answered, yes, that's true, but... Linda lowered her head sadly. I just don't feel at ease. She raised her hand and looked at the scar on it with insecurity. I was born into a farming family. My hands are rough and calloused, and I'm not especially beautiful either. Looking off into the distance, Linda said softly, I feel like I'm not worthy to stand here. Not worthy to stand beside you, Lord Iron. He froze, unsure what to say. Iron remembered the hard days of his own past, planting rice just to survive, yet always having someone save fragrant bread for him. And whenever he returned home exhausted, there had always been someone waiting for him. Iron smiled, a smile both happy and aching with old memories. He lowered his head and said softly, I feel the same way you do, Linda. She looked up in shock and continued walking behind him. On the rooftop above, 3 women quietly watched them pass. The moment they saw Iron, they began whispering among themselves. So that's Iron Pendragon. He's even more handsome than they say. The girl in the blue hat turned to Ingrid and asked, "You're not coming with us, Ingrid?" Ingrid stammered, rubbing her hands to hide her embarrassment. "And no, I—" Right then, the girl in the red hat mocked her. "Oh, stop it, Sylvia. Don't bring it up. She was rejected." The blue-haired girl feigned surprise with a laugh. "Really?" They raised their hands glittering with expensive jewelry and boasted, "We're older sisters, so naturally we get to go first. Now it's our turn. We have beauty and noble blood. Among the ladies of this kingdom, we are the very finest." One girl lifted her chin proudly. "The princesses of the kingdom, Leah." The girl in the blue hat, her eyes brimming with disdain, was Sylvia, and the haughty girl in the red hat was Island. Lifting their skirts confidently, they advanced. "Let's see which one of us wins that gentleman's heart." At the estate where the banquet was being held, elegance and bustle filled the air. Count Siraj approached Iron with a glass of wine in hand and asked, "So, how is Luna doing, young Master Pendragon?" Iron answered firmly, "She is still in very good health. The person in charge of our internal affairs has praised her greatly." The Count gave a false smile. "I'm glad she's well." Then he left with his knight. Resting her chin on her hand, Irene guessed, "It seems Count Siraj is trying to arrange a marriage between Sister Luna and my brother." Iron and Linda were both startled. Irene clapped her hands excitedly and smiled. "I approve. Sister Luna is beautiful and intelligent. For a duke, having many wives is only natural." She looked up at Linda. "Right, Linda?" Linda hesitated. Irene let out a tired sigh. Suddenly, loud laughter from the other side drew their attention. Three men stood there like fools, covering their faces and weeping. They said emotionally, when we made eye contact, "They touched my hand. I'm so glad I was born for this moment." Agathe stared blankly and mocked them. "What's wrong with those idiots?" Leon suddenly shouted, pointing over there. "That's the three girls from earlier. They're on their way here, bewitching all those men blinded by female beauty." Leon said in astonishment, "I'm sure of it. Those extravagant dresses can't be mistaken." "They are." Leon looked at them and introduced them at once. "Leah, Sylvia, and Island, the beauty trio here." Irene blinked in surprise and asked doubtfully, "Then they're Ingrid's sisters?" Iron agreed, "Yes. Their faces do look very similar." Agathe then pointed everyone's attention back in that direction. "Hey, look." In a tone of distaste, he said, "Those three gaudy peacocks are coming this way." Their three pairs of shoes stopped neatly side by side in a burst of color. They lightly lifted their skirts and greeted Iron. "What an honor to meet you, young Master Pendragon." The three peacocks, in Agathe's words, stared at Iron with flushed faces and love-struck eyes. He thought helplessly, "I see. They're after me too." Linda felt uneasy and lowered her head in silent sadness. The three peacocks crowded around Iron and said warmly, "We heard Los's story from Ingrid." Taking the chance to touch him, which clearly made him uncomfortable, they continued, "Not only are you handsome, but you're also so skilled with the sword. You even surpassed Prince Ian." Leaning close to Iron's ear in admiration, Liao whispered, "You possess everything a gentleman could possibly have." Then all three spoke together with meaningful undertones, "Except a suitable companion." At their words, Linda flinched in fear. Iron stared at them in shock. His eyes narrowed, stripped of the courtesy he had shown a moment ago. One of them pointed at Linda and laughed behind her hand. "Concubine Linda, is it? I've heard about you." A former maid of House Pendragon. They took turns using sharp words to shame her. "You must come from quite a good family, no? Is your father a knight? Or perhaps someone from the royal household?" Linda fumbled for an answer. "My father." Irene clenched her fist in anger. Those women. Leon and Agathe looked at them with equal disgust. Linda trembled, tears spilling down her cheeks as she sobbed. "My father." But at that very moment, Iron answered in her place. "Her father is a farmer." Island and Leah turned toward him with satisfied looks. Pretending not to understand, they clung to Iron and said with feigned admiration, "Really? How kind of you, young Master Iron." Their love-struck eyes concealed naked ambition as they said, "But if we're speaking of an ideal companion, doesn't she fall rather short of the criteria? That's why she's only a concubine, isn't that right?" All three raised their hands, glittering with jewels and polished smooth, and said, "Please look at these, our fair, flawless hands." They rushed forward, crying excitedly, "We are the symbols of beauty and noble blood. We are the ones fit to be your true wife." But Iron only spoke in a cold, quiet voice. "Flawless hands, is that it?" He looked at them mockingly. So in other words, Iron's voice dripped with contempt. "You have never once worked the fields to secure seed for the next day." He continued, pain in his tone, "or swung a sword to fight monsters." Then he thought of Linda again, or mended clothes for family and loved ones, and cooked for them. The three women froze where they stood. Irritated, Iron questioned them. "You've done none of those things. So why are you so proud of it?" The three girls were too stunned to speak. Iron turned back and reassured Linda gently. "She has done all of those things, and she has always supported me." Linda, still self-conscious about the scars on her hands, listened as he continued. Even now, she blushed and clenched her hands, tears of emotion welling up as Iron spoke his final words. From now on as well. Turning his back on the three peacocks, he opened his arms toward Linda. "I find it difficult to deal with people whose values are so different from mine." Gently, Iron took her hand. His eyes overflowed with affection and tenderness as he said, "Come on, Linda." She lowered her head, tears falling, then looked up again with a happy smile. "Yes, Iron." At last, Iron let out a quiet breath of relief. Leon and Agat watched in admiration and gave Iron a thumbs up. As for the three beautiful peacocks, they were now crying bitterly in humiliation. A man, eager to curry favor with the peacocks, stepped forward and pointed straight at Iron. "Hey, how can you speak to them like that?" He shouted angrily. "You've gone too far, young Master Pendragon." Clenching his fist, he yelled, "To take a commoner as a concubine, unthinkable. It is an insult to the dignity of the Empire's noble class." The men behind him began chiming in as well. "That's no different from betraying the Empire." That's right, that's right." Leon flew into a rage. Just as Prince Ian said, he has too many enemies. But how can they be so overbearing toward? Before Leon could finish, Agat cut in irritably. "Why is every last one of them such noisy, pathetic bastards?" Linda looked back and whispered, "I'm sorry, Iron." He comforted her gently. "It's all right. Don't mind them. Come on." Just then, a voice sounded from behind them. "Everyone seems lively." Everyone froze the moment they heard it. Iron and Linda turned around in surprise. His footsteps drew steadily closer. He stopped and looked at the stiffened crowd. One trembling voice spoke up. "That's..." Leon and Agat were stunned. Iron listened grimly as people whispered, "The Sea Dragon King, Duke Orangus." Duke Orangus spoke softly. "We all live under His Majesty's protection." So, suddenly, his gaze blazed and he barked, "Draw your swords." The entire group was overwhelmed with fear, their faces beaded with sweat, their bodies rigid. Duke Orangus strode forward leisurely and advised in a mild tone, "Allow him to do as he wishes here. This is not a place where people like you should interfere." He stopped close to one nobleman, looked him up and down, and continued, "Every family in this kingdom is bound to obey His Majesty. Nobles like you should know your place." Their legs shook beneath them, and the whole cowardly group immediately slunk away. Standing face to face with the Duke, Irene was somewhat suspicious of the purpose behind this sudden intervention, but remained silent for the moment. Duke Orangus also betrayed nothing, calmly sizing Iron up. For a brief moment, the air fell completely still. The nobles had already gathered around them to watch. No one had any interest left in dancing or tea. Among them, several whispered in surprise, "Duke Orangus. At present, he has entrusted all affairs of the South to his son, Arrigo," one said, "and he rarely appears in public anymore. So for him to appear in the capital at a time like this." The two of them continued staring at each other without speaking. Duke Orangus looked at them with a meaningful gaze. Iron frowned deeply. Orangus narrowed his eyes. The golden hue in his pupils flashed vividly, and then he suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Duke Orangus praised her. "She truly is a lovely wife, isn't she, Duke Pendragon?" Then he turned to Irene with a courteous smile. "And this young lady is your sister? The two of you look very much alike." "And those two escorts?" Duke Orangus narrowed his eyes as he looked over them and continued, "At a glance, I can tell they are fierce warriors." Leon was a little taken aback. Agat only stared back in silence. Iron's face revealed nothing. Then he bowed politely and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Duke Orangus." The Duke did not respond directly. Tilting his head at ease, he glanced at the surrounding people and remarked, "Those people are troublesome indeed, chasing nothing but titles. Those nobles." He continued almost like a speech, as though sympathizing with Iron's feelings. "I have had to endure much because of them as well. Everything in the kingdom has been thrown into disorder. I also regret the matter concerning my son." Iron replied at once, bluntly, "Your half-orc son who wanted to become a pirate?" Closing his eyes coldly, he added, "It is unfortunate that he was an accomplice and caused so much trouble." Arangis tilted his head, feigning puzzlement. "Pirate? I don't quite understand." Then he suddenly grew strangely excited. "But a half-orc, that truly is a splendid idea." Duke Arangis sank into dark contemplation. With the intellect of a human and the strength of an orc, if the two races were crossed, perhaps the strongest warrior might emerge. He narrowed his eyes and glanced over. Iron stared at him coldly, as if no longer interested. Duke Arangis turned to leave. As he walked away, he said, "When I was a young noble, I had no idea how the empire was truly run." He raised a hand and clenched it. This should have been a place where any race and any bloodline could stand at the top, so long as they surpassed the others. "Do you?" Duke Arangis turned back, his gaze sharp and piercing. "Do you agree with me?" A breeze swept through the estate, stirring the splendid garments of the two dukes. Iron looked at him sternly, then suddenly smiled with faint mockery. "A society where the strongest alone stands at the summit." Duke Arangis raised his head and looked up at the exquisitely carved pillar topped by a statue of a proud warrior riding a brave lion forward. The golden ornament glowed even more brilliantly in the sunlight. Calmly, he said, "An old, rusted sword can never slay a dragon." His cloak spread perfectly, revealing the bearing of the sea dragon, Viskia. Duke Arangis gave a slight bow, his voice as smooth as flowing water. "That is all I wish to say." With that, he left decisively. Iron watched him, slightly dazed. "So that is the absolute ruler of the South, Duke Arangis." Linda was a little frightened as well. The aura around him is overwhelming. Leon grew serious and explained in a low voice. At first, the Arangis family was rumored to become the kings who would rule all the southern lands. In other words, their origins are completely different from the nobles and vassals of the first emperor. The nobles and retainers who knelt and swore loyalty to his majesty. He continued, "Even though I lived in the palace for a long time, this is the first time," Leon recalled, "that I've seen him with my own eyes." They all watched the figure gradually disappear into the distance. Irene's expression grew a little heavy, and Iron stayed silent. Then a sudden voice rang out, breaking his concentration. "Do you think you can settle everything with this?" The man raised his fist. "Kid," Agat said, utterly serious. He pointed at him, his face stern and cold. "When he was talking to you, no matter how bloodthirsty I acted, he didn't react at all." Agat clenched his fist, his tone certain. "That means he's been through countless things and has far too much battle experience." Leon sighed helplessly. "Master, please keep it down, at least while we're inside the palace." Agat, exasperated by his foolishness, snapped at him. "You idiot. Wherever there's martial skill, there's a battlefield." Iron's face darkened, his brows knitting as he thought grimly. "He's that monster's father." The image of the crazed Tolio rose in his memory, along with the one behind the plot to assassinate the crown prince, the letter carrying dark magic that surrounded first Prince Sion. Then came the image of himself in his previous life, and the one responsible for the downfall of House Van. His thoughts stopped on Duke Arangis's provocative face. Iron burned with hatred, fury reaching its limit, and growled inwardly. "Today I'll expose every one of his crimes." The glass banquet hall was still lively and cheerful as ever. Duke Arangis sipped his wine and murmured, "Just as I thought." He smiled faintly. He was more intelligent than every noble gathered here. In a leisurely voice, the Duke called, "Lord of Luz, Count Sarunda." Count Sarunda, standing beside him, immediately bowed and answered, "Yes, your grace." Narrowing his small eyes behind his round glasses, he continued, "Since your grace has already left that place, it will be difficult for your opposition to that white worm to be exposed." Duke Arangis cast him a meaningful glance and smiled. As if reminding himself, he said, "For the sake of our ambitions ahead, there's a task we must complete today." He gently swirled the wine in his glass like ripples over the sea. Then, without warning, he slowly tilted the glass and poured all out. Count Sarunda jolted at the gesture. The Duke gazed at the splendid architecture before him, his voice indifferent, like wind that leaves no trace in sand, as he concluded. He will disappear along with Lovelin, before I must face the Empire. As he spoke, his fingers moved lightly and snapped the thin stem of the glass. The bowl fell to the floor and shattered into pieces, and the remaining red wine splashed like flowing blood, staining everything around it. The two of them stood there motionless. Count Sarunda slowly said, "Leave that to me." With pride, he continued, "Right now, we have assassins everywhere from the Duke's territory all the way to the Imperial capital. Because of what that white worm did in Sissi, the image of Iron and Swordrake sweeping across the battlefield flashed through his mind." Count Sarunda's voice grew even darker and more uncertain. Along with Alice, it seems the nobility is deeply dissatisfied with him. Not just those insects from earlier, the nobles crowding this banquet hall, but nobles all across the Empire are our allies. The face of Jemmy Dosen, the courteous and handsome heir to one of the Empire's greatest territories, appeared clearly in his mind. His expression grew more excited still. Even Duke Bear of House Lindegor seems willing to cooperate with us. In contrast to the Count's delighted face, Duke Orangus remained calm, wearing only a bored expression. "Oh, House Lindegor," Count Sarunda replied cautiously. "Yes." They also don't seem to care much for the heir of House Pendragon. The Duke looked at him coolly, then suddenly smiled warmly. "Is that so?" He looked at the Count with satisfaction and praised him generously. "You always impress me with your connections." Hearing that, Count Sarunda's vanity was thoroughly gratified, and he added with a foolish grin, "That white worm is surrounded by enemies throughout the palace." Duke Orangus slowly extended his hand. "I am truly grateful, my ally." Count Sarunda, thrilled, quickly reached out as well. "Yes, your grace." The two purple gemstones set in their rings touched and gave off a sharp, ringing chime. In the great hall of the main imperial palace, the king's throne stood on the high platform, while officials and nobles were already gathered on both sides, waiting. The master of ceremonies' voice rang through the grand hall. "It is now time for the granting of imperial titles." Count Surash and his wife both turned their eyes toward the main hall. Jimmy Dosen did the same. The herald cried out, "Let the grand ceremony begin." Everyone looked toward the main gate. "Welcome the pride of the Empire, the 5 great dukes." The great doors slowly opened. At the front was the standard-bearer, the ruler of the south, the Sea Dragon King, beneath the fluttering banner bearing the dragon symbol Viskyla, Duke Orangus. The imposing man strode in, and they gradually passed by where the Sirash family stood. Count Sirash murmured in admiration, "So that is the leader of the 5 great dukes, the Sea Dragon King." The woman beside him looked a little dazzled. "He's so handsome." She praised him softly. With those knights at his side, he looks like an emperor himself. The herald's voice rang out again. Following him, the bloodline of the Empire, the banner bearing the white angel blessed by the heavens. The Grand Duke's face was stern and heavy. The hem of his blue cloak fluttered with his mighty stride. Lindegor Duchy. Sirash stared in astonishment, his mouth slightly open. "He's enormous, like a bear." The woman beside him looked puzzled. "Blessed by angels? What does that mean?" He lowered his voice. "I've heard they have the power to grant wishes." She gasped. Count Sirash continued, "For hundreds of years, they have never once been defeated on the battlefield, and the heads of their house live very long lives. And now comes the one who led high society last year." Leon smiled faintly and walked ahead carrying the banner. The red flag fluttered in the air. The one who made a pact with the white dragon, Duke Pendragon. Iron stepped in, followed by his younger sister and his wife. With old Agad at the end of the line, his golden hair, emblematic of his bloodline, seemed to shine all the more brightly, making Iron's cold face look almost radiant beneath the lights of the great hall. The noble ladies looked at him with eager fascination, enchanted by his appearance. Some of them murmured in admiration. "So that's the hero of Luz, Iron Pendragon. He's quite young, isn't he? I heard he's only 17. Behind them, Count Sarunda ground his teeth in frustration, biting his nails in anger. Jimmy Dosen gave a cold smile. And finally, the rulers of the Empire, the royal house of Aragon. Ian entered at the head of the procession behind them. The herald shouted loudly, "Glory!" Aside from First Prince Sion, all the royal family members were present, each with a different expression. Ian and Ingrid looked energetic and confident, while the trio of Leah, Sylvia, and Island all wore dark, displeased faces. The next three princes were nothing especially remarkable. Standing to one side with folded arms, Iron thought in boredom, Ian, those three idiots, Ingrid, and the rest of them all look the same. Suddenly his eyes widened. At that moment, the herald unexpectedly raised his voice again, and the son of Baroness Allel of Sissi, Aragon, the figure with that familiar name, quietly stepped forward. The boy's face was calm, but his eyes were unfathomably deep. Iron was caught off guard, unable to recover at once. Joel Aragon. He remembered his previous life. A newspaper photograph of the coronation ceremony, the succession to the throne. God. In his previous life, that young boy. Iron's face grew heavy as he thought. If Ian is fire, then this one is more like water, a still body of water, like a lake. Min Kyuan noticed his expression, but Joel's face remained rigid and unchanged, his gaze dim. Watching him approach right before his eyes, Iron couldn't help but wonder, how old is he now? 14. Joel's expression remained the same, when suddenly his deadly eyes flicked toward Iron with a probing look. Iron was startled. Joel continued walking calmly, while Iron stared after him in a daze. The herald, as though he had long been waiting for this moment, quickly cried out. And finally, the supreme ruler of the Aragon Empire, the one who stands above all noble houses, Count Sirosh watched intently. The King of Kings, Jimmy Dosen, also fixed his gaze on the doors. The herald bellowed, His Imperial Majesty, Aragon. At the Great Hall's main entrance, the royal guards stood in dense ranks. At their head was Count Granite, his armor polished bright, spotless, and imposing. Irene and Linda watched eagerly, while Iron remained expressionless, quietly assessing. The commander of the Royal Knights is leading the way. That's quite an escort. Iron fell into thought. The Emperor, what kind of man is he? Then his eyes widened in shock, his pupils shrinking in utter disbelief. Wrinkled hands, rough with thick calluses, leaned on a cane, a gaunt, shadowed face beneath a white beard. His Imperial Majesty stood there, his back bent like a heavy stalk of ripe grain, dressed in a majestic crimson dragon robe beneath an ornate crown. As his face became clearer, his eye sockets seemed dark and empty. The procession advanced. Count Granite walked at the front in perfect formality. Iron stared in astonishment. So, this is the king of the Aragon Empire? A frail old man. He could hardly believe it as he studied the king's face. So aged he seemed close to the grave. Jimmy Dosen proudly stepped forward and declared in a ringing voice, I, Jimmy Dosen, heir to Dosen territory, request an audience with your majesty. He straightened and stood at the foot of the steps before the king. No expression appeared on the king's aged face. He seemed like a spent bough, withered and almost lifeless. The silence dragged on for a moment, stiff and strangely awkward. Jimmy Dosen blinked, stunned and confused, and began to look embarrassed. Gritting his teeth, he repeated, heir to Dosen territory. But before he could finish, Count Granite, the attendant guard beside the king, stepped forward at a measured pace. Jimmy Dosen, he said quietly. Then, in a calm voice, he proclaimed, I acknowledge you as the heir of House Dosen and grant you the title of Count. Jimmy Dosen froze in place, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Count Granite continued, Such are His Majesty's words. That only made it more bewildering. But there was nothing he could do. Jimmy Dosen could only suppress his confusion and bow. Thank you, Your Majesty. Even Iron, watching, felt embarrassed on his behalf. Count Granite went on carrying out his duty. Moraes Belen, I grant you the title of Baron. Then he called again, Saley Viscount, you are granted the title of Viscount. Agon Habard, everyone in the Great Hall watched this bizarre title-granting ceremony. Some of the younger nobles had already begun openly mocking it with contempt. Count Sarunda looked on with delight. Tisich, Jimmy Dosen also couldn't resist adding, he's nothing but a puppet. Ian and Ingrid both looked visibly dejected, their spirits no longer bright as when they had first entered. While Duke Arangis showed no reaction at all, Irene quietly asked Leon, awkwardly, Has His Majesty always been like this? Leon answered with a serious face, Leon explained, for the past few years, His Majesty has only grown weaker. Since then, I haven't heard a single word from him myself. They say it's illness and old age, but the truth is still a mystery. Irene gave a small sound of understanding. Iron only frowned in silence. His expression tightened with anger. The reason House Van had been destroyed was said to be their disloyalty to the king, but that was a lie. Looking at the weak, drooping monarch, Iron thought bitterly. If only he could have seen through those lies. If only he could have restrained the noble's tyranny. If only he had possessed the will to do so. Iron's mind drifted through old memories. Poor farmers laboring in misery, Morgan rampaging and violating peasant women until they died. His heart ached. Then Sissy and Alice as well. His heart grew heavy, and his eyes turned cold. This kingdom has rotted to its roots, and it's his fault. Then Iron frowned as another memory surfaced. He had once declared openly in the king's name while fighting Count Lover. In that case, I will fight in his majesty's stead. Breaking free from his thoughts, he quickly stepped forward before the son of the empire. Iron's face was calm and resolute. As he looked at the king, the words he had once spoken suddenly felt strangely uncertain. But now, his majesty was only a king in name. Standing formally at the foot of the steps, Iron said coolly, "Iron Pendragon, heir of House Pendragon, requests an audience with your majesty." The king's wrinkled, calloused hand suddenly tightened on the armrest. The man who had until now sat in silence like a wooden puppet rose unsteadily to his feet, to the utter shock of his trusted attendant, Count Granite. The king straightened and slowly walked forward. The nobles below all widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Iron was stunned by the sight. Then, suddenly, the king opened his eyes. Light blazed within them, as if they contained the fiery sphere of the universe itself. The aura of a lion king surged forth, powerful, roaring, wings spread wide. Its fierce pressure looked as though it might blow him away at any moment. Iron's eyes flew open in shock, and he gritted his teeth to endure it. Count Granite, too, wore a strained expression as he resisted. Ian and Ingrid were startled and alarmed. The nobles around Count Sarunda were no different. That violent, overwhelming pressure erupted and left their fear plain to see. Only Duke Orangus remained standing firm. Faced with that invading force, he kept the same calm, cold expression. As the one suffering the pressure most directly, Iron found the suppression incredibly dangerous. His mind was nearly thrown into shock before he could react. So this is the king's aura, he thought through clenched teeth. He's even stronger than Ian. No, at least twice as strong. He had never imagined such an aged old man could release a lion king's aura this violent. The king's gaze became even more imposing. Tensing his whole body, he thought, "I'll answer with the white dragon's aura." Iron lifted his head and faced the king. Then he saw clearly the gentle, kind brown eyes within those shadowed sockets. His body froze instinctively, and a memory from the past surfaced. Someone had once told him, "Don't focus only on your opponent." When they trained together, Isla had once guided him. "You must know how to harmonize while still standing firm." Iron muttered, "Harmonize?" Isla had replied softly, "Yes. Just follow the flow." With that thought, his body relaxed, allowing the golden current to coil around him. Iron stood his ground and released the white dragon's aura. It was not as fierce as usual. It became gentler, intertwining with each strand of golden light. Count Granite watched in astonishment. "What is this?" His Majesty's aura and Iron, and even second Prince Ian, stared in bewilderment as the forms of the Lion King and the white dragon seemed to wrap around each other. The two spirit forms stretched forward, blending their own presence with each other's. Their minds shook in disbelief. Were they becoming one? The pressure soon spread outward as a gentle gold, like the clear morning sun, soft and radiant. The spirit forms of both sides bowed lightly to one another, and all that remained was touched with a measure of the soul's exaltation. This harmony began with Iron and extended all the way to His Majesty the King. Gradually, the violent aura slowly receded. Even Duke Orangus looked a little unable to believe it. The other princes all flinched in fear, while Joel remained silent and somber. A hoarse voice slowly rang out through the solemn hall. "I have waited for someone like you, Duke Pendragon." A gentle, kindly smile spread across the king's face. Iron stood there dazed. Count Granite was equally astonished. Then the old king retreated to the throne and sank back into his seat. Though still shaken, Count Granite quickly raised his voice and proclaimed, "Iron Pendragon, I recognize you as the successor of House Pendragon. and grant you the title of Duke." His back stood straight and proud, and the red sparks of his hair still shone beneath the golden light. Count Granite's voice rang sharply as the entire hall exploded in uproar. Even Iron himself stood frozen in shock. He did not react at all. Count Siraj was still overwhelmed, unable to believe that Puppet King still possessed such a powerful aura. Duke Oranges smiled faintly in admiration. "It seems a lion remains a lion, even when old." Iron bowed solemnly, while Count Granite looked at the young man before him with emotions too deep for words. He remembered how, while enduring the king's invading aura, Iron had relaxed his body and harmonized with it. The aura had not threatened or oppressed him. He had simply followed its flow and merged with it. Count Granite's face tightened. That was not something just anyone could do. Ian let out a helpless breath. That guy. As Duke Oranges watched Iron leave, he judged him even more highly in his heart. Iron Pendragon is someone we must be wary of. The male noble standing nearby glanced nervously at Count Sarunda, who was trembling with rage, and softly said, "Governor Sarunda." Sarunda's hatred drove him nearly mad. Grinding his teeth, glaring murderously, he spat out words like a vicious curse. "Enjoy it while you still can, white maggot, because after tonight's banquet, your life will come to an end." Iron returned to his family. Linda and Irene were both worried for him, while Leon's eyes shone brightly with admiration. The ball quickly began afterward. Noble ladies and gentlemen paired off and started dancing to the music. Ingrid approached with grace and asked softly, "Lord Iron, would you do me the honor of being my partner?" Iron looked at her with difficulty, but in the end agreed out of courtesy. "It will be my pleasure." The three sisters, Sylvia and the others, watched with bitter envy. While dancing with Iron, his face looked constipated beyond words. Ingrid simply closed her eyes and enjoyed the music, happily thinking, "Just as I thought, silence really is golden." On the other side, Irene and second Prince Ian danced together cheerfully. With his scholarly air and handsome looks, Leon also drew the attention of many young noble ladies who came to invite him. Agat sat by the banquet table eating and drinking, glancing over with a sigh. "He's more popular than I thought." Across from him, Linda hesitantly spoke up. "Sir Agat," she asked shyly, "would you dance with me?" Agat was stunned out of his mind, blurting out. Linda noticed the gazes of the noblemen around her and looked uncomfortable. "Thanks to this dress, everyone keeps staring at me." Agat listened with weary resignation. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her through the hall. Linda had no idea what was going on and stumbled along after him. Then Agat suddenly shouted, "Hey, brat!" Iron and Ingrid both stopped and turned to look at him. Agat gave the order seriously. "You'll dance with your wife next." Linda jumped. Iron blinked in surprise. Linda hurriedly denied it in alarm. "No, I'm fine. You don't need to leave Lady Ingrid just to dance with." Agat looked at her with a defeated expression, but without letting her continue, he firmly pushed Linda forward, making her stagger in surprise. Agat pointed straight at her, his tone hard. "She's this brat's wife, so do your job properly, kid." Both of them stood there stunned and speechless. Iron looked at his lovely wife with eyes full of laughter and indulgence. Linda's ears turned red. Then, gathering up all her courage, she lifted her head. The light of the great hall fell on her, making Linda look even more radiant and beautiful. Her voice, filled with sincerity, asked softly, "Lord Iron, would you dance one song with me?" Iron politely took her hand and answered with the sincerity of his love for her, "It would be my honor." Their hands were not pale, flawless hands untouched by hardship. They were rough with calluses, marked by the struggles both had endured. They were the proof of effort and hardship weathered together. To the gentle orchestral music, Iron held his wife and moved with her step by step. Agat, Irene, Ian, Leon, Princess Ingrid, and even Count Siraj. All of them looked at the pair, yet the two of them reserved their gentlest gaze only for each other. Iron and Linda, together with the other couples, moved with the music in the vast hall. Suddenly, a thunderous cry cut across everything. "Your Imperial Majesty!" He and she both froze. A nobleman stood before the king. Jimmy Dosen bowed carefully and said, "As one who has just been acknowledged as the lord of a great territory and granted the title of count by your majesty, I, Jimmy Dosen, have something I wish to report to your majesty." He bent even lower. "As a loyal vassal of the empire, Count Granite was silent for a moment before speaking. "You may speak." Jimmy Dosen maintained his respectful manner as he said, "Several lords who serve as the sword and shield of the Empire have been driven into hardship by one man." He lifted his eyes and glanced over. Count Pendragon. Everyone immediately turned to look at Iron. Jimmy Dosen continued in a loud voice, accusing him. Because of his involvement, Count Bressa, that tyrannical oppressor, was stabbed to death by the suffering commoners. And the eldest son of Count Lover of the Alice territory, his close friend, that insolent man got dealt with, while Lord Morgan met an unjust death. Jimmy Dosen righteously continued. Morgan's death was the result of the combat festival. Although he had committed many terrible crimes beforehand, as an attendant of the Emperor, the only person who had the right to judge and punish his grave offenses was your Majesty. Jimmy Dosen went on sternly. This incident could shake the very foundations of the imperial nobility. The nobles broke into loud discussion. This is a clear abuse of power without cause. Turning, he shouted, "Am I not right, my lords?" The nobles on his side, as if on the verge of rebellion, all shouted, "Yes, exactly." Beside Jimmy Dosen and Count Lover, even 6 great lords supported this stance. Not only Count Saguna, but also, he said, calculating slyly, the Sea Dragon King, Duke Orangus. Orangus folded his arms and smiled coldly, his voice ringing out. "We all demand that punishment be carried out." Count Siros and those behind him were deeply shaken. Ian was stunned as well. "What?" Linda turned pale with fear, while Iron's face remained cold and expressionless. Jimmy Dosen dropped to his knees, his tone full of righteous conviction. "Your Majesty, please grant us your judgment." Before the Emperor, the nobles also shouted in an uproar, "Please pass judgment. Judge him." Ian angrily clenched his fists and cursed inwardly. That bastard Saguna. Not only did the Lover family win over half the great lords, they even brought the Orangus ducal house over to their side, and father has no real authority at all. He can't speak openly in this matter. Count Granite had not expected things to develop this way, and his face tightened. Ian thought, if they can reverse the situation right here, then at this moment the Imperial crest is up against 3 powers at once. Orangus, Saguna, and Lover. They could overturn the balance of power in the Empire. He suddenly stiffened in shock. No way. Could be they dragged this issue up now. To put Gold on the throne? Gold's icy face rose in his mind. Ian's expression turned pale with panic as he looked toward him, toward Iron. Iron's expression was strained with displeasure. Duke Orangus watched with eager delight. "Now then, what will you do, Duke Pendragon?" While the nobles, like a mob of rebels, crowded around Pendragon, behind them stood that tall figure, Grand Duke Lindigo Duchy, still utterly expressionless. Count Saguna shouted fiercely, "This is an insult to the kingdom. No, it may even be called treason." He was so worked up he looked ready to risk his life. "Your Majesty, I ask that House Pendragon be punished." Then a laugh cut him off. Iron was laughing with open relish in the middle of the crowd. Count Saguna flared at him. "What do you mean by this, Duke Pendragon?" Iron mockingly replied at ease. "What do I mean?" He cast him a contemptuous glance. "Isn't it obvious? You're the real traitor here, Saguna." Count Saguna twitched. "What?" Iron answered calmly. "I have proof." The old count chuckled inwardly, delight rising in his chest. Of course he knew full well and had already taken measures. "Fool! Luv Thailand will never make it here. I already arranged assassins on the road to the capital." Count Saguna smiled viciously, thinking, "You're only digging your own grave." Suddenly, behind him, a knight came running in and shouted, "Commander! Commander!" Count Granite turned grim. "What is it?" The young knight replied in agitation. "There are rebels." Granite's eyes widened at once. "What?" Saguna and the others also turned their eyes toward him. The young knight was panicking so badly he nearly screamed, his throat raw. Even the bird knights couldn't stop them. Outside the palace, a squad of bird riders is charging toward the main hall, the aerial barrier. No one has ever broken through it while riding bird beasts. With a loud crash, the glass ceiling of the grand hall shattered, and the lead rider drove his bird beast straight inside. 3 more quickly flew in after him, carrying a carriage beneath them. Feathers scattered and gusts of wind twisted through the air. The people below cried out in confusion. What is that? Count Saguna was so shocked his mouth fell open. Even Iron had not expected this. The nobles cried out in alarm. A carriage. The carriage was lowered onto the floor, and the bird riders quickly landed around it. An incredulous voice shouted, "Are those bird beasts pulling a carriage?" The soldiers cursed and rushed forward. "You bastards, D." One soldier raised his sword and leaped in, while Gakta stood there as solid as a rock. The soldier swung with all his might. His face twisted savagely. Slash! Blood sprayed in a line. Gakta had blocked the sword with his arm, and that full-powered blow left no more than a scratch on his massive body. Ian stared blankly. The nobles were thunderstruck, unable to believe what they were seeing. An orc. It's an orc! Gakta's aloof face seemed almost approving. Oh, humans. What a warm welcome. In that case, he reached out and grabbed the soldier by the head, then hurled him away at once. I should return the favor. The nearby nobles scrambled away. The soldier flew straight toward Grand Duke Duchy. The Grand Duke did not even dodge. He merely extended an arm and caught him. Duke Orangus was shaken as well. He stared wide-eyed, thinking, that orc is larger than normal, and far stronger. As the royal guard charged, Gakta was already prepared, and Isla also leaped down from his mount to join the fight. He raised his head, revealing a sharp, cold face beneath the hood. With swift hands, he drew his swords. 3 flashing slashes came in a single second. Isla danced with 2 swords at once, blasting aside the first wave of soldiers who rushed him. Their swords clattered onto the white stone floor. Count Granite was horrified, shock surging in his heart. Even the elite royal knights, the most battle-hardened of all, were defeated so easily. The noble women quickly fled from the area of fighting, while Duke Orangus stared in astonishment. At some point, Isla's hood had fallen away. Orangus judged at a glance. That skin tone, and those twin swords. Duke Orangus let out an excited sneer. A Vanva's knight. The 3 people behind him radiated a dark aura, and one of them had a gaze as sharp and cold as steel. Saguna trembled blankly, sweat streaming down his cheeks as he stammered, "They are." Then someone covered his mouth as if he were about to vomit, his voice trembling weakly. "That's why I said I should go first and explain." But the other man disagreed, leisurely raising his glass and saying softly, "Even model knights suffer when saddled with an incompetent commander." It was none other than Vincent and Killian. Count Saguna's mouth dropped open in shock, his voice catching. Jean Vincent. Saguna stood to one side, unable to believe it. How had he suddenly appeared here? And with those subordinates too? Vincent remained calm. Beside him, in contrast, Killian solemnly called out, "We beg forgiveness for this discourtesy." He then added with formal gravity, "We are the White Dragon Knights of Duke Pendragon. Today, we have come to carry out an important mission tied to the fate of the kingdom." Suddenly, Killian's face twisted and turned pale. He collapsed onto the floor at once, groaning in defeat. "I get carriage sick." The nobles had all heard what he said just now, and suspicious eyes turned toward him. An important mission? The White Dragon Knights. Iron looked at his people, taking the aerial route to avoid the ambush. "I see now." He smirked, pinching a shard of broken glass in his hand. "But you did surprise me, John. I didn't know you planned to make an entrance like this." Vincent lifted a hand in explanation. Bird bees' corpses blocked the road, so we had no time to explain. Wouldn't it have been too dangerous to miss tonight? He gave the obvious reasoning lightly. "We did everything to protect you, young lord." Iron let out a long, bored sigh. Then someone stepped forward with delighted interest. "These kids are pretty amusing. Quite devoted, huh?" A guy chuckled, pointing at Leon behind him. "I think we'll get along just fine, don't you, Leon?" Leon looked at Isla with admiration and answered excitedly, "Yes." Killian hesitated a little, unsure. "And this gentleman is?" He quickly explained, "Leon's master, a god. He's a veteran warrior who just joined us." Iron cast him a meaningful glance. "To stand against those who want to dominate this kingdom." Duke Orangus smiled faintly. Those words were a clear declaration of rivalry between the 2 powers, Pendragon and Orangus. At that moment, Count Saguna suddenly screamed madly. "What nonsense are you all spouting?" Pointing at the bird riders, he raved, "Can't you see? They haven't just caused a scene. They've created chaos right in front of His Majesty." They must be plotting rebellion. Saguna wanted Howl more, but Iron coolly cut him off. You look pathetically ridiculous. Why are you in such a hurry, Saguna? He raised his chin proudly. I'll say it again. The only traitor here is you. Gakta grabbed someone by the collar and dragged him out of the carriage, shouting, and here's the proof. He threw the man down right beside Iron's feet. Old Count Saguna's eyes bulged. An important mission tied to the fate of the kingdom. Fear flooded Saguna's face as the man shrank into himself, stammering in horror. At Iron's feet was someone he could not fail to recognize, Luv Thailand. Jimmy Dosen had no idea what was happening anymore and asked suspiciously, "Is that white-haired old man?" Duke Arangis watched everything in silence. Iron spoke coolly. His name is Luv Thailand. Thailand knelt there like a man out of his senses, his eyes vacant. Before the nobles, Iron continued in a ringing voice. The Bressa territory once held great authority in Crixus. Iron's gaze turned icy. And this man is one of those responsible for the assassination of Crown Prince Sane 3 years ago. Ian was shocked when he heard that. The nobles also erupted at once. What did you say? Count Granite was stunned as well. The emperor remained as heavy and silent as before, his face still hidden from the lavish light. Iron placed a hand over his chest and declared solemnly, I once worked with Prince Ian to investigate the truth behind this case. Because of that, we infiltrated Crixus and discovered that Luv Thailand was the one who poisoned the crown prince. Thailand trembled. Then Iron's voice suddenly dropped. However, Iron said frankly he was only a pawn. A chill ran through the nobles. His voice continued. The mastermind was someone else. Count Saguna panicked, his mind becoming a tangled mess. It felt as though his whole world had collapsed. And this man will tell us. Ian clenched his teeth and waited. He will reveal the identities of those traitors who bear their fangs in this kingdom and expose their crimes. Duke Arangis remained calm, as though the storm before him had nothing to do with him at all. Iron lifted his eyes. Your Majesty. He looked straight toward the throne. Count Granite hurriedly approved in alarm. I permit you to speak. Iron took hold of the end of the chain attached to the handcuffs and slowly dragged Thailand behind him. The nobles stared intently. Jimmy Dosen was no different. Isla and Vincent watched as well. Saguna hunched over in fear, while Duke Arangis remained as still as ever. He watched Iron moving forward, with the old count drowning in terror behind him. Then the corner of his mouth suddenly lifted in a faint smile. The gem in his ring suddenly flashed with firelight, and a dark, ominous energy welled up inside the stone. At the same time, the ring on old Count Saguna's hand also flashed without anyone noticing. The black aura inside Duke Arangis's gem grew denser still. Then, under his calm gaze, drifted out into the air. That deadly, inky darkness shot straight into Count Saguna's ring. Saguna's eyes bulged as the torturous change began. His pupils turned sickly white. Black veins rose across his eyes, and bulging cords of muscle and blood vessels stood out beneath his skin. Grimacing and baring his teeth, he made an indistinct guttural sound. Then Count Saguna suddenly screamed like a madman and lunged forward, dark energy billowing around him. The nobles recoiled in shock. Even Iron had not expected it. What? Too fast, he thought in alarm. Count Saguna charged in a suicidal rush, pulling out a dagger. Linda screamed in terror. Lord Iron. The sharp blade flashed. Reacting on instinct, Iron lowered his body and slammed his elbow down hard onto the old count's wrist, forcibly breaking the arm and making Saguna drop the dagger. His arm bent at a grotesque angle. Iron's eyes widened in surprise, but did not end there. Count Saguna opened his mouth wide. Before Iron's horrified eyes, the old man threw back his head and bit deep into the flesh of Tylene's neck. Then he jerked his head violently and tore the throat apart. Blood poured out like a waterfall, spraying violently. Tylene's body staggered as his throat was ripped out before everyone's eyes. The nobles screamed in horror and chaos broke out. Iron stood frozen in that moment. Blood splattered across his stunned face. Isla and Vincent both changed color in shock. Even Jimmy Dosen and those beside him could not believe what they had seen. He was too stunned to cry out. In helpless terror, Iron grabbed Count Saguna by the collar and shouted, "No, you bastard!" But the only thing he got in return was a limp, twisted head, an old face covered in bulging veins, a half-open mouth with no response. His mind reeled. He's dead. Iron stubbornly refused to accept it. No, impossible. How could someone like Saguna suddenly become both so fast and so strong? What is this? After the brief chaos, the nobles could only stare in confusion. Someone asked hoarsely, "Why would Saguna do that?" Count Siros answered in alarm. Given the circumstances, there's only one conclusion. Then that familiar calm voice rose again. Unbelievable. To think the man behind the crown prince's assassination was Count Saguna. Duke Oranges walked over to Iron and smiled faintly down at him. Iron came back to himself and glared at him through gritted teeth. In the middle of the main hall, surrounded by people on all sides, Duke Oranges bowed his head and said with a sincere smile, "On behalf of the 6 High Lords, I sincerely apologize to you, Duke Pendragon." His face was filled with heavy regret. Just as you said, Count Saguna was in fact a traitor. It was you who exposed his terrible crimes. Truly, you're a loyal swordsman of the kingdom. Iron trembled with restrained fury. Under the splendid chandeliers, Duke Oranges looked even more noble standing before him. His face was calm, and in a slow voice he praised a precious gem. Then, where only Iron could see clearly, Duke Oranges smiled with vicious delight and said in extreme provocation, "That cannot be denied." The surrounding nobles immediately echoed the praise and cheered for him. Iron ground his teeth in hatred, glaring at Oranges. Elsewhere, Count Siros said admiringly of him, "See, I told you so. Iron really is that kind of man." The noblewoman beside him also looked pleased. Duke Oranges immediately acknowledged his own mistake. How admirable. Jimmy Dosen and his companions avoided everyone's eyes and fell silent at once. Among the princes, some still looked shocked and frightened, but Gold remained as cold as ever. Grand Duke Duchy was likewise composed. Iron still could not accept such an outcome. He wanted to struggle against it. No, that's not it. He stepped forward and growled, "Damn it." But Duke Oranges only turned his head back and looked at him with a naive expression, as if he understood nothing. That look alone made Iron freeze in place, choking on his own rage. Isla and Vincent both looked displeased, but there was nothing they could do. It was useless now, because the evidence had been destroyed. Tylene's severed head lay there, blood pooled around it. He had died with his eyes open. Outside of that, the nobles looked at Iron with admiration and praise, smiling and applauding. He thought, even if I told the truth right now, no one would believe me. Iron lowered his head in bitter frustration. Powerless, his fists clenched tight. At that moment, Count Granite shouted an announcement. "Tonight's banquet is over. You may all leave." The nobles immediately began filing out. Duke Oranges smiled politely. "Then I shall take my leave as well." He bowed with courtesy. "I hope we meet again someday." Iron replied in a light voice, "Ah, of course. Until we meet again on the battlefield." His turquoise eyes burned brightly as he cast the man a dark glare, silently declaring war. Duke Oranges narrowed his eyes dangerously, said nothing, and turned away, leading his people with him. The guard at the very end of his line silently passed by Isla, his gaze full of icy contempt. In the great palace blazing with light, Duke Oranges had already led his people some distance outside. He smiled faintly, his elegant eyes lifting. "It seems your time has come, my 3 Vanva's knights." None of the group answered, their eyes only showing cold hostility. Back inside the main hall, everyone, including Iron, was staring at Count Saguna's corpse. Ian looked at him, hesitated, then called, "Hey, Iron." Linda also said anxiously, "Lord Iron." Isla, Vincent, and the others said nothing. Then an old voice suddenly rang out, "Oranges." Ian and Iron both jerked their heads up in surprise and looked toward the Emperor. Upon the throne, his eyes were still closed, and his voice came out brokenly. "Duke Pendragon." They moved to a council chamber where only 4 people sat at the 4 sides. The Emperor, Ian, Iron, and Count Granite. Ian, still showing some frustration, recounted, "That monster I fought at Luz, the pirate bastard, he belonged to House Oranges." He remembered Tolio's arrogant, violent manner. Count Granite paused and looked at Iron. "Then the one who orchestrated the poisoning of the crown prince." Iron remained silent. Everything was already laid bare before their eyes. Then the emperor softly called again. Duke Pendragon. Under their gazes, he slowly pronounced, I appoint you governor of Luz, and I give you a secret order. Destroy House Oranges. Ian and Count Granite were horrified to hear it, and even Iron was briefly stunned. The emperor's old, ugly fingers held a gold coin engraved with the figure of Soul Drake. As he continued, you will need money to face a wealthy nation, so I also permit the circulation of Pendragon gold coins. Count Granite felt that this was not right and was about to dissuade him. Your Majesty, this. But before he could finish, the emperor calmly comforted him. It's all right. Iron looked at him seriously and asked solemnly, do you believe what I said, Your Majesty? The emperor did not answer directly. Instead, he said gently, Ian told me that you are someone who can be trusted. Then he fixed his gaze on Iron and asked for an answer. But what do you think of this kingdom now? At first, Iron did not quite understand. The emperor asked again, after seeing Crixus and Alice, what do you think? Iron frowned and remained silent. Naturally, the emperor understood better than anyone. His voice was calm and plain. I no longer have real power to govern this kingdom, not even enough to stop corrupt nobles, just as when Jimmy Dosen stood before me in defiance, or to oppose the Dark King Oranges. Duke Oranges had directly used darkness to manipulate everything. The emperor's clasped hands trembled with anger and helplessness. Iron half closed his eyes. Ian looked at the emperor anxiously. Your Majesty. The emperor continued, guiding the conversation onward. During the investiture ceremony, I released all the royal authority I possessed, yet you neither cowered before it nor clashed with it. Instead, your aura harmonized with mine. Even the two men here, and even my own son, could not do that. At that moment, the emperor's voice suddenly carried the might of a true sovereign. He said heavily, Iron Pendragon, Ian, I entrust the future of the kingdom to the two of you. Iron calmly closed his eyes, his brows drawing together in thought. Then his back bent forward. Kneeling before the emperor, with strong light falling over him, Iron's solemn voice rang out. I obey your command, Your Majesty. The first rays of dawn gradually appeared, brilliantly illuminating the sky over the capital. Grand Duke Duchy stood on a balcony facing the rising sun. Then a clear voice, like light reflecting off a lake, softly sounded by his ear. Did you consider joining hands with that man? The Grand Duke let out a sigh. Duchy understood very well. The Sea Dragon King expects nothing from me or Sonda. I knew that from the moment I met him. Then, after a brief pause, he glanced behind him and added with slight puzzlement, But you said you weren't coming, my lady. A violent white whirlwind spun behind him, the scattered gusts slowly fading away. And beneath the sunlit window, white feathers drifted softly through the air as a pair of beautiful, pure white wings spread wide. Under the blazing light, the angelic halo above his head was clearly visible, as if everything favored this very appearance. Noble light embraced the white angel. And Grand Duke Duchy's voice rose calmly. Messenger of the goddess Ileana, envoy. Chief Archangel, say. He tilted his head slightly and looked at him intently. Say gave a faint smile and slowly stepped forward as he replied, That was my intention, yes. However, something rather interesting happened. Duchy looked puzzled. Say's face turned serious as he said, On the Lowston Plains, Soder and the Black Dragon encountered each other. He continued at an unhurried pace. That made me wonder why they would meet there when that place does not even fall under either of their dominions. Grand Duke Duchy did not beat around the bush and asked directly, Then you mean there must be something there, correct? Say raised a brow slightly in thought. That is still rather unclear to me. Even so, dragons are known for their extreme territoriality. He held firm as he told Duchy, For them to gather in one place like that, something must have happened, and something significant enough to warrant it. The Grand Duke fell silent for a moment. Perhaps it is related to the aura of the reigning emperor. Say lifted his head and gazed into the distance, speaking slowly. The aura of House Aragon. From second Prince Ian to His Majesty the Emperor, and especially the Emperor's own aura, it is by nature a divine blessing personally granted by the goddess Ileana. Cracks ran across the statue carved in her likeness. The dawn light shone from the far edge of the sky, meant to preserve the balance of the human world. Duchy cut in bluntly, but as of now, it stands on the brink of collapse because of the assassination attempt on Prince Say. At the same time, in one of the palace corridors, Ian and Iron stood leaning against the railing. Ian looked somewhat worn out. The aura possessed by our family has been weakening with each generation. Ian's expression grew strained. Father should have abdicated long ago and entrusted the throne to my elder brother, Say. But because of this incident, he could not do so. Remembering the aged figure who had appeared before him, Ian's voice grew even heavier with sorrow. And his body has become like that. Iron asked casually, "How old is the Emperor?" Ian answered helplessly, "This year, he is only 55. Hearing that, Iron's eyes widened in shock. Back with the Grand Duke, Duchy continued. Among the princes, the one with the strongest aura is second Prince Ian. Say did not seem particularly impressed, and judged frankly, he is still immature. It is too early for him to inherit the throne. Still, he lifted his eyes slightly, recalling it. Gold's aura is currently growing at an exponential rate in terms of power. That dark, lifeless face came back to mind. Soon enough, his aura may very well surpass Ian's. Ian looked at him suspiciously. I followed your advice and investigated Gold, but he was nothing more than an ordinary boy, other than the gloomy atmosphere that always surrounds him. Iron responded flatly. Is that so? His expression stiffened a little as he lowered his eyes and thought. But in my previous life, the one who inherited the throne was none other than Gold. The newspaper remained burned into his thoughts. Then Iron suddenly realized, I get it now. Leaning on the railing, Say looked toward the sunlight. Gold, Ian, Orangus, and Pendragon. From a distant corner of the courtyard, his calm voice rang out. They will bear the future of the Empire, and they may also be the ones who challenge the logic of this world. Grand Duke Duchy hesitated before probing. Would that happen to be a prophecy? Say glanced at him and answered evenly. Just a premonition. He fell silent, because I feel as though the karma of this world is being disturbed by a powerful force. A golden statue of a warrior riding a lion stood high above the training grounds for soldiers. A soldier swung his sword wildly while shouting at the top of his lungs. With every slash, Leon swiftly used the flexibility of his body to evade him. When the man swung his sword again, Leon decisively jumped up and, to the enemy's utter astonishment, landed lightly and impossibly atop the blade itself. The soldier's eyes bulged in disbelief. Without giving him time to react, Leon immediately spun around and drove a kick straight into his face. The soldier froze at once, spitting blood from his mouth along with 2 flying teeth. The unit commander quickly shouted, "Stop! Enough! The winner has been decided." The surrounding soldiers erupted in cheers. Count Granite raised Leon's arm high, and Leon smiled brightly in delight. Vincent was also somewhat overwhelmed as he watched. Truly remarkable. He's grown this much already. Iron gave a faint smile in agreement. Yeah, he exceeded my expectations. Agat puffed himself up proudly as well. His teacher was just that talented. It's all thanks to him. Kian loudly chimed in, his face awkwardly twitching. That's right, it was the captain. The fact that our forces are getting stronger isn't entirely a bad thing. He finished with an extremely forced laugh. As the evening glow gradually faded, Iron stood facing Count Granite in front of the Imperial Palace. He smiled politely. You have looked after us a great deal during this time, Captain Granite. Count Granite responded just as kindly. We are grateful as well. That process was a great stimulus for us. Though for those two, it seemed rather easy. Agat and Leon merely chuckled. Iron paused for a moment before lowering his voice. Captain, do you know anything about the Demon Corps? His face turned cold and imposing. Count Granite was a bit surprised to hear that, but still replied, Of course. It is a unit made up mainly of criminals. It is led by Tovin Bantai. In his previous life, Raven had also been entangled with them. Count Granite added thoughtfully, Sometimes I wonder myself why they are part of the Imperial Army at all. Iron's gaze sharpened. Then where are they now? Granite answered, At present, they are in the south. More specifically, in the Great Tush Sea. They are subjugating a monster called the Beast King. Iron's expression turned cold. He speculated, The Beast King is that pack leader, isn't it? That monstrous creature with its enormous body had killed countless people. He fell silent, his mind darkening. So history still has not changed? Iron considered whether he should say it. That Bido was the one behind the Sisak incident, and that they should eliminate him. That provocative face rose in his mind. Remembering that burning hall of flames, Iron hesitated for a brief second. But could the Empire really kill that crafty old fox? Even if they expelled him from the Corps, wouldn't that only make him harder to track? He quietly closed his eyes. Seeing how silent he had become, Count Granite called gently, "Duke Pendragon." Against the beautiful scenery of the imperial capital, Iron finally let out, "It's nothing." Count Granite, Ingrid, and Ian personally saw them off as well. Aaron, helped into the carriage by Isla, waved cheerfully. Iron was already seated inside, his expression heavy. "Looks like we'll cross paths again after all." Tolio and Arangis. He made up his mind. "I will definitely kill every last one of you with my own hands." The Griffin shot forward, pulling the carriage away at speed. Back in Pendragon territory, Iron adjusted his cuff and asked in surprise, "Sanko still hasn't returned?" Kazal looked worried, and Tada quickly answered, "Yes. That's because monsters can sense the enormous amount of mana when they get close." Iron lowered his eyes. "I see." Linda silently watched her husband. Then she suddenly pulled Iron over and pressed him down into a chair, comforting him softly. "It'll be all right. I'm sure Soder is just eager to meet you as soon as possible, Iron. Just think of it as her being busy for the moment. I'm sure she'll come back soon." Iron smiled gently as Linda carefully combed his hair with her hand. His voice was soft. "Thank you, Lindsay." The other two stared blankly. Tada widened her eyes and said, "Husband and wife." Kazal also let out a few startled sounds. Then the grand doors suddenly swung open, and Aaron called out excitedly, "Brother," she happily announced, "your farewell party has just started." Sure enough, Melbourne was sniffling and crying his eyes out as he wailed, "Our master, Duke Pendragon, has been appointed governor of Luz. I am so very happy for you, my lord." Amid the applause and congratulations, Iron took Linda's hand and walked with her. The scene was harmonious and lively. Agat, under Leon's admiring gaze and Kian's weary disgust, laughed as he issued challenges. Beside them, Isla firmly maintained her #1 nanny status while taking care of Mia. Linda spoke sweetly with him, and Iron returned her words with a gaze full of indulgence and fascination. Lady Helen curiously went over to ask her daughter, her eyes never leaving the two of them. "Hey, Aaron," she whispered softly. "Those two have gotten much closer, haven't they?" She watched Iron chatting happily. Aaron answered playfully, "Yes, they've been through a lot together." Off to one side, Luna lowered her eyes slightly. There was just a little regret in them. Vincent approached her with a smile. "Are you enjoying the feeling of being alone, Miss Siros?" Luna was a little surprised. Vincent handed her a glass of champagne. "Here, have a drink." Luna gently refused. "No." Vincent bluntly cut her off. "The Duke is set to leave for Luz tomorrow." He raised the glass again and reminded her, "If there is something you want to say, make sure you say it today." Luna looked awkwardly at the champagne glass in Vincent's hand. In the end, she took it and drained it in one go. She set the glass back down, her eyes now more resolute. Luna called out, "Duke Pendragon." He tilted his head. Standing beside him, Linda gave a small greeting. Iron looked surprised. "Miss Siros." Luna's expression turned serious, and then the corners of her lips curved faintly. Lifting the edges of her skirt with both hands, she bowed gracefully. "I was very pleased to hear that you are to be appointed governor of Luz." Luna paused for a moment, her expression gentle as she hid her true feelings. Then she turned away and left decisively. Vincent silently watched from one side. He murmured softly. She still hesitated. Elsewhere, Leon was already somewhat tipsy, yet Agat and Gakta were still shouting with excitement. "We're only getting started. Bring out more beer." Golden beer sloshed as it was poured into large mugs, the bottles labeled with the Pendragon emblem. Under a dreamy window frame, territory brewed beer was poured into glass cups. Vincent smiled faintly and remarked, "The beer from this territory only gets better with every sip." Sitting across from him, Iron hummed softly and added, "The soldiers love it as well." He looked at Vincent, his eyes filled with absolute trust. "I'll entrust this territory to you, Vincent." Iron spoke sincerely. "As long as you remain here, I can leave for Luz with peace of mind." Vincent dismissed the praise lightly. But that would have been impossible if not for the others helping to ease the burden. Iron looked a little blank. Vincent continued, "With Steward Melbourne handling matters, most internal affairs are running smoothly. especially the people entrusted to Miss Siros. In a glittering night view of Pendragon, the development of the immigrant city of George had, so far, been progressing smoothly. Listening to Vincent's analysis, Iron fell silent. Vincent threw the thought back at him. "What do you think, Pendragon?" He said bluntly. "Isn't it about time you considered becoming engaged to Miss Siros?" Iron froze. Vincent's voice remained thoughtful, weighing the bigger picture. Compared to the young ladies from the capital and other noble women who only know how to dress prettily and pursue nothing else, he recalled working alongside Luna and praised her sincerely. "She is a talented young lady." Vincent smiled as he concluded, "She could become a great source of support for you." Then, from another angle, as for Miss Lindsay, he immediately stopped there. He knew there was no need to say more. Iron lowered his head without responding. Remembering Luna's expression at the party, his eyes narrowed slightly. The room sank back into silence. Vincent poured himself another glass of beer and gave up. "If you do not like her, then no one can force you." Iron spoke hesitantly. "It's not like that." He faltered a little. "But I—" Vincent looked puzzled. Iron said nothing more, staring at his own reflection in the beer's surface. Beneath the soft moonlight, Luna gazed up at the star-filled sky from the balcony. Her heart felt heavy. Then a voice suddenly called out, startling her. "Luna." She turned around to see Iron approaching. Luna looked somewhat surprised. "Iron." He scratched at his nose, unsure how to begin, a bottle of beer in hand. A little embarrassed, Iron pointed at it and awkwardly offered, "Would you like to have a drink with me?" Luna was briefly dazed. Beer was quickly poured into glass cups. Beneath the moonlight, the two sat facing each other, and he took the initiative to pour hers for her. Iron's face softened, and so did his voice. "Vincent keeps praising your contributions to the territory. I'm truly grateful for all of it." Luna grew shy, her cheeks flushing faintly. "That—" The two clinked glasses. They slowly drank together as the beer slid down their throats. Looking at her, he said softly, "You've changed a lot since the first time we met, haven't you?" Luna answered gently, her lowered lashes shadowing her bright face and faint smile. "Not as much as you have, my lord." He was stunned. Luna smiled and continued, "To be honest, I didn't care for you at all, especially before your deep coma." She remembered those days. But after you woke up, it was as if you had become a completely different person. Iron became composed and decisive, someone who acted without hesitation. Luna spoke sincerely. "That was when I first started paying attention to you." Tilting her glass slightly, she smiled at him sidelong and asked, "That sounds rather arrogant, doesn't it?" Iron answered easily, "It does." Luna stood up and continued, "Then, after you returned from Sisak, I saw you change again. On that winter banquet night, it was as if she had returned to that very day once more." Luna had felt it clearly. He seemed to have found a reason to live again. Looking at his figure in the evening light, even she had been overwhelmed. "That is why I want to change as well." Luna placed a hand on the railing and lifted her head toward the glittering stars. Her voice was calm. "I gave up the political marriage my family had pursued. I cast aside all those imposed rules and—" Iron murmured distractedly, "Imposed rules?" Luna softened her voice. "I decided I would no longer live for anyone else, only for myself." He pressed his lips together and lowered his eyes, his heart difficult to read. "Live for yourself." Suddenly, she asked, "Do you remember what you said when you were in Siro's territory?" In that scene from the past, he had once said, "I want to live to witness, with my own eyes, the people of this empire living in abundance and peace." Looking at George glowing brilliantly with lights, Luna's voice carried unconcealed delight. Those words from then are already becoming reality. She turned slightly, her face brighter and more at ease. "That is why I respect you both as a true man and as a ruler leading your people forward." Iron stared blankly. Luna continued generously, "So whether you like it or not." Her cheeks flushed pink, yet her tone was full of certainty. "I will still become a source of strength for you." He bowed his head and stayed silent for a long while before speaking. "Do you—" The words seemed to catch in his throat. He could not force them into a coherent sentence. Do you? Really? Luna looked at him in confusion and curiosity. Deep within his soul, he too was struggling, suppressing emotions compressed to the breaking point. Iron nearly clenched his teeth. His voice emerged in a strained stammer. Do you really? The surface of the beer no longer reflected Pendragon, but himself, Raven Vanter. Memories of his previous life surfaced, of him battling mutated monsters, of orcs, of standing there gasping on battlefields filled with blood and death. Looking back now, that black-clad warrior who had lost his home and homeland was still struggling. The words never formed into sound, and only took shape in his tormented mind. Can you love a man who is not only Iron, but also me? The beer's surface continued to reflect Iron's face. Everything fell silent. After a pause, Luna softly called his name. Iron. Iron slowly replied to her. It's nothing. He lifted his head and finished the beer in his glass. Then he turned and gave her the brightest smile he could. Thank you, Luna. Luna looked at him with wide eyes, then returned a gentle smile. She answered in a soft voice, It is my honor. Iron relaxed with a faint smile and thought to himself, For now, this is enough. The night kindly let the moonlight shine down. The next morning, beneath a clear blue sky over the deep blue sea, two large ships, not far apart from one another, were both giving off strange streams of thick black smoke. A black pirate flag fluttered wildly. The passengers screamed in terror. Savage Ratuan orcs swung aboard on ropes like monkeys, frightening the passengers on the ship. Some collapsed where they stood while others fled in panic. Cries rang out, Pirates! Blades flashed through the air, and lives were easily taken. One fat man ran while clasping his hands in prayer. Navy Empire, please save. Before he could finish, his head was cut clean off. A large pirate sneered. No one's going to save you, pig. He laughed mockingly and licked his teeth. Tolio roared madly. I am the hunter who rules these seas. Then he burst into excited laughter. Suddenly, Tolio's attention was drawn to a newspaper bearing Iron's image. The headline read, Duke Pendragon has secured the seat of power in Luz. He picked up the paper and stared at it. What's this? This bastard's been doing pretty well for himself lately, hasn't he? Countless sword slashes cut through the air. The newspapers scattered all over the ground. Tolio snarled viciously. I'll settle my debts with you soon enough, you white-haired worm. At the port of Luz, the governor was dead. Sunlight streamed past the edge of the residence. At Seguna's villa, Iron stood frozen in shock. What happened to you lot? The whole group was decked out in flashy new clothes. Iron had just stepped out, dragging Linda along with him. She happily asked, Well, what do you think, brother, of the White Dragon Squad's new sailor uniforms? She waited eagerly for his response. It's because today we're meeting Luz's protector, the commander of the Imperial Navy, Viscount Morin. Out on the open sea, a whole group of men swung from one ship to another, aggressively leaping down to surround a single man standing in the center of the deck. Suddenly, a deep blue pressure burst from his body, and a blue gleam flashed through his eyes. In a single sword stroke, he sent the whole group of youths flying into the air. He dealt with them in an instant, and they came crashing down one after another. With a sharp, cold face, he ordered again. He was none other than the admiral of the Imperial Navy, Viscount Morin. The port was bustling and noisy. The people nearby were startled to see a large force marching down the road. They saw a flag flying proudly, bearing the unmistakable symbol of a seahorse. The townspeople gasped. The White Shark of Millet, commander of the Imperial Navy, Viscount Morin. Seeing his expression, they murmured among themselves. He looks angrier than usual. It must be because he's about to meet Duke Pendragon. Someone else added. And because the previous governor colluded with pirates and betrayed the Navy, he must be wondering how the new man will act. Watching the troops disappear into the distance, the townspeople came to their conclusion. If the governor's weakness is exposed, the White Shark will gain the advantage. At the governor's villa, Iron stood properly with his guards. Viscount Morin and his own entourage were no different. First, Iron placed a hand to himself and bowed in greeting. I, Iron Pendragon, will assume the office of Governor of Luz. But Viscount Morin showed not a hint of goodwill. Instead, he let the guard beside him bow and say, "This is the Sword Emperor, Admiral of the Imperial Navy, Lord Viscount Morin." The man even narrowed his eyes slightly and added pointedly, "It will be best if you remembered that." Isla and Killian's faces darkened at once. Iron, however, remained calm. "I heard that after Saguna died, Luz came under your control, so I would like to hear about the current situation." The Viscount's guard continued lazily. "We have negotiated with most of Saguna's allies." Then, unexpectedly, Isla cut in. "Hey." His face tightened in irritation as he snapped, "The governor isn't speaking to you." The man pressed his lips together darkly, and immediately both sides released their auras to crush one another. The burst of pressure made hair flutter, yet Iron remained cold and expressionless. Beside him, Killian already looked fed up and barked. "Hey!" At that moment, the corner of Viscount Morin's lips curled slightly. He stepped forward to smooth things over. "Please forgive this discourtesy, Lord Pendragon." Viscount Morin's face was stern and sharp, his words perfectly justified. "But because I am, by nature, a soldier, it is my habit to judge a man with my own eyes." Iron got straight to the point. "Then what is it that you want?" Viscount Morin was equally direct. "I simply want to duel with you." He narrowed his eyes, and the Viscount lowered his gaze as he continued. "I was a friend of your father, Duke Gordon, so I have heard a great deal about you." Morin thought to himself, a weak man who liked flowers and immersed himself in painting. There were even rumors that he had fought Granite, captain of the Imperial Knights, and my rival. His eyes turned cold. "Hard to believe." Viscount Morin cleared his throat. "That is why I wanted to see for myself." Iron closed his eyes. "I understand." He raised a hand in invitation. "In that case, let's begin." Morin gave a contemptuous smile. He stepped forward, only to be abruptly stopped by the shaft end of Isla's spear. Viscount Morin stiffened in confusion, and then, with a thud, his jaw was seized. Iron had rushed forward at blinding speed, grabbed his chin, and hurled him backward. He viciously slammed Viscount Morin's head against the ground. Seeing this, the Viscount's close guard flared with rage, releasing his aura as he charged, drawing his sword and roaring, "What are you doing, you bastard?" In a flash too fast to follow, Isla's spear point was already at his throat. Killian's face went pale in alarm. The guard clenched his teeth, trembling, his eyes fixed on the spear blade. "You cowards!" Isla gave as good as she got, her face cold as she snapped back. "Cowardly pirate trash." He flinched and glared. Iron sat astride Viscount Morin, pinning him down. Under the Viscount's astonished gaze, he tightened his hold on his neck and asked slowly, "Do you really think such things exist? Who do you think we're up against?" "Those monsters casually butcher ordinary people." Iron answered calmly, "They're the most vicious pirates on the ocean, led by the orc chieftain of Latuan, the Black King, Tolio Arangis." He stated it flatly, "And he's clearly stronger than the two of you." Viscount Morin was stunned. Iron rose to his feet and waved a hand. "I don't have time to shake hands with men this week." The guards clenched their jaws, their expressions darkening. Yet Viscount Morin did not get angry. He calmly knelt down and said solemnly, "But you were right. You have already subdued me." The Viscount gave a faint smile. Governor Pendragon, Isla and Killian were both dumbfounded by this sudden turn. Iron, too, returned to a courteous manner. "To subdue the pirates, the strength of a navy is essential. So I want your support." With that, he extended his hand in goodwill. Viscount Morin took his hand and answered firmly, "It would be my honor." The scene shifted offshore. A pirate ship was relentlessly pursuing another vessel, and shouts rang out as if to tear apart the sky. At the sight of the skull flag, they panicked. "Pirates!" the Ratuan orcs shouted excitedly. "Slaughter them, you stupid pigs from the Empire!" Then one of them suddenly turned, noticing something. Not far away, another ship was approaching. It bore the emblem of imperial authority high above it. The captain of the pursued ship saw it clearly, his eyes lighting up as he cried, "Huh? The Imperial Navy has come." But the orcs merely sneered in contempt. Did those filthy humans really think they could stand against us? Then, from that ship, several dark figures suddenly took flight. The orc froze. As they drew closer, the shapes became clearer and clearer. Bird riders cut through the freezing sea wind, a small unit led by Isla herself. Only then, when they saw who it was overhead, did the Ratuan orcs begin to panic, shrieking, "Bird riders! Knights!" From above, Isla looked down at them, her voice as cold as steel. In her hand was a crossbow, aimed straight at them, its bolts razor-sharp. A series of thudding impacts followed, and the miserable orcs were turned into pincushions, fleeing in panic. Isla skillfully guided her mount in a powerful swoop, then pulled out a small spiked club and drove in. With a swing of her arm, she smashed each orc clean across the face. Warm blood sprayed everywhere, splattering even Isla's cold, expressionless face. At the Killer Whale Tavern, a few people wandered past the entrance. A careless voice spoke up. "What's this about?" The tavern owner, puffing on a cigarette, answered indifferently, "My place is just an ordinary shop." Across from him stood Viscount Morin and his close guard. The owner remained composed. "So naturally, there might be a few pirates mixed in among the customers, right?" He went on glibly. "But there are things even I don't know much about." Viscount Morin had no interest in wasting words. He drew his sword and swiftly placed it at the man's throat. The owner's mouth fell open, and even the cigarette was sliced clean in two. Still stunned, the tavern owner spluttered nonstop. "Why you? What the hell are you doing?" Morin calmly called to the man beside him. "Ijack." Ijack coldly held out a document with a red seal in front of the owner. In an unhurried voice, he said, "This document bears your handprint, and it clearly shows that you bribed Count Segunda to obtain permission to smuggle goods here. Shall I ask for just a few of your fingers?" The owner turned deathly pale and trembled all over. Ijack's words were not a question at all. They were an open threat. Viscount Morin's face remained grim and fierce as he released a powerful aura, his voice low and heavy. "To set an example for others, do not think you can hide what you've done from us." The tavern owner stared in terror at the blade touching his cheek. He could feel it, a sudden stinging pain. In the end, the man confessed and was escorted away by the guards. Iron watched from the side. As if sensing his gaze, Viscount Morin tilted his head and smiled at him. Iron's expression did not change at all. Iron recalled Vincent's words. Thanks to intelligence from Countess Vincent John's aide, they had nearly rounded up every business connected to the pirates. He thought coldly, "If I can wipe them all out of Luz, I'll quickly cut off the Dark Emperor's source of funding." Tolio Arangis. Viscount Morin, still composed, said, "In the Empire, there is no room for mercy toward those who have cooperated with pirates. Under the new government's policies, all pirate-related activity between the mainland and the islands has been erased, so they have shifted their focus to the small islands in the Millet Sea, where naval patrols are weak. 2 pirate ships sped toward the islands. Yet not far from those black-sailed ships was another vessel, white, with the Pendragon family banner fluttering high. The pirates widened their eyes and cried out in disbelief. The White Dragon Army. The moment they closed in on the pirate ships, the soldiers boldly took the lead and swung aboard for close combat, blood spraying everywhere. Before long, the newspapers began reporting one victory after another. With the countless triumphs of the White Dragon Army and the Imperial Navy, the disappearance of the pirates was only a matter of time. Butler Melbourne applauded nonstop. "Young master has not disappointed me." He laughed in delight, while Vincent silently read the newspaper, his pen moving swiftly across the page. Luna smiled faintly, her expression bright. She felt relieved in her heart. "You did it, Iron." Her memories returned to the night of the farewell banquet, and Luna thought to herself, "So I have no choice but to do everything I can to help you." In a better mood, Luna relaxed and moved on to the next document. The next transaction was with a merchant. Then she suddenly froze. A name was written on the paper. Joseph Bryden. Trade exchange. Luna's voice was full of surprise. Joseph Bryden. She still remembered. Wasn't he the former chief knight of Siros district? Memories of the past slowly resurfaced. He had once bowed to her, only to have his arm severed in a battle. In the end, all he could do was grit his teeth and let Iron leave. Luna frowned slightly. It really does seem to be that, Bryden. The next morning, the whole city welcomed a new day. A man missing his left arm, carrying a dark backpack, stepped in and greeted her. It's been a while, hasn't it, Lady Luna? Luna's face was serious. It seems you've changed quite a lot, Bryden. Bryden smiled faintly. He lifted his hat. I started a business and built a trading company through my connections. Then he added with half-bitter sarcasm, because with one arm like this, I can no longer become a knight. She showed no emotion and looked up, asking directly, So why have you come here? Bryden turned serious again. I heard that this city has no discrimination, a city where everyone is welcomed, no matter their race or nationality. He added lightly, That's why I came here to expand my business. But Luna suddenly asked a fatal question. In the very city ruled by the man who cut off your arm. Bryden lowered his eyes and did not answer. I cannot trust you. She remembered the impression he had left on her in the past. Her gaze grew sharper and colder. That is why I cannot permit it. He silently put his hat back on and said in a low voice, You've changed. Pressing down the brim, Bryden continued. You no longer see anything except Iron Pendragon. Luna looked puzzled. Then why? His attitude suddenly became resolute. I will defeat him, that Iron Pendragon. She was startled. What? Bryden placed a hand over his heart. With unwavering sincerity, his face looked unusually earnest. I will be the one who can bring you greater benefit, more than anything he could ever offer. Dropping that expression, Bryden smiled faintly. That is why I cannot turn back now. At least, not yet. His eyes flicked to her with helpless affection. Because I still... Luna was stunned. Back in Luz, on a lonely island in the sea, the wind rustled coolly. Inside a cave, a Ratuan orc sat leisurely with a cup in hand. Beside him, 2 female orcs attended him, and behind him stood 2 guards with sharp eyes. He lowered the cup, revealing an angry face marked by 2 long diagonal scars on the right side. It was one of the 3 great Red Skull pirates, Captain Griezmann. He furrowed his brow, eyes savage, and growled, What do you want here? Across from him sat the Black King, Tolio, looking completely at ease. Tolio chuckled. I just came to check on you. I've heard you've run into some serious trouble lately. He smirked. Because the new ruler of Luz has started hunting pirates, right? An orc guard angrily tried to rush forward, but Griezmann raised a hand to stop him. Griezmann replied with a contemptuous sneer, I don't want to hear that from a man who's lost. The scene flashed back to Tolio's battle with Ian and Iron. 1 hand and 1 eye. A shard of glass had slashed across his left eye, and his arm had been locked and broken by Iron. Griezmann finished coldly, a hand and eye fighting that brat. The orc looked at him mockingly. Tolio clicked his tongue, unconcerned. Then Griezmann got to the point. You've weakened a lot too, haven't you? All because of the new ruler's policies, including your main source of income. Isn't that right? He was referring to Iron purging every business linked to pirates. Tolio picked up a dried fish with 2 fingers and said evenly, Looks like you're not doing much better than I am. He mockingly put the fish into his mouth, his eye narrowing as he continued. Considering you've had to tighten that tiny little budget of yours, the proof is the garbage you've been eating every day. Griezmann slammed his hand onto the table with a bang. Furious, he demanded, Why did you come here, you half-orc bastard? Tolio remained leisurely relaxed. I found a major investor, so there's no chance I'll go bankrupt. He bit into the fish and continued. Still, since this is a crisis for all pirates, why don't we join hands for a while? Tolio proposed eagerly. Let's increase our manpower. What do you say? Griezmann smiled faintly. Not a bad idea, but there's one small problem. Tolio widened his eyes theatrically. Oh, what is it? Griezmann smiled viciously. We have to decide who the new leader will be. Tolio fell silent, then burst into laughter as well, his eye flashing with cruelty. And how do you want to settle that? Without another word, Griezmann kicked the table straight at Tolio. Plates flew in every direction, and Tolio's eyes widened as though he had barely had time to react. Griezmann lunged up at once, his face twisted with manic excitement. With our fists. Right here, right now. Then, with a crash, his fist smashed down on the table, tearing it apart into splinters. The female orcs watched eagerly. Then Griezmann's eyes suddenly widened. Beyond the shattered table, Tolio had calmly caught his hand. His eye glowed strangely, circles turning and turning within the socket. Tolio gave a crooked smile. How shallow. Tolio squeezed down on his wrist. Griezmann struggled. You damned half-orc. Tolio twisted viciously, and Griezmann screamed in pain. The female orcs cried out in alarm. Chief. Writhing in agony, his face contorted, Griezmann begged, Stop, stop. Tolio laughed excitedly, his grip growing even stronger. Trembling in pain, Griezmann shouted, My arm's going to break. Unable to bear it any longer, the two guards drew their swords and charged together. You bastard. Tolio sprang up nimbly, flipping through the air. He drew his sword viciously, and his blinded eye gleamed with an eerie red light. The moment the blade left the sheath, flames burst forth. In a flash, fierce, scorching fire spread through the surroundings. It burned everything. The orcs recoiled in fear, dropping their swords and stumbling back as they tried to shield themselves. The females panicked just as badly. A single slash had unleashed a violent red blaze that left every surrounding orc aghast. What the hell? One of them cried. That sword, it's giving off fire. Tolio smiled and raised the weapon in his hand. The flames seemed alive, coiling like a living stream around the blade. His eyes shone in a bizarre way, the circles in it looking as though they could hypnotize anything. The flames roared violently as Tolio pointed his sword and said cheerfully, This is a gift from my investor. Because I am the strongest. The sword still blazed with uncanny brilliance. Tolio continued, So of course it makes sense that I should possess the strongest weapon. The black shield still rested silently on the chair. A demonic aura suddenly burst from him out of control, flaring up in arrogant force. Tolio roared confidently. Now there is no one left who can stand against me. He laughed in delight. Sweat beaded on Griezmann's face as he stood frozen. At the same time, at the governor's residence in Luz, Iron was leisurely reviewing documents. The pirate ship had already furled its sails and departed. While on Iron's side, he was training without pause, his muscular body drenched in sweat. He brought his sword down. Isla fiercely blocked it, her muscles tense, a grin tugging at her handsome face. The two traded attack and defense, then reversed roles again, perfectly matched. Viscount Morin and Isaac watched them spar. Morin's gaze was sharp. That Van Vass warrior truly has terrifying combat power. Isaac, too, was left speechless. Yes. Iron lowered his sword with excitement, and the Viscount added, Yet Governor Pendragon can match him evenly. Elsewhere, the orcs under Isla were also being taught a number of skills by God. Leon was even gaining the upper hand in his spar with a knight. Viscount Morin darkened as he took it all in, thinking, if we add their strength to the Navy in dealing with the pirates, it will surely strengthen our strategy. In the sky above, two bird riders were training against each other. Isla's mount lay on the deck, spreading its wings to shade the two exhausted fighters as they took a brief rest. Iron braced himself slightly, unable to relax even for a moment. He thought, it's been 3 months since I came to Luz. We've suppressed the pirates, the papers have all reported it, and we've wiped out their illegal businesses. We sent men to arrest the managers tied to them. I've gone through all that trouble to strip away most of their funds. Sweat rolled down Iron's face. Why hasn't Tolio shown himself yet? He suddenly shouted, Killian! Startled, Killian barely blocked one of Leon's blows and answered with difficulty, Why yes. Nearby, Isla had gone a little blank with fatigue. Iron asked wearily, Still no news from those three? Elsewhere, on that island, pirates packed tightly before a cave in a dense crowd. One man rubbed his chin, carefully choosing his words. This is quite a remarkable gathering. Of the three great Red Skull pirates, first there's Griezmann. Then there's the newcomer Orc, Ragielk. And us, the man with the sharp, crafty gaze, continued. The Storm of the East, John Myers. The speaker was overwhelmed. All the pirates of the Southern Sea have gathered. Another person suddenly cut in. But did you notice? You don't look any different from the rest of them. Then she sighed with exaggerated ease and teased. White Dragon Army spy, Sulla. The other one immediately bristled. I don't want to hear that from you, bastard. White Dragon Army spy good. Hearing the two provoke each other yet again, the first man lowered his voice and tried to calm them. Hey, you two, stop it. We're undercover spies here. White Dragon Army spy, Geordie. Geordie whispered, focus on the mission. At that moment, footsteps approached. Tolio shouted loudly, is everyone here? He stood on an earthen ledge with a heavy sack slung over his shoulder, and beside him were two Ratuan orcs carrying bags just as large. Tolio's expression turned solemn as he declared in a ringing voice, from today onward, I will be your new captain, not as the Dark Emperor, but as the Pirate King, Tolio. He grinned savagely. A pleasure to meet you. Both Sulla and Good were shaken, a chill crawling up their spines. Good could clearly see the blood-red aura surging violently from him. He was still a little dazed. So he really is the son of that Sea Dragon King. Tolio eagerly raised the sack before them. To celebrate this unification, your captain has prepared a gift for you. It's all yours. He flung open the sack, and gold coins spilled out. Then all three bags were hurled up. A rain of gold poured down over their heads. The entire crowd erupted at once, rushing in and shouting, Gold! It's gold! Even Geordie's eyes widened. He thought, no way, does he really possess this much gold? Watching the other pirates scramble frantically in excitement to gather it, Geordie found it hard to believe. If they had this much, then cutting off their businesses would hardly affect them at all. Could this gold have come from House Oranges? Suddenly sensing something strange, he turned to look for his companions. Then he saw that both Sulla and Good had already dropped to their knees in front of the pile of gold, looking at him with eager eyes. Sulla even asked directly, Can I take some? After being dazzled senseless by the shower of gold, the pirates immediately began shouting loud enough to shake the place. Long live Captain Tolio! Long live! Long live! Tolio gave a casual wave. It's nothing. This is only a little. He glanced down, and there was not the slightest sincerity in his eyes. His voice was clear. It is only my duty to provide the best possible life for my crew. Pointing his sword toward the crowd, Tolio continued, When you have all been driven into this situation by the new governor of Luz. Every one of their faces twisted with hatred and resentment. Tolio slowly drew his sword, his voice steady. Then, as the ruler of the pirates, as your king, he raised the sword high, and flames immediately erupted from it in a violent blaze. His face was savage with excitement, overflowing with brutality. I will tear that white worm to pieces. The three spies, including Geordie, nervously stepped back. The pirates roared heroically, Hail! Long live the Pirate King! Griezmann wore a heavy expression amid the flames, and Ragielka was equally stunned. Suddenly, a hand rose to interrupt. May I say a few words, Captain? Tolio looked over and curled his lips into a smile. What is it? Captain of the East Storm Pirates, John Myers. The elegant man lowered his arm. With a faint smile, he said, We know you are strong, but the truly troublesome issue here is the squad of Bird Rider Knights led by that Van Vass Knight. Fighting them on the open sea is a major obstacle for us. How are we supposed to deal with them? Tolio fell silent for a moment, then burst into wild laughter again. John Myers stared blankly, unable to make sense of it. Before he had time to think much more, Tolio growled in amusement. An eye for an eye. That's how the saying goes, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. 3 bird riders slowly emerged from the cave. The sharp talons of the birds dug into the ground. Twin swords gleamed silver at their waists, and Geordie's group froze in stunned shock. His eyes widened as he stammered veal. The Van Vass bird riders were dark as night itself, and as the birds spread their wings, Geordie cried out in dismay. A knight! The Van Vass knight at the front smiled and removed his helmet. A ship drifted across the calm sea, where the waves murmured softly. The people aboard were draining their cups of wine. They were celebrating together. Pirates had been appearing less and less recently. One of the men praised him, saying, "It's all thanks to Governor Pendragon." Delighted, the man burst into laughter. From far away, the silhouette of another ship appeared, and above it came the shadows of a flock of giant birds. Their loud cries made the men on deck look up. It was Median, riding a bird rider and leading her comrades there. The men below gasped in shock. Bird riders! She fired arrows down at the people on the ship, striking them before they could even dodge. The rest were hunted down, screaming in terror, "Please, someone save me!" But they all met the same fate, slaughtered without mercy in one tragic massacre after another. One man was chased by the bird rider and its inhuman master. He begged for mercy, but the birds seized him savagely. "Please spare him." A feather shot straight into his eye. It was Median who ended the unlucky man's life in an instant. She glanced at him with cold, inhuman eyes. Out at sea, another ship was chasing the pirates' vessel. That ship flew a mighty lion flag. As he steered, the captain shouted, "You filthy pirates aren't getting away this time." The sailors aboard the other ship looked back at him. Meyer sneered, "Good grief, why are you so angry?" Then he spun the steering wheel faster and scoffed, "Bastards. Dirt poor, too." When they reached a strait full of obstacles, Myers's ship managed to slip through. Looking ahead, the captain immediately grew worried. If they keep that speed through a rocky area like this, a sailor looked down at the sea and reported, "Captain," he was talking about what he'd spotted under the water, reefs. Unfortunately, their ship struck a massive rock beneath the sea. Because of that, their ship became stranded in the strait and could no longer move. The sailors on Myers's ship jeered at them with delight. "Ah, serves you right, you idiots. Fantastic. I can't believe we squeezed through such a narrow gap between the reefs." Their ship slowly sank beneath the sea. The men cursed furiously as the pirates escaped. The captain hurriedly took off his outer coat. He had decided to save his men first. Rescuing them comes first. He scowled and shouted after the departing ship, "Damn pirates." Myers looked toward the island ahead and gave an order to all his subordinates. "So this is going to be our island, huh? Gather all the pirates." Hundreds of reports and newspaper articles have been covering the worsening situation. The Empire's navy had suffered heavy losses against the pirates. Prices were rising across the peninsula, harming Luz's prosperity and peace. Poverty had become severe. Pendragon was being driven into helplessness. Morin crumpled the newspaper in his hand in anger. Slamming his fist on the table, he cursed, "Those filthy pirates." Iron gazed outside in the distance. His expression turned grim as he told Morin, "We misjudged the situation." He immediately thought of the cause. What had allowed them to rise again was the money their leader, Tolio, was bringing in, and CLE had a firm grasp on the enemy's supply lines as well. The source of that money was likely the conqueror of the South, the Sea Dragon King, Arangis. That was why he concluded accurately, "Even if we cut off the pirates' funding from Luz, it won't deal them any meaningful damage." Morin, still puzzled, said, "But surely the Sea Dragon King must also be under strain for honoring his agreement with them." In a stern, thoughtful tone, Iron reasoned, which is why Arangis is using his secret weapon and deploying the Van Vass Knights. He then analyzed the enemy's position. Arangis did not see this war as some minor dispute. He was using all of his strength. Morin looked utterly confused by his attitude. Iron gripped the sword at his waist tightly. His fighting spirit had risen. If that's how you want it. He was fully determined to fight the pirates. "Then I'll play along with you." Seated at the dining table, one of the men started grumbling again. "What is this?" He was annoyed that the food didn't suit his taste. There wasn't a scrap of meat at all. This is practically a scam. Killian warned him, hey, keep your voice down. The kitchen manager sighed and said to them, lately, because of the pirates, we haven't been able to catch much fish. The others agreed, whispering among themselves. Of course, it was all because Luz was gradually falling into decline. One dejected man said, there's not even a trace left of the little town once known as the City of the Sea. Looking at the suffering people, it was clear his words were true. It was much better when Lord Segundo was around. Those words only made the man even angrier, and he cursed, hey, shut your mouth, bastard. Killian panicked and tried to stop him. Stop. You'll only make things worse for us. The man calmly replied, but as one of the people looking at this meager table, he became even more convinced. I believe a good lord is someone who can make sure his people eat well. Another person agreed. It really had been more prosperous in the past. They remembered the old days when farming and rice planting had gone smoothly. Iron also made a vow to himself. As a duke and ruler, he felt deeply responsible for the people. I swear I will do what I must. Isla lowered her head, her face filled with sadness. Pendragon. Outside, everyone was staring up at the sky in surprise, and the people inside the restaurant were puzzled as well. What is it this time? They all pointed upward and exclaimed, someone's flying. Others cried, how can anyone fly? Isla also looked up in astonishment. What could it be? To everyone's surprise, it was Soder hovering in the sky. Isla looked up in shock. So, it looked back at her affectionately. Then it descended under the watchful eyes of the gathered onlookers. Beautiful. Soder came face to face with Isla and made a request of her. I want to meet Zay, the bird rider knight. At the harbor that night, darkness spread out like a beautiful painting. The lighthouse beams reflected across the sparkling, dreamlike sea. Iron hurried outside and called loudly, son. Soder turned back to look at him calmly, saying nothing. Worried, Iron asked, where have you been all this time? Soder leaned a little closer to him. Were you worried? Iron hesitated, unable to voice what he truly felt. Leaning on the railing, he finally spoke honestly. A little. You haven't come back for a long time. Soder looked at him with satisfaction. Iron asked about the places it had passed through. So then, how is the Loten Plains? Soder answered in a quiet, worried tone. I encountered the Black Dragon, Amuhan. The memories seemed to replay in its mind once more, the enemy it had faced. Iron was stunned to hear it. He remembered having encountered it in the past. It was one of the 6 dragons I met in the tomb. Soder confirmed it, then revealed something more. Yes. However, he said he had known about the existence of dragon veins for a long time. Iron was startled. Dragon veins? It explained the place to him. It is an essential habitat for dragons like us, a place that contains magical power. He immediately asked suspiciously, then does Mount Ancona have such a place too? Catching butterflies in its hand, Soder looked at them dreamily and full of longing. Every layer has a dragon vein flowing beneath it. It explained why that mattered. If a dragon vein is cut off, our dragon race can no longer use the full extent of our power. Iron fell silent in thought. Then Soder told him its next plan. I will return to my lair to restore my magical power. Maintaining human form outside Pendragon territory consumes a great deal of magic. Iron immediately understood. So that was it. So that was the reason. He then asked about it. Then, that day when we made our pact and overwhelmed those 6 dragons, Soder replied, that was because the place was my territory, and that was only one of the reasons. Iron then questioned it further. Back then, the Black Dragon said something about dragons and demigods, didn't he? He stressed that I carry the aura of both. Soder was silent for a moment. Iron immediately grew impatient. Does the Black Dragon's visit to the Loten Plains have something to do with that? The more he pressed, the more Soder lowered its head in silence, as if avoiding something. The fact that he had transmigrated from a previous life and returned to the past. For a moment, he felt threatened. Our dragon race is keeping a close watch on that Pendragon man's movements. Iron's voice grew more urgent, including, he listed the things weighing on him. All the enemies I keep facing, all the schemes. Iron kept urging Soder. Answer me, son. But the only response he got was silence. Iron shouted, "So!" It softly called his name instead. Zay. Then it took his hand, as if trying to comfort him. In that aimless silence, the two gazed at each other deeply, as if saying everything they could not put into words. Soder had something difficult weighing on its heart. I still do not understand everything yet. I still cannot tell you. Iron still waited for an answer. It clasped his hand even tighter, its eyes firming with resolve, and made him a promise. But I will protect you, Zay, even if I have to struggle to death. Soder truly cherished and cared for Iron. In a soft voice it said, "Our souls are bound together. To me, you are a precious existence." They tightened their grasp on each other's hands, exchanging unspoken affection. Then came the moment when neither wanted to let the other go. Iron knelt to the ground and spoke with regret. "I'm sorry. I got too emotional." Trying to escape the awkwardness, he added, "I don't want you to feel like I'm blaming you. Let's change the subject." Iron spoke first. For now, the immediate problem, he laid out his concern, is defeating the pirates occupying these seas. And above all, he mentioned the most important issue. Oranges, an enemy from my previous life. Pressed from all sides, Iron had grown somewhat hasty. "To be honest, I'm very lost right now. Can't we just use your power to wipe them out? The power of a dragon should be more than enough." Soder confessed to him, "That is not possible." Iron looked up at it in surprise. He immediately used Soder's own earlier promise against it. "Didn't you just say you'd protect me even if it killed you?" Soder looked out into the distance and explained, "If I interfere, the situation will only become worse." Night fell over the beautiful water, and it continued calmly, the sea dragon, Discula. It gave him a concrete example of the difficulty. When another dragon enters the inner sea, it becomes extremely enraged and attacks at once. Iron murmured, "The sea dragon." He remembered that flag and realized something. "You are called the guardian divine beast of the Oranges family." Soder described that dragon's nature in simple terms. It is the most arrogant dragon of them all, a dragon that delights in battle. It also sounded faintly irritated, and it is one that does not acknowledge me as leader of dragonkind. Looking out over the vast ocean, it spoke with gratitude and honesty. "If I had to fight it on this immense sea without my own dragon vein, I cannot guarantee I would win." It turned back to Iron and admitted, "That is why, for now, I cannot help you." Iron lowered his head, a little disappointed. "I see." He clenched his fist. Then he slammed his hand down and cursed, "Damn it." In his memory, a palace in flames appeared. The image of a commander grabbing a young man by the head in triumph, and the wicked enemy laughing wildly. Iron seemed frozen as he thought of it all. Soder quietly watched him trembling and softly called Zay. It leaned close to his face as if to kiss him, their lips almost touching. Iron came to his senses just in time and turned aside, looking flustered. What is it all of a sudden?" Soder seemed to notice something unusual about him. You're not acting like your usual self." It pointed ahead and told him, "You're not seeing what's around you." Below them lay the city, sunk in silence. Soder voiced everything it had been thinking. Luz, as it is now, has fallen into a terrible state. Iron looked out, his face gradually filling with guilt and regret. Soder reminded him of words he had spoken before taking up his new post. "I want my people to live in prosperity." It looked up at the sky and deliberately brought up the past, almost like a rebuke. "That's what you said back in Sisus." Iron immediately went still. His hands tightened as he reflected on those words. That's right. Right now. At last he recognized his own mistake and corrected himself. This was not the time to be consumed by revenge. Iron picked up a watering can with some water still in it and decisively poured it over his own head, as if forcing himself to wake up. Soder was surprised by his action. Iron sincerely regretted himself and told it, "I'm truly sorry, son." Wiping the water from his hair with a grateful smile, he said, "Thanks to you, I've come back to my senses." Iron looked up, as if he had seen the truth of life itself. The flowers shimmered in the sunlight as if celebrating him. Gazing into the distance, Iron made another vow with all his sense of responsibility. As a duke and as a ruler, there are things I must do. He declared once more in a ringing voice, I will save this town. Another busy morning arrived at the harbor, where shipwrights were hard at work building large vessels. Together, they created a lively scene. One man looked up and asked his friend, what are they doing? The other replied, they're preparing to attack the pirates, so they're building more ships. Looking at the great beams of what everyone was hauling, he guessed at the cost. Then where's the money for shipbuilding coming from? Clearly, they were using House Pendragon's private funds. The paymaster carried bags of money and handed them out one by one, astonishing everyone. They opened the bags, looked at the gold coins inside, and couldn't help asking, these are gold coins? The paymaster explained, they're Pendragon coins. The gleaming gold coins they received, he explained, were the new currency now in circulation. It was a clear and beautiful morning in the kingdom, as if marking a bright new beginning. The newspapers kept reporting good news about the nation changing day by day. Governor Pendragon. Thanks to Governor Pendragon's new policies, Luz's exhaustion and stagnant trade were gradually beginning to improve. After reading the reports, Vincent recognized the governor's new policy at once. He's using the experience he gained in George City to his advantage. He added, and Pendragon is even. Luna asked, how so? Vincent looked deeply impressed by these new measures. Besides strengthening the navy, he's also implementing other methods to fight the pirates. His approach is very intelligent and far-sighted, exactly what you'd expect from a highly capable leader. Hiring the poor in Luz and securing their livelihoods. That's also a very good economic policy. Luna did not find it strange. She understood. So that's it. Vincent fell into thought. These were exactly like the things he himself had once done, just like what he had done in the town he built. Even the governor's way of reading the times felt familiar. Using labor intelligently to maximize construction, making use of large numbers of immigrants to build a town. Right? Vincent gave a serious assessment. That is exactly what he's doing. Lunas Mail Fantli. I understand now. Holding up the gold coins, he said in amazement, and he's even paying them in Pendragon coins. Vincent understood the kingdom's strengths and weaknesses very well. Although Luz was currently decayed and weak, it was still the empire's economic center. An idea flashed through his mind. If other places start using the kingdom's coins, and he begins distributing money there, Luna immediately understood what he meant. Then Pendragon coins will spread across the entire empire in the blink of an eye. He judged it to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Even so, he still had some doubts. However, Vincent analyzed the situation in detail. Right now, trade in Luz is poor, so goods will be in short supply. That was why he clearly understood the flaw. If you only give money to the poor, it won't change the situation. He rose to his feet and declared that from now on, the governor would need help. At the kingdom's calm and stable harbor, the business partner went with Luna to inspect the situation. He pointed something out to her. To transport goods from here to Luz, this canal will be the fastest route. Luna asked about another matter. What about escorts for the shipment? The partner was very thorough. He told her, there's no need. I've already hired a few mercenaries. Then he added, using Pendragon warriors for this would be excessive, wouldn't it? Luna hesitative. That. With a slightly wounded look, he questioned Luna. You don't trust me, do you? Caught off guard, Luna froze at once. He boldly proposed a reckless idea. Then just keep me as a hostage. As the partner prepared to leave, he confidently added, during the transport, I'll stay here. If you notice anything suspicious at all, he said, sounding utterly reliable, you may deal with me however you wish. Luna was completely puzzled by his attitude and asked, why would you go this far? He looked at her warmly and answered naturally, because I owe you. Then he asked once more, is that reason enough? Luna stood in silence, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart. The leaders had gathered at the harbor, urging the hired workers on. Goods from George City are arriving. Unload them quickly. Wood felt thrilled as he watched the lively scene before him and said with emotion, the city finally has some life in it again. Morin glanced at Iron and praised his talent. I never imagined it. Turns out the governor is skilled in politics, too. Iron answered casually, almost teasingly. Well, it was an idea suggested to me by that crafty old fox of an advisor. Before the splendid city lit by countless lamps, they marveled, we can only carry out this policy thanks to the prosperity of George City. Morin stepped forward to take the lead. Now it's our turn to act. He sounded full of confidence. This time, we'll definitely be able to deal with the pirates. But Iron still stood in place, deep in thought. He frowned to himself. But no matter how much we strengthen the Navy, thinking about how to face the enemy gave him a headache. But there's still no way to counter the aerial attacks of the Van Vass Knights. Iron was quite wary of their skill level, because ever since they were young, they had been trained to ride bird beasts into battle. Aside from Isla, the gap in experience was still enormous. In this situation, he had no other choice. It left him conflicted, but if they did not deal with them, there would be no way to restore Luz's trade to what it once was. Because of that, Iron understood just how serious the issue was. If this continued, even Pendragon's finances would eventually run dry. He desperately wished for some miracle to happen for them. If only we had another card we could use against them. At that moment, Isla was carefully tending to her beast. She scratched its belly, making the pet let out a soft, delighted cry. Isla fell silent for a moment, her heart full of unspoken thoughts. She recalled the last battle and the feelings of those who had watched her fight. Isla grew uneasy, and irritation rose within her. She stood up and cursed under her breath. Damn it! Iron had appeared behind her at some point and called her name. Isla. She turned and answered him. Pendragon. Iron then asked a favor of her. Lend me one of the bird beasts. Hearing that, Isla froze in shock for a moment. On a lonely island in the sea at night, the sailors sheltering there were chatting and laughing together. Then a bird feather suddenly appeared in front of Myers. The others also saw feathers drifting down and asked in confusion, What is that? Even Myers had not expected this. He blurted out, You really came alone. Iron had arrived riding a bird beast, his face stern. Governor of Luz, Iron Pendragon. Iron landed beside the bird beast. He stood fearlessly before the crowd. Earlier, when he had gone to Isla and asked to borrow her beast, Isla had immediately refused when she heard Iron's intention. No, she absolutely would not allow him to put himself in danger. Then if you insist on going there, I have to go with you. Killian looked at her, not knowing what to say. Isla gripped the spear in her hand tightly and stressed it again. I already said so. She remained firm. I will be your spear and destroy your enemies for you. Iron immediately gave her a valid reason to persuade her. That is exactly why I cannot let you come with me. Isla fell silent at his words. He held her weapon and spoke meaningfully. If I draw a blade, they will draw theirs as well. Iron made her understand what he truly felt. I will go alone and unarmed, so I cannot let you come. Isla looked at her weapon and clenched her teeth, unwilling to accept it. Her hand trembled as she gripped it. She remembered the battles before and felt deep regret. A weapon that could not enter the battlefield. Even in her aerial battles, she had never had a chance to use it. It felt so meaningless. Killian then firmly ordered Isla, Today, I order you to stay here, Isla. He turned and prepared to leave, leaving Isla standing there stunned. Iron suddenly stopped when he heard her call out. Then at least, she gently stroked her pet's beak and said, You should at least have a companion with you. Iron turned back to look at her and smiled. Isla then went outside for some air. Frustration filled her heart, and she smashed the brick railing with her fist. She was clearly upset and angry. Damn it. Meanwhile, Iron had gone to meet Myers and his men. Captain John Myers. His face hardened as he proposed, I want to talk to you. Myers looked at him with contempt. One of the sailors from the group walked over and slung an arm over his shoulder in a vulgar way. So, new governor, you've had quite the trouble coming all the way here. He raised his cup and offered it to him. Why not have a drink first? Iron politely accepted the cup, but the man humiliated him by splashing beer in his face. The sailors treated it as entertainment and mocked him, bursting into laughter. How is it? Pirate beer. When they saw no reaction from him, their jeering gradually died out. Iron still said nothing. He only looked at them coldly, then walked past them as if nothing had happened. The men who were ignored became annoyed. One of them lunged at him, punched him straight in the face, and shouted, "Say something, you brat." The others joined in. Damn it. Iron still did not speak. He only threw them a murderous glance. The pirates were instantly frightened and froze on the spot. He stopped before Myers and spoke. "Captain John Myers." He made his request seriously. "I want to talk to you." Myers silently stared at him. The pirates flared up and were about to draw their swords and kill Iron. Myers suddenly ordered them, "All of you stop." At that command, his subordinates halted and stared at him, utterly confused. "Captain?" Myers stepped down and gestured to Iron. "You've come a long way, new governor." He moved forward and signaled to him. "Now then, let's talk." The two of them sat across from each other at the negotiating table. Myers picked up a gold coin and glanced at it. Iron also picked up a coin and looked at him expectantly. Myers rested his chin on his hand and stared at him. Feigning a challenge, he asked, "Do you even understand your position, and yet you still dare to say things like this?" Iron only answered honestly, "I am simply doing what is best for everyone." Myers looked at him with curiosity mixed with amusement. He gave his candid assessment. "You really are an interesting man, Governor." A ship drifted across the wide sea beneath the romantic, star-filled night. Back in Iron's territory, Morin slammed his palm onto the table. Furious at Iron's decision, he exploded. "Have you lost your mind, Governor?" Gritting his teeth, he demanded of Iron, "You are joining hands with filthy pirates?" Iron simply gave a straightforward explanation. "To overcome our current situation, they're the peace we need." He laid out the reasons clearly. "To restore Luz, we have tried many different methods." Iron understood perfectly what obstacle was blocking their development. But as long as the Van Vass Knights remain here, Luz's trade can never recover. They're slowly exhausting us. So he proposed a bold idea. That is why we need to force a decisive battle as soon as possible. Morin now understood his intention and asked, "So that is why you did it, for the sake of this plan?" Iron took out the coins and explained. "I had the coins Tolio Oranges sent replaced with these instead." But there was also a trace of disappointment in his voice as he spoke of it. "Captain John Myers saw through our plan to develop the shipbuilding industry here just by looking at the distribution of those gold coins." The moment he saw Myers looking at the coin with satisfaction, Iron realized he had correctly guessed that those coins would soon gain immense value and dominate the empire. Iron understood that man very well. He is sharp. Morin could only lower his head in silence. Looking outside, Iron continued, "And if we win, the vast sea before us is another crucial factor. The trading rights on these waters will be granted to him. Mon chutet, no, il refuse." He yelled in Iron's face as if cursing an enemy. Those men bared their fangs against the Empire and even against His Majesty himself. Morin kept shouting in extreme outrage. "And what about our honor? What about the Empire's navy? What will happen to our honor?" Iron looked at him with sharp eyes, anger rising. "Can honor save us?" Morin was left speechless by that attitude and could only stare at him. Iron was resolute. He had already formed his own ideal. "I fight only to bring prosperity to my people." He was willing to accept everything for that noble purpose. To achieve it, I must make sacrifices. Morin was stunned and clenched his jaw. He looked at Iron, covered in dust and wearing pitifully worn clothes, and could not help but sympathize with him. He turned away and said in a somewhat sorrowful voice, "I understand." His hand clenched so tightly it trembled. Iron stood still, lost in thought for a moment. Looking outside, he seemed to say, "This is what you wanted." He looked up at the rainy sky and spoke the name of that vile man, Tolio Oranges. On a distant island, several people were hanging there awaiting execution. An arrow shot straight toward them to carry out the sentence. The woman was so terrified that she screamed in fear. The arrow struck her in the collarbone, making her cry out in pain. Tolio laughed loudly and mocked his underling. "Ha ha, what an idiot." Laughing heartily, he pointed it out to the man. "You need to aim for a vital spot, understand? The humiliated subordinate grew angry and grumbled. "Shut up. What's so funny? Wouldn't it be faster to just kill them outright?" Tolio drew his bow toward the woman and told his men, "Watch and learn." He released the string, and this time the arrow pierced the woman's chest, killing her on the spot. Arrogantly, he said to them, straight through the heart, "See?" The man beside her flew into a rage and threatened them. "Do you think this will end so easily? I am of the Empire's noble bloodline." At once, he was rewarded with an arrow straight through the eye. Shamelessly, Tolio prepared to torment the next one. Next, the eyes. With a gleeful sneer, he mocked the man. "No need to worry, pig. You'll be meeting your old emperor down there soon enough." Then he narrowed his eyes coldly. "I'll make sure you are reunited." The people being executed immediately began trembling and sweating profusely. Tolio looked up and called to Median, who was sitting beside her beast. "Hel, von Voschledi night." He provocatively raised his voice. "Want to compete with me? Let's see who's better." Tolio pointed at the man and said, "Start with that one." Median coldly extended her hand, signaling for him to give her the bow. He casually tossed it up to her. The bow flew into the air right above her head. It only barely brushed her hand. She merely touched the release lightly without even bothering to look. The arrow shot forth along its path. Without even aiming, Median accurately shot the man straight through one eye. Tolio's men were stunned by such unbelievable talent and could only stand there dumbfounded. Tolio gave brief praise. "Impressive." One of his subordinates then called out, "Chief." He stammered, wanting to report something. "There's news." It was an urgent report. He informed Tolio, "A ship is transporting a massive amount of gold coins out of Luz." Tolio's men lit up with excitement. "That's a huge catch, Chief." A little surprised, he asked again to make sure. "They're the new Pendragon coins?" The subordinate hesitated before answering. "Yes." Tolio's scheming mind immediately saw through his enemy's plan from those new coins. "I suppose he's planning to distribute them widely in the south and expand his influence." The subordinate mentioned Tolio's father. "If that becomes reality," he warned him, "then even your father will be affected." Tolio stroked his beard and thought in silence. He had to admit it made sense. He looked deeply troubled. The troublesome factor right now is that man. He thought of a wealthy but mysterious old man. The Gold King of the South, Casmandi. Tolio clearly understood the times, and he knew one truth well. At the moment, that man works under the Oranges family and supports us with his money. In the end, everything comes down to money. But Tolio saw even further ahead. If those coins come to dominate the market, and that man betrays us. Tolio smiled slyly. He had found a purpose for himself. This is a perfect chance to show filial devotion. He shouted to everyone and gave the order, "Sink that ship along with those bastards." Tolio stirred up a spirit of plunder among his underlings. "Every last coin will belong to us." From above, Median had heard and seen everything. Woman or beer, it made no difference to him. He and his band of raiders laughed excitedly. "It'll all be ours." At that moment, back in Iron's territory, I'm certain of it, Iron was presiding over a meeting. He said, "That is exactly what they are thinking." He lifted a gold coin and proposed, therefore, the ship carrying the gold coins will be escorted by Admiral Morin's fleet. Iron had assigned and arranged everything perfectly. He had already planned and prepared the strategy. And when the pirates target the gold, the Admiral will feign retreat. Iron continued laying out his creative tactics. "The ships of Luz under my command will lie in ambush until I reach the rocky cape." He used a map and model ships to demonstrate the battle. He picked up a model ship and carefully explained the plan. Behind them will be the East Storm pirates. John Myers has betrayed them. Iron had prepared every subtle and daring tactic. We will launch a pincer attack from 3 different directions. Everyone was surprised and delighted to hear him present such brilliant command. With Iron's side arranged in such an outstanding formation, it was more than enough to overwhelm the enemy with a huge gap in strength. Pendragon's fleet, 20 ships. Morin's fleet, 60 ships. Myers's fleet, 20 ships. Tolio's fleet, 60 ships. He was extremely confident as he said, "With this formation, we can definitely defeat them." At the harbor, the army had fully assembled and was preparing to march out. Helena ran after Iron in tears and cried, "Brother." She hugged him tightly and said, "No matter what happens, you have to come back safely." Iron gently stroked his younger sister's head and comforted her. "It's all right. Haven't I always returned safely?" Lindsay slowly stepped toward them with the servants. Iron entrusted everything important to her. "I leave my sister and this territory in your hands." Lindsay remained silent, her eyes stinging as tears welled up. She closed them, keeping all the turmoil in her heart hidden. She accepted the weighty responsibility and replied, "Yes, I will pray for your victory, Lord Iron." Iron looked at her for a long moment, full of trust and warmth. He drew her into an embrace and said, "I'm going now." Then Iron looked up to the rooftop and called out Soder. He entrusted everything to it. "Please protect everyone." Soder nodded in agreement. All the soldiers began moving out at once. Killian gave the order in a ringing voice, "Let's go." Everyone was excited and full of spirit as they marched off to war to bring glory to their land. "With our strength and the White Dragon's protection, we will surely return victorious." They were fiercely determined. "We will definitely take the head of that half-orc bastard." Lion and his master were also mentally prepared for battle, and Isla and her pet beast were burning with fighting spirit. Most of all, Iron was utterly devoted and determined in this life-and-death battle. The warships unfurled their sails and shot out into the open sea. Outside, Isla and the bird beast watched the situation thoughtfully. The ship sped forward, its flag fluttering atop the mast as if witnessing their entire journey. A sound from below caught Isla's attention. In the ship's lower deck, Lion and his master were training intensely for tomorrow's battle. They looked extremely serious and diligent. The two of them exchanged moves one after another with tremendous force. Lion countered and threw a punch forward, but he still could not hit his master, who avoided the strike. A ghost smiled to himself, pleased, then shifted his footing and moved forward. With only a light sweep of the leg, a ghost sent Lion tumbling. Lion noticed a rope and quickly grabbed hold of it. He clung tightly to the rope, swung on it for a moment, then used the momentum to leap upward. Below, a ghost was genuinely surprised by his quick adaptability. Lion successfully caught onto a mast and smiled proudly, while a ghost remained standing below, rooted in place. Taking advantage of that moment, Lion jumped down directly at him. "Got you." Tom seemed to stop in that instant, and yet a ghost still managed to block Lion's kick. Lion felt a little awkward about kicking his own master. A ghost then said, "You have mastered it." Proudly, he praised him. "You've learned how to fight on a ship, Lion." Lion was delighted to be acknowledged by his master. "Great." He scratched his head, feeling a bit disappointed in himself, and said, "But master, I still haven't managed to land a single hit on you." A ghost answered calmly, "Of course," as if he could. But at the same time, he had a small criticism. "Every time you attack, you shout like that. If you do that, even striking from blind spot is meaningless." Lion scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing what to say. A ghost taught his disciple as earnestly as possible, "In battle, unnecessary actions lead only to death." He reminded him gently, but with deep meaning. "If you had not shouted just now, you might actually have hit me." Lion listened to every word and silently obeyed. A ghost tossed him a handguard. "Here." Lion took the familiar item and asked in surprise, "This belongs to you, master?" A ghost explained briefly, "The sacred gauntlet to Rami's Dong of the Army of Justice." Then he began giving Lion a chance to prove himself. "Tomorrow will be your first battle as someone who has learned my martial art." A ghost gripped his hand and warned him, "Don't you dare bring shame on me or on our Lord." Lion looked at his master with determined eyes. He dropped the guard onto the floor and pressed his hands together. "Understood, Master Ghost." "Yes." Watching that scene, so full of the bond between master and disciple, even Isla was moved. The sea rolled in long, romantic waves, and the warships sped forward like arrows. Tolio cast a devilish glance and said, "This will be our first match." He looked toward the mysterious man in black and addressed him. "Boy." The dark figure wore a fanged mask, and his eyes gleamed through it. Soder stood atop a building, gazing blankly toward the sea. With expectant eyes, it called out, "Master." At last, the warships of both sides came face to face. A tense showdown between Tolio and Iron was about to begin. Both sides were brimming with killing intent. The warships cut powerfully across the waves, with Myers' ship pursuing Morin's close behind. The orcs aboard shouted excitedly at the sight before them. "Look at them run. The Navy isn't just weak, they're cowards too." Morin's men remained silent aboard their ship, observing the movements on the other side. He turned back and sneered with satisfaction. "Fools." Morin's ship gradually accelerated toward the rocky cape. "Once we pass that cape, you bastards will be attacked from all three directions." He smiled boldly and remarked, "We'll sweep them all up in one stroke." Isaac watched uneasily and said, "Sir." Sweating, he quickly asked, "Can we really trust those pirates? Are you certain John Myers won't betray us?" Morin froze at those words. Isaac hurriedly explained what he meant. Governor Pendragon said that he offered them twice the amount Tolio had paid. Morin lowered his head and answered uncertainly that, "Yes, that's right." Isaac raised his head and continued seriously, "Then if Myers renegotiates with Tolio, there's a real chance that he—" The image of the sly Myers holding the coin flashed through his mind. On the other hand, the image of Tolio smiling with a large sack beside him came to mind. He could turn his weapons on us if he receives a better offer. Isaac immediately pressed the point so Morin would not dismiss his doubts. In the end, people who care only about profit are opportunists. Remembering the man's smug figure upon the sea, he voiced his suspicion. "And, as someone who has fought many of their kind on these waters, I know their tricks better than you do." "Governor." Isaac clenched his teeth and looked up unhappily. "Can we really trust them?" Admiral Morin looked down in complete silence, not saying a word. While he was still standing there in a daze, one of his subordinates shouted, "That's Sir." On the ship with the golden sail, Tolio was standing high above them. It had already been done. The writing on the sail gradually became clear. The old and useless emperor has outlived even his own era. Morin's men jerked in shock and fury as they turned to look. Tolio sat up high, watching their every move. He laughed heartily, delighted that his prediction had been right. Morin, aboard the ship, stared over and stammered, while one of the crew went pale. What the hell? He had realized that the man hanging up there was his own father. Father! He clenched his fist so hard he nearly cried from rage. "I will never forgive you, you filthy pirates." One of them pulled out a spyglass and warned, "Sir, I can see others too. There are several more people on Tolio's ship." Morin cried out in horror, unable to believe it. "What?" Beside him, Isaac tried to steady him while pressing the issue. "I told you, we can't trust pirates. We need to fire the signal flare and begin the battle now." As if to force the plan through, he did not hesitate to reassure him. "They outnumber us in ships, yes. However," his eyes sharpened as he looked up, "if we could take down Tolio, it'll even the odds." Morin swallowed hard as he listened. Even the odds. Isaac immediately laid out his strategy. "If we deal with them before they get there, we can join forces with the Pendragon fleet waiting by the cliffs." Isaac shouted in a bold, reassuring voice, "Then we'll have the advantage." Morin remained completely silent at those words. The soldiers behind them rushed over and instantly made their own judgment. "The quality of our troops far surpasses theirs." They declared openly. "We are elite soldiers chosen from the Empire. There is no way we'd lose to a bunch of pirates." Morin stood frozen as the voices echoed around him. "Admiral, fire the flare." Gritting his teeth, Morin forced himself to make a choice. Across from them, Tolio watched with amusement. "You're a stubborn one, Admiral." He quickly snapped his fingers once. Median, up in the sky, received the signal and turned to look. A blade was drawn at once. Median swooped through the air, streaking past the flag 3 times. In just seconds, the flag was slashed to pieces. The man hanging above was cut apart as well by the sharp strike. Morin's men could only stare in stunned horror. Tolio burst into excited laughter. Otro masterpiece, von Vosch. Turning back, he kept laughing mockingly. We pirates can do whatever we want to them, and you can't even fight back. Everyone glared at him in fury. Looks like the Empire's navy has had its day. While he kept talking, Isaac's face darkened. Still, it's not that I can't sympathize with you. Morin lowered his head in silence. After all, Tolio looked down, delighted as he taunted them. Taking care of an old emperor who's well past his prime must be a real pain. Huh? A hand clenched so hard it crushed part of the ship's railing. In front of the others, Morin gave a sharp order. Fire. His eyes flashed with fury and hatred. The flare. Very soon, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Iron stared blankly at the flare, confused, and the people behind him were just as bewildered. What? Isla followed it with widened eyes in shock, while the others also stared in confusion. Did it start fighting already? The entire fleet behind them immediately fell into panic. No way. This wasn't part of the plan. Iron stared at the trail of smoke. And only then did it hit him, making him jolt. Iron turned and shouted at once. All ships, full speed ahead, join the battle. The fleet, having waited only for the order, set out at once, rushing to join the Imperial fleet as quickly as possible. Standing at the prow with his jaw clenched, Iron fumed. Moon, as the whole ship surged forward, the same question ran through his mind. What the hell are you doing? On the deck, Morin stood glaring as he shouted, just as I thought. You bastards really are evil incarnate. For the crime of disgracing our great emperor. He raised his sword high and gave the order, you will pay with your lives. Amid the shouts from both sides, they quickly rallied and charged toward Tolio. All ships set sail toward the pirate flagship immediately. Tolio swung down from above without a trace of panic. See? I told you so. He glanced upward. They're really that stupid. The ships from both sides quickly met head-on. Tolio leapt across and engaged them directly. The men on the other side raised their guns and shouted, He's here! A sharp sword immediately flared with magic fire, and with a single sweep, Tolio blasted the men aside. He smiled lightly and reminded them arrogantly, the great Tolio has come in person, to kill every last one of you. His eyes opened wide in a crazed grin. Common insects. To wipe out all you little vermin. The moment he finished speaking, he lunged forward, sword flashing with excitement. Tolio blocked with one hand and unleashed fire magic with the other. The soldiers shouted, trying to steel themselves. Don't falter. Drive him back. But the instant they charged, Tolio brought up his shield in time. The men instantly changed tactics. Damn it. With that shield, we can't read the direction of his blade. Attack from both sides. One group immediately rushed in with all their force. Tolio quickly raised the shield to defend himself. He sneered and said, idiots. The moment he spoke, a surge of electricity burst from the shield, shocking everyone. The Imperial soldiers were scorched black in an instant. The others backed away warily, staring at it. That shield, it releases lightning? Tolio stepped on one of the fallen men, exhilarated. Well, what do you think? He smiled and pointed his sword at them in contempt. What do you think happens when my sword and thunder shield are combined with peerless swordsmanship? The men trembled, unable to move. Tolio's own crew had already swarmed across, cheering in delight. Just as I thought. One of them shouted at once, advance everyone, kill them all. The others went pale and recoiled in fear. The ship before them was swallowed in a sea of fire, burning without end. The lookout above kept updating more and below. First ships 3 and 4, and now ship 9 has sunk too. Admiral, if this keeps up. Isaac and Morin stood there in total shock. What kind of power is this? They had never imagined Tolio Oranges could be this strong. Morin looked on anxiously, flustered. At this rate, our entire side will be wiped out, before we can even join up with Pendragon's forces. A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Sir, even if I die, I'll stop them. The young man grabbed his collar and declared, A proud family of the Empire was honored to join the Imperial fleet, and before he could finish, an arrow pierced straight through his head. Avenge my father. Morin and Isaac stared at him in shock. Up above, someone riding a griffin fluttered overhead. Sweat broke across Morin's face. That speed. Median looked down without emotion. She had shot clean through his ear. Then she quickly flew in, weapon in hand. She pierced through the smoke while riding the griffin and came straight at them. Morin shouted as he swung. You bastard! His sword flashed, severing the monster's wings. It cried out in pain and panic. Median was thrown down before she could recover. The griffin fell into the sea and sank without moving. Median looked down at the water in silence, stunned rigid. Then she muttered furiously, You're dead. Her eyes narrowed with a hard, displeased glare. You cut off the wings of a Van Vass knight's precious companion. Morin and Isaac could only stare at her in shock. Median pointed her sword at them and coldly pronounced judgment. You will pay for your crime with your life. Isaac ground his teeth and cursed in fury. You filthy griffin riders. You've killed so many people. How dare you open your mouth and say that? He charged in madly, swearing. Don't screw with me. The two of them attacked together, but Median did not panic in the slightest. Isaac poured all his strength into the clash, shocked beyond words. It didn't even feel like he was fighting a woman at all. Morin gritted his teeth, unable to believe it either. She could so easily block both of their attacks. So this was the power of a Van Vass knight? Isaac strained as he tried to press her down, but Median slid her blade through and split the two men apart. Her face remained expressionless as she looked at the struggling pair. She caught Morin's blade, slicing toward her head. Median lowered herself and instantly slashed through his leg. Morin screamed as he saw it severed, and Isaac shouted as he tried to get to him. Admiral! Median gave him no chance at all and lashed out with her leg, sending Isaac flying upward with a kick. He crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. A pair of feet stepped onto Isaac's sword. He looked up in terror and met her icy gaze. Isaac was struck speechless. There was not a hint of pity in her eyes as she stared him down. Morin realized what she was about to do and cried out in fear, Stop! Don't do it! Median calmly took Isaac's life, and Isaac spat up a mouthful of blood in agony. Morin watched in horror, eyes wide open. He reached out helplessly, begging, while Median only glanced at him coldly. Dragging his ruined body, Morin lunged forward. You bastard! Median paid him no mind and judged him coolly. Truly useless. Looking at the mangled man crawling toward her, she mocked him. A knight who cannot fight is worth nothing. She advanced, her sword still wet with blood. Zodi! Someone rushed in from behind. A sharp sword stroke flashed past. Iron arrived just in time, blocking the attack and forcing her back. A ship bearing the white dragon flag fluttered in the wind. Morin jolted and looked up. In astonishment, he cried out, Governor Pendragon. Iron said nothing and only stared at his opponent. The two of them locked eyes, watching each other for the slightest movement. Morin, drenched in sweat, stammered again, Governor Pendragon. Iron frowned and gritted his teeth as he glared at Median. The air on the ship seemed to freeze. Then Iron glanced back behind him, seeing Morin dragging his broken body through a pool of blood and Isaac lying motionless on the deck. Iron's fury erupted with dragon aura as he cursed, You son of a bitch. Median looked over without the slightest fear. A thrilled smile spread across her face as she took everything in. Just as I thought. She released her own aura and took a guarded stance. You're not ordinary, are you? The instant she finished speaking, she sprang forward. Iron gritted his teeth and caught the blow. She only grew more excited and pressed even harder. Golden energy quickly engulfed both of them. Their strikes came non-stop in a relentless flurry, driving the two of them away from the main battle. Iron shifted his body, regained his footing, and then unleashed his power. He rushed in and sent her flying with a slash, then followed up at once with the power of the white dragon. Iron attacked rapidly, aiming again and again for vital points. Median blocked while grinning in excitement, then sprang backward, Taking the chance, Iron rushed in and slashed at Median's neck. Watching from outside, Morin was astonished. Such fierce attacks, and yet that Van Vass knight was fighting Pendragon on equal footing. He tried to replay the battle he had just seen in his mind. She had kept blocking and widening the distance. Her feet had continuously moved back. Morin suddenly realized what had been happening, and the truth gradually became clear to him. Wait, could it be that the governor is? He stared in shock as their figures moved farther away. He was drawing the Van Vass knight away from him. Morin broke into a cold sweat as he understood. He was doing that. Iron's broad back blocked every attack with ease. To protect him, Median twisted her body and blocked Iron's frontal strike. Their eyes met. With an excited smile, she said, "You've exceeded my expectations." However, she spun and kicked toward his groin. Iron's eyes widened as he saw it coming. He quickly raised his leg to block, and the two kept circling and exchanging blows without pause. Median opened her eyes wide, her contempt plain. "Do you think you could defeat a Van Vass knight in swordsmanship?" Iron smiled. "You're not wrong." He loosened his grip on his sword and, neither fast nor slow, kicked her once. "But I've practiced this swordsmanship with Isla hundreds of thousands of times." Median was briefly caught off guard, unable to understand. Iron's leg slipped back at once, and his whole body was already in position below, waiting. Median jolted and ground her teeth in anger as he slashed straight for a vital point. Median bent backward with difficulty to evade, the blade grazing past her cheek. She landed in a proper stance. The tension between them was suffocating. Median broke the silence, visibly shaken. "Impossible." Her eyes widened as she demanded, "You learned our swordsmanship?" Iron smiled faintly and pointed his sword at her. "You know, we also have a pretty skilled Van Vass knight on our side." From his words, Median pieced together the clue, from the parade to the incident with the cloaked man, and a familiar face came to mind. "Elkanila." She murmured a long name. "The failed king's knight, Elkan Median Valencia." Iron stared blankly, not understanding what she meant. Then a flock of griffins appeared overhead. Morin recognized at once what that sign meant. Von Voschnevitz. Standing at the edge of the ship, Median looked down. "That's enough for now." Iron gritted his teeth in anger. In the distance, a monster was approaching. It looked like an orca as it leapt from the water with Myers riding it. Iron stared in disbelief. "Hey, a monster?" Riding atop the beast, Myers shouted, "Pendragon." He kept yelling, "Hurry up and jump aboard." Iron jolted. Morin, confused at the sight of him, muttered, "John Myers?" Iron quickly took up his sword and ran to Morin, lifting him and fleeing at once. Myers grit his teeth and fired an arrow, but Median blocked it easily. By then, Iron had already leapt onto the beast and escaped. He landed safely on the monster's back, and Myers shouted an order. "Retreat. Now!" Iron and Myers quickly left the battlefield, and the people riding the beast soon withdrew from the fight. Iron looked over in surprise. "That's unexpected, John. I never thought you'd." He looked down at the monster with folded arms. "Thought use a monster to tow a ship like this." Sitting in the boat, Morin could only stare in astonishment. A human had tamed a monster, something he could hardly believe. Myers glanced over and explained calmly, "I took it in when it was still a half-dead baby. Ever since then, we've lived together." He rubbed its mouth and smiled as he watched it. "Maybe we clicked right away, because pirates and monsters do have something in common." Iron silently watched the two of them. Then Myers looked toward the battlefield, his expression grave. But now things have gone completely out of control. He stared at the thick plumes of smoke and fire rising into the sky. The Imperial fleet has been destroyed. He gritted his teeth in anger and grabbed his collar. "This is nothing like what you told us, Pendragon." He turned to look at Morin, who sat with his head hanging low, and he began to vaguely understand what had happened. Myers slumped back in exhaustion. "Well, whatever. It was unrealistic from the start. We've fought against the Imperial Navy for far too long. Cooperating like this was never going to be simple. It was absurd." Iron quickly spoke up. "That was..." He lowered his head, dropped to one knee, and clenched his eyes shut. It is my responsibility as the commander. Without hesitation, Iron made his decision. I will bear full responsibility for today's defeat. Morin panicked and hurriedly reached out. Governor, that wasn't your fault. But Iron ignored him and continued. Since you saved us, all the money that was promised will be paid to you. Myers kept his gaze lowered, cold, and steady. What about the rest? Iron looked up, not understanding, and Myers continued. You said you'd grant us the trade rights to these waters. Myers shouted angrily. Money alone isn't enough for the children to have a proper life. It's completely useless now that you've been utterly defeated. Iron could only stare in shock, speechless. After a silence, Morin quickly spoke. John Myers, let me ask you something. In his mind appeared the images of several nobles who had been hanged. The ones on that ship, were they your doing? Myers crossed his legs and explained, Tolio killed them. We only hung them up as planned. We're not the sort who kill people just for entertainment. Morin lowered his head in silence. I see. I understand. Sitting there on the boat, Morin bowed his head and questioned himself. Horrible criminals. Those who bared their fangs against the Empire. Embodiments of evil. That's what I had always believed. Was I wrong? Iron saw him trembling and crying, then looked up at the sky and said gently, Even criminals are still human. He fell silent for a moment, then continued. To keep living, they had no choice but to become what they are. Images flashed through his mind. The gaunt, starving people by the cliffside. The man in the arena, crying for revenge. And even his own memories from his previous life, along with all the injustice. Iron turned to Morin and said, What is it that you want to protect in the Empire? The people, or just the Empire itself? He looked down and spoke coldly. If that's the case, then how am I, as the Lord of Luz, any different from Secunda? Are you working for Arangis? Morin went cold and stared at him in shock. Iron looked at him and said firmly, Not for a single moment has the Emperor ever wanted us to act this way. Morin broke down sobbing. He lowered his head, completely shattered. I'm sorry. I am truly sorry. Myers looked at the two men in surprise, then smiled quietly. The ship quickly returned to the Empire. The three of them soon made it back to the harbor. Standing before the others, Iron summarized the situation. So how do things stand now? One of them quickly explained, the Beast Rider squad and the Orc unit fought fiercely. But we managed to protect most of the ships carrying the super dragons. Another hesitated anxiously. However, half of the Imperial fleet, Myers cut in with a glance, suffered heavy losses, right? Iron lowered his head in silence. Without delay, Myers continued, with the losses the fleet has suffered, our situation has become far worse. Our combat strength. The orc behind them stared in disbelief, while the other two beside him also listened in silence. Morin kept his head down, jaw clenched. Suddenly, a hand shot out and grabbed his collar. Isla, furious, demanded through gritted teeth, You bastard! What the hell were you thinking, disobeying the governor's orders? Morin said nothing at all. Iron stepped forward once. Standing between them, he tried to calm things down. However, there is still a way. The people facing him froze in surprise. A way for us to turn this around. Iron's eyes burned with certainty. If everyone places their trust in me. He stood there firmly, face set. There's still a way. Those words made Isla go still at once. Seeing that the scuffle between Isla and Morin had stopped, he continued, a way for us to reverse the situation. His eyes were full of resolve. If everyone trusts me. At once, everyone around him straightened and listened seriously, but Killian stepped forward and cut in, asking, a plan to turn things around with this much of a difference in strength? Holding a map in his hand, Iron replied seriously, We'll deliver the final blow at a nearby inlet island. He pointed to a location on the map and explained the strategy. Redcliffe Island in Tizumi Bay. We'll gather the warships here and chain them together so the current can't sweep them away. After hearing Iron's strategy, Killian went wild and shouted, Duke, if we do that, we'll trap ourselves with no way out. The base terrain will keep us from moving freely. Iron glanced at him. It's fine. We were never meant to push inward in the first place. Looking out the window at the sunlight glittering across the sea, his voice rang with confidence. If we make use of these waters. Then Iron looked straight at the uneasy crowd before him and said frankly, we still have a chance to win. Killian stood frozen, covered in cold sweat. Even Myers could not help widening his eyes in confusion. A ghost crossed his arms and asked with satisfaction, so you've already calculated everything, have you? Lion, looking pleased as punch, cut in at once, of course. That's our lord for you. He jumped over and threw an arm around Iron's shoulders. Then tell us, Pendragon. Seeing his heavy arm resting on his shoulder, Iron ground his teeth in irritation. A ghost and Lion looked at him expectantly. Killian and Isla wore much the same look. Faced with all those expectant gazes, Iron could not help breaking out in a sweat and hesitated. Well, remembering how imposing he had been in his previous life, he thought darkly, annoyed, I shouldn't say it. These tactics are just things I remember from my previous life. Even if I say it, no one will believe me. And with my status, seeing that he still gave no response, Isla anxiously reached out and called, Pendragon? The two behind him hurriedly urged him on. If you don't tell us, we won't understand what you're thinking, Governor. The fools behind them began to murmur again. Such a dangerous plan, and there's no proof at all that we can win. Unable to endure them any longer, Isla widened her eyes, turned back, and glared at them as she asked dangerously, You bastards, are you pretending not to understand so you can oppose the governor's plan? The two men paled at her reaction. But we don't understand why. Suddenly, a staff slammed hard against the ground, and Morin hurried in from afar. Leaning on his sword, he stepped up before Iron. You have a plan, don't you, Governor? He looked at Iron in a daze and said, It seems there is some reason why you cannot explain it. Iron looked at him silently and did not deny it. Not long after, Morin suddenly gave a solemn order. Then let us trust him. Iron stared at him in surprise. Morin knelt respectfully before him. I do not trust this plan, but I do trust the man who came up with it, Iron Pendragon. He turned toward the people behind him and asked, Does anyone object? Then he raised his voice for the whole group to hear. The governor is a great commander who has always done his utmost to save the people here. I will trust him and continue on. The skeptical soldiers fell silent and listened. So I hope that you, too, will trust him and move forward with me, and with Governor Iron Pendragon. The soldiers swallowed hard in silence. Then the group finally yielded completely. Agreed. We will obey the Viscount's orders and trust Iron Pendragon. The orcs looked over in confusion. Since when did you all become so close to the old commander? The people on the other side looked on cheerfully. But this is amazing, isn't it? This feeling. Trusting Iron Pendragon. It's exciting. A child over there sparkled with excitement. This is the style of a knight, right, Captain Iron Pendragon? Of course. Our commander is the greatest commander of all. Isla leaned against Iron in silence. Then she smiled brilliantly. I've always trusted you. Iron answered at once. At the very least, so I don't get beaten by you again, I should take responsibility for this. Myers stood silently in the corner. Smiling faintly, he said, Eyes. They do not deceive me. Then he suddenly shouted, I trust you too. Iron Pendragon. Iron stepped forward and held out his hand. Thank you, Viscount. Thanks to you, we have finally become one. Morin's eyes widened happily. That is all because of your ability, Governor. The two clasped hands in confirmation. Iron quickly gave the order before the entire force. Everyone, begin preparations. Elsewhere, on another sea, where Tolio's fleet lay anchored, he stood on the deck and said with satisfaction, Looks like I'm finally ready. Looking down at the people below, he sneered, They're standing right at death's door now. Turning to the others, he said cheerfully, That bastard Myers' betrayal doesn't matter anymore. He's just a human pirate, not an opponent for us. Tolio raised a hand in a beheading gesture and grinned. Now the only thing left is to take all their gold and cut off that white-skinned bastard's head. One final blow. He laughed loudly in delight. Soon, I'll hold a feast with their corpses. Meanwhile, at Iron's harbor, the people worked non-stop rebuilding the ship. Iron, sweating with busyness, gave out orders as he oversaw everything. Night had fallen, yet the ships still drifted upon the sea. Looking into the distance, Tolio guessed, so they deployed their forces in Tizuni Bay. But wouldn't that just make them easy targets for our attack? Or perhaps they've set a trap there. I can't understand what they're trying to do this time. Stroking his beard, Tolio thought to himself, are they waiting for reinforcements? No, he doesn't have enough spare troops to do that right now. Pointing behind him, he declared with utter indifference, forget it. Whatever happens, our Van Vass Knights will descend from the sky and cut them down. It doesn't matter what they're plotting over there. Van Vass, together with his bird, looked down from above with scornful eyes. Tolio smiled craftily, certain that all their plans would come to nothing. Your fate is sealed, White Worm. One by one, the ships docked at an island. Myers uncorked the beer in his hand and explained to the person beside him, tomorrow, you'll understand why I chose to keep following this plan. He turned to the man next to him, still somewhat doubtful. Anyway, is it true you can foresee the future by making a contract with a dragon? The man replied, what do you think? Myers believed that if that person really could see the future, then winning this battle would be easy. If he could see the future, our battle against Tolio will be a breeze. Sitting high above and looking down at the people fighting below, he said, honestly, I'm very curious about your plan. But whatever it is, your subordinates really do trust it. Ilo was facing off directly against a huge brute like Kara's, his face fierce and menacing. Over on the other side, Lion was up against the ghost in what looked like a very tense bout. Holding a mug of beer, Myers drank leisurely. Same here, even though I don't know it either. As he took a swallow, the taste clearly pleased him. Oh, this Pendragon beer is pretty good. I like it, his companion reminded him. We'll be fighting soon, so don't drink too much. Myers looked outside and did not forget to add with a promise. Hey, listen, when we come back victorious, remember to drink this with my men too. Then the two of them gazed out over the vast sea, where dozens of ships were anchored. On those ships, the sailors were working with all their might. They looked extremely busy. Watching everyone labor on the ships, he felt a trace of regret. Our numbers have fallen quite a bit, but I'm glad those who remained were able to stay safe together. They held out bravely against that monster, Tolio. Clem looked at him thoughtfully for a while before finally speaking. If they had all gone over to his side before, they would have gotten money and freedom in return. So why? Clan, too, was puzzled. Why did they choose us instead? Myers answered calmly, just like you said. Clem looked at him in confusion. Myers then told him about his own miserable origins. I'm an orphan. I struggled just to get food, so I had no choice but to become a pirate. Turning a piece of wood in his hand, he said with deep reflection, big titles like Black Pirate King don't excite me in the slightest. Just having something to fill my stomach every day is more than enough for me. Myers lifted his gaze to Clen. That's why I can't stand it. Suddenly, he snapped the stick in two as if unable to endure it any longer. The way they rule through fear and strength. Leaning back on both hands, in the calmest state of mind, he confessed, for people like us, being free to roam the oceans as we please and eat a good meal, that's enough. He looked at Iron with a gentle gaze. I think I might be able to make that happen for us, don't you? Iron stared at Myers for a long while, understanding what he was trying to say. And Iron agreed. That's right, and it will happen. Myers praised him as well. But that's all I can do. The one who's really interesting here is you. Myers was deeply curious about Iron. Given your status, why do you want to live for the people? You could live a carefree life like the other nobles, couldn't you? Iron merely glanced at him without saying anything. His eyes, too, turned faintly sorrowful as he sank into thought. Iron remembered how, in the past, his father had helped people in distress. He remembered how proud he had been of his father when he was young. He also recalled what he had once said to Van Vass, full of responsibility. As a duke and a ruler, I have many things I must do. Iron sat silently, looking out to sea, holding fast to a noble ideal. The people important to me were the same. They also fought for ordinary people. The wind stirred his hair as he voiced his thoughts. They did not care about social rank or anything like that. They lived upright lives. Iron's eyes showed both the determination of a leader and his humility. I only chose to inherit their will. Myers went on drinking his beer and said coolly, "You walk alongside some very interesting people." Iron looked up at the sky and felt it clearly. That's why we. His face showed both anger and sympathy for Myers. The reason we hate them is pretty much the same. Myers, who had been drinking, stopped short in surprise at those words. Then he burst into laughter, visibly excited. "What are you saying? Now I really can't wait to see those bastards crying." Iron looked up at the star-filled sky, lost in thought. He was utterly resolute and promised, "I'll show you that scene soon enough." On a storm-ridden day, in the southern region of the Empire, the territory of Duke Arangis, Duke Arangis looked out the window and muttered, "What the hell is happening right now?" Even Melbourne, seeing the sight before him, turned pale with shock. He cried out, "Impossible!" There wasn't a single sign. We know the sea like the back of our hand, so why? Outside, thunder boomed and the sea churned violently. How can there be such a huge storm approaching and we knew nothing about it? Melbourne looked outside, visibly anxious. A storm of this scale. Young Master Tolio's navy will. Lightning struck a ship drifting on the open sea. Aboard it, Tolio cursed furiously. "Damn it! No, 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 no! This is bad," he roared in rage. This storm, thunder, lightning, and the waves made the ship pitch violently, and he grew even more flustered. "It's going to ruin every damn thing." Warm sunlight shone down upon the harbor. Duke Arangis and Myers looked out over the now calm sea in disbelief. "No way. I didn't even hear rain from inside the cave last night." The island had returned to its original peaceful appearance, and the storm from last night had brought in a huge amount of driftwood and timber. They said to one another, "So the governor predicted the storm and came up with a plan like this." Everyone turned around, mouths agape at the sight before them. Think about it. Even we, who know the sea so well, failed to notice this. It's a gift from heaven. Wearing imposing armor and carrying his sword, Iron stepped outside. His face was full of pride and valor. Old memories stirred in his heart. He thought to himself, in my previous life, when the Demon Legion advanced into the southern region. He remembered a night of heavy rain in the kingdom, when we faced an unprecedented storm and the entire force was thrown into chaos and sunk. At the time, it had been an extremely ruthless gamble, because the history of this world kept changing. The storm last night changed everything. But this time, I hit the jackpot. Standing before everyone, Iron expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for trusting me." Everyone looked at him with admiration and trust. Van Vass was smiling as his beast flew back toward the island. He landed and greeted them warmly. "I'm back, Pendragon." Iron, grateful for his help, said, "Thank you for your efforts." "So what happened to their fleet?" Isla reported back with great delight. "It's almost been wiped out. Countless ships from Tolio's fleet were smashed to pieces." She added, "If we can deal with the remaining orcs and Tolio, we'll win." Hearing the news, everyone was thrilled and overjoyed. Iron turned to look at Myers and then declared to the others, "All right, then Myers and I will deal with the remaining orcs. We cannot allow any more of his men to be hurt." Myers looked almost embarrassed. "You don't need to do that." "Thank you." But Clem spoke up with great loyalty. "Judy, good, Sulla, help them until this is over." The three answered eagerly and briskly, "Yes, sir." Myers, seeing this, was deeply moved and fell silent. Myers walked over, grabbed Judy by the collar, and demanded, "You're all in on this, aren't you? I tried so hard to prove my goodwill, and yet." The man could only laugh awkwardly. Imsuri." Iron turned back and continued giving instructions to the others. "Until I rejoin you, Tolio is in your hands." "Understood." They answered firmly, "Of course." Everyone looked bright and eager. "You may not get the chance to enjoy this victory," they said. Iron looked at them all with a warm, satisfied smile. Slowly, he drew his sword. Raising it to the sky, Iron shouted a slogan to strengthen his warrior's resolve. "The sky is our ally. Victory lies right before our eyes. Then he gave the order to begin the battle. All ships, raise anchor. The ships began to set sail and head into battle. The counterattack had begun. Over on Tolio's side, he was furious and vented his rage on his subordinates. Damn it, the reinforcements still haven't arrived? The sailor stammered fearfully, WL. His ships had been wrecked in last night's storm, and the subordinate explained the current situation. The Van Vast Knights and their griffins were also attacked. We can't contact your father. Zagielka shouted in alarm. Hey, look! Iron's fleet had drawn close to theirs, and panic broke out. The Pendragon fleet is coming. Tolio looked out and was so shocked he nearly reeled backward. What? How are they completely unharmed? For a moment, he froze, eyes wide. He recalled what he had said last night. So they deployed at Tizuni Bay. In a place like that, they should have been easy prey, or perhaps they used the terrain to set a trap. His face twisted with rage as he cursed. You damned white worms! Bastards! Isla swung her sword and slashed Zagielka, making him howl in pain. The others also charged down, attacking and subduing the remaining enemies. The people on Clen's ship leaped down upon Tolio's men and hacked furiously with their swords. The Dolphins of Iron's group leaped up and capsized a boat, sending the men aboard into the water. Iron himself jumped onto a ship and cut down Tolio's men. Many of their boats had already been burned to ashes, throwing them into terror. The dwarf immediately shouted and tried to flee. We're done for. We lost. Run. A sword flashed, blood spraying everywhere. The dwarf's head hit the deck. Tolio sneered arrogantly. Lost? What the hell are you talking about? Tolio grabbed the severed head and barked proudly. The word defeat does not exist in my dictionary. Kill them all. Crushing the head with a savage look, he threatened. Anyone who runs will share his fate. At that horrifying display of cruelty, his subordinates trembled in fear. Then Tolio's men leaped down from above and threw themselves back into the battle. Watching from afar, Tolio stubbornly thought, as long as I break free of those vermin, I can still turn this around. Clen's men blocked him from the front, and his rear had already been surrounded as well. Grinding his teeth, Tolio roared, You useless trash! You dare block my path! They stood firm, determined to fight to the end, and threatened him. We won't let you lay a finger on our lord. Killian leveled his sword at Tolio. We won't let you reach our master. Killian and Tolio faced each other directly, evenly matched at first glance. Yet Killian began to tremble, seeming to lose ground. Inwardly, he cursed, Damn it! What kind of monstrous strength is this? Just as I thought, I can't handle him alone. Tolio laughed smugly. Aha! Think again, human. He swung his sword, knocking Killian backward, then mocked him. You aren't even worthy of being my opponent. Killian was thrown back, and Karaz immediately spoke up. Hey, that's enough. Sit there and rest. He stepped forward to face Tolio and declared competitively, From now on, this one belongs to me. Great Karaz will deal with him. He rushed forward at once, preparing to attack. Karaz brought his axe down hard at Tolio. The blade met Tolio's sword with a flash of light. Tolio seemed to acknowledge his strength. You're certainly stronger than a human, at least. However, Tolio's sword gradually overpowered Karaz's axe and stopped it cold. He drove the axe down toward the deck, dragging Karaz with it as the latter struggled to resist. He knew Karaz's true lineage, a half-blood born of orc and human, and Tolio kicked his leg hard. He sent Karaz spinning away, then boasted arrogantly, I possess the strengths of two races. Karaz was hurled into the air. Furious at being looked down on, Karaz snarled, If you underestimate me, you'll regret it. Karaz twisted his body back around and swung his axe at Tolio in counterattack. Tolio's eyes widened in surprise at his strength. Karaz drove the axe down at him and refused to yield. Because humanity taught me a great many things too. The axe came down within a hand's breadth of Tolio, making his eyes go wide. Karaz sneered at him as well, pointing his weapon straight at his face. The pinnacle of human and orc? That's me. You're just some half-orc bastard. Hearing himself insulted like that, Tolio flew into a rage and cursed back. A current burst from Tolio's body and blasted Kara's away. It was so powerful that it charred him black. Killian rushed in to attack Tolio in revenge for his friend. Bastard. Tolio, equally fired up, threw himself into battle against Killian. Both men swung their swords at each other. With terrifying force, Tolio shattered Killian's blade. Leaving him stunned, Tolio ordered him to submit. Get your companions out of here, you little scraps of mixed-breed filth. Once more he swung his sword down, cursing all the while. You inferior creatures should understand. You won't be able to stop me even in 100 years. Blood splattered everywhere. Killian had been slashed across the shoulder, though fortunately he had managed to block in time. Killian grabbed Tolio's sword firmly in his hand and spoke his thoughts aloud. Your contempt for everything is your fatal weakness. Tolio's eyes widened in shock as Killian held the sword fast. In pain, Tolio realized, I can't pull my sword free. At that moment, from behind him, Karas swung his axe down, striking while Tolio was off guard. Tolio instinctively glanced back. He managed to twist his body aside in time, but his leg could not avoid the blow. Karas struck his leg, and blood burst from the wound. Served him right. Tolio cursed, damn it. Then he swung his sword, releasing a tremendous force that drove his enemies back. He set the ship ablaze and fled. What a damn nuisance. Bringing his hand to his mouth, Tolio called for aid. Griffin! He mounted his bird and flew away from the burning ship. As he escaped through the air, seething with rage, he thought of revenge. I'll use the griffin the first took from those useless Van Vass knights to attack the White Worm's ship. Isla quickly mounted her own bird and flew after Tolio, successfully catching up with him as he fled. Tolio looked back in fear. Isla swiftly moved ahead of him, blocking his path so he could not escape. Grinding his teeth in fury, Tolio snarled, You. Isla looked at him and coldly declared, This is where you stop, Tolio Orangis. A battle erupted. Riding his beast, Tolio rushed at Isla with sword in hand. Isla spurred her mount forward at full speed. Tolio gave chase, gathering momentum to swing a blazing slash. Get back here, you damned vermin. He glanced back and calculated carefully. So it was a fire sword. That meant he'd be at a disadvantage in close combat. The clever beast dug its claws into a pillar to brace itself. Isla's beast spun around, and Isla held her blade forward with fierce momentum. Tolio was fairly surprised and froze for a few seconds. He thought for a moment, damn it, he's too close. If I unleash fire, I'll get caught in it too. Tolio decided to gamble and swung his sword. Isla blocked the blow and answered with a powerful strike. He rushed forward so Isla wouldn't be able to keep up. Then he created a huge blaze toward her. Damn it, this bastard. The fire blocked Isla's path. He shouted arrogantly, I'll burn you to death. The flames surrounded her dangerously, but she still bravely charged straight through them. She raised her blade and faced him head-on. Tolio's face twisted in confusion, unable to believe what he was seeing. No way. Had she been riding backward on the bird to protect its wings the whole time? The beast struck with tremendous force. Tolio gave an order, Hawk, attack the one riding that bird. Isla chased closely at his side. He frowned, a little uneasy. He still couldn't make sense of it. What the hell is this? I heard he was just a deserter, a failed knight who ran from the battlefield. Yet now she was overwhelming him, and it made him seethe with frustration. Isla gripped the reins tightly on the beast and flew straight up into the sky, soaring high above. Tolio grew flustered and thought, what kind of movement is that? Damn it, she's too high up. The glare is blinding me. He stared upward, trying to find an opening. How in the world was she doing this? Isla lashed out with a powerful swing of her blade. Tolio was stunned. I've never seen anyone control a hawk this skillfully. He was shaken by the display. She really was. Isla frowned in irritation at hearing him belittle her. Just a deserter? The two faced each other, and Tolio asked why. Isla replied coldly, What do you mean? He questioned Isla. Even though you fled from Van Vass, you're stronger than anyone I've ever met. Why are you working for the White Worm? Isla fell silent in thought. He shouted right in her face. He declared, destroying the world is the true purpose of power. That's the privilege of the strong. She repeated his shameless words, the privilege of the strong? The two spoke face to face. Isla mocked him. A man who slaughters innocent people wants to destroy the whole world too? Her anger showed plainly on her face. She spoke her heart without hesitation. I don't think like you. People like you, the Knights of Van Vass, and even I, we're all just killers. Isla frowned and spoke with bitterness. We don't deserve to live so carelessly. She spoke with conviction and truth. Back when I was still in Van Vass, I tried desperately to find a reason to live. And it seemed Isla had found that ideal. She declared, and I found my answer after meeting Lord Pendragon. I still remember every word he said. They stayed deeply with me. So that the nation and its people can live in peace, I will become the vanguard sword for a society that no longer needs swords. Isla was utterly determined to change herself. She swore, this is how I will atone for the people I have killed. I will fight for my ideal, even if it costs me my life. Hearing such righteous words, Tolio scowled and sneered contemptuously. Unable to lure her over to his side, Tolio spat out, how boring. Arrogantly raising his sword, he began preaching his vile philosophy. Use power to help people? You're making me laugh. We, the strong, should be allowed to do whatever we want. He howled like a madman and declared, the big fish devour the small. That's the law of this world, and I'll prove it right here. He launched 2 blazing pillars of fire at Isla. She tightened her grip on the reins and said to her beast, I'm counting on you. Then she summoned all her courage and flew straight through those deadly columns of fire. She clung tightly to the straps on the beast to keep herself secure. Isla skillfully guided it through the layers of flame, weaving beautiful spirals of fire. Tolio looked up and mocked her. You idiot, don't use the same trick twice. As Isla's beast shot past him, he seized the moment and slashed with a sharp stroke. But he suddenly froze at the sight before him. Tolio couldn't believe Isla's cleverness and resourcefulness. Boom! Did she take that from the burning ship? In the blink of an eye, she flew directly over his head. Tolio ground his teeth in fury. Isla swiftly swept past him, using the yardarm as a tool to assist her attack. Tolio had almost been crushed when the spar nearly slammed into him. He kept cursing and insulting her. Damn deserter. Isla anxiously reminded her beast, don't drift too far away, all right? Then she looked up in shock. Just with a piece of shield? Isla gradually lost her balance and began falling. Tolio laughed triumphantly, flaunting his advantage. I told you, Oranges were always right. As Isla fell freely through the air, she muttered with certainty, you really were right. Lord Pendragon. She drew her sword. Isla still hadn't forgotten the mission entrusted to her. She was determined to keep going. She couldn't let him escape. It has to end now. I must fulfill the duty of the vanguard sword. She hurled the weapon straight at him, grazing Tolio's shoulder. Wounded, he collapsed at once. Isla landed safely on her beast and spread its wings again. The two of them descended onto a ship to catch their breath. She worriedly touched the beast's wound and said, don't move. You'll only make it worse. It rubbed its head against her, tears welling in its eyes, and she soothed it. This isn't your fault. You did very well. Beside them, something fell from above and stirred the water. Floating on the surface was only Tolio's helmet. Isla cursed angrily, damn it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Iron had already dealt with several opponents. He stood among their damned corpses. Quietly, he counted the enemies he still needed to eliminate. I've already defeated Gryman, captain of the Red Skull's 3 great pirate captains. Only Tolio Arise is left. Behind him, a man in a black cloak appeared. Iron sensed the footsteps drawing closer. He turned and pointed his sword at him. With a cold expression, Iron demanded, Who are you, bastard? Beneath the black cloak, the man's eerie face was revealed. With just one punch, a ghost had easily knocked down the giant orc. Just like that, the atmosphere briefly fell into calm, no longer filled with the brawl from before. A ghost, pleased with his comrade's achievement, clicked his tongue in approval and praised him. Well done. Take care of a few more and it'll be over. For your first real battle, your performance has been astonishing. In response, Lion immediately grinned in excitement. Thank you, sir. Then after a brief hesitation, he lowered his head and admitted, but I still feel like I'm nowhere near your level. Hearing that, a ghost instantly growled in rebuke. You fool. Of course, that's because I have more experience than you. Don't worry so much. Besides, he clenched his palm and said firmly, the fighting style that comes from the martial art you learned is different from mine. Your techniques rely mainly on agile, lethal strikes like an assassin. As he spoke, a ghost smiled confidently. Mine is different, so just focus on developing your own. Those words moved Lion so much he froze. Seeing that, a ghost wasted no time and strode forward, brushing off what had just happened. Enough of that. The most important thing you need to do is survive, understand? Hearing that, Lion's lap felt encouraged and answered hesitantly as he ran. Understood, sir. As he moved, he added in a determined voice, I'll catch up to you soon. At that same moment, a thick, powerful hand suddenly appeared behind Lion. Sensing something bad, both he and a ghost quickly turned around in alarm and stared in shock. Tolio had appeared out of nowhere, burning with killing intent as he shouted, Why do you keep getting in my way? Looking insane, veins bulged across Tolio's face as he snarled furiously, You worms. I'll kill every last one of you. Seeing that, a ghost hesitated for a moment and tried to reassure him. Hey, a really strong one has shown up. Don't be scared. In reply, Lion spoke with complete confidence. Yes, sir. Without a second's delay, Tolio suddenly shot forward and attacked. Fortunately, Lion dodged in time and escaped death by a hair's breadth. It seemed as if death's door had narrowly closed. But no, in the very next instant, Tolio followed up directly, swinging hard at Lion's body. In that life-or-death moment, a ghost appeared in time and yanked him away. At once, a ghost sternly warned him in a low voice, Stay calm. Watch him carefully. That technique is called Rashu. Use the shield to block the sword's line of attack. But in that very instant, a ghost noticed the wound still bleeding along Tolio's side. He remarked, It looks like our side wounded him pretty badly, resorting to cheap tricks, and his whole body is already covered in injuries. Hearing that, Tolio was immediately provoked into a rage. He barked angrily, You think a few worms can provoke me? No sooner had he finished than Tolio exploded with fury and decisively cut straight through the giant mast. Shut up and die. Splinters of wood were smashed apart and scattered in every direction, flying off into the distance. Thanks to their powerful physical abilities, a ghost and Lion both handled the huge chunks of debris without too much trouble. But after enduring it for a while, a ghost began to tire and stepped back in alarm. Damn it! Even with his whole body covered in wounds, he's still this strong? Seeing that, Lion became somewhat frightened and cautiously asked, What do we do now? At once, a plan formed in a ghost's mind. With a serious face, he answered, You'll draw his attention, then I'll finish him in a single blow. Lion trembled at the idea and stammered, What? Noticing that, a ghost chuckled and taunted him. Are you scared? You're my strongest student, aren't you? You have to trust me. Hearing that, Lion gained a bit more confidence in himself. He fell silent and said nothing more. After a while, once his fighting spirit had fully risen, Lion laughed out loud and said firmly, All right, I'll do it. In contrast to their spirited reaction, Tolio on the other side was furious, growling loudly, Don't mock me. At the same time, the scene shifted elsewhere. Iron was pointing the tip of his sword directly at his opponent. The enemy looked as though he were under a spell, utterly shaken, muttering over and over, Kill Iron Pendragon. Kill Iron Pendragon. That is my objective. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately lunged forward, kicking off the ground for momentum. In a blink, he closed the distance and struck hard against Iron's sword. Faced with the attack, Iron found it a little difficult to read him. Gritting his teeth, he thought, I can hardly sense any killing intent at all. Even so, at the critical moment, Iron suddenly poured strength into his strike and flung the enemy far away. The man couldn't react to the sudden counterattack and crashed through the ship. Even then, the black-cloaked man still hadn't come to his senses, continuing to mutter endlessly, I have to hold on to this sword tightly, or I won't be able to kill Iron Pendragon. At the sight, Iron frowned warily. What the hell is this? He couldn't help being startled by the fierce, killing aura before him. What is this terrifying amount of aura? The man in black sprang up as if possessed, sword in hand, rushing in as though nothing had happened. I need to use more aura. A fatal strike came slashing straight at Iron. He managed to block it, but inwardly he grew cautious. His attack is far stronger than before, and this aura. It's like a familiar figure flashed through Iron's mind for a moment. Ian. His thoughts churned, and the Emperor's too. In an instant, Iron suddenly drew back his sword and made a bold decision. In that case, he slashed at the man, firmly convinced he appeared in my previous life. The tip of the blade instantly scraped across the black-cloaked man's mask. The mask couldn't withstand it and cracked apart at once, revealing a familiar face with murderous eyes blazing. Looking at him, Iron immediately demanded sternly, Why are you here? He was suddenly reminded of a glorious past long gone, of the man who in his previous life had become emperor. Iron spoke while frowning in displeased caution. Gospri Aragon. At that moment, Gospri Aragon was fully revealed, glaring at him with contempt. On the other side, the battle there was no less tense. Every time Lion attacked, Tolio dodged. While evading, Tolio kept looking down on him. Just look at yourself. Aren't you that clown from the palace? It's ridiculous that someone like you could become a knight. Lion paid it no mind and kept attacking relentlessly. Provocations like that are useless against me now. Tolio leaned back as Lion kicked high, and Lion said, Because now there are people who no longer laugh at me. Still, he was getting tired, sweat pouring down him, and he felt that this wouldn't work. Damn it, our martial arts are completely useless. But then, seeing the important person supporting him from above, Lion kicked upward, while a ghost struck downward, attacking for both sides. That's right. Together with Master, we can do this. Faced with that, Tolio grit his teeth in anger. He dodged to the side and poured magic into his blade. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the shield, crackling with lightning, and shouted, You filthy worms, I'm getting to that white maggot right now. Sans signe danger, à gauche cheveux de lion azide. Fall back, Lion. He was tense. If this keeps up, forget about getting close to him. I won't be able to create an opening for Master. Then he noticed a cracked timber drifting out to sea. The wood had been heated and charred by the flames until it split apart. Lion seemed to get an idea. He ran straight ahead. Master, prepare your secret technique. A ghost was startled. What are you planning, kid? Lion bravely stood barehanded before the fully armed Tolio. He grabbed a length of rope, while Tolio prepared to swing his blade. As the blade came down, Lion slid underneath it and avoided the strike. He got past him, grabbed the rope, and leaped up onto the burning timber above the ship. Seeing it work, he praised himself. Good, Lion. Just keep running across it. The fire still roared fiercely. It's so hot. A ghost seemed to understand. So the kid's planning to use that beam? Then let's drag that bastard over there. He rushed in to attack Tolio, buying time for his disciple. Up above, Lion tied the rope tightly around the timber. Done. He looked down, took aim, and said, It's ready. Master, I've lined it up with the target. Holding both ends of the rope, he jumped down and pulled the whole beam with him. The part where the rope was tied acted like a saw, gradually cutting through the wood. He cut it apart successfully until it shattered, and chunks of wood rained down. Tolio had no choice but to swat away the falling debris with his blade, or it would hit him on the head. Distracted by Lion, he ground his teeth and cursed, You little bastard. Since Talio's hands were occupied, a ghost seized the chance and attacked immediately. Lion thought our coordinated attack worked before. Now, with all this rubble too, he won't be able to defend against it. Just a little more. I need to create another opening. He rushed back into the fray, joining his master as both of them attacked Tolio together. Lion still held the rope in his hand. After throwing a punch, he slipped right past Tolio and tied the rope around his leg. Then Lion ran off with the other end. Take him down. From a distance, he observed and thought it'd be useless if Master used his secret technique and missed. So I need to create a situation where he can't possibly miss. Lion decided to pull the rope. Up you go. One end of the rope was tied to a tall, upright beam, while Lion pulled the other end taut. Tolio couldn't avoid being yanked upside down into the air. You dare try to catch me with a rope? Damn it. Lion smiled proudly. I'm counting on you, Master. Master. He loosened the rope, and Tolio came plunging head first. A ghost carefully aimed at the descending target and drove his punch upward, striking him square in the stomach. Heart-piercing strike. Tolio endured the blow, but blood burst from his ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. He dropped to his knees. At last, he lay motionless in a pool of blood. Lion froze for a moment, then suddenly burst with joy. He ran straight over to Agos. We did it. We really did it, Master. Agos, proud of his disciple, praised him. Remember this well. The moment you realized your techniques weren't effective, you made use of the situation. Flexible thinking is one of the most important things on the battlefield. He patted Lion's head. You can improve your techniques anytime. You did very well, Lion, just as I expected from my disciple. Lion was so happy he burst into tears. Thank you, sir. But then a hand grabbed his ankle. Master and disciple were both horrified. Tolio wasn't dead yet. He truly was like a beast, roaring, "You damn bastards. I'll kill you all one by one." Tolio raised that lightning shield and blasted both of them with electricity. Lion could only cry out a single syllable before being struck, while a ghost was luckier and managed to stay conscious. Seeing Lion lying motionless, that monster slowly rose again with his blade in hand. A ghost was utterly helpless. Damn it, I can't move my body. All he could do was lie there in a corner and shout in despair, "Lion, run. Lion." Suddenly, an orca burst up through the hull, biting into Tolio, and all his weapons were sent flying away. A ghost stared in astonishment. The killer whale looked ready to bite Tolio clean in half, then dragged him down beneath the sea. The person who had brought the whale stood on the railing, looking at the wreckage on the ship in puzzlement. "How are you people still alive?" A ghost stared at him in shock. "Why you are?" John Myers introduced himself loudly. Captain of the East Storm Pirates, John Myers. The ship that had been burning all this time was almost completely consumed now. Holding the injured Lion in his arms, a ghost shouted in surprise at Myers' sudden appearance. "What's a bastard from the East Storm Pirates doing here?" Myers ran quickly to the other side of the ship and said urgently, "Stop wasting time. I brought a small boat and left it below. Take the boy and escape before the ship sinks." As Myers was about to run off, a ghost still called after him, "Wait, what about Tolio?" Myers glanced down below the ship and answered hastily, "My partner dragged him underwater. He should be suffocating by now." Above, the fire still hadn't died down. The hull was badly damaged, and below, the waves were crashing hard, as if something was about to surface. A moment later, all they saw was a mutated killer whale wearing a harness that marked it as owned, bursting upward. Its whole body looked battered and in pain. Myers couldn't believe it. My partner should have had the upper hand underwater. Then why? A ghost was just as stunned. He's strong enough to snap a mast in half. Myers ground his teeth as he looked at what was coming next. Damn it, he really is a monster. Tolio still hadn't died. Brimming with murderous force, he was swimming toward shore for a final stand. Both the killer whale below and the people on the ship were at a loss. How are we supposed to deal with him? The strongest man in the South has been cornered. If we don't stop him right now, there won't be another chance. The electric shield was still sparking on the deck. At last Myers noticed it. That magic tool is out of control because it's broken. To a ghost's astonishment, he immediately dashed toward it. "Hey, Winter Warrior." After grabbing the item, Myers leaped down to the whale at once. Hey, partner, we've still got one thing left to do. Riding the whale and dragging the magic tool with him, he declared, I won't let the opportunity you all created go to waste. Burning with determination, Myers charged toward Tolio. If I don't avenge my comrades, then all of this will have been for nothing. We only wanted to eat good food and roam freely across the sea. We had no choice but to become pirates to survive, and you stole even that freedom from us. As Tolio swam closer, he raised his fist immediately. Myers grew more fired up by the second. With your damned law of the strong ruling over all. If you're really that strong, then that bastard, gripping his tool tightly and riding the fish with full focus. When the killer whale leapt high into the sky, Myers dropped that rusty device right on Tolio. He was still in the water and got electrocuted as well. All that pain burst out in a scream. Myers was delighted. Then I'll give you exactly what you wanted. A ghost could only stare with his mouth hanging open. Explosions kept erupting across the sea surface here and there. Myers quickly had the fish carry him back onto the ship to avoid getting shocked or blown up too. The killer whale landed silently on a ship where quite a few sailors stood ready with swords in hand. Everyone looked down into the water once again. Tolio floated there amid smoke and flames. Had he really died? Myers smiled to himself. The moment you decided to rely on some cheap magic tool, your defeat was already decided. You half-human, half-orc bastard. The flag fluttered gloriously beneath the sky after so many hardships. Myers let out a tired breath after he and a ghost managed to haul Tolio onto the ship. Damn it. Now then, I know what we should do. Find some way to tell everyone we've captured Tolio. At the very least, that'll make the remaining pirates retreat, a ghost instructed. That was one hell of a battle, but in the end, we won. When the boss comes back, help take care of the wounded. Myers nodded. All right. Then he looked off into the distance again, worry flickering across his face. It seemed that another battle was taking place on a ship overflowing with magical power. Over there, two swords clashed, each with its own aura, neither side yielding. But at that very moment, the man in the white robe stepped back, and red blood dripped onto the wooden deck. It seemed to be Iron. Though exhausted, he forced himself to stay alert and study his opponent more carefully. Iron realized that, for some reason, this man's aura was growing stronger at an alarming rate. Apart from being the son of a concubine, he truly did carry the Emperor's bloodline. However, something was wrong. That wasn't the aura of royalty. There was something else mixed into it. Not wanting to wonder any longer, Iron asked him directly, Godfrey Aragon, who exactly are you? Why are you here? Gold looked straight at him with lifeless eyes, then began to speak as if in a trance. Only a dragon can stand against another dragon. That's why I'm doing exactly what I said I would. Iron pressed further, and, at that moment, Gold's face really did resemble a dragon's. His voice as well, and I'm trying, to become someone who can wield the power of dragons. Iron was startled by the overwhelming energy the man before him had just released. He could hardly believe it. This was a dragon emitted a mysterious purple light. Dragonoha. Gold had truly gone mad. Iron blankly stared at what was before him, as though he couldn't believe it. That was a powerful energy blanketed the entire space. Dragonoha. Iron's expression gradually changed as confusion filled him. Why did Godfrey possess a dragon's aura? Iron forced himself to calm down and analyze it. Only someone who had formed a contract with Soldrake could possess that kind of power. In other words, only the Duke Pendragon should be able to. Without beating around the bush, he sternly asked his opponent, The Emperor's blood runs through you. What you should possess is the aura of royalty. So what exactly did you do? Gold answered honestly, I was created by a mage, one who is cooperating with the Oranges. Even after hearing that, Iron still found it hard to understand. A mage working with the Oranges? Who could that be? But then the other side suddenly attacked him. Fortunately, Iron was quick enough to dodge. He immediately counterattacked with his sword. Clearly, Iron was struggling in this battle as well. He's too fast. The two of them fought each other fiercely. One of Gold's blows sent Iron flying backward, and only by bracing himself with his sword did he finally stop. Gold, like some soulless being, kept attacking without pause. I was only ordered to kill you. Other than that, I know nothing. The dragon from his side charged straight toward Iron. Even though he managed to evade it, the sheer force of the attack was so strong that he was still injured. Iron stared in horror at the wound bleeding on his body. A slash that cut through his torso? Impossible. He turned back to look at the trace of that attack and began to roughly understand it. Was he using sword energy? While he was still lost in thought, Gold rushed in with a surprise attack. Seeing his opponent's power changing so drastically, Iron couldn't help but grow uneasy. His strength was rising rapidly ever since he released the dragon aura. If the Duke didn't go all out, under the barrage of relentless attacks, Iron had a dark thought. Am I going to die here? Countless different streams of power kept attacking him from every direction. Then at that moment, Gold's sword suddenly broke. Gold was knocked flying by Iron. Even so, he still arrogantly declared, "You can't beat me." Iron said nothing, only narrowed his eyes at him. Gold began using a new technique. An even larger dragon image appeared opposite Iron. Iron showed no fear at all. He summoned an equally mighty dragon image of his own. And so the two dragon apparitions clashed head-on. Gold's dragon image charged forward with tremendous force. On the other side, Iron's dragon image was no less imposing. The two tore into each other. However, at that moment, Iron's dragon image seemed to be falling behind. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What? As he watched his dragon image begin to dissolve, his confusion only deepened. Soldrake's aura was being crushed. At this point, his opponent had completely taken the upper hand. Iron forced himself to stay calm and analyze the situation. The intensity of an aura depended on the dragon's power, along with the strength of the one controlling it. Judging by the way he moved, this man had clearly never set foot on a battlefield before. And yet his power was far from weak. To be able to release this much strength, it must be thanks to the dragon's power within him. After a moment of thought, Iron seemed to find the answer. There was only one force that could overwhelm Soldrake in terms of sheer might, and that was the strongest dragon queen on the battlefield. At that moment, a sight appeared that he could hardly believe. Impossible. This aura belongs to, Gold slowly spoke, the sea dragon Viscula. He arrogantly declared, "So long as we're here, you cannot defeat me." Then Iron suddenly remembered something. He recalled a conversation with his dragon partner. Dragon veins, the source of magic power, the lifeline indispensable to dragons like us. It had also said, once a dragon vein runs dry, a dragon cannot display its full power. Gold still looked utterly confident. This is the Southern Sea. The dragon vein here belongs to the sea dragon. Because he knew full well that here, Viscula could display its full strength. Then a massive wave of power crashed toward Iron. He did everything he could to withstand it, but he quickly reached his limit. His hand was wounded, and blood kept pouring out. Iron cried out in pain. Seeing his opponent's miserable state, Gold looked pleased with himself. Actually, you're stronger than I am. But here, the white dragon has no dragon vein. Her aura is nothing more than ordinary force. He stepped forward and held his blade to Iron's throat. I don't care about this battle, but if it's an order, the corner of Iron's neck was already bleeding, then I will kill you. Now Iron kept calling out, "Soldrake, lend your power." His sword immediately began to glow. And with that, words echoed once more. Zai, this sword once belonged to Alex, the first Pendragon. Its blade was forged from my very horn. It contains an enormous amount of magic power. A portion of my strength resides within it as well. Soldrake had once said, if your aura is exhausted in the middle of the ocean, where I cannot reach you, that sword will release its power on its own. It had entrusted the sword to him with complete faith. And now, he no longer doubted himself. Whether it was that dark aura or Iron, I acknowledge it all as a part of you. All of that power is completely yours now. At last, you can wield all of my strength in full. At that instant, a brilliant light appeared, illuminating the entire space. Gold was affected by it as well and kept stepping backward. He was utterly shaken. My aura was extinguished? This was impossible. In this place, Viscula's power should have been unmatched. Then Gold suddenly saw something. Iron's figure appeared before him, indistinct yet unmistakable. Iron stood there calmly, not injured in the slightest. His gaze had now become unwaveringly resolute. Iron's very presence completely overwhelmed his opponent. Gold stared ahead in horror. The aura radiating from Iron had changed. Iron had completely transformed, and Gold was clearly stunned by him. Still unwilling to give up, Gold attacked Iron once more. His dragon image shot rapidly toward the other side. Iron met it with perfect calm and struck back directly with a single slash. An instant later, Gold's dragon image completely vanished. Gold's eyes went wide in shock. Viscula's aura had been devoured. Then Iron's dragon image charged at Gold, attacking him with terrifying force. Gold touched the blood on his face in disbelief. I've been cut. He looked up in confusion. That too, from a blade of sword energy? On the other side, Iron had no intention of sparing Gold. Gold froze as he looked at the scene before him. Iron's power had become even greater. The dragon image kept rushing toward him. Gold's eyes bulged in shock. White dragon, blue flame. Before he could do anything, he was struck down. Gold gasped for breath in disbelief. No one had told him this man could reach such a level of power. Just like that, Gold looked at what was before him. Iron himself seemed to have become a dragon. Now fully merged with that power, Iron coldly spoke. It's over, Godfrey. Even if you release more aura, you still can't defeat this power. Gold shouted back in refusal. Impossible. I carry its aura within me. The aura of a dragon even stronger than the white dragon. The aura of the sea dragon Viscula. Iron remained silent. Gold had already guessed it long ago. This was the power meant to protect the one who made a pact with Soldrake, and so it had been sealed within this sword. Releasing it allowed him to use Sun's true power, and now I understand as well. Iron's voice hardened as he continued, confirming it clearly with his soul-seeing eyes. He did not hesitate to expose his opponent's secret. The bond between you and Viscula is nothing but a curse created by magic. Exposed, Gold couldn't say a word. He loudly protested, whether it's magic or not. That power is mine, Gold roared in anger, because I was chosen to become the contractor of the strongest dragon. But the moment he finished speaking, Iron's sword tip was already right in front of his face. Iron directly asked, So you're Viscula's contractor? Then what do you actually know about it? Gold fell silent, not daring to answer. Iron sternly declared once more, dragons are not tools. They have conscience and feelings. He also began to understand. I know now why Sun gave me this power. Time returned to the past. Is something wrong, Sun? Soldrake looked at the sword with great hesitation. The day of your battle in the south is near, so I was checking whether the sword's power had weakened. There is one thing I must admit. You are very strong. But I still haven't forgotten the feeling of abandoning my contractor. In the end, it voiced its true wish. Because this is the Sea Dragon's territory, I want to join you. Iron sternly asked, Son, why are you trying so hard to protect the Dragon Lord? Soldrake stayed silent and did not answer. A moment later, it finally said, Long ago, when I was entrusted with this duty, it was by the man who saved my life. He loved life dearly. To me, he was a very special person. When he died, he asked me to continue protecting his children because that way, even if hundreds or thousands of years passed, I would not leave them alone. Iron listened in silence. Then suddenly it said something unexpected. However, my desire to protect you comes from another reason. It spoke slowly. The wound in your heart is the same as mine. Iron was momentarily stunned, not understanding. It explained, we both lost someone precious to us. For me, it was Alex. For you, it was your family. Soldrake understood it well. Because we have suffered the same pain, I want to protect you. At the very least, I don't want you to go through something like that ever again. Iron confidently declared, the power bestowed upon this sword isn't merely raw strength. It also carries Sun's memories. His power kept increasing alongside his anger. It was nothing like an artificial contract created through magic, and those who treat dragons as mere tools will always end in failure. Iron said through gritted teeth, if they go against that. Iron's power formally struck Gold. Gold cried out endlessly in pain. F. Ugh. Iron also threw himself forward with all his strength. So, Gold, over there, could only fearfully command, Viscula, protect me. And so once again, the two dragon images clashed. Sun didn't need to exert even a little effort. It bit off its opponent's head with ease. Gold was now so terrified that he could only sit there trembling. Sun had no intention of sparing him and still charged straight at him. Struck by the attack, Gold quickly vomited blood. In the end, victory belonged to Iron and his side. Iron coldly enunciated each word. Dragons do not answer to anyone but their contractors. The enormous dragon seemed to coil itself around Iron. Slowly, he sheathed his sword. You saved me once again, son. The moment the sword closed, a sound rang out, and Soul Drake disappeared as well. The whole ship was left as nothing but wreckage. Gold lay on the wooden deck, breathing with difficulty, his body covered in injuries. Huh. Iron also fell into thought. Should I just cut him down and be done with this? He remembered what the man had said. Only one dragon can stand against another dragon. So I was told to become such a person. During the fight, Gold had also blurted out, the sorcerer who made me like this is working with the Oranges. Thoughts crowded Iron's mind. Of course, aside from Sun, the other dragons had never been involved with humans from the beginning. So he had been forced into a contract through magic, and all of this had been orchestrated to gain the power to control Dragon. The sea around them was filled with traces of battle, but even though this man was half dead, Viscula still had not appeared. He grabbed Gold by the collar and demanded, Godfrey Aragon, where's Viscula right now? Gold could only answer with difficulty, I don't know. Yvette, never seen him. Iron replied in disbelief, what? Then how could you possibly? Gold forced his eyes open, his face covered in wounds. I saw his soul. It was bound by magic. Iron's eyes widened in shock. No way. So it really was Viscula. In that case, that sorcerer had. Gold continued, the kind of power that could even kill a dragon. Amid the smoke, he explained that sorcerer said that you were distorting the logic of the world. He ordered us to eliminate you so that the world. He helplessly revealed the goal. That could return to its original state. Iron was even more shocked. Impossible thoughts flashed through his mind. This couldn't be. Did that man know his true identity? Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed in. A giant bird was flying toward the two of them. Gaia. Iron turned and recognized it. Isla's griffin. Man and bird looked out over the remaining ships. He said, the pirates are retreating. I guess they succeeded. They captured Tolio. Gaia. They then turned to look at the young man lying on the ground. He thought, since we've captured Godfrey as well, the Oranges will start moving. Looks like I'll be meeting that sorcerer very soon. Right after that, Iron gripped his sword tightly, climbed onto the griffin, and announced it doesn't matter. The top priority right now is to confirm what happened to Tolio. Let's go. The griffin cried out, Gaia. On another ship, Tolio was being surrounded. Myers declared, enough, Pirate King. Out at sea, he announced, your defeat is obvious. No one is coming to save you. Tolio ground his teeth and glared with hatred. Ago smiled and said with certainty, there's no doubt about that, because our Lord, he shouted, is far stronger and more capable than you. Right then, Iron flew in. His eyes were cold as he looked at Tolio. Tolio roared furiously, you white worm. Bastard. He strained to break the chains. Then he immediately lunged at Iron. To Leon and Ago's surprise, Iron stood still and unleashed only a single slash at him. That slash cut straight through Tolio's body. He instantly let out a scream. The blow left Viscount Morin and Killian stunned. Blood gushed from Tolio's entire body as he clutched his stomach and howled in agony. Damn it! At that very moment, someone appeared behind him. That person's blade slashed into his leg, blood spraying everywhere. Isla pinned him down, making him cry out. She glared at him. You should lower your head in the presence of the Dragon Duke. You filthy bastard. Iron spoke. The karma of all your deeds has finally caught up with you, Tolio Arangis. He listed the man's sins: murdering people for pleasure and ruling through strength and fear. Do you understand now? He stepped closer and yanked the chain around Tolio's neck, dark energy swirling around him. This is the price you pay for destroying the Vanna family. Tolio still refused to admit it. What are you talking about? At once, a blue aura appeared behind Iron, shocking everyone present. Tolio thought with difficulty, why is his aura so heavy? It's much heavier than before. Iron raised his sword into the air with majestic authority. Iron declared, beheading is a fitting end for you. Tolio roared helplessly, don't say that damned thing to me. I can't die at the hands of a bunch of worms. At once, a single sword stroke sent his head flying. Iron lowered his sword, and Tolio collapsed. Only a pool of blood remained at his feet. Everyone smiled. Morin, Killian, along with Leon, Agos, and Myers, all visibly relieved. Iron said, thank you all for your efforts. Then he turned back and declared, this is our victory. At once, everything erupted, and everyone cheered for this ending. The grand, magnificent castle glowed in the evening light. The streets were packed with people. A few gentle maids brought food to the poor. These buns just came out of the oven. Please take a few before they get cold. The woman accepted them with a grateful smile. Yes, thank you for always preparing food for us. Another maid spoke in a bit of a hurry. Miss Lindsay, help us over here. Lindsay immediately responded to the SOS. Yes, I'm coming right away. She had just started to move when another young man came running in from the harbor, panting as he shouted, Miss Lindsay, Miss Aaron, the Duke's ship has returned. The moment they heard that, their faces lit up. Sir Iron? The harbor was packed with people. Everyone looked in the same direction and couldn't stop talking. The Empire's ships. Looks like there are only a few left. Well, there was a huge storm in the south, and they had to fight the pirates too. But soon their eyes were drawn to one point. From above, the silhouettes of officials stood proudly along the ship's rail. The people below were slightly surprised. The man on the railing loudly announced, the pirates who devastated the trading city of Luz and injured its people have all been wiped out by us. His declaration made everyone fall silent to listen. From this moment on, the coastal city of Luz will shine once more as it did before. As the announcement ended, they all froze for a beat. Then everyone burst into joy. Cheers rang out without end. Amazing. Ever since Secunda was replaced, everything's gotten better. The two maids, Lindsay and Aaron, grabbed each other's hands and hurried over. They called out loudly to the young man. Why you? Sir Iron. Iron was startled when the two girls threw themselves into his arms and could only call their names. Lindsay, Aaron. Lindsay's eyes welled with tears as she rubbed her head against his chest and whined. I heard the storm was terrible. I was really so worried. Iron smiled and replied, apologizing for making the two of them worry. The ladies at the harbor gossiped when they saw how close the two were. Miss Lindsay, so you were his wife? They asked as they approached them. They cheerfully explained she was always covered in soot from helping us bake bread, so we didn't notice. They even kindly pressed a huge box into Lindsay's hands. Please take it. This is a thank you gift for everything you've done for us. Be sure to enjoy it with your husband. Iron looked at Lindsay in confusion. Baking bread? She looked up at him and answered, I'm sorry. It's just. She glanced around as she explained that she had pitted the scenes of hunger all around them. Because of the great storm, trade has only gotten worse, so I helped the poor. Lindsay smiled at him and continued, If it were you, my lord, you would have done the same. So I helped everyone in my own way. Hearing her honest explanation, the ladies couldn't help but smile. They added a few more words that made Lindsay glow with embarrassment. So that's why. She's a wonderful cook, you know. She helped us so much. Iron looked at her gently, then pulled her closer into his arms and murmured affectionately, Thank you, Lindsay. You did well. Lindsay's face turned red with happiness, and she answered with a bright smile, Thank you, my lord. That loving scene made Aaron pout. Brother, I helped everyone too. Hearing that, Iron turned and coaxed his sweet younger sister as well. I'm proud of you too. But just as they were happily gathered together, someone suddenly shouted, Hey, look! Pirates! A tattered red flag bearing the image of an orca fluttered in the wind, and a mighty black ship sailed into the harbor, making everyone around cry out in fear. Could they be the survivors? Have they come here for revenge? Several people stepped down from the ship, and the citizens at the dock openly regarded these intruders with caution. The man leading them stared at the crowd sternly, while they looked back just as warily. Then something unbelievable happened. The pirates all dropped to their knees and begged for forgiveness. People of Luz, we are sorry for everything. The crowd gaped at them in shock. The pirate leader continued to explain, As pirates, we've caused trouble for this place day after day. But starting today, we've decided to change. We'll begin working here for all of you. The more they heard, the less they could make sense of it. They kept asking, What? Why all of a sudden? Iron walked up from a distance and explained, This is part of our plan. They deceived the enemy and fought back against them. With a serious expression, he went on, It's true that they did wrong and brought bad influence to Luz. However, they understand now that poverty can drive people to do what they shouldn't. Iron's words were full of bitterness. The townspeople looked at the pirates without replying. So Iron continued to speak in their defense. It is my duty to protect this city and make it prosper. So I apologize for not being able to protect everyone. That is why I ask you, can you accept them for the sake of Luz? Iron said this with an extremely sincere bow. And after thinking it over for a while, the people were moved by his attitude. Then they smiled and threw an arm around the pirate's shoulders, open and friendly as if they were old companions. Well, since it's a request from our new governor, we've got to say yes, right? We'll work you to the bone, you former pirates. The other members of both sides also grew close as if they were longtime friends. Seeing that scene, Myers couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Iron, too, felt the same from where he stood. As he started to walk away, the man hurried after him. Wait, he said, please let me thank you. Not only did you give us gold and trading permits, you also gave us a place where we belong. We have the chance to start over because of you. I'm glad I met you, Governor. Myers spoke warmly as he extended his hand to Iron. Iron continued, I don't feel alone either, because I had your help. That's right. He turned to look behind him. The one who had just appeared, the Admiral, looked at them with an unreadable expression, then slowly approached the pirate Myers and said, If you hadn't helped us, we would have lost long ago. Thank you, Captain of the East Storm Pirates, John Myers. The man smiled in reply, then spoke as he shook Morin's hand. I look forward to working with you from now on, Admiral Morin. The people surrounding them were just as excited. He even reconciled the Navy and the pirates. That's our governor for you. Ha ha. Since we won, shouldn't we go drink and celebrate now? The big blue fellows excitedly declared, Tonight, we're holding a victory feast. Night filled with lights. And everyone gladly joined in the atmosphere. Each person had their own celebration, but they all shared in the city's joy. One person raised a cup, while another lifted a glass. Someone could even be seen beside the divine beasts. In a quiet corner, a lone figure sat absent-mindedly on the railing. When someone else approached from behind, Iron spoke to Sun. Sorry to keep you waiting. Sun, the feast went on longer than I expected. Sun turned to look at him and gave him a gentle smile. Iron continued, There's so much I need to say to you, but first, I was saved by the memories you sealed within the sword. Thank you, Sun. He spoke with sincere gratitude. Sun accepted the sword from Iron's hand and said silently to himself, I'm glad you're safe. They quietly looked at each other beneath the dazzling fireworks. Welcome back, Ray.